So I wanted to put together a little montage of every video that I made this year, just to take a step back and really see how far we've come together. I started this year with around 50 subscribers, and somehow, 1 year later, we're sitting at 78,000 subscribers and over 11.5 million views. I genuinely can't thank you all enough for all the love, support, all the comments, all the laughs, and for sticking around with me on this wild ride. This channel wouldn't exist without you, so thank you.
What's up guys, it's Willy, and today I'm going to be showing you a step-by-step guide on how to build the best and most efficient automatic bungalow farm to create heavenly weed and make you fat stacks. Now, this video is going to be two parts. First, I'm going to showcase the automatic farm, and in the second part of the video, I'm going to give you a step-by-step guide on how to build it and exactly how you need to assign your workers to make it fully operational. If you all get stuck or have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments and I will respond as fast as I can. Okay. Alrighty guys, so here's the farm. Now I wanted to start this off by saying two things, which is the biggest drawbacks, the biggest cons of this farm is one, it's very hard to walk around in it during the day. That is one thing I've noticed, right? You have so many workers moving in and out. We have 3 botanists. The other one's taking a little nap in the grow room. We have a chemist. We have a handler to make this fully automatic. Now, the other big drawback, because you don't have a cleaner, it can get a little messy. Don't mind him, he's just taking a little nap. Yeah, it can get a little messy. Now, this doesn't really impact anything. It just looks ugly. So if you want to clean it up, you're gonna have to clean it up yourself. As you can see, we have 16 plants in here, going into 8 drying racks. And I did learn that this is the optimal ratio of pots to drying racks. I tested it out for about 2 hours yesterday, trying to figure out, you know, what's the best number of pots to keep each drying rack fully stocked. As you can see, we have a lot of supply shelves here. We have supply shelves here for our 2 mixing stations, and I'll go into depth when we build it out why I did mouthwash instead of Viagra or horse semen or anything like that. We have other shelves here. We have our 2 main supply shelves for our botanists, and we have our brick press. Now, when I go through the build, I'll also show you guys an alternate version where you can use a packaging station just in case you don't have the brick press unlocked. I know this is kind of a late game item, so I'll show you guys a different version where you can do it with a packaging station instead. Let's get into the build. Here's a list of all the supplies you're going to need. You'll need 24 large storage racks, 2 medium ones, 8 drying racks, 16 LED lights, 16 moisture pots, 16 suspension racks, a brick press or a packaging station if you don't have the brick press unlocked, 2 Mark II mixing stations, and 5 beds. And the total cost is going to be just shy of $12,000. So overall, it's a pretty cheap farm to get started, and it makes about $40,000 a day, so you'll get your profit back in no time. Alright, so we're going to grab the supplies we need to grow the plants first, and our beds. Beds for the little workers. We're going to place the beds down here, and you're going to put 4 in the grow room. And now you're going to place your suspension racks down. All 16 of them, just like this. Now, it's very important we use the moisture preserving pots and LED lights instead of the full spectrum lights and air pots. And the reason it's important is because if you use the latter, the plants are going to grow too fast for the botanists to keep up. And they'll only end up harvesting 6 out of the 8 plants. They're incredibly lazy, so if you use the full spectrum lights and the air pots, it's going to ruin the efficiency of the farm. It's actually better to have it grow slower in this instance. I tested it for about 2 or 3 hours the other day, and I found that moisture preserving pots and these beautiful purple lights were actually the best combination for efficiency. So there we are, done with that. Now we're going to place our storage down. This layout has a ton of room for storage. This is literally all storage right here, except for that one. Now we're going to place our 8 drying racks. Alright. Now we go on to the next room where we place the rest of our storage. This is going to be storage for our mixing ingredients here. The other room was for our growing supplies. This is mostly for mixing ingredients, just to make sure you have a large surplus. You don't have to restock at the store too often. Alright, let's place our 2 mixing stations down. And our brick press. And again, I'll show you a different way to do it with just a packing station at the end if you do not have a brick press. And now we get into the workers. Now, I wanted to pause and say something real quick here. This is the hardest part. If you do not follow exactly what I do, it will not work. So the first thing we're going to do is set this guy's bed down. We're going to work on the botanist first. Set it down, and then you set his supply rack. We're going to use these 2 as supply racks, and then we just give him 8 of the pots. It doesn't really matter which pots you give him, but I just split it up, you know, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Let's go get the other botanist, assign his bed. And his supplies, and then let's get his pots going. So now all 16 pots will have been applied to people. Now we get the third botanist. Now this one isn't actually going to grow any plants. She's only going to be used on the drying racks. Again, it doesn't really matter what order you assign it. And you don't have to do supplies for this person. She doesn't need any supplies to work on the drying racks. Alright, let's get the chemist. The chemist is the easiest one. Really hard to mess him up. You just assign the bed and you assign the mixing stations, and that's it. That's it. That's all you do for the chemist. He's not a complicated guy. Now the handler is incredibly complicated. This is the one everyone messes up. So you're going to assign the bed, you're going to assign the brick station, and now pay attention to the routes. This is very important. So you're going to select where the weed will end up going after it dries, and you're going to send it to the mixing station, and you're going to do the same thing for the other mixing station. Alright, and now you're going to stock your ingredients that you're mixing, which will go in the shelf behind the mixing station. And then finally, when the mixing stations are done, they go to this shelf, so you're going to move from that shelf to the brick press. And just make sure you have that brick press assigned. Now we assign the destination for each of our mixing stations to this shelf, and make sure that they are set on the threshold of 10. Now we go to the drying racks, manage them, gold star quality, and the destination is going to be this shelf, this large storage rack right here. And now we get into, well, this part's a little difficult. You see how you have to select every single pot? 15, 16. Set your seed to OG Kush, that's what I use, and fertilizer, and the destination is going to be different. So you select 2 pots per drying rack. It doesn't really matter which 2 pots you send to each drying rack. You could use any of them. Just as long as it's 2 pots per drying rack. Now the reason we're using OG Kush instead of Granddaddy Purple or anything else is because OG Kush and mouthwash is the highest one mix profit on weed. OG Kush and mouthwash is more expensive than any one ingredient mix you can do with Granddaddy Purple. I don't know why. It sells for $64, and so when you put it in the product app, you can sell it for $100 in the product app. But if you do Granddaddy Perp and mouthwash, it only sells for $90. I don't know why. It's also way more expensive to do Granddaddy Perp, so we're sticking with OG Kush and mouthwash. And guys, it's really never ever worth mixing more than one ingredient, and I'll do a separate video on that in the coming week. but it's usually never worth mixing more than just 1, maybe 2 ingredients, just to get the addiction level up. Now we're done. We're going to restock it. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like.
Alright guys, these are all the supplies you need to keep this farm stocked and running automatically. You're going to need 60 fertilizer, 40 extra long life soil, and 60 seeds. I also did forget to show it, but you're going to need 320 of whatever ingredient you want to mix in with your weed after it's grown, and you're going to put that on the shelves behind the mixing station. Now, I prefer using the extra long life soil because it means that your workers don't have to spend extra time repotting the soil after they harvest it. It just makes the farm run a tiny bit more efficiently and quicker. As long as you keep these shelves stocked, the whole farm will run automatically all on its own. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you the alternate way to build this in case you don't have the brick press unlocked yet. You can also do it with a packing station. So the first thing you're going to do is remove the mixing station Mark II. You can only use one of those if you're using a packing station instead. You're going to come out here to your handler, and we're going to assign the packing station. And then we're going to go and edit the routes from where the weed will go after it dries. We're going to move that to the mixing station, and then we need to change the mixing station destination over to the packing station, and the packing station destination over to where the finished product will go on this large rack. Now we're going to do another route. This route's for stocking the packing station with jars. You're going to put all your jars on that shelf right there. Now what you can do, because you don't have any other routes, those are the only 2 routes for her, is you can, from here to here, and from here to here, and from here to here. And she will stock all 4 of these shelves with jars. Like, she'll do this one, and once it fills up, she'll go to this one, and once it fills up, she'll go to this one, and once it fills up, she'll go to this one. So you won't have to worry about running out of space for your jars. And that's all the changes you need to make to use a packaging station instead of a brick press in this automatic bungalow farm. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you get stuck anywhere, leave a comment and I'll be sure to help you out as much as I can. Also, I'll be making another video soon on how to automate a meth farm in the barn, so don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss it. What's up guys, Big Willy here, and I've just made the best possible automatic farm that consistently pumps out heavenly coke and makes fat stacks fast. I'm going to show you step by step exactly what you have to do to build this farm, as well as breaking down all of the math so you can start making upwards of $150,000 per day. It is the best coke farm on YouTube so far. I haven't found one that makes nearly this much money, so I wanted to make sure I shared it with you all. I've been doing a lot of videos like this lately, so if it's something you're enjoying, please click that subscribe button. I'm only a few subs off of getting monetized, so it would mean the world to me. Now let's get into the build. Alright guys, here is a complete list of everything you're going to need to build this farm. It comes out to just around 40 grand. And listen fellas, I know that sounds like a lot, but when you start raking in 150k a day, this is going to look like absolute peanuts in comparison. You're also going to need 4 chemists, 4 botanists, and 2 handlers. And you probably noticed that we're going to be using 8 mixing stations for this build. And that's because we're finally going to be doing an 8-step mixing process just to ensure we really maximize our profits. Now, I've talked in the previous videos about how I don't think mixing is really worth it until you get to coke, and we're finally here, so without further ado, here is the best possible 8-step coke mix. We're going to start with throwing our heavenly grade coke into some motor oil before we move on to cuke, and then we put in paracetamol and gasoline. Next, we add in even more cuke, then batteries, then our locally sourced and organically grown horse semen, and finally, we cap it off with a mega bean. This will give you the mythical strain, Alien Balls. This glorious mix sells for $1,200, which is actually so expensive that it caps out the product app at $999. But you can just increase it to $1,200 per baggie when you end up doing your counter offers. Now, I wanted to take a second and dive into the math and ratios a bit here to explain some of my decision making on why I did things the way I did them. If you don't really care about any of the nerdy shit, feel free to skip ahead to the build tutorial in the next section. With any build I make, I really try to minimize bottlenecks in the production to make the build as efficient as possible. And this is what I found to be the best possible setup for coke when doing an 8-step mix. You're going to need 24 fertilized, that's very important, plants that feed into 8 drying racks, that feed into 4 cauldrons, and then finally into 4 lab ovens. I want to point out that we are using a 3-to-1 ratio of plants to drying racks, but that's not actually the most optimal setup. I tested for about 8 real-life hours the other day, and the optimal ratio is actually 5-to-3. But it's damn near impossible to fully utilize that ratio with the in-game cap on workers, while also doing a mix, so we're going to stick with 3-to-1, which will create a small bottleneck with regards to the drying racks, but it's very minor and you honestly won't even notice it. Alrighty, now that we got all the nerdy math bits out the way, let's get into the build. We're going to start this build off by placing down all of our storage racks. You're going to end up needing 55 large ones and just 1 medium one. So we put 5 here. This is where the finished product is going to go, and these over here are going to store excess gasoline for our cauldrons. And then we put some in the back for our botanist supply shelves, which will come in handy later. Now we're going to put our shelves upstairs. This is strictly for excess and overflow storage. Whatever extra stuff you have laying around and need to put away, that's what this is for. And these shelves are going to store our ingredients for mixing. Again, it is an 8-step process, so we do need a lot of shelves. It just really helps cut down on the number of deliveries you need to do each day, and it makes restocking a lot easier. And once you get all of those down, you are done, and we can move on to placing the equipment for the botanists. For this part, you're going to need 24 each of air pots, full spectrum lights, and suspension racks, and also 8 drying racks. We're going to go all the way to the back of the warehouse and just line this back wall. Put them on the edges like so, and then fill in the middle. Now put down your air pots. And lastly, you're going to put down your full spectrum lights, just all along the racks like so. And finally, you're going to put your drying racks along this wall right here, just slam them all down and you're good to go. Now let's get on to the machinery. As far as equipment goes, you're going to need 11 beds, 4 cauldrons, 4 lab ovens, 8 mixing stations, and 2 brick presses. Just go on and throw all the beds upstairs. I really wish we had a better system to manage our workers. Now I checked the roadmap and I didn't see anything coming in future updates, but maybe Tyler will throw us a bone and give us a better management system in the future. Now go down to this wall and place all of your cauldrons, and put your lab ovens here in the front, then your 2 brick presses, and finally we place all of our mixing stations smack dab in the middle, just like that. Before we start messing with our workers, I like to make sure that all of our equipment is set up correctly so we don't run into any hiccups down the line. So the first thing we're going to do is take those brick presses we just put down and assign their destination to the large storage rack beside of them. Then we're going to select all of the lab ovens and set their destination to the storage rack on the right of the mixing stations. Then go and assign each cauldron to one of the lab ovens, just one at a time like so. Now we do the mixing stations, so select them all and make sure the threshold is set to 10. And then for the mixing stations destinations, you're just going to go in a line like this and assign each destination to the mixing station beside of it. This will make sure we have an assembly line going on. Now on to the drying racks. Click them all and make sure it's set to heavenly quality. That's the gold star. We only make primo shit in this factory. And then we're going to assign 2 drying racks to each cauldron. It doesn't particularly matter what order, but I like to go in reverse order like this, assigning the front to the back and the back to the front. It just makes the farm a tiny bit more efficient because it cuts down on the botanist's walking route. Now, we're going to get into the difficult part of the equipment assignment, so pay close attention because I know this is going to mess some people up. First, you're going to select every single air pot and go ahead and assign them the coca seeds and the fertilizer. And then next, we need to assign 3 of these pots to each drying rack. Again, for this, I like to go in reverse order. I assign the close pots to the furthest rack and the furthest pots to the closest rack, just like we did before. Again, this cuts down on how far the botanist has to walk, so it increases the efficiency of the farm. But if you find it difficult to follow, you can really just do whatever. Just make sure you get 3 pots assigned to each drying rack. No more, no less. And once you get that finished, you are done with the equipment assignments. And now we can get into the hardest part, and the section that always gives people trouble. We're finally going to set up our workers. Now, the very first thing you're going to do is assign each of them a bed. It doesn't really matter which bed you assign to who, as long as everyone gets a bed, and you put some money in it to pay them. Now, I'm quickly speeding through this section because honestly, you can't really mess it up, and I don't want to waste your time, so just give each of your poor workers a place to sleep, and you'll be set. Now pay close attention here. We're going to start with 3 of our botanists. You're going to go back here and assign their supply shelf, and then you're going to assign 8 air pots to each of those 3 botanists. This will cover all 24 of our coca plants, and make sure that each of them is actually getting grown. Then you're going to take your last botanist and assign him to each of the 8 drying racks. Now that we're done with the botanists, we can get started on the chemists, which are actually pretty easy. So grab one of them and assign him to all 4 of the cauldrons. Then grab the next guy and assign him to all 4 of the lab ovens. Now, with the last 2 chemists, we're going to be assigning them alternating mixing stations. So you're going to assign one, then skip one, then assign one, then skip one. And this helps keep the mixing stations flowing smoothly, and it prevents any snags in the assembly line. Now we do our handlers, and the first route we're giving them is to move the unmixed coke onto the very first mixing station so we can actually get the assembly line rolling. And then you're going to select the large storage racks behind each of the mixing stations on the right hand side, and then tell the handler to move the ingredients onto the mixing stations in front of them. Now for the other handler, you're going to do the exact same thing, but on the left side, just moving the ingredients from the large storage racks to the stations in front of them. And for our very last route, we're going to move the finished coke, after it's been mixed, into the brick press, so they can turn it into bricks for our lovely little dealers. Now, as far as supplies go, this farm actually needs quite a bit. You're going to need coca seeds, fertilizer, and extra long life soil for each of your botanists, and you're just going to go ahead and put those on the shelves back there that we assigned to them earlier. Now, you don't actually have to refill this that much, just every couple of days or so. It doesn't actually run out that fast. The growing supplies will last our botanists quite a while. Next, we need to make sure we stock the gasoline for our cauldron, so just go ahead and put that in there, and then throw any of the excess on these shelves conveniently located next to them. And now, finally, we place our ingredients for our mix. Again, it's motor oil, into cuke, into paracetamol, into gasoline, then cuke again, batteries, horse semen, and finally a singular mecha bean. This combination will yield us a product worth nearly $1,200. And once you get it all stocked, and you pay your workers, your farm should start to look a little bit like this. Your botanist will start potting soil and planting the seeds, and once they grow, they'll harvest them and take them to the drying rack. And then your other botanist will dry them out, throw them in the cauldron for your chemist, who will cook it up and put it in the lab oven. And then move it into the mixing station assembly line, where it will be turned into our glorious alien balls. Thank you all for watching. If you get stuck or you need any help, or hey, if you want to make a suggestion for a future video, please drop a comment down below. I read each and every one of them, and I really do enjoy hearing from you guys. Thanks again, and I'll see you in the next video. What's up guys, Big Willy here, and I wanted to give you all 30 amazing tips and tricks that I've learned throughout my 200 hours of playing Schedule 1. Now, a lot of these are pretty unknown, so make sure you stick around to the end, and if there's something you think I missed, be sure to leave it in the comments to let other players know. I'm just starting out on YouTube, so if you want to do me a favor and help me grow, make sure to click that subscribe button. Now let's get into it. If you've played more than 2 hours into this game, you probably know that the starting trailer eventually blows up. But in order to maximize your starting income, you can actually take all of the equipment with you before it explodes into a fiery mess. Just make sure you grab it before you collect all of the cash from the dead drops, because that's the objective that triggers the trailer exploding. The police in this game are actual toddlers. They lack any sense of object permanence. For example, if you're being chased, all you have to do is jump in a dumpster and they forget you even existed. And for some reason, if you aren't looking at them, you can actually get a lot closer to them without being spotted. But if you don't like the idea of running backwards, you can just do what I did and park a car in front of their patrol route. Now, I don't know why the cops don't just look around the van. They really are just dumb. But instead of having to avoid police, what if you just never had to deal with them in the first place? If you put a Veeper in front of the police station door early in the morning, the cops get boxed in and can't even leave the station. Wait, is that Benji? One of the most frustrating things in Schedule 1, in my opinion, is grinding XP to get that ingredient you need to make a new mix. But there's actually a relatively easy way to get XP pretty fast. You probably know by now that you get 20 XP for completing a deal, and an additional 10 XP for every deal one of your dealers completes. But you can actually get XP from aggroing cops, and then successfully losing them. This is super easy to abuse by just waving a switch in their face, and then using the tip from before and jumping into your nearest dumpster like Oscar the Grouch. You can keep doing this over and over and over and over to rack up insane amounts of XP. This one is pretty important. Schedule 1 has a magic number that only the hardcore players know. Once you know it, you can instantly skyrocket how much money you're earning. That number is 1.6. This is how much you need to be upcharging your drugs in the products app before you sell them. For example, take this nugget of dick cheese. The suggested price is $64, but if we multiply it by 1.6, we can actually set our sale price to $102. This is so much higher than we would have normally been able to get with just counter offers. But wait, there's more. Certain customers will continue to send you offers for even more than the price you listed in the app. This means you actually end up selling for nearly double the suggested price. But let's say you don't like dealing with all of those dirty people, and you prefer to let your dealers handle the clientele. I have a tip for that too. Each dealer actually has an optimized list of customers. This minimizes the amount of time they spend walking back and forth between each customer, while also saving the people that love to overspend for yourself. Speaking of selling products, did you know that when you go to counteroffer, price isn't the only thing you can negotiate? You can actually change which product you're selling them. Instead of selling Sweet Miss Ming some of my high quality bud, I'm gonna get her hooked on hard drugs. Oh, you only have basic weed and you can't counteroffer different products? Well, let me introduce you to mixing, a guaranteed way to sell your drugs for more. Well, not really. Mixing is actually pretty awful. Each customer has a set amount of money to spend each day, and whether you sell them 10 weed at $40 each, or 5 weed at $80 each, they still only have $400 to spend. However, if you want to try your hand at mixing, there is a super useful website that can show you the best mixes for each stage of the game, and it even has a section where you can experiment. But let me tell you that even though mixing sucks, it's still important to mix at least one ingredient, and that's because of addiction. Addiction is the most important aspect of your drugs. It affects how much people are willing to pay, how much they're willing to buy, and how tolerant they are of your bullshit counteroffers. Simply mixing in one Viagra can take your granddaddy perp from 0% addictive to 85% addictive, and that's an insane difference. Now, let's talk about a different aspect of your products: quality. Quality seriously doesn't matter until you unlock the later, more upscale areas. People in uptown and suburbia will not buy your bunk-ass weed. They will only pay for the premium goods. But until you get there, quality doesn't matter at all, which is why speed grow is absolutely broken in the early game. Speed grow makes your plants grow crazy fast in exchange for lowering the quality a bit. However, the starting areas only need low quality weed, so you can spam speed grow on repeat and have a ton of product early on. But now, you gotta sell all that product you just made, and what's the best way to do that, you ask? Late night deals. You should always schedule your deals for late night. The in-game clock pauses at 4 AM, which gives you an infinite amount of time to complete your deals, and you get a sweet curfew delivery bonus. Now, we all hate checkpoints. They're incredibly annoying. Next time, instead of running away, let the police look at your magnificent body. You can use your prison pocket and shove the drugs up your butt by clicking on them when the icon is over their slot. Like I said, the cops are really, really dumb. It's embarrassing for me to admit this one, but it took me a large number of hours before I realized this trick. You can actually unpackage your drugs. All you have to do is go to the packaging station and click the little arrow. It'll completely undo any packaging on the drugs and allow you to repackage them into smaller quantities if you need to do that. But who needs to sell drugs for money when there's a much easier way? Every single ATM and vending machine is filled with free money. Just grab the bat from the basketball court and beat the crap out of them like, well, you know, like they owe you money. Unfortunately, cars in this game are absolutely useless. Not only are they expensive, but they're just too slow. Instead, go buy the golden skateboard from our main man Jeff in the downtown area. It's just as fast as a car and it's so much cheaper. But there's something that's even faster than the skateboard. Did you know that drugs aren't just for your customers? If you mix Granddaddy Perp with energy drink and paracetamol, you get a mix that is sneaky, athletic, and anti-gravity. This combination gives you the maximum amount of speed and maneuverability. All you have to do is roll it up and smoke it. Whoever said you shouldn't get high on your own supply definitely didn't know what they were talking about. You can actually use this crazy combination on your skateboard to do a crazy map skip. For instance, you can go straight from the docks to the warehouse by jumping straight over the lake. There's a lot more funny skips like this, so if you all want a video of me breaking all of them down, leave a comment below. Here's a sneaky little one. If you're sick and tired of waiting till 6 PM to access everyone in the warehouse,
Let me in! Let me in!
all you have to do is beat the shit out of them with a bat and drag their corpse to wherever you want them to stay. Once you go to sleep, they'll stay there permanently. But what if you don't have the warehouse unlocked yet? Well, I have a trick for that too. Go grab your main man Benji and punch the living daylights out of him. Once he's aggroed, lead him over to the warehouse door and he'll unlock it for you. No need to wait until you're a high enough level. If you're a hardcore gambling addict, you can also do something similar with the casino to unlock it before 4 PM. Put your back to the door, hop on your skateboard, and spam E as fast as you can. If you time it right, you'll be able to sneak into the casino and gamble before it even opens. And if you're not addicted to gambling, well, you should be. Gambling is good, and I encourage everyone of all ages to get addicted to gambling. Slots are actually a free money printer in this game. It just takes a bit of patience to hit the jackpot.
Let's go gambling!
If you didn't know, this game was made by a single person, which means there's actually quite a few bugs in the code. For instance, there is a massive jump glitch that honestly is a ton of fun. All you have to do is jump on the bus stop's bench and spam your jump key. Once you move to the side, you go flying. You can also do this on doors, and if you smoke something with anti-gravity, well, this happens.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Some of the most important people in this game are going to be your suppliers, and how much they like you matters a lot. Once you get enough reputation with them, you can stop doing dead drops and request to meet up, and if they really like you, they'll even hand deliver products straight to your properties. Although, they don't take cash for deliveries. You gotta use a credit card. And the easiest way to get friendly with them is to spam dead drops non-stop. You don't need more OG Kush seeds? Too bad. Albert wants your money now. Keep ordering them and eventually he'll give you the options to meet up or hand deliver the products. The easiest way to achieve this is actually just dropping a ton of cash in the drop boxes. It'll hold over and instantly pay the suppliers. If selling drugs isn't enough crime to keep you satisfied, you can also commit petty theft and steal from people. Once you sell someone drugs, just crouch behind them and steal it back. Get scammed, Peter. However, I do gotta warn you, if you get caught, this will ruin your reputation with them, so be careful. This one may seem like a no-brainer, but I honestly didn't even realize it was there until I was a dozen hours into the game. You can discard items that you no longer need by putting them in the red box in the bottom right-hand corner, and if this isn't fast enough for you, there's even a console command to do your whole inventory. I had to add this tip because I see so many people not utilizing the loading bays when they play, and they're an absolute lifesaver. If you bring a Veeper to a loading bay, when you buy items, they get directly loaded into your van. You can do this at both gas stations and at Oscar's store in the warehouse. Another fun tip about the loading bays is that you can set a handler to automatically unload your deliveries, but for some reason, this only works at the bungalow. Speaking of handlers, they are so annoying. They constantly get stuck, swallow all of my product, and never actually do anything. If your worker ever gets stuck, simply knock them out and reload your save. Once you load back in, they should respawn with a decent work ethic. And last but not least, you can actually build inside of the properties you buy. I use this all the time for storage racks, but you can even grow weed in them if you're low on space. And the employees couldn't care less. Hey Kyle.
What's up, baby? Take me out to dinner.
But that's all I got. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. If you made it this far, you're an absolute G. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. What's up guys, it's Big Willy, and I just spent the last few days data mining all of Schedule 1's code. I ended up finding a bunch of exploits along the way that I legitimately haven't heard anyone talk about before, so I needed to make sure I shared them with you all. Like being able to double your money every single week, or getting 3,000 XP in one day without selling any drugs. What are the actual odds for the casino? And maybe, just maybe, I found some secret things Tyler has been working on that aren't even on the roadmap. You're going to want to stick around until the end for this one because there are some things I found that I don't think anybody else knows about. Now let's get into it. A wise man once said, buy gold and sit on it. That is the key to success. Except, not like this. Did you know that one of the best investments you can do in the mid to late game is buying gold with your surplus money? Well, I sure as hell didn't. I thought it was literally just a decoration, until I stumbled upon the code that determines how much money the pawnshop offers you for a product. Now, originally I thought he offered a random amount every day, but it turns out it's actually pre-calculated. Without getting too far into the weeds, basically what the code does is take the first letter of the item you're selling, plus the current day of the week, and adds it to a graph between 44 and 180% of the actual value. This means that each item's first letter and the current day correlates to how much money you'll get offered by the pawn shop. So if you try to sell a gold bar at the pawn shop, depending on the day, you'll get either 4,500 or 18,000. And since gold is one of the most expensive non-product items in the game, this makes it super easy to stock up on it and sell it when the timing is right. And what time is best, you ask? Thursday. Thursday is the best time to sell the gold that you stocked up on during the week. So what I do is every single day, once my businesses have finished laundering my money, I immediately run to Herbert's shop and I buy all the gold bars I can. I do this every day until Thursday, and then I dump it like it's the stock market during COVID. I end up making around $500,000 every single week just doing this. Now keep in mind, this does get paid out in cash, so you can't just go spend it at a store. But here's the beautiful thing about it. You can just launder that very cash you just got, and redo the entire process each and every week. Just keep enough cash in your bank to keep your operations flowing. With this method, you are quite literally making passive income, with compounding interest. It's like Wall Street, except we're making the drugs instead of taking them. Now this one is actually the reason why I started data mining this game in the first place. You see, I kept getting my counteroffers rejected and I couldn't figure out why, but after doing some digging, I finally figured out how it actually works. Every customer has a certain enjoyment of different products in the game. For example, Genghis hates ice, but he loves that Colombian snow. And Jesse is a massive tweaker, but isn't a big fan of the ganja. And if a customer really enjoys your product, you can offer a ridiculous amount of money, and they're very likely to accept.
Tell them to bring me my money.
However, if they do not like the product you have for sale, you can actually counteroffer them a different product that they enjoy more in order to still get a lot of money out of them. You can go to the website schedule1wiki.org, and under the Customers tab you can see every single customer's preferred product and their budget. It's a super useful resource that I use all the time, and I'll leave a link to it down in the description below. Schedule 1 is discriminating against certain NPCs. Well, not really, but some NPCs do have a shorter cooldown for when they're able to buy drugs again, and it's entirely based on their name. Yeah, for some reason the cooldown period is based on their name's first letter, which means that NPCs whose names start with F, P, and Z will have a way shorter period before they can buy again compared to other names. Shout out my boy Peterfile. I swear he is the most consistent customer I got. Now this one is probably the most useful tip out of all of these. I managed to find a way to get 3000 XP in a single day. When I was scouring the code, I stumbled upon the add XP function, and so I decided to take a look at what possible sources there are for getting XP. Now, you all probably know that you get 20 XP for each sale you do, and 10 XP if a dealer does it instead. But did you know that you can get XP from escaping the cops? It turns out that when escaping from the cops while in Wanted Dead or Alive, it gives you 60 XP. Now, you shouldn't try this in real life, but I found out that aiming a gun at a police officer will immediately escalate your current crime level to Wanted Dead or Alive. And each time you escape the cops, you'll get 60 XP for it. Which means that if you trap the police officers at the police station with a Viper, run out and wave a gun in their face, and then hide for 30 seconds, you'll get 60 XP. And if you do this for the entire day, you end up with 3000 XP, which is literally more experience than you would get selling drugs. This is easily the best way to level up in the mid to late game. And while you wait for the wanted level to clear, maybe you should go hit the casino down the street because, contrary to real life, gambling is actually extremely profitable in Schedule 1. The slot machine is an absolute money printer. The reason the slots are so profitable is because the odds are unweighted. This means that you have a completely neutral 1 in 6 chance to get any symbol. You're just as likely to get a lemon as you are the 7. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all the math and probability calculations, so you're just going to have to trust me here, but the slots have an EV of 135%. And for those of you who aren't fucking nerds, this means that if you put in $1,000, you are expected to make $1,350 on average. It's a slot machine with no house edge whatsoever. But if card games are more your style, I also learned something new about Blackjack and Ride the Bus. The entire time you're playing these games, the game is running through an imaginary deck of cards in the background and keeping track of which cards have been played. As someone who works in technology, Tyler did not have to do this. It would have been 10 times easier not to track the discarded cards and just randomly generate the next one, and I bet no one would have ever noticed. But he really went out of his way to add that extra polish. You can really tell how much he seriously cares about this game, and it gives me a lot of hope for the future. And honestly, the fact that the card games are fair surprised me a lot, because I cannot count the amount of times that I have been playing blackjack and the dealer magically happens to draw the exact card they need to win. I was like, this shit has got to be rigged, right? But in reality, it's a skill issue, and I'm just garbage. It's not rigged at all.
Skill issue.
As I was data mining this game, I also found multiple unfinished features that I'm guessing Tyler is going to add in the future, or maybe he just decided to discontinue them. But I figured you all would want to know about these. The game has code for a utilities app which shows the water and power usage of your properties. It also has unused fields for dumpster counts and emptying costs, which would mean that every time you or your employees run the tap water, it would cost you 10 cents per liter, and the price per kilowatt is set at 25 cents. Also, there's a model for a small power tower that you'd hook up to your machines. These power towers are a bit special because they would be constructible outside of the property instead of inside. So maybe you were supposed to hook it up to the utility poles first and then to your equipment? I honestly don't know. I haven't seen anybody else even mention this before. I was also able to find an alternative dealer management screen that seemingly has controls for rest, contracts, assigned vehicles, and products. This could have been an old alternative version of what we have now, but all code referencing this menu has been cut, so I think it's just an old version. But it's still really interesting to see how dealers were supposed to have cars they could sell out of.
I'm in my mum's car. Broom, broom.
In the code, there is a model for a character titled Loan Shark. He wears jeans and a flannel t-shirt and he drives around in a shitbox with bullet holes. I think maybe this is a mechanic coming out regarding your suppliers. Maybe they put out a hit on you if you don't ever pay them back. You know our girl Miss Shirley Watts does not play around. But it could be something else entirely. So bear with me and put on your tinfoil hats for a minute here. Do you remember the two shady people Uncle Nelson sends you to meet in the prologue? Well, they kind of look like the Loan Shark model in the code. Sure, their shitbox doesn't have bullet holes, but one of them is wearing the flannel from the model underneath his vest. And if you look carefully, hidden in the trees right next to the barn, there are two dirt piles. In the game's code, these dirt piles are named Loan Shark Graves. Coincidence? I think not. I'm starting to think they're the ones that tipped off the feds, and old Uncle Nelson had some shooters take care of them. And I figured I would throw in some more random facts I found that weren't really interesting enough to warrant their own section. The slot machine has a check for if the game is running from the Unity editor, which means that if you can somehow trick the game into thinking it's running from inside the editor, you can get jackpots on every single spin. You can actually force all dead drops to go to just one box, since the game rules out dead drop boxes that have any items in them. If you put an item in all of the boxes except for one, they should only go to that last empty box. And the game has a is white function, which checks if the sum of your skin color's RGB is larger than 1.5. And that's all the secret stuff I was able to find, but if y'all are curious about anything else, leave a comment down below and I'll do my best to investigate it. This video took around 50 hours to make. Between all of the editing and the massive amount of research I had to do, it was definitely a task. But I feel like it was worth it. So if you'd like to see more content like this, go ahead and click that subscribe button. It genuinely helps a lot more than you realize. Peace. Schedule 1 is a game that is surrounded by myths and misinformation. People talk like they know how it works, but they're often dead wrong. So I spent the last 2 weeks reverse engineering the actual code for this game, just so I can answer all of your questions in this video. I ended up learning a bunch of cool new things, and I promise that you will learn something new by the end of this video as well. We'll investigate things like dealers having secret inventory slots, a new method to count cards in the casino, a secret way to speed up your soil, and whether or not being black affects how the cops treat you. My name's Big Willy, and I'm here to answer all of your questions using facts instead of just making shit up. Let's get into it. Vedrummer asks, did you find anything regarding dealers having secret inventory slots to break down product? This one surprised me because the dealers do actually have 10 overflow slots that they use to break down the products you give them. We just can't see these slots. They're completely on the back end. This means you don't actually need to leave an empty slot for them because every dealer has secret hidden pockets. Now this one was funny. Edmunder said, wait, I need to know one thing in the code. Can you check? I can't sleep at night if you don't. Does shaking the soil bag make it faster? I mean, come on now, right? If it does anything, it's just a placebo effect. There's no way shaking actually does anything. What is that? What is that? Yeah, so it turns out you can actually get a 35% boost if you shake the soil bag. Now we gotta test it. Huh. The more you know. Our next question comes from some random monster who asked, how did you sell someone an unpackaged product? Well, Mr. Cocaine Elmo, there are two types of deals in Schedule 1, direct and contract. Direct deals are things like giving out samples and those deals you make on the street, but contract deals are the ones you schedule from the phone. For direct deals, the game checks to see if the product is packaged before allowing you to do the handoff. However, for contract deals, for some reason, the game just does not run this check. However, both deal types use the same code for the handoff screen, so despite the game saying it only has a 1% chance to succeed, you can always sell them the unpackaged product as long as you made the deal on your phone. So the next question is with regards to the is white function I mentioned in the data mining video. Mortimer Folkert said, if you wear darker clothes and skin, they'll notice you way slower. At least when dealing during curfew next to the barbershop is when I noticed this. And it's Simply not true. The only time this is white function gets used is for the Tropic Thunder effect that switches your race. If you're white, Tropic Thunder makes you black, and if you're black, Tropic Thunder makes you white. But being darker does not help you run faster or avoid the cops. I probably could have explained that a bit more in my previous video. My bad. Frank Hubert Maui eloquently asked, can't you also only use in full spectrum light for 2 plant? Now I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's asking if 2 plants can share the same light source. So I ran a little experiment. Now I couldn't figure out why exactly it happens, but when I went to test this, I found that the plants that were sharing a light only grew 33% as fast compared to the plants that each got their own light. That's a massive, massive decrease. And again, I couldn't find anything in the code to explain this, but we did run an experiment. So, like Jesse Pinkman says,
Yes, science! Okay.
The Defender X1 asked, why do most people still not realize that new mix names are literally RNG? And this is a funny misconception because the mix names aren't random. What the code does is it takes every single effect, assigns it a number, and adds it all together. This number is then used to pick a random name out of a list of preset drug names. Because the drug's name is based only on effects, if you mix OG Kush and gasoline in one save, it will have the exact same name in a different save. So why does it feel so random despite the names being predetermined? Well, the answer is Aspen Death. Everyone has a mix named Aspen Death, but they shouldn't. The first names list has 37 entries, and the second names list has 39 entries. That's a 1 in 1,443 chance to get a specific name. So how the hell does everyone have a mix named Aspen Death? Well, in order to determine what number each effect is assigned, the game pulls from the hash code. But the problem is that hash code can be negative, which usually isn't a problem. But there's a function in the code that turns all negative numbers to 0, which means the game just picks the first 2 names in the lists, which are Aspen and Death. And since you can't have 2 products that are named the same thing, the code then just says fuck it and decides to pick 2 other random names instead of the generated name. Hence, why it feels so random. Oni1 asked, are the speed increases from the lights and airpot actually accurate? It feels off. And it feels off because it is off. The game is a dirty, filthy liar. I ran an experiment where I tested marijuana and cocaine with every combination of pot and light, and while the full spectrum light says it gives a 30% increase, in reality it only increased the growth speed by 22%. And the airpot, which says it has a 15% speed increase, turned out to only boost production by 12%. And if you combine them, it should be a 45% increase, but it was only 29%. Make it make sense. And I don't even know why this happens, because the code does actually increase the growth speed by the correct amount. But in practice, the pots and the lights just don't do what they say they do. Our next one is a doozy. Game Master 60101 said, is it even legal to reverse engineer a game to exploit it? Yeah, dog, it's not illegal at all. Tyler specifically released an alternate build because he wanted to support the modding scene. And you can't really mod a game without reverse engineering it first, so I'm gonna take that as implicit approval. As long as I don't leak a massive spoiler, I doubt he'll give a shit. Of course, if he does take issue to it, we'll take the videos down, but again, I don't think he cares. Aussies tend to be pretty chill.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
And Doxico asked, have you done any digging regarding customers' budgets? And this question got asked a lot, so I did look into it. The customers' base budgets scale by the area they're from, so people from Uptown will have $2,000, people from Suburbia have $1,200, those from the docks have $1,000, and the peasants in Westville, except for King George, only have $500. But the starting area Northtown is all over the place. Chloe, for example, is a broke bitch, but Jesse is absolutely loaded. Now this budget is supposed to be per week, but there are a couple of factors that completely change this base budget and how often they order from you. Like how much they like your product, how addicted they are, their relationship with you, and most importantly, your level. Every rank you go up, the customer's budget increases, all the way up to Kingpin, which multiplies their budget by 3.5, allowing you to rake in massive amounts of dough in the late game. Quinn Cobra hit me with the 5 Canadian loonies and asked, I always wondered about weird things, like how and why NPCs choose drug buying locations. In Twin Cobra, I got an answer for you. So for determining deal locations, NPCs tend to choose a random point in their area from a list of delivery locations. And I have the entire list right here for you. Ryan Laviolette was curious whether the card games in the casino used one deck or multiple decks. Both Blackjack and Ride the Bus use one deck that gets created at the start of the game. Every time you have to draw, it pulls a random card from the deck. But once the game is over, the deck reshuffles. This means that you can gain a slight edge on stage 4 of Ride the Bus, since you know which suits have already been played, and that with enough players you can count cards in Blackjack. All you need is 3 other people to play with you, and you'll go through 25% of the deck with each hand, giving you a slight advantage if you're able to do it correctly. And it's fairly trivial to count cards when there's no timer. Varus65 asked, wait, so does that mean that if you don't pull all the money you can keep using the RV forever? Varus, you are exactly right. If you never take the cash out of the drop boxes in the beginning, the RV will never explode. You can find videos of people completing the entire game from just the RV. I think it's a really cool challenge and I'm debating doing it myself, but it's a bit different than my usual content, so if you'd like to see me do a challenge video, leave a comment down below. Another YouTuber, Smill, actually has an extremely funny video doing this, and I recommend checking him out. He's a really cool bloke. Zach Thomas 99 asked a pretty loaded question. How do dealers decide what drug to sell, who to sell to, and how much to charge? And is there even an optimized customer assignment list that works for everyone, or is it variable between players? So behind the scenes, the dealers actually get offers in the exact same way that the players do. Instead of sending you a message, the customers send the request to their dealer. The dealer automatically schedules a time and then goes to deliver the product. As for determining what product to sell, the customer is actually the one that decides this. I mentioned in the data mining video that each NPC has a drug preference, so they typically pick whichever drug they like more if you're selling multiple products. As for the optimized customer assignment, yes, there actually is an optimized list, and I mentioned this in my tips and tricks video, which I'll put a link to up here. Coondog the Man wanted to know more about the background music playing from some of the buildings. A lot of the background music you hear in the game is actually made by the GOAT, Kevin MacLeod. He's been in the YouTube space for a long time and is known for making super high quality, copyright free songs that you have definitely heard before, like Sneaky Snitch. Or Local Forecast. Or the classic, Fluffin' a Duck. But a few of the other songs you hear are just basic royalty-free songs from a website called Pixabay. I'll leave a link to them all in the description if you want to check them out, because these songs aren't on Schedule 1's Spotify page. Our next question is from the user Greedsgood, amazing username by the way, who asked, how about buying cauldrons to resell? You use cash and it's $3,000 a piece. This is actually a great idea that I honestly hadn't thought of when I made the data mining video. If we were able to use cauldrons instead of gold bars, we could skip the process of money laundering entirely. However, when I went to test it, there was a slight issue. Each item has a resale multiplier, which is by default set to 0.5, meaning the resale price will always be half of what you pay for it in the store. Gold has this resale multiplier set to 0.9, and the paintings have them set to 1.0, but cauldrons and most cash items have it set to 0.5. Now obviously you can still sell them at their preferred day for a profit, since it does go all the way up to 180%, but you won't make as much profit as you would with gold. And when I looked through the code, I wasn't able to find a cash item that had a resale multiplier higher than 0.5, so good thinking, but unfortunately, the game doesn't allow you to do it. Eden Show asked, why max quality? Does quality increase the price for Coke? No, quality doesn't affect the price at all, but heavenly quality does make it easier to get new customers when you're giving out samples. And in the future, all of the new areas will likely require heavenly quality. But at the moment, there's really no reason to go higher than premium. The only reason I go to Heavenly in all of my build tutorials is because I'm an overachiever and getting gold stars reminds me of grade school. I chose Alexander's comment because he asked it the nicest way. He said, I've seen other people testing air pots versus moisture with coca, and they concluded that moisture is better. Any reason you use air pots? I'm just confused about the different comments. And it's not just you, buddy, because I see this one everywhere. I swear to God, I'm losing my mind. I'm going insane. I can't keep up with it all. There's too many. Every hour a new one. Every day 10 more. In a week, 100. There's too many to count. I can't keep up. I can't keep up with the misinformation.
They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats.
They're not. They're just not better. I don't know where people are hearing this from or who keeps spreading this around, but it's driving me bananas. And normally, this stuff doesn't bother me. I'm a pretty chill guy. I'm pretty level-headed. But I seriously cannot stand idly by and let people spread this information. So I ran a week-long experiment to fully disprove this. What I found was that if you're growing marijuana, moisture pots are 4% better. So statistically insignificant, but they are technically better for weed. This is because the marijuana plants grow too fast for the botanists to keep up. So adding an extra watering step makes them fall even further behind their expected curve. But for cocaine, air pots win. They're just better. By quite a lot, actually. They increase your output by 11.5%. The moisture penalty from the air pots doesn't actually matter because coke takes 20 hours to grow, so they have plenty of time to water it as much as they need to. Air pots are better for coke, and moisture pots are technically better for weed. But if you really want to maximize efficiency, you should only be assigning 6 pots to each worker. This made a bigger difference than what pot I used. So if you have 8 drying racks and 24 plants, instead of assigning 3 botanists to the plants and 1 to the drying racks, you should assign each to 6 plants and 2 drying racks. This drastically speeds up the efficiency of the farm, and is the best way to properly assign your workers. With all the recent changes and discoveries, I think I'm going to have to redo some of my tutorials. If there's any questions you have that I didn't answer in this video, leave them in a comment below and I'll do a part 2. Thank you guys so much for watching. Your support means the world to me. I have a video coming out next weekend that reveals every Easter egg and reference in Schedule 1, so make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it. And that's all I got, but don't forget to stay silly. Schedule 1 is filled with Easter eggs and references, but for some reason, there's nothing on YouTube about it. So today, I'm taking matters into my own hands and uncovering everything the game has to offer. I've been working on this video for over a month now, digging through every corner, tattoo, and character just to make sure I didn't miss a single thing. So buckle up, we're about to dive into a rabbit hole that's deeper than you can imagine, and we're gonna start with the obvious ones. It's really no surprise that this game pulls heavy inspiration from Breaking Bad. I mean, you literally start off in the same crusty-ass RV as Walt and Jesse. Hell, the final quest isn't subtle, it straight up tells us, we need to cook. So obviously, Tyler couldn't resist tossing in a few Breaking Bad Easter eggs. Because what's a crime game without a little nostalgia? First off, the car wash. It's rocking the exact same baby blue and white color scheme as the A1A car wash in the show. Then there's the Hound Dog at Highland Auto. It's basically a Chrysler 300 with an Audi facelift, just like the one Walter White drove once he went full Kingpin. But it doesn't stop there. In Westville, there's the Koyama Chemical Company, a sneaky nod to Emilio Koyama, Jesse Pinkman's sketchy first business partner. And here's the wild part. Emilio's last name shows up for like a second and a half in the whole show. I actually went back and read the transcripts just to double check, and somehow Tyler clocked it and threw it in the game. And of course, there's HAM, the law firm you'll see all over town. Bus stops, billboards, probably tattooed on someone's lower back. It's a little wink at Hamlin, and McGill, the clean-cut lawyers from Better Call Saul. But there's another business that's clearly a reference. Ray's Realty, with the super welcoming slogan, eat shit and die. Just the kind of vibe you want when buying a home, right? Turns out it's actually a roast of the very real Australian real estate company, and honestly, if you look at their reviews, that slogan might be less of a joke and more of a company policy. But while Ray's Realty gets burned, the game also gives a big shout out to some real life legends who helped shine some light on the game when it first came out. Because there's a pretty solid chance that this game wouldn't be as popular as it is without Queso and Charlie. After their stream, Schedule 1 absolutely blew up, reaching a peak rank of number 5 on the Steam charts. So Tyler decided to add in something to thank them. Between the trees behind the mayor's house, you can find a crude sketch of Charlie, also known as Moist Critical, White Jesus, and Mr.
These are mags. They're mags, not clips. You look fucking stupid here.
And in the storm drain, right next to Jesse's favorite bench by the lake, you can find Queso daydreaming about the only thing he wants more than food. But let's talk more graffiti, because there is a terrorist in Highland Point. This dude is tagging everything he can get his hands on. JJ was here. JJ was also here. JJ's got beef with the hospital because they won't sell him coke. And apparently, Kyle at Taco Tickler straight up killed his grandma. So much for Employee of the Month. And just when you think you've escaped him, boom, his name's plastered all over Serena Flats as well. Almost like he's been following us this entire time. I don't know who this man is, but he's clearly got opinions, a spray can, and no sense of boundaries. And unless you hit that subscribe button, he's coming for your house next. And trust me, you do not want your walls turned into JJ's next art gallery. But while JJ's out here running his own personal side quest, he's not the only one with the spray can and zero impulse control, because apparently every wall in Highland Point is legally obligated to have a weird reference on it. If you swing by the Sauerkraut Supreme Pizza, you'll find a legally distinct, I repeat, legally distinct, yellow sponge. Now Tyler recently changed this graffiti because it used to have some Chinese letters scribbled above it, which if you translated them read Splash Bob, which is a pretty fitting name because if SpongeBob lived in a sewer and had a nicotine habit, this would be him. Right next to the parking ramp, you'll find a blue and red swirl. That's a nod to the anime Tokyo Ghoul and everyone's favorite food-obsessed weirdo, Tsukiyama. And just a few steps over, Skin and Min scribbled on the wall, which is a reference to Baraska, a creepy short story that originally blew up on Reddit. Behind the tattoo shop, we've got a skull with knives jammed through it, and if that gives you Black Ops 2 Zombies flashbacks, you're spot on. And right next to it is a tag that says TLH, which I'm pretty sure is Tyler's initials, but maybe it just stands for Totally Loves Heroin. Who knows? Game devs are weird. Now, over by the Doc's warehouse, you've got the beautifully deranged Eric Andre Show reference.
Legalize ranch.
Finally, a political movement I can get behind. Just when you thought it couldn't get nerdier, on the side of the Stash and Dash, there's a literal beholder from D&D with a little helmet that says safety first. Because nothing says safe like a floating meatball with 6 laser eyes. Oh, and the town hall proudly displays the phrase, hot boys and gamer girls. That's not harassment, it's just what Nakey Jakey calls his audience. But he's not the only YouTuber getting a little shout out in this game, because if you take a glance at the side of the Western Gas Mart, you'll see this little fella, who became a recurring meme on the Australian YouTube channel, Cold Ones. And it's clear Tyler is a big fan, because this little fella even gets to star in his own video game. If you go to the TV in the motel room and boot up the console, there's a game installed called Egg Run. And it's basically identical to the minigame that you can play in Google Chrome if you don't have any internet. Oh, and this little egg even gets his own tattoo. And if we just move the camera up a bit, you can see this sick-ass tribal tattoo that is an exact replica of the one Mike Tyson has. And Jesse's tattoos are based on the pop, rap, and country singer Post Malone. You know, the guy that bought a Magic the Gathering card for $2 million. What a nerd. But there's someone else at Highland Park who's an even bigger nerd than old Posty, Dean. He has a Star Trek quote from Captain Kirk permanently tattooed on him. But he also has another tattoo that references the 2007 movie that won the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature Film of the Year. The movie was Ratatouille.
What do I always say? Anyone can cook.
Well, yeah.
And that darn rat shows up again if you go to Thrifty Threads and buy one of the chef hats, because the label states that it's the perfect hat to conceal a rodent. And speaking of cooking, the mixing station's hiding some spicy little secrets, a bunch of clever references tucked into the effects you get from different mixes. The most obvious one, of course, is the Tropic Thunder effect, a not-so-subtle nod to the movie where Robert Downey Jr. went full blackface and somehow walked away with an Oscar nomination. But there's a few other ones as well. If you mix in a banana, you get the gingeritis effect, which is a reference to the South Park episode where Cartman gave a full presentation on why ginger kids are so ugly. And if instead you mix in a little iodine, which, fun fact, can boost your estrogen levels in real life, you get the Jennerizing effect. It's a cheeky reference to Bruce Jenner, who later became Caitlyn Jenner. So it's about her transition, and yeah, that's why it makes you grow tits. Wait a second.
It's rewind time.
Greg Figgle? looks exactly like Trevor from Grand Theft Auto, like copy-paste levels of exact, and he's not the only one. There are a few other characters that totally give off video game deja vu. Take Cranky Frank. He's basically a clone of Crazy Dave from Plants vs. Zombies. Pot on his head? Check. Crazy eyes? Check. Lives in a busted old trailer? Check, check, and check. And then there's Marco Baroni. And stay with me here. He's Mario. Blue overalls, red shirt, and get this, he's even named Mario in the game files. They weren't even trying to hide it. But hey, it's not just video games getting love, there are a ton of nods to real people as well. Remember Charles Rowland? He's bald as hell and was made in a lab to look exactly like Anthony Fantano. And the flannel shirt from Thrifty Threads is another subtle reference to the music critic. Then there's Jeremy Wilkinson, proud owner of Highland Auto and the spiritual twin of Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear. And just outside the dealership window, we got Javier. Now, you can't tell me that doesn't look exactly like Cat Williams, although he is a lot less funny in game. And Uncle Nelson is just a crippled version of the country singer, Willie Nelson. And Albert Hoover, our beloved supplier of drugs, that's actually Albert Hoffman, the guy who literally invented LSD. But wait, there's more, so buckle up, it's lightning round time. Kyle is Lyle from Breaking Bad, Jeff is Chong from Cheech and Chong, Kim Delaney is from NYPD Blue, Elizabeth Homley is Ramona Flowers and Scott Pilgrim, Chloe Bowers is from the game Life is Strange, Salvatore Moreno is Salvatore Moroni from Batman, Mick Lubin is from the movie Superbad, and Peter File is a character from the British show IT Crowd. I know they don't look alike, you're gonna have to trust me. Oh, and Cuke is from that show as well.
Cuke? Yeah, I love Cuke. It's heaven in a can.
But there's a few other items scattered around that are inspired by real products as well. Siggies are a clear reference to Marlboro Reds. Old Man Jimmy's is a mashup between Jim Beam and Jack Daniels, and Red Balls is obviously Red Bull, but the name is actually from a Dave Chappelle skit.
Sometimes the endless pursuit of crack leaves me tired and depleted, but now cocaine comes in a delicious shape. Red Balls. It gives me wings!
And finally, the most requested Easter egg. The one that everyone has been asking me about. The gnome. Who is he? What does he want? Where did he come from? Well, his name is Noam Chomsky. And he's kind of a developer Easter egg. Devs love hiding this cute little fella around their maps and making fun achievements for them. And he's become pretty popular over the years. He's in Payday 2, Half-Life 2, Darksiders 2, Left 4 Dead 2, Watch Dogs 2, Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2, man, what the fuck is with all these sequels? So yeah, this game, not just about drugs. It's a meme museum, a TV archive, and a conglomeration of all of Tyler's favorite things. Stay silly, y'all. A brand new update just dropped for Schedule 1, and it changes everything. Tyler's been busy adding some serious quality of life upgrades that are going to make our farm smoother, faster, and way more efficient. We've got item filters to help automate our builds, lockers to replace those massive chunky beds, and an increased employee cap for the stash and dash. So you know what that means. It's time for me to fully update each of my builds. This week, I'll be releasing 4 brand new build tutorials, each one optimized to be the most efficient and most profitable setup in the entire game. The latest update finally allows us to make fully automatic builds. All we gotta do is order delivery and our well-paid employees handle everything else. And we're gonna kick things off with the Stash and Dash. Thanks to the new update, the Stash and Dash now supports 3 employees, and that might not sound like much, but because of its central location, it's now the perfect spot to run your entire mixing operation. That's right, no more running back and forth to restock shelves, no more wasting employee slots on handlers, and no more spending your entire day staring at the ass end of a delivery van. Nope, we're doing all of our mixing right here in this tiny little storage unit. And thanks to the new item filters, the whole thing runs itself. But the best part? This build works for every product. Weed, meth, and cocaine. You don't have to change a single thing between products because we're going to use one universal 4-step mix. Believe it or not, the best 4-step recipe for both coke and meth is the exact same mix, and it works surprisingly well for weed too. Now, it is a slight dip in profitability for weed, you do lose $9, but the convenience of a centralized mixing area definitely makes up for it. Here's the magic formula: cuke, banana, horse juice, and mega bean. This mix only costs $20, and it triples the price of your drugs. It's a massive increase in profitability. For this build, you're going to need 4 mixing station Mark IIs, a packaging station Mark II, a brick press, 3 lockers, 8 large, 1 medium, and 2 small storage racks, 10 of the wall-mounted shelves, 2 safes, and you're also going to need a chemist and 2 handlers, for a grand total of $17,000. Now, let's get everything put down and I'll show you how it works. First thing we're going to do is come in here and put our safes down. These are going to hold our products that need to be mixed. Then we're going to go along this wall right here and line it up with shelves. These shelves are going to hold our ingredients for the mixing stations. Then put 3 more shelves right here. These are going to hold our bricks once they're finally done. Place the rest of our shelves, and then we can put down these fancy new lockers. Now it's time to go to the equipment. We're going to put the packaging station here. This is going to be used to unpackage the bricks later on. Our brick press here. And we're going to line this row of shelves with the mixing stations. Now we got to place the wall shelves. You're going to put 4 above the safes to hold any overflow, and then the other 6 are going to go right next to the packaging station. These are going to hold the bricks we wheel in right before we break them down to get mixed up. Now that we got it all placed down, we need to set the destination. So you're going to come in here, you're going to set the threshold on each of the mixing stations to 10, and then just assign it to the mixing station right next to it, just straight on down the line like it's an assembly. And the very last one, you're going to assign to the brick press. And then the brick press destination is going to be that large shelf right next to it. And that's it, that's all we got to do for the destinations. Now that we got that out the way, we finally get to utilize the fancy new feature that Tyler just dropped in the latest update, item filtering. So we go to every shelf behind the mixing station, and you're going to set the item filters exactly like this. Bananas on the first shelf, cuke on the second, then horse semen, and the last shelf is going to only be for mega beans. Please make sure you set the filters in this exact order, otherwise the mix isn't going to work. And also make sure you're using whitelist and not blacklist. Now we got to set the routes for our employees. So we're going to start with the chemist since he's the easiest. You just got to assign him a locker and then give him each of the mixing stations, all 4 of them. Now on to the handlers. Let's just go ahead and assign both their lockers, get that out of the way. Now you're going to want to pay close attention to this. The handler routes are very important. For the first handler, their first route is going to be moving from the safe on the left to the first mixing station. With the remaining 4 routes, we're going to select the loading bay 4 times, and then you're going to select each of the shelves behind the mixing stations. Because of the filters we set up earlier, everything we get delivered to this property is going to be automatically sorted into the correct shelf. Now for the second handler, you're going to select the safe on the right, and then assign it to the first mixing station. Then, with the rest of the 4 routes, select the shelves behind each of the mixing stations, and then assign it to the mixing station right in front of it. And once you finish that, go ahead and assign the brick press to this handler, because they have a lot more free time than the other one does. Awesome, we're done setting it all up. Now let me show you how it all works. Make sure everything's stocked. Each day you'll order 80 of each ingredient from GasMart. Banana, cuke, horse cum, mega beans. Throughout the day, just keep an eye on your deliveries, and if you see it's no longer there, order some more so your handlers stay busy. Now we need some product to mix up, so let's grab some of our heavenly grade cocaine from the docks and drive it on over. Oh, and speaking of heavenly grade products, I recently partnered with GamerSubs to get you guys free samples of their energy drinks. Yes, actually free. No credit card, no shipping fee, no hassle. Anywhere in the world. Just go to the link in the description or use the code BigWilly at checkout to get clean, crash-free energy straight to your door. It helps out the channel a lot, and it would mean the world to me. I've come a long way in the last month, and I couldn't have done it without any of you guys, so I also just want to take this time to say thank you. I really appreciate all the love and support you guys have given me, and I don't take any of it for granted. Oh, we're here. Now we just gotta empty the van onto these shelves on the wall. Once you get the van unloaded, take a stack of the bricks, throw it in the packaging station. Then click the arrow and start breaking it back down into regular product. Once you get a full inventory, go ahead and throw it in the safe, and any extras you have can go on the shelves above it. Once that product gets in the safe, our workers are going to start humming. The handlers are going to automatically move the product from the safe into the mixing station. Then the chemist is going to come and start cooking it. As soon as he starts mixing, you'll see our handlers start restocking. One is going to restock the mixing station directly, and the other is going to restock the shelf from the delivery van. This is the power of the item filters. The entire thing is now automated. They're going to repeat this all the way down the line until the product is fully mixed, where it will be sent to the press and turned into a nice clean brick for us to give to our dealers. Now, there are a couple things I have to go over before I end this video. First, you must complete each mix manually at least once to discover the recipe. If you don't, your chemist is just going to sit there confused and useless. Second, if you want to sell directly to customers instead of giving the bricks to your dealers, you don't need to make any changes to this setup. Just unpackage the bricks. If you remember from my previous video where I data mined the game, you don't need to package products if you made the deal through your phone. Third, don't forget to put money in the lockers. I forgot to include a clip of this, but yeah, make sure you pay your employees. And finally, if things aren't working or you're having issues with this build, please join my Discord and send a message. There's a link to join in the description below. Or if you don't have Discord, you can just leave a comment on this video. I read every comment and message I receive, and I'm always down to help out where I can. Stay profitable, stay efficient, and most importantly, stay silly, y'all. Please check out the GamerSupps link in the description. I really want this to go well and for them to not hate me. Okay, thanks, bye. Are you tired of babysitting botanists? Do you want your weed farm to just run itself? Well, you're in luck because Tyler just released a massive update that allows us to create fully automatic farms. And I'm here to show you how to do it as optimally and efficient as possible. That's right, I've built the ultimate, beginner-friendly, fully automatic grow-op right here in this little bungalow. Just place your delivery order, sit back, and watch the profits roll in. Whether you're busy or just allergic to effort, Big Willy's got you covered. And yes, we're going full heavenly quality, because here at the Big Willy business, good enough is a fireable offense. Also, I ran a poll and you guys basically said if it ain't gold star, don't even bother uploading the video. So, here we are. Let's dive into the layout. I color coded this bad boy to make things easier to understand, but before you start copying, I gotta explain a few things. First off, you'll notice we have 4 botanists, but only 20 pots. That's because when growing weed, botanists just can't keep up with more than 5 or 6 pots each. That's also why we're using the moisture preserving pots instead of the air pots. You see, air pots add an extra watering step per plant, which makes the botanist's job even harder. More steps equals more wasted time and less profit. So here's the plan. Each botanist gets 5 plants and 3 drying racks to handle. Drying racks are way less maintenance than pots, so this setup lets our botanists work at their maximum capacity, 8 objects each, without falling behind. And each botanist is assigned to the same drying racks where the buds from their plots go. This reduces unnecessary walking around, meaning fewer wasted actions. Again, maximum efficiency. Now about those drying racks, because this gets asked a lot in my Discord. The best ratio of pots to drying racks for weed is 2:1. But in this build, we're actually doing better than that with 20 pots to 12 racks, so we don't have to worry about any bottlenecks here. And here's another key point of efficiency. Notice how the pots are in this room, right near the door. It's all about cutting travel time. Keeping the pots close to the waiting area means less walking for the botanists. Putting pots in the back room? Rookie move. I see that all the time, and it's seriously inefficient. Now, you may have noticed, we don't have any mixing stations. That's because in my last video, I built a fully automated mixing setup over in the storage unit, so don't worry, our beautiful kush is going to get mixed up. But instead of doing it in the bungalow, we're going to transport our product to the stash and dash to mix. Which means we can swap out the chemist and handler we would have needed for 2 more botanists instead. More plants, more profit. And the reason we're using Granddaddy Perp instead of OG Kush is because of that preset mix I mentioned in that video. Banana, Cuke, Horse Semen, Mega Bee. With this recipe, Granddaddy Perp actually sells for more than OG Kush, even when you factor in the higher seed cost. And before someone in the comments starts yelling at me, no, we are not using cleaners in this build. For the love of God, just do this. Trash causes a ton of lag, and even the dev recommends using the console command instead, so that's what we're gonna do. And now that you've got the big picture and understand why this setup works so well, it's time to get our hands dirty. I'm going to walk you through this build step by step so you can set up your fully automatic weed farm without missing a single beat. Let's dive in. Here's a list of everything you're going to need to get this build up and running. It comes out to just around $19,000, and I'm going to keep this section short and sweet, so just take a screenshot and we can get to building. The first thing we got to do is get all of our pots laid out, so we're just going to put down the suspension racks and follow the layout I showed you guys earlier. And again, we put these racks in the first and second room because it minimizes the amount of walking time our botanists have to take. After we get the racks down, we can place our moisture preserving pots, so the botanists actually have a place to grow something. And then we can put down our beautiful full spectrum grow lights. Pretty simple, just follow the layout guide I gave you guys earlier and we'll be set. Alrighty, now it's time to flesh out the back room. Let's get those drying racks put down so we can make heavenly quality bud. Then we need to put down the 2 shelves that'll hold our finished product, and finally the brick press to smash it all together. Now, if you don't have the brick press unlocked, that's totally fine. The build will still work the same. Just replace the brick press with a packaging station. Now let's place the rest of our storage. We have to put down the rack for the botanists, 2 large shelves for the handler, and then we can put down our lockers, and these 2 medium storage racks, but I'll explain what those are for later. Speaking of lockers, let's go ahead and assign those to each of our workers, and don't forget to throw some money in there. Here at the Big Willy business, we pride ourselves on being fair and just with our employees. And now that we got that step out the way, we can set up our pots. So just go ahead and select all of them. Then set the seed to Granddaddy Perp and the additive to fertilizer. Then we gotta set the destinations. And buckle up because it's a little complicated. So this pot is going to be assigned to a rack all by itself in the back right hand corner. Then these 2 are going to be assigned to the 3rd rack on the right. And then these other 2 that are tucked away are going to go to the 4th rack on the right. And all of this is going to go to the same botanist, so go ahead and talk to one, give him the supply shelf, and then assign him each of the pots and racks we just set the destinations for. Now on to the next one. This pot right here is going to be the loner. We're going to assign him to the far left hand corner. Then these 2 on the side here are going to go to the 3rd rack on the left. And these 2 in the middle are going to go to the 4th rack on the left. Now we need to grab our second botanist, assign him the supply shelf, and then give him the 5 plants and 3 racks we just set up. Alrighty, halfway done. So this little plant in the back is going to go to the 2nd rack on the left. And these 2 plants at the end of the middle section are going to go to the 5th rack. And the ones on the side here go to rack number 6. Now we grab our 3rd botanist, tell him where to pick up his supplies, and give him all of the stuff we just set up. Now to set up the last botanist, go ahead and select this pot here and assign it to the 2nd rack on the right. Then grab these 2 in the middle and assign it to the 5th rack on the right. And these last 2 pots are going to go on the 6th rack. By now, y'all know what to do with the botanist. Give him the supply shelf, assign everything we just set the destinations for, and you're good to go. We're finally done with the botanists. Thank God. So now just select all the racks, assign their destination to the brick press, and make sure you set that quality to heavenly. Then we can set the brick press destination to this shelf right here on the left. And if you don't have the brick press unlocked, that's totally okay. Just put a packaging station here and set the destination to the exact same shelf. I'll show you an alternate route for the handler later that'll keep it stocked with jars. And speaking of the handler, let's go ahead and set him up. So the first thing we're going to do is get him assigned to that brick press, or the packaging station if you're going that route instead. Then come back outside and assign the loading dock to the first 2 routes. Then set the destination of the route to those 2 large storage shelves in the kitchen. This is going to automatically unload any deliveries we get to these shelves. Then for routes 3 and 4, select these two shelves again and set their destination as the supply shelf in the growing room. Then for the final route, we're going to set our handler to move the finished bricks from this shelf to this shelf, just so we have a little bit more storage space. But if you're using the packaging station instead, set this route to go from one of the shelves to the packaging station, and then fill that shelf with jars. Now we need to set up the item filters for our handlers, so go to the botanist supply shelf and set it up like this. The first 3 cells are going to be used for seeds. The last column is going to be used for extra long life soil, and the bottom 3 cells are going to be used for fertilizer. Then go over to the shelves where the handler will unload products from the delivery vans, and set it up like this, with the first 2 cells being for soil, and all the rest being for fertilizer. And on the second shelf, again, the first 2 cells are going to be soil, and the rest are going to be seeds. And let me explain why we're doing it this way for a second. You see, the extra long life soil can be used for 3 grows, meaning that for every 1 soil we go through, we use up 3 fertilizer. So by setting our slots like this, we have 60 fertilizer and 20 soil. So the ratios are balanced, and we don't have to worry about our botanists running out of things prematurely. And speaking of those dirty botanists, let's get them stocked up and order some deliveries. Now it's going to be different when we go to restock, but for the first time, order 60 extra long life soil and 90 fertilizer from our good friend Dan. It'll arrive, and the handler should, if you paid him, automatically stock all the shelves for us. And once he's finished, go ahead and order 90 Granddaddy Perp seeds from Albert. Again, it'll get delivered, and our handler should go ahead and restock everything. And now that everything is finally good to go, the botanist will start working. They're going to grab their supplies, plant the seeds, water it, fertilize it, you know the drill. And then once it's fully grown, they'll harvest it and put it on the drying racks. After it dries, they'll move it to the brick press, and the handler will turn it into a beautiful finished product that we can give to our dealers. Now, you are going to have to restock this one about once a day. You go through supplies very fast when you're growing weed. So before you go to bed every night, go ahead and hop on your phone and order 90 new seeds, 90 new fertilizer, and 30 extra long life soil. It'll arrive in the morning, and your handler can unload it and get everything prepped for the day. Now, this is where the medium storage racks come into play. Because the bungalow only has 1 loading bay, sometimes the deliveries get hung up a little bit. So after the handler has unloaded everything, if there's a little bit extra in the van, just throw it on the medium storage rack. That way the next van can arrive. Once you've farmed up enough product, it's time to get it all mixed up. So grab your bricks, throw them in the back of your Viper, and drive them on over to the stash and dash. Unload the van, break down the bricks, and your lovely workers will turn it into premium product. If you're curious about this mixing setup, I'll put a link to the tutorial video up top. Feel free to check it out. I hope you guys enjoyed. Join the Discord if you have any questions, and remember, stay silly, y'all. If you're looking for the most streamlined, low-effort farm in Schedule 1, this build is it. It's the easiest farm I've ever made. Fully automatic, totally AFK, zero micromanaging. Once it's set up, you barely have to touch it. You only need to order 1 delivery a week, and you're golden. Now, it's not the cheapest build to get off the ground, but the payoff is more than worth it, because thanks to the barn's 2 loading docks, we can pull supplies from both Oscar and Shirley without any congestion or backups. The result? Smooth, uninterrupted production without lifting a finger. Pumping out 20 bricks a day for a clean $82,000. Which, I know, isn't as much as the bungalow, but you have to do so much less for this farm. Let's break it down. Here's the full layout. Everything is set up to reduce walking time and maximize efficiency. We have the supply shelves in the front right here for our handlers, these nice little cubicles to help with chemist pathfinding, and a centralized production area to turn it all into bricks. And ignore the grandfather clocks, they're just there to represent the loading docks for routing in the application. I'll leave a link to this layout in the description below with all of the routes to help you guys follow along during the tutorial. Real quick, here's a list of everything you're going to need to get this build going. And don't forget to hire 6 chemists and 4 handlers, you're going to need them as well. First things first, let's set up the shelves at the front of the barn. The large storage racks here are going to hold incoming materials from the loading bays, and the medium and small shelves are just for overflow. Next, we're going to run large storage racks all the way around the edge of the barn. These aren't going to be used in production, they're mostly decorative. I just really like the look of having segmented workstations for our employees. We'll also place a few racks in the support struts. These ones actually do matter. They help guide the chemist pathfinding so they move more efficiently around the workspace. Now we can install the new employee lockers. These are where our staff will clock in and collect their pay, so make sure you've got one for each worker. Next, let's set up the production zone. Start with a large shelf right here in the middle. This is going to hold all the finished meth after it comes out of the ovens. Right next to that, place a brick press and finish the section with 2 safes to store the bricks securely. Now it's time to build out the individual cubicles. We're going to place 2 chemistry stations in each cubicle on the side nearest the door, 12 in total. Then, directly across from each chemistry station, place a lab oven. This face-to-face setup helps with direct routing and keeps everything running smoothly. And once all that's done, your build should look something like this. Now it's time to configure all of the equipment to make sure everything flows correctly. Start with the brick press. Set its destination to the safe on the left. Then select every lab oven and set their destination to the large storage rack in the middle of the barn. Finally, go through each chemistry station, set the recipe to liquid meth, and assign their destination to the oven directly across from them. I know it's a little tedious, but we gotta do it. Now with the infrastructure in place, let's move on to setting up the workers. And to start, we gotta assign every locker to a worker. Now, we've got 6 chemists, so assign 1 to each cubicle just like this. Nice and simple, it's not too complicated with the chemists. Just do it for all 6 of them and you're good to go. Now we gotta set up the handlers, and you're gonna wanna pay attention here, it's very important. So choose one of them to be your lead handler. I'm going with Mr. Baldy here. For his first 2 routes, select Loading Dock 1 and set the destination as both of the supply shelves. For routes 3 and 4, do the same thing, but starting from Loading Dock 2. Now on to the next handler. For their first 4 routes, select the right side supply shelf as the source, and then assign each route to one of the 4 nearby chemistry stations. For the 5th route, send product from that main shelf in the middle to the brick press. And now we do the exact same thing with the 3rd handler, but mirrored to the other side. 4 routes from the left shelf to the chemistry stations, and 1 final route from the shelf to the brick press. Now for the final handler. This one's in charge of managing the brick press and assisting the chemist at the back of the barn. Assign the brick press first, then create 2 routes from the right shelf to the 2 back chemistry stations on that side. And then add 2 more routes from the left shelf to the remaining 2 stations. For his last route, set it to move bricks from one safe to the other. Now we get to use our fancy new toy. Let's set up the filters. Go to both supply shelves and set them to hold 3 phosphorus, 3 acid, and 2 pseudoephedrine. We prioritize phosphorus and acid as the ones that get 3 slots because they share a delivery van, while pseudo gets its own delivery van, so this helps keep things balanced. Last but definitely not least, we need to configure the filters on every chemistry station. This is the most tedious part, but it's very important. Set slot 1 to acid, slot 2 to pseudoephedrine, and slot 3 to phosphorus for every station. I know it's a pain, there's no way to copy the filters yet, hopefully it'll come in a future update. But after we get the filters set, all that's left is to pay your employees and place your delivery orders. Once that's done, your meth farm is fully automated and ready to run on its own, and you only have to touch it once a week. You know who else gets touched once a week? Emmanuel Macron. And speaking of Europeans, GamerSupps just opened their European store, and for a limited time, every single tub comes with a free shaker. All you gotta do is use the code BigWilly at checkout, and it'll get shipped from the Netherlands straight to your door. No more crazy shipping fees, and you don't have to wait weeks for your delicious energy drinks to arrive. And you also don't have to wait weeks for this farm to start running either, because as soon as that delivery arrives, your handlers are going to start stocking the farm. Your main handler will start moving the ingredients from the delivery vans over to the supply shelves. Then the other handlers will move the ingredients on over to the chemistry stations and get those all loaded up. Now, you'll have to do 2 full deliveries for it to get fully stocked. We have a lot of chemistry stations in this farm, and be patient because it'll take the handlers a minute to put everything in the right places. They're a little slow. Once it's all set up, the chemists will start pouring in and mixing it all together. Then they'll move it on over to the lab oven and cook it up real good. Once the chemists hear that ding, they'll move the meth over to the large storage shelf in the middle of the room, where our handlers will move it to the brick press and turn it into sexy little bricks for our dealers. And like I said at the beginning of the video, this is the most hands-free, low-effort farm I've ever made, so in honor of their hard work, I decided to give our employees a little treat. I turned the top of the barn into a bachelor pad. I decked it out with a place to rest, since the chemists love to slack off. Added some beautiful artwork that represents the channel, threw in a TV and some video games, but I'm not very good at them. And all the booze our workers could ever want. Because at the end of the day, everyone deserves to have a little fun. Stay silly, y'all. Building a coke farm is complicated. You got plants, cauldrons, ovens, drying racks, chemists, botanists, handlers. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's super easy to mess up. One wrong move and your whole setup falls apart. But don't worry, I spent the last week obsessing over ratios, testing pathfinding, and yelling at my employees to bring you guys the most optimized, most efficient, and most profitable coke farm Schedule 1 has ever seen. And of course, just because you all asked nicely, I made sure it produces heavenly quality product. Here's the layout. Everything is optimized to reduce walking time. Our plants are all at the front by the waiting area, the drying racks are right beside them. From there it flows straight to the cauldrons and ovens in the back without any pathing issues or wasted steps. And when the chemists head back outside, they can drop the finished product off at this shelf right here. In this build we have a total of 36 pots, 12 drying racks, and 6 cauldrons and lab ovens. This is the perfect ratio to maximize efficiency and ensure 0 bottlenecks. 6 to 2 to 1. Now, I know what you're thinking. Where the heck are the mixing stations? Well, we don't need them. This entire operation feeds right into the stash and dash setup from my previous video, where we drop off the product and sprinkle in our premium mix. Banana, cuke, semen.
These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect little girl. But Professor Utonium accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction.
Chemical bean. So strap in, because I'm going to walk you through every step of the build and break down exactly how to get this farm running like a real kingpin. Here's a list of everything you're going to need. Tons of plants, tons of racks, and tons of storage. And don't forget to hire 6 botanists, 3 chemists, and a handler, for a grand total of $61,000. First, we gotta set up the grow area for our coca plants. Head all the way to the back, next to the stairs, and place 1 suspension rack right there. Skip 2 tiles and place 2 more side by side. Then, skip another 2 tiles and drop 1 more rack. This staggered layout gives us room to build out a little path so our botanists don't get stuck. Next, skip 2 more tiles to create a little walkway. This is important. It'll let our botanists reach the drying racks quickly without getting stuck on anything. Then, go down the column and place 5 more racks straight down the line, so there's 6 in total. Do that for every column here, and you've got a nice grid layout for the farm. Now for the lighting. Grab your full spectrum lights and place 1 on each rack. Just go one by one and install them at the top. There's really no reason to use anything else. Full spectrums are the best lights in the game, hands down. After that, we're dropping air pots underneath every single rack and grow light. 36 in total. And again, don't believe the lies around moisture pots. They are not better for coke. Air pots give you about 11% more efficiency, so that's what we're going with. And once you got everything placed down, your grow area should look something like this. Everything in a nice grid. Now, let's move on to the storage and equipment. we're going to start upstairs. Head to the far end of the upstairs area and line the wall with 6 large storage racks. Next, we got to place the employee lockers. You'll want 5 lockers on one side and 5 on the other. That gives us a total of 10, which matches the number of employees we'll have on staff. Then, go down this wall here and place another 6 large storage racks, stopping when you reach the stairs. Now let's head down and focus on the main area. In front of all of the plant rows, place a large storage rack. This is going to act as the main supply shelf for our botanists, making it easy for them to grab supplies before they go to the plants. Under each stairwell, place 2 large storage racks. The ones on this side will be for storing finished product, so go ahead and drop your brick press and 2 safes nearby to handle processing and hold all the bricks. On this side wall, place 6 drying racks, and then cap the row with a medium storage rack. This rack helps improve pathfinding for our workers. And under these stairs, drop 3 more medium storage racks. These are where we'll keep extra gasoline for the cauldrons. Now move over to the opposite wall, place another medium rack to cap off the row, and then line up 6 more drying racks. These racks are going to turn our coca leaves into heavenly grade product. Now it's time for cauldrons. Place 2 on this side, another 2 along the wall here, and the final 2 on the other side. Then take your lab ovens, place 1 between the cauldrons here, and then line the rest along the back wall. And just like that, all your equipment is in place and ready to go. Alright, now it's time to configure all of our equipment, starting with the plants. Go ahead and select all 36 air pots. Set the seed type to coca seed, and for the additive, select fertilizer. Next, we need to assign destinations so our botanists know where to send the harvested leaves, so start with the front 3 pots and assign them to drying rack number 1. Then take the 3 pots directly behind them and assign those to drying rack number 2. Move to the next set of 3 in the front, those go to rack number 3, and the 3 behind them go to rack number 4. Repeat the same thing again. Front 3 to drying rack 5, back 3 to drying rack 6. Now go over to the other side and repeat the exact same process. Each group of 3 pots gets assigned to its own drying rack. Stick to the layout and you'll be golden. This 3-to-1 ratio between pots and drying racks is key. Each drying rack can handle 40 leaves per day, and each set of 3 pots produces 27 leaves total, so this setup ensures your racks never get backed up. Next, we're going to tell the drying racks where to send the dried leaves. So start with the 2 racks at the very back, set their quality to heavenly, and assign their destination to the nearest cauldron right here. Then take the middle 2 racks, set the filter to gold star, and route them to the cauldron in the back corner. Now grab the 2 front racks, set their target quality again, and assign their destination to the cauldron on the middle wall. Repeat the same assignments for the other side of the warehouse. Back racks to front cauldron, middle racks to far back corner, and the front racks to the middle cauldron. This setup balances the walking distance across all drying racks and cauldrons, preventing one side from getting overloaded. Now let's assign destination for the cauldrons using the exact same logic. Each cauldron should send its product to the nearest lab oven in a way that keeps walking distance even between all of the equipment. Then select all of your lab ovens and set their destination to the large storage rack in the front of the warehouse. This lets the chemists drop off the product quickly as they exit the warehouse. And finally, set the brick press destination to the safe right beside it. That wraps up this section. Everything's configured and ready to run. Now we gotta get our workers set up so they know what to do. And let's start by giving each of our employees a locker. And while you're at it, make sure to assign the main supply shelf to each of the botanists so they know where to grab their supplies. Now that that's out the way, let's start by getting the botanist set up, and pay close attention because this is where the efficiency of this farm really shines through. Assign each botanist to 6 pots, and then assign them to the 2 racks that those pots feed into. So they manage this entire section, pots and drying racks. And you're going to do this for all 6 of our botanists, just like the layout shows. This assignment is super clean. Each worker is fully in charge of their own section. No overlap, no shared racks, and no confusion. So if one of them bugs out or takes a nap on the job, it won't mess with the rest of the operation. Everything else keeps flowing just fine. Once all the botanists have their instructions, it's time to set up the chemists, and thankfully this part's pretty straightforward. Start by grabbing a chemist and assigning them to 2 cauldrons. Then assign them to the 2 lab ovens that those cauldrons feed into. And do that for all 3 chemists. This mirrors how we set up the botanists. Each chemist is fully responsible for their own section. No overlap, no confusion. Just smooth, self-contained workflows that keep the system running even if one worker stalls out. Now for the handler, and this one's vital to the entire operation. They're the backbone keeping everything stocked and flowing. For Route 1, have them move supplies from Delivery Bay 1 to the botanist supply shelf. Then for Route 2, do the same thing, but from Delivery Bay 2. Route 3 will take the finished product from this supply shelf and send it over to the brick press. And for Route 4, they'll move the bricks from one safe to the other, just to give you more room for storage. Finally, assign the brick press, and just like that, all of your workers are fully set up and ready to run the farm all on their own. Now it's time to set up our item filters, and thankfully, Tyler finally added a copy-paste option, so it's way less tedious than it was in the other builds. Go to the botanist supply shelf and configure the filter layout like this. The first 3 cells should be set to coca seeds. The bottom 3 should be set to fertilizer. And the entire right column should be set to extra long life soil. Make sure it looks like this and you won't have any problems. Now, before we place our first delivery order, we need to get all of our cauldrons stocked with gasoline because the handler isn't going to do it on their own. So go ahead and fill each cauldron manually. Just walk up and add gas to every single one of them. Once they're all topped off, take any leftover gasoline and store it in the medium storage racks we placed under the stairs earlier. You'll need to restock the cauldrons and reorder your supplies every 3 in-game days. And speaking of supplies, let's go ahead and order those now. Open up your delivery app and hit up our main man Dan. Tell him to send 120 fertilizer and 40 extra long life soil to Loading Bay 1 at the warehouse. Then slide on over to Salvador Moreno and place an order for 160 coca seeds to Loading Bay 2. And if you haven't unlocked deliveries from Salvador yet, no worries. Just keep grinding those dead drops and eventually he'll offer to deliver the seeds straight to your door. Now that we've ordered our supplies, all that's left is to pay our employees and wait for the deliveries to arrive. Our handler will jump into action stocking up the supply shelf, and the botanists will start pouring in one by one. They'll lay down the soil, plant the seeds, water them, and hit them with a blast of fertilizer. Once the coca plants are fully grown, they harvest the leaves and send them straight to the racks, where they get dried and sent to the cauldrons. So the chemists can dunk the leaves in gasoline and start cooking them. And from there, they slide into the lab ovens where they get baked to perfection. The chemist will break it up, and then finally, the finished product gets put on the shelf and pressed into beautiful, profitable bricks. Now we just gotta load up our Veeper and drive it on over to the automated mixing area at the Stash and Dash. And guys, honestly, the more I use this isolated mixing setup, the more I fall in love with it. You can even order deliveries from both of the gas marts, so it stays stocked all day. Seriously, if you haven't built this setup in your save yet, you're really missing out. All you gotta do is load up the safes and then come back later to perfectly mixed product, courtesy of our wonderful employees. And honestly, they deserve a treat. Because here at the Big Willy business, we ensure our employees always have the best amenities. Like a PlayStation that comes loaded with 2 whole video games. Or a photo of a beach to remind them of the 3 vacation days they get a year. We even have a single bed for all of them to cuddle in, and a live, laugh, love sign to lighten the mood. Oh, and we also gave them enough booze to forget they work for us. If you all have questions or run into any issues, join my Discord. There's a link to it in the description below, and I'll do my best to help you guys out. Stay silly, y'all. Schedule 1 has over 75 NPCs, and whether you love them or hate them, they are a huge part of what makes this game so enjoyable. But let's be real, some of the characters are just plain better than others. So for the past 2 weeks, I have been stalking everyone in Highland Point to learn their schedules, their jobs, their hobbies, and their secrets. just to make sure I considered every single thing possible when ranking these characters. I dug deep into all of their backstories and lore to create the ultimate Schedule 1 tier list, ranking every individual in the most objective manner possible. You're going to want to stick around because there's a lot of drama in Highland Point. I'm talking affairs, heartbreaks, and even a throuple. And hey, if you disagree with my rankings, leave a comment down below and I'll argue with you. I don't have anything to lose. We're going to kick things off with the GOAT, Uncle Nelson, the godfather of Schedule 1. He teaches us how to sling dope and plugs us into the best supplier. Sure, when he calls us from jail, we're technically talking about drugs on a recorded line, which is a little sus, but we wouldn't have a business without him. Easy top of S tier. Next up, we got the Day 1 homie Benji, our very first dealer, and let's be honest, he's also the best one. He never slacks off and is always respectful. He might secretly be a cop, but he's also top of S tier. Then we got Donna, the motel lady who charges us $75 a week for a room and then forgets to actually collect it. I guess all the weed we sold her in the beginning messed up her memory, but she did come in clutch in the early game, so B tier. Next is Ludwig, and no, I'm not talking about the YouTuber. This guy. He spends all day working at the pizza restaurant, which makes sense because his face looks greasy as hell. I think he's an easy C tier. Next up is a fan favorite, Jessie. She has no job, no hobbies, and all she does is go around the town loitering and smoking pot. What a queen. Putting her anywhere other than S tier would be criminal. Beth, on the other hand, is a bit lame. She's dead broke. Minimum wage office job, never has more than $300, and contributes absolutely nothing to the culture of the game. Not much more to say, she's very boring. D tier. Next we got Chloe, the hardworking gas station attendant. After work, she likes to go smoke a cigarette by herself for 2 whole hours. It kinda looks like a scene out of a horror movie. Creepy. That's a C tier. Now, Geraldine. I know this dude has a secret side hustle. He doesn't have a job, he lives in the stash and dash, spends 4 hours a day at a random shack, and yet somehow he still manages to drop $1,000 every order. I don't know what you're cooking, Geraldine, but I like it. Bottom of S tier. Up next, we got the Westville trio, Austin, Kyle, and Meg. I'm lumping them together because they all live at the same house. First up is Austin, and his life is a little sad. He spends 8.5 hours a day at the arcade, and he doesn't even work there. Plus, he's crushing on Kyle's sister, and I'll be honest, it's a little creepy. I don't think she likes you, little bro. But, you know, at least Meg has someone that likes her, because her barber sure as hell doesn't. I mean, what is this haircut? I have never seen a woman with a bowl cut before, but it does not look good on you, Meg. I guess all the good genes went to her brother, because Kyle, on the other hand, oozes aura. Kyle is him. My man is solo carrying taco ticklers on his back. 14-hour shifts every day. D tier, C tier, S tier, respectively. Moving on to McLovin, and he might be the most realistic NPC in the whole game. He wakes up, goes to work, hits the bar, sleeps. That's it. That's the whole loop. I'm putting him in A tier for being the most relatable character. Now we got Miss Ming, and I'll be honest, I have a soft spot for her. Listen, I know that she may or may not own an illegal Chinese sweatshop, but she just looks so sweet. I have to put her in A tier. And I hope no one relates to Peggy, because I'm 99% positive she's addicted to popping pills. Every morning on her way to work at the slop shop, she stops at the pharmacy. I can't lie, I'm a little worried for her. B tier. Next up is the winner of the Worst Parents Award, Peterphile. I mean, seriously, who names their kid that? But what's even worse is that he kinda grew into the name, because his favorite effect is sneaky. He's going in D tier for being a creep. Sam Thompson is a hard-working man. He owns the town's only construction company, but honestly, I don't think he's the type to price gouge. He seems like an honest guy. I'm putting him in B tier. Moving on to my personal favorite character, Dan the Man, the only person in this town that isn't addicted to drugs. Seriously, he's the only person that you can never sell drugs to in all of Highland Point. But he doesn't even care that you're a drug dealer, because if you admit it to him when you first start the game, he gives you some free speed grow. Yeah, that's an easy S tier. Next, we got our first supplier, Albert Hoover, and honestly, anyone that's cool with me hitting them up at 4 AM to buy some weed seeds is A-okay in my book. Get it? A-okay? And I put him in A tier?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Never mind. Let's just move on to Westville, starting with the people in the apartments. First, we got Kathy. Now, she's supposed to be working at the community center, but she only spends like 4 hours a day there. 90% of the time, she's just standing around in random spots. No wonder she barely has any money to spend. C tier. Then we got Molly, and while she may not be as cool as Benji, she's got her own little style of swag, and at least she's not Brad. No complaints with her, straight to A tier. And lastly in the apartments, we have Keith. I hate Keith. He's broke as hell, constantly tries to stab me, and has 0 redeeming qualities. I honestly don't even feel comfortable putting him in D tier, so I'm gonna make him his own category. And I don't want to see his ugly mug ever again, so we're just gonna hide this and we'll never have to look at him for the rest of the video. Now that we're done with the apartments, we can move on to Trent. He walks around the town like it's his job. Unfortunately, it's not, and he's unemployed, but he's got a very strict schedule. Pawn shop, smoke. Docks, smoke. Piss hut, you guessed it, smoke. Bro's gotta be like
500 cigarettes.
He's going in C tier for cigarette. Next, we got Joyce, and honestly, she is the most boring character in the entire game. She deadass sits here, in this exact spot, for the majority of the day. No wonder she's broke. Straight to D tier. Now, Doris is married to Mick, and I kind of feel sorry for her, because Mick looks like his idea of romance is offering her store credit at the pawn shop. Also, I'm pretty sure he has anger issues. B tier, but only because I feel bad for her. You can do better, Queen. And guys, I gotta be honest for this one, I don't know what it is about Jerry, but I've really grown to like him. He's homeless and spends all day sitting next to a burning barrel, but I kind of find it charming. I'm putting him in A tier. Next up is Kim. You see, Kim isn't married. Kim has no hobbies, and Kim has no friends. She works at the piss hut and eats alone at the slop shop. I mean, no wonder she spends her entire paycheck on drugs. She's got nothing better to do. She's going in B tier. This man right here has come in clutch so many times for me. Charles works the night shift at the gas mart, and he has never questioned why I come in every night and buy 160 jugs of horse semen. An absolute king. A tier. Next up is Dean, and besides his job at the tattoo parlor, he doesn't really do much. Just hangs around town like a weird uncle that smells like a mix between menthols and an old folks home. I'm putting him in B tier. Now, let me tell you a bit about my boy George Green. He's lead cashier at the supermarket, absolutely loaded with money, and plot twist, bet you didn't know this, he's dating Molly. I'm not kidding. At first, I kinda just thought Molly was a lesbian. But turns out, George has got some riz. I'm putting him in A tier. This ranking is going to be controversial, but I gotta be honest. I'm not a big fan of Shirley. Why is she making me wait to buy the high quality pseudo? Why can't I buy it right away? Why do I have to buy a ton of the crappy drugs first? Terrible business sense. C tier. Up next, it's time for the friendly folks in the warehouse. First up is Igor, the doorman. Other than gatekeeping harder than my ex-girlfriend, he doesn't really do much. B tier. Next we got Stan, the guy you talk to once to buy an M1911 and never see again. Every single save, I manage to accidentally point my gun at him, and the next day, he acts like it never happened. Chill guy. Also B tier. Now, Oscar. Oscar is the homie. Constantly stocked up and even lets us buy jars and baggies with cash instead of having to use the bank. He's an easy A tier. And last but not least, we have Manny. Now, I don't know where he's finding all these workers for us, but I pray to God it's not human trafficking. I would say A tier, but since we have no idea where he's getting these employees, I gotta change it to B tier. Moving on to the downtown area, we're gonna start with Brad. I seriously have no idea what his deal is. Is he actually homeless or just one of those urban camping people? Regardless, he's the worst dealer. Nobody likes him. C tier. Next we got Elizabeth Homley, aka Wannabe Jessie, aka Jessie before meth. If Jessie is what happens after you do drugs, Elizabeth is the prequel nobody asked for. She's going in C, for copycat. Moving on to Jeff, the owner of the Shred Shack. You could take one look at him and tell he used to land some gnarly kickflips. Now he's just the guy landing on the couch with a pizza box. Cool guy though, no complaints from me, A tier. Greg is one of those characters that you either love or hate. He starts his day at the Piss Hut and ends it at Bud's bar. I guess everyone has their vice. I just wish he'd spend less money on alcohol and more money on my alien balls. B tier. Next we got Randy. He owns the bait and tackle shop over by the docks, and he also lives in it because unfortunately his shop isn't doing great. In fact, he only gets one customer a day. Maybe things will pick back up again when we can fish, but until then, he picked up a part-time job at the supermarket to make ends meet. Solid fella, B tier. Moving on to Lucy. She works at the pharmacy and doesn't really do anything else. There is nothing unique or memorable about her at all. C tier. To be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of Kevin. His life is identical to every Tinder profile I've ever seen. Likes, long walks on the pier. Dislikes, Mondays. Drinking, yes. But he is friends with Uncle Nelson somehow, so I can't rank him too low. I guess I'll put him in C. Luis, on the other hand, is not boring. He's the head chef at Highland Point's most esteemed restaurant, The Stinking Garbage. I mean, what could be better than that? And I'd bet you $5 he's hiding a rat up in that big old white hat, because there are a lot of Ratatouille references in the game. Other than being French, he doesn't have much going against him. A tier. And now we get to the T, because I'm going to talk about the throuple. Eugene, Melissa, and Philip. You see, Eugene is Philip's best friend, or at least that's what he tells Philip's dad. He's a bartender that's been crashing at the mayor's house for the past 2 years, in Philip's room, with matching PJs. A little sus, but props to him for finessing free housing in this economy. But Eugene's not the only one cozying up to Philip, because when Melissa's not busy dealing blackjack, she's busy slipping away for some alone time at the mayor's mansion too. Which is a little problematic because technically Philip is her boss. He's the son of the mayor and the manager of the casino where Melissa works. Not because he earned it, but because daddy owns the joint. Dude's basically the human embodiment of a nepo baby. He's dating half the town and still fumbles being interesting. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to all be in a throuple, but I don't really care as long as they keep spending money on drugs. C tier, C tier, and B tier. Ooh, I'm gonna need more space, huh? Alright, 1 second. Now that's better. Well hey, since we're on the topic of the casino, we might as well talk about the other dealer, Jennifer. She isn't really doing anything with her life besides rigging the deck against me when I play Ride the Bus, so I'm putting her in C tier for being a cheater. Moving on to the next section, the docks. Let's start with Jane. She's one of those people that prefers to move in silence. You never really see her, but you know she's actually working. Plus, she's got mad aura. A tier. Next we got Anna, the town's barber. She pulls 12-hour shifts every day to make sure the town is looking fresh. But please, Anna, I'm begging you, get rid of the female bowl cut. It doesn't work. Absolutely nobody looks good in it. She's going in B tier for bowl cut. Moving on to Genghis. He's punk personified. A sick-ass mohawk and gold chains, but I do not like the noises he makes when I sell him drugs, so I gotta put him in B tier. Billy here looks incredibly awkward, and he dresses like he's allergic to his own reflection. He works at the chemical plant, so maybe he'll help us make heavenly meth eventually, but until then, C tier. Next up is Mac. He works in the fish warehouse over by the docks, which means he constantly reeks of dead fish. Gross. No wonder he's single. Who wants to come home to that? Straight to D tier with your smelly ass. Poor Javier. cursed to spend all day staring through a window, dreaming about buying that expensive sports car. Maybe if he didn't spend all of his money on drugs, he could afford it, but I'm gonna avoid thinking about that moral dilemma. B tier. Next we got Lisa. She's a nurse over at Highland Medical, and spends her free time chatting with her best friend Elizabeth. Classic basic bitch. And she reminds me of my ex, so I'm putting her in D tier. Marco has a long face and a short temper. He'll fix your brakes and then cut them again just for fun. Don't ask him for a discount either, unless you're ready to get stabbed with a screwdriver. He doesn't have to play nice. He's the only mechanic in the town. He also reminds me of my dad, so I gotta give him A tier. Next we need to rank Cranky Frank. And I need you to hear me out, guys. Is he an amazing character design? Yes. Do I love his weird voices? Absolutely. But let me paint you a picture. It's 4 a.m. I'm getting ready to curl up in bed and catch some Z's. Got my pajamas on, teeth brushed, feeling fresh. And then my phone starts buzzing like there's an incoming drone strike because this pothead wants more drugs. It drives me up a wall. It's so annoying. I have to put him in D tier. I'm sorry. Now we're on our last supplier, Salvador. He seems like a chill guy, but it's all a scam. He charges us double for coca seeds if we order a delivery instead of a dead drop. Seriously, Albert is the only honest supplier we got because Salvador and Shirley, absolute sleazeballs. C tier. And since we finished off the suppliers, we might as well finish off the dealers as well, because we still need to talk about Wei Long and Leo Rivers. And let's be real, there isn't much to say about Wei. Sure, he's a dealer, but he's just unremarkable, I guess. For being someone we interact with constantly, he just feels kinda lackluster. Especially compared to the other in-game dealer, Leo. This man has style, drip to the nines, and he recently got promoted to Tyler's community manager. So C tier for Wei, A tier for Leo, and damn it, I have to expand it again. 1 second. There's a lot more characters than I originally thought. And finally, we're moving on to the last two areas, Suburbia and Uptown. Now, if we were just ranking NPCs based on their budgets, all of these customers would be A tier. But that's why we're using a holistic system. So someone like Carl doesn't get put in the same tier as Oscar. And speaking of Carl, in case you didn't know, he works at the Crimson Cannery and does literally nothing else all day. He just works. Boring. C tier. Next we have Chris Sullivan. He's technically the lead banker for all of Highland Point, but in my eyes, he's just a copycat of Peter File, so I'm putting him in D tier where he belongs. And now, we get to talk about a little bit more drama that I don't think anyone else knows about, because we got Pearl and Walter up next. You see, Walter is the city's priest, which means he spends 18 hours a day at this little church, including nights. However, that's also where Pearl spends the night, every night. I kinda think she only got a job at the post office so she could read everyone's mail and tell Walter their sins. I can't really blame her though. You gotta have something to talk about when you're laying in bed together. And I adore seeing old people in love, so I'm putting them both in A tier. Now it's time to talk about another one of this town's goats, Jeremy Wilkinson, owner and sole proprietor of Highland Auto. And boy is he the pure embodiment of a boomer. He arrives to work at 4:45 a.m. and leaves at 6 p.m. 13-hour shifts every day, including weekends. But he seems like one of the cool boomers, so I'm dusting off the S tier and putting him there. But if you're a Zoomer, you probably relate more to Allison than Jeremy. Every day she goes to work in a boring-ass office building, and then proceeds to spend, I'm not kidding, an hour and a half on her phone. She's probably just watching TikTok on the toilet. B tier. Next we got Allison's dad, Jack Knight, and boy do I love this guy. He's the only doctor in Highland Point, but he's also the only reason any of my customers are still alive after they overdosed on the brick of meth I sold them. Absolute godsend. A tier. Now we move on to a cute couple, Hank and Jackie Stevenson. Jackie is a barista, and Hank owns the other hardware store. Now, I'm a diehard Dan stan, but they're a cute couple, so B tier for both of them. Up next we have another couple, Karen and Dennis Kennedy. In case you couldn't tell by the mustache, he's a firefighter, and she, well, she does this.
This is your one and only warning. Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
I mean it.
She goes straight to D tier for being a Karen, and I'll give him C for having terrible taste in women. Moving away from couples and over to the most eligible bachelor in town, we have Herbert Blueballs. Just look at that killer mustache. Since he's the one that sells me all of my gold bars, I gotta put him in A tier. Next we have Harold Colt. He's the manager over at the office building, but what kind of business he's managing, we have no idea. However, he does take a 2-hour break each day to go to church, so he can't be that bad of a guy, right? B tier. Moving on to Ray. I hate Ray. I hate his dumb little smirk, I hate how much he upcharges for properties, and I hate having to wait until he gets off work at 6 to give him a free sample. The only good thing I have to say about Ray is that at least he's not Keith. D tier. Lily, on the other hand, is a very sweet girl. She's a local barista, works alongside Jackie, and decides to spend her free time talking to pigeons in front of the town hall. I'm putting her in B tier. Next we got Fiona, and she literally doesn't do anything other than sell clothes. I'm not kidding, that is all she does. Once she's clocked out, she zooms home. Definitely an old cat lady, but she does seem really nice, so I'm putting her in B tier next to Lily. Moving on to Jen Hurd, and she's called that because you've never heard of her. She's a clerk at the town hall, but other than that, she doesn't have much going for her. C tier. Michael is also, unfortunately, another very forgettable character. He lives in the huge mansion on the north side of town, but doesn't really have a job. Probably just another nepo baby like Philip. I'm throwing him in C tier. And last but not least, we have Tobias, the mayor of Highland Point, the main man in charge. And how does he spend most of his days? Conversating with his constituents, exploring local cuisine, and drafting new legislation at the town hall. I wish politicians in real life were this dedicated. A tier. And that's it. That's all 77 NPCs in Schedule 1. Suppliers, dealers, all 5 areas, including the people in the warehouse. But I did say I was going to rank everyone. And technically, we are forgetting about one last area. Serena Flats. Hey, I'm a man of my word. There are 8 people in Serena Flats. We have the 6 normal citizens, Joe, Pam, Doug, Jacob, Andy, and Chelsea. We don't know anything about them, so they're all going in C tier. And then we have the 2 loan sharks. I'm 99% sure they're the ones that ratted out Uncle Nelson, so they're going straight to D tier. And I want to take a moment to give a huge shout out to all of the people that decided to become members of the channel. You see, I spent around 50 hours editing this video, and I decided to do it all while live on YouTube. I plan on doing more of these editing streams in the future, so if you want to join in, hang out with the amazing community that catches all of my mistakes, and get a sneak peek at my future videos, consider becoming a channel member. It's only 99 cents. And let's be real, if you made it this far into the video, you know it's worth sacrificing $1 every month to get even more Big Willy in your life. Oh, and fuck the cops. They all go in D tier. Stay silly. Schedule 1 may look simple, but it's actually very complicated. People talk like they know how it all works, but they're often dead wrong. So I spent the last week reverse engineering the actual code for this game, just so I could answer your top 10 most asked questions in this video. We'll investigate things like which dealer is the best salesman, what exactly causes mixes to be a certain color, if adding more lights makes your plants grow faster, and whether or not heavenly quality is actually useless. My name's Big Willy, and I'm here to answer all of your questions, using facts instead of just making shit up. Let's get into it. Slackers asked if there was an effect called lethal, or if that was just a myth. And Slacker, I have an answer for you, but only because you said the magic words. There is actually an effect in the game called lethal, but you can't get it by mixing ingredients. The only way to get this effect is editing your save file and changing the properties on one of your products. I want to point out that the lethal effect is not the same as the explosive effect. People get that confused a lot, but the lethal effect is actually something entirely different, and much more gruesome. One commenter asked if the game hides all the trash in NPCs when you're not near them. And honestly, that's a great question, because if we're being real, optimization matters a lot in video games nowadays. Not everyone has a high-end PC, so making the game less intensive is incredibly important. And Tyler did actually have a little trick up his sleeve for this. You see, if you're more than 40 meters away from an NPC, they get turned into a little 2D sprite that he decided to name Imposters. Since they're only two-dimensional, they're a lot easier for computers to load. Now, you won't really ever notice them while playing the game, but if you go into FreeCam and fly way up, then basically everyone is a tiny little sprite. As for trash, well, it never despawns. Every vial, every bag of soil, and every bottle is always loaded. Every piece of trash gets stored in a file in your save, and it never goes away. Which means it's super important that you use the clear trash command. Otherwise, your game is going to run like shit. I know a lot of you don't like using the console, but clearing trash for optimization reasons doesn't void your achievements, and it isn't cheating. Mando was curious about what goes into determining a product's color, and the answer is the effects. As you probably know, when you add an ingredient to a product, it gets an effect. And these effects are the only thing that matters when creating the color of your new mix. For example, let's use the recipe from my Stash and Dash video. Take your banana, cuke, horse semen, and mega bean. Put them in the mixer and press begin. After the ding, you'll end up with this list of effects. The game then goes and looks at the first effect, paranoia, and pulls its color from the code, which is mauve. Then it looks at the second effect, foggy, and pulls its color from the code, light gray. Then it mixes them together to determine the final color of your new mix. So basically, when it comes to calculating the color, only the first two effects matter. And if a product only has one effect, the game just uses that instead. Which is why Sour Diesel is a light green, because it has the refreshing effect. Or why Granddaddy Purple is, well, purple, because it has the sedating effect. It's a pretty nifty system, but there is a slight problem. This algorithm only works for weed, because when formulating the color of meth and coke, the game, for some reason, only looks at the first effect, and doesn't ever mix it with the second one. Which I don't think Tyler fully intended to happen, but it might be a little too late to fix it now. Barney asked, are there any differences in the dealers, like how fast they sell, or is one better than the others? And to me, it sounds like it's time for a little competition. I handed Benji, Molly, and Brad 5 bricks of my finest alien balls. Market value $999 a pop for a grand total of $100,000 each. Then I gave each of them 8 customers and told them to go full hustle mode. Cue the montage. And the winner is nobody. Seriously, they all ended up in the exact same ballpark. Benji pulled in $102,000, Molly made $106,000, and Brad hit $101,000. So yeah, basically a 3-way tie, but here's where it gets interesting. Remember that I gave them $100,000 worth of product, but they ended up making more than that. So what happened to their 20% cut? Well, this experiment confirmed 3 things. 1. Dealers are affected by the price set in the product app. The suggested price might be this, but we cranked it to $999, and so the dealers sold it for that price. 2. NPCs still overpay with dealers. You know how when someone messages you for a deal, they automatically tip you a little extra? Yeah, they do that with the dealers too. And 3. There is no difference between the dealers. Whether it's Brad, Molly, or our boy Benji, they're all slinging bricks like pros. Refuge wanted to know a bit more about the health system, since we can't actually see our HP bar. And the health system is actually pretty simple. You start with 100 HP, and when you take damage,
you lose some of that HP. The game then waits 30 seconds and starts regenerating your health at a very slow 0.5 per second. So if you get badly hurt, it can take up to 3 whole minutes to get back to full health. There is a bit of a cheat code though. If you drank a Cuke, you immediately restore 30 HP, so the fastest way to regen is actually just to drink soda. It is heaven in a can after all.
Lord Bell noticed that having heavenly quality drugs seemed to increase the success rate of completing a direct deal. And they also asked if there was any proof of this being accurate. And yes, this is actually 100% true. When I went out and tested it, every increase in quality also increased the success rate. The poor quality product was only 75%, but standard got us up to 79%, and premium ended up being 85%. However, heavenly product was all the way up to 88%. So when doing street deals and samples, quality does matter, even if you meet the threshold. And there is a difference between premium and heavenly. But quality isn't the only thing that affects this percentage. You see, when you place a product into the deal menu, the code runs an algorithm that looks at every single factor: quality, addiction, price, friendliness, preferred effects, and which drug that character enjoys the most. And people still think going all the way to heavenly is useless. Please. Major asked if I'd ever tried 4 lights on a single plant, and if more lights meant faster growth. So I did what any normal person would do. I built a contraption with more rack than Sydney Sweeney, because apparently it takes 9 of them just to hold 4 lights in place. But then I got to thinking, we can do better. We can do brighter. I decided to build a setup so bright, it would look like God's waiting room. Behold, our test subject, an angel basking in holy radiance. And over there, the control group, the cuck, shunned, alone, and probably listening to My Chemical Romance. Let's see who wins. Yeah, so basically no difference, 6 minutes each, but at least one of them looks cool, and at the end of the day, isn't that what science is all about? Toth wanted to know how much money actually drops from ATMs when you hit them with a bat. And this one is actually pretty easy to answer. Here's a code snippet explaining exactly how it works. When you break the ATM, Unity generates a random number between 2 and 9, and then it spits out that amount times 10 from the machine. To dumb it down a bit more, every time you whack it, you get between $20 and $90 for free. So go pick up the bat at the basketball court and get to whacking it. James asked if it was possible to do every deal yourself without any dealers, or if maybe there was a limit to the amount you could have going at once. And I honestly couldn't find anything in the code about this, which means it's time to run a little test. I booted up my main save with every customer unlocked, unassigned everyone from my dealers, set my product to available, and waited for the offers to roll in. Here are the results. There are a total of 62 customers in all of Highland Point. The first day we got 54 deals, the second day we got 50, and the third day we got 57. So we didn't get everyone, but I'm gonna say there's no limit to how many people you can schedule in a day, because some customers just don't order every day. Honestly though, I could not imagine doing all of these deals every night. It took me 15 minutes to complete all of them. That's basically an entirely new day, so you're kind of just wasting time. You should probably use the dealers. Jettle asked, if all the locations for deals are blocked off except for one, will customers automatically go to the open one? And honestly, great question. So naturally, I did what any responsible scientist would do. I illegally parked, went off-roading, and even took up extreme skateboarding. And eventually, I got an offer from our boy Sam. And guess where he wanted to meet? The skate park. Yeah, that skate park, the one that I had already blocked off. So I accepted the deal, arrived at the skate park, and Sam never showed up. He ghosted me. He ghosted me just like my ex did. So no, it doesn't work. The NPCs have free will, and they choose to use it just to make me relive my traumatic memories. And that's all 10 of your most asked questions. If you haven't seen it already, check out my other video where I answered even more Schedule 1 questions. And hey, if there's any questions you have that I didn't answer in this video, leave them below and I'll do a part 3. Or you can join my Discord and ask me directly. The link is in the description. Stay silly, y'all. For the past month, you guys have been blowing up my comments, begging for a sweatshop build. Whether you didn't have the brick press unlocked yet, or you were just trying to squeeze every last dollar out of your properties, y'all have been itching for this tutorial more than Jesse going through withdrawals. But the problem is that it's a super small space, and you can only have one employee, so there really isn't much you can do with it. I honestly never planned on making a tutorial for the sweatshop, but everything changed last weekend when the developer killed my friend, Buggy. You see, this little guy allowed us to sell unpackaged product to all of our customers, and he's been around since the game launched. But last weekend, Tyler decided enough was enough, and he killed our friendly bug. And now that he's dead, we have to package every single product before selling it, which means I finally have a use for the sweatshop. I turned it into the ultimate packaging center. Simply put in the product, and our handy handler will automatically package our products for us to sell to our customers. This build is super simple to set up, and it's incredibly cheap. It's actually perfect for beginners. And listen, I'm not gonna say this build is the best thing in the world, but it's basically the only thing you can use the sweatshop for, so here's the layout. I know it looks like a lot, but you really only need 10 things for this build to run at max efficiency. Everything else is just for fluff. You only need 6 large racks, 2 safes, a locker, and the highest tier packaging station you can get your hands on. Oh, and you also need to hire a handler. Let's get to building. First thing we're going to do is go inside and place our safes down. You can get these from Bluebell Boutique next to the post office. Then we're going to plop down the packaging station. Again, I'm using a Mark II, but if you don't have that unlocked yet, just use the Mark I for the time being. Then we're going to go along this back wall right here and place our 6 shelves. And then slap down the locker. And that's all you need for this farm to function at maximum efficiency. Just those 10 items. I told you guys the setup was pretty simple, but I guess I should explain a bit how this build works now that we're done placing all the essential items. You see, whether you want to package with jars or baggies, this build's got you covered, but the optimization is a tad bit different for both of them, so make sure you pay attention here. If you want to package your products with baggies, then it's pretty simple. You need 1 baggie for every product. That's the ratio, and it's not very complicated. We're going to stock these 2 shelves with baggies, and the 2 shelves next to it are going to hold the product that we want to get packaged. The handler will grab them off the shelf and automatically stock the packaging station, all by himself. The last 2 shelves are just to store extra product in baggies to make reloading the build a bit easier. The handler won't be using them at all. And since we're only using 4 routes to do all of that, the last route is going to be moving it from one safe to the other. We put in 2 shelves of product and 2 shelves of baggies, and we get out exactly 2 shelves of packaged product. Perfect ratio. But if you'd rather use jars, the ratio changes quite a bit. You see, jars stack to 20, and since each jar holds 5 product, 1 full rack of jars is technically enough for 5 full shelves of product. But our handler doesn't have enough routes to actually do all of that, so we do the best we can instead. Instead of having 2 shelves for packaging supplies and 2 shelves for our drugs, instead we're going to do 1 shelf for jars and 4 shelves for our products. The last shelf, just like before, is used for storing all the leftovers. Having 5 shelves like this does take up all 5 of the routes that the handler can have, so we actually aren't going to be using one of the safes. But you don't have to worry about running out of room for all of those packaged products, because the second half of this build has tons of storage. Now, I do want to point out that everything I'm about to add is not mandatory. You don't need it for the build to work properly. I'm just building it because I want to maximize the space we have. Start by lining the entire back wall with large storage racks. Throw down a bunch of safes, and then top it off with 2 more large storage racks here. All this extra storage is for holding our products that are ready to be sold. I mean, you gotta keep them somewhere. And again, you don't need any of this for the farm to run. You just need the first 10 items. But boy does it all look pretty put together. Now that the build is completely done, it's time to set up our only employee, the handler. First thing we do is assign him a locker and make sure we put some money in it. Then we assign him the packaging station and set the destination to the safe on the left. Now finally we can get to his routes, the little things that make this entire build possible. And remember, it's different depending on whether you want to package with jars or baggies. If you want baggies, make a route from each of these 4 shelves to the packaging station, and then 1 more route from the left safe to the right safe. If you want to do jars instead, just select all 5 of these shelves and set them up to go to the packaging station. Again, if you're doing jars, we only need one safe, not two, because one full rack of jars fits perfectly into one safe. And it's technically over 3,000 products, so you shouldn't need extra room. And now, all that's left is to stock up the shelves with some cheap baggies and a bit of our heavenly grade kush. And the handler should automatically start stocking everything up. He'll grab it off the shelf, throw it in the packaging station, and then gently place it all in the safe. Perfecto. And before all the comments start rolling in, this is my build for the motel room. It's my pimp pad, filled with alcohol and gamer subs, which you can get 10% off by using code BigWilly at checkout. Sorry, I had to plug it. Stay silly, y'all. Benjamin Franklin once said, there are only two certainties in life: death and buggy code. And if you've played Schedule 1 for more than 5 minutes, you've definitely experienced both. But let's be real, making a video game is hard, and making one all by yourself is 10 times harder. Between new content, legal drama, and a Discord full of people pinging you asking when's the next update, it's borderline impossible to keep up. Which is why a few weeks ago, Tyler, the one-man army behind Schedule 1, hit me up and asked if I could help him hunt down some bugs. Bad idea, because I didn't just give him a list of bugs. Oh no, I found out how and why those bugs happened, down to the exact line of code that needed fixing. And within 48 hours, he dropped a patch that fixed every single bug I sent him. So I figured, why waste a perfectly good bug report? Let's turn it into a video. We're diving deep into the weirdest, funniest, and most game-breaking bugs I found in Schedule 1, and how Tyler fixed them. Now before we dive in, I need to make something very clear, because I can already hear people pulling out their pitchforks. I am not the reason the unpackaged product bug got fixed. Probably. I liked that bug, and I wanted it to live, so I didn't put it in the bug report. And I didn't kill Buggy. But I did make a video about it. That video did hit 750,000 views, and Tyler is a subscriber of the channel. My bad, y'all. Let's get into the bugs. First up, we got the net worth bug, and this is one everyone wanted fixed for a long time, so I had to make sure it was included in the list. Basically, ever since the game launched, the way that Schedule 1 has calculated net worth was completely broken when it came to drugs. The system didn't care how your product was packaged, meaning a full brick of cocaine was valued the same as a single 8-ball. Yeah, that's not just wrong, it's disrespectful. A brick has 20 times more product. It's like saying a Bugatti is worth the same as a tricycle just because they're both parked in your garage. Now to explain how Tyler actually fixed this, we gotta peek under the hood a bit and talk about how net worth is calculated in general. Every item in Schedule 1 has a function in it called Get Monetary Value. That function basically lets the item tell the game, hey man, I'm worth this much money. So when you save the game, the system goes through every single item you own, calls that function, and adds it all up to figure out your net worth. The issue with packaged products was that the function only looked at how many items were in the stack and their market value, but not how much actual product was inside each one. So Tyler patched it up. Now the system multiplies the market value and stack size by the actual amount of product inside the packaging. Bug fixed. Time to get that 10 million achievement. Alright, next up is a bug that I guarantee you've seen. And I'd bet you $20 that if you opened your game right now and looked at your list of mixes, you'd have one named Aspen Death. In fact, nearly everyone has a mix named Aspen Death, but the odds of that happening naturally? Basically impossible. There are 37 names in the first name list, and 39 in the second name list. That means the chance of getting that specific name is 0.000069%. So why does everyone and their grandma have Aspen Death on their mix list? It's because of a bug. I mean, come on. This is a video entirely dedicated to bugs. You should have seen that one coming. When you create a new mix, the game assigns it a name based on its effects, meaning a generizing mix in one save should get the exact same name as a generizing mix in a different save. But under the hood, that name was being generated based on the hash code of that mix's effects. And hash codes, well, they can be negative. Now usually that's not a big deal, but Tyler decided to use the clamp function on the hash code before using it to pull names from the list, and clamp turns any negative number into 0. So if your mix had a negative hash code, it just defaulted to the first 2 entries in the list, which happened to be Aspen and Death. Now Tyler anticipated this problem and did try to fix this when the game launched by using the modulo operator to keep the hash codes positive. If you're not familiar with modulo, it's basically like division, but instead of saying how many times something goes into it, it says how much is left over. So it just spits out the remainder. And you can't really have a negative remainder, which is why in normal math, modulo always gives a positive result. So it should work fine to sanitize hash code, right? Wrong. Again, C# is stupid. Because in C#, the modulo of a negative number is still negative. I don't know why you can have a negative remainder, it makes zero sense, blame the nerds who wrote the language. But that's why so many mixes just defaulted to AspenDef. Their negative hash codes got clamped to 0, and boom, same exact name. And to make things worse, if that auto-generated name was already in your list, the game would discard it and generate a new random name instead, which made the whole system feel totally inconsistent. So to fix it, I recommended Tyler just run the hash code through the absolute value function first to turn all the negative numbers positive and then clamp them. And that's exactly what he did, and it worked. Bug fixed. Now if two mixes have the same effects, they'll always have the same name. Alright, now let's move on to a legitimately game-breaking bug. When you make a new mix, if you try to name it with just a single space, literally just hit the spacebar once, the whole game bricks. Now if you're curious as to why this happens, it's probably easiest if I just walk you through what's going on behind the scenes, so buckle up for some nerdy shit. When you put in a new mix name, the first thing the game does is store it in a string. And then it runs a basic check to make sure the string isn't empty. Because the mix name is null, if it's actually empty, the game just straight up crashes. It has no idea how to handle it. But if the name passes that initial check, it moves on down the pipeline. The code will convert the whole thing to lowercase, strip out any invalid characters, things like parentheses, slashes, and yes, spaces, and then finalizes the name and stores the data for this mix in your save file. Now, you might be thinking, what's the issue? But you'll see it once we run through a few examples. Say you name your mix, Benji is Cop? The code will check that it's not an empty string, which it isn't. It'll make it all lowercase, strip out the spaces and question marks, and then save the string as Benji is Cop in our save file. Perfect. No problems there whatsoever. But now imagine we name the mix Space. Just like a single space. It's not technically empty. There is a space there, so it'll pass the first check. The game will make it lowercase, which it can't technically do, but it says it does anyways. And then it removes the space, which makes the string empty and crashes the game. So to fix this, Tyler updated the isMixNameValid function to also check for names that are just white space, and also throw those out. So bug? Not really fixed. Because the function only checks for spaces. It still lets through single character names using other symbols, like a semicolon or a backslash, which also get stripped out, leaving the name empty again. Same crash, different disguise. So if you've got a better idea, feel free to be a backseat coder in the comments. I'm genuinely curious what you all think. It's a weird little bug, super niche, but it's also hilarious that one single space can take down the entire game. Up next we have a bug that affected the packaging stations, and this one is actually kind of funny. If you've been playing for a while, you've probably heard people say to only give your handlers Mark 1 packaging stations, because the Mark 2s just make them slower. And for a while, that was 100% true. You see, Tyler intended for the Mark II packaging station to be twice as fast, but thanks to a little goof, it actually took them twice as long to get the job done. And this whole bug boils down to every programmer's worst nightmare: math. Let me break it down. You see, unlike us, employees don't have to manually package products one by one. Instead, the game just runs a looping animation a few times and then magically packages everything all at once. Each type of packaging station has a value attached to it called Packaging Employee Speed Multiplier. The higher this multiplier, the faster the packaging should be, at least in theory. On the Mark 1 station, that multiplier is set to 1, so no speed boost. But on the Mark II, it's set to 2, which should cut the animation loops in half, making it a lot faster. But that's where the math betrayed us. Every time a handler goes to use a packaging station, the game starts with a base number of 5 animation loops. Then it divides that number by the handler's packaging speed, which for now is always 1. Cough cough, future update, cough cough. And then it multiplies that result by the packaging station's speed multiplier. So for the Mark 1, the equation is 5 divided by 1 times 1, 5 loops. And for the Mark 2, it's 5 divided by 1 times 2, 10 loops. So the Mark 2 is actually twice as slow. But where did Tyler go wrong? Well, it's time to go back to grade school and remember PEMDAS. So please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, because to fix this bug, he literally just added some parentheses. That's it. That's the entire fix. He added parentheses. Bug fixed. Don't you just love math? The next bug needs a little bit of backstory. A few videos ago, I revealed that the best day to sell gold at the pawn shop was Thursday, and it spread like wildfire. Everyone in the community was talking about it. Hell, people were hitting 10 million net worth just by flipping gold bars. This trick essentially turned the pawn shop into a free money printer. But here's the twist. The reason that gold sold best on Thursdays was because everything sold best on Thursdays. Turns out, every item in the game had Thursday as its top selling day. It was bugged from the start. And honestly, this one isn't even on Tyler. It's on C#, which is Unity's programming language, and it has a lot of problems. Here's what happened. When calculating the best day to sell an item, the game takes the first letter of that item's name, adds it to the current weekday, and then runs it through the get hashcode function to spit out a pseudo-random price variation. Which should work perfectly fine, right? Well, here's the catch. C#'s get hashcode function has a weird quirk. It doesn't function at all with strings that are shorter than 3 characters. And in Tyler's original code, first letter plus weekday number only makes a 2-character string. So C# just kept returning the same hash value over and over for every item, making every item's best day for selling Thursday. So how did Tyler get around this weird quirk? Well, in the patch, he rewrote the code to grab the first 2 letters instead of just 1, which should have made the string long enough to work properly when you add on the weekday. But he made a classic programmer mistake. He forgot a set of parentheses. I'm not kidding, that was the only mistake. But because of those missing parentheses, the code actually ends up grabbing just the second letter and not the first 2. So the string is still only 2 characters, and the hash function is still broken. So yeah, 1 pair of parentheses fucked the whole pawn shop system. Bug, not fixed. But let's be real. Seeing how quick he fixed everything else, this'll probably get patched tomorrow. The next bug is a little controversial, and I might be catching some heat for this one. So there used to be a weird price discrepancy with the coca seeds. If you ordered a dead drop, they only cost $80. But if you requested a delivery, suddenly you're paying $150 per seed. So what was the cause of this pricing mismatch? Well, I've got a theory. If you dig into the game's code and check the price list, there's actually a manual override in the dead drop section that forces the seed price to $80. This override completely ignores the base price that coca seeds are supposed to have. So here's what I think happened. Originally, Tyler probably wanted coca seeds to cost $80. At least that was the plan. But somewhere along the way in development, for balance or progression reasons, he bumped the price up to $150 and just never disabled that little override hiding in the dead drop logic. Now I'll be honest, when I reported this bug, I was hoping the fix would go in the other direction. You know, make everything $80 again. But instead, Tyler nuked the override completely and made the price $150 across the board for coca seeds. Bug fixed. And the last bug I want to talk about is the one that I'm genuinely sad to see go. I didn't report it. I didn't want it gone. But Tyler found it, and he killed it anyways. The whole community has been grieving this loss, because now, we can't sell unpackaged product anymore. You see, back in the good old days, if you scheduled a deal through your phone, you could just show up with raw product. No jars, no baggies, and your customer would still take it. But for samples, well, you did have to package those. Kinda weird, right? Well, it all comes down to a function in the code called applied packaging. This little piece of logic is what checks whether your product is properly packaged. Tyler made sure it was used for street deals and samples, but he just somehow forgot to apply it to meetups and phone deals. It was a tiny oversight, one of those beautiful, accidental loopholes that made life a little easier for all of us. And yeah, I always knew it would get patched eventually, but still, it stings. Bug fixed. So there you have it, 7 funky little bugs that I helped get squashed. Moral of the story, fuck C#. I hate it with a passion, and nothing in that programming language makes any sense. But what does make sense is clicking that subscribe button. Trust me, it's worth it. Stay silly, y'all. The cartel update drops in a week, and we know absolutely nothing about it. No trailers, not even a cryptic tweet, but I'm nosy, and I was dying to know. So I cracked open the game files to see if Tyler left us any hints. And he didn't just leave us some breadcrumbs, he left a whole buffet. Turns out, Tyler actually started working on the cartel update before Schedule 1 even launched. But somewhere along the way, all of the content got cut, or so we thought. Because hidden in the game's code are 3 full-blown quests that never made it in. And they explain a lot, like what's really up with the manor, why there's a creepy gravesite next to the barn, and what the Benzies are actually cooking, besides meth. Now these quests were never technically finished, and they were never released, so I had to Frankenstein them together from stray lines of dialogue, quest triggers, and a few suspiciously named PNG files. And since they're not technically in the game yet, we're gonna have to reenact them.
Warning: the following quests were removed from the final game. They may return in the cartel update, or they may stay buried for good.
So let me take you back to the beginning of the game in Serena Flats. Uncle Nelson sends you on a simple errand. Pick up a package from his local contacts. Only his contacts are actually a pair of loan sharks, and they've got some bad news. Nelson's drowning in debt, and way overdue on payments. Cut to a few hours later, and the feds sweep in. Nelson's in cuffs, and you're hauling ass to Highland Point to build your new drug empire. The loan sharks forget about the debt, and the Benzies, after blowing up your RV, are never heard from again. But this isn't what Tyler had originally planned. Here's how it was supposed to go down. After successfully slipping away from the cops and making it to Highland Point, you get a call from Uncle Nelson, who has some pretty bad news. He's been nabbed before he could square his tab, and those same loan sharks, they're coming after you next. You've got days, not weeks, to clear Uncle Nelson's debt. That little favor you did for him just turned into a massive headache. Tick tock. You've only got 4 days to scrape together $1,000 before the loan sharks come a-knocking. So you start hustling, growing product, hunting down customers, and trying to scrounge together whatever spare cash you can get your hands on. Each night, you can see the loan sharks are getting closer and closer when you go to sleep. 4, 3, 2 days until the loan sharks finally arrive. And on the last day, it flashes. The loan sharks are arriving tonight. You brace for the worst, only to nod off with the last ghostly message. In the midst of the night, gunshots ring out nearby. But you're not the target. The rest of the night is dead quiet. And the next morning, through bleary eyes, you spot the same red chip box from Serena Flats. Only now, it's riddled with bullet holes. A crumpled note flutters on the passenger side window. You piece together the words,
"Meet me at Highland Manor."
TB. No more loan sharks. No more threats. Turns out, this TB fella just saved your ass. And your next stop is Highland Manor. Right after you finish reading the note, Uncle Nelson calls and you fill him in. He chuckles and admits he didn't see that coming. Well damn, I wasn't expecting that. On the bright side, looks like we don't have to worry about all that debt. Then his tone shifts. But on the other hand, whoever took out those fellas must be some pretty serious people. And judging from that note, they ain't doing it for charity. He pauses, sounding serious. The way I see it, they know where you live and they got the means to do some damage, so you best go to that meeting. He wraps it up with a final bit of cautious optimism. Hopefully we can get this sorted out. I'll give you a call once you've talked to him, but a thought crosses your mind. What if we just ignored the cartel and skipped the meeting entirely? No sooner does the thought leave your mind than your phone starts buzzing with a text from an unknown number.
Either you missed our note or you're ignoring it. For your own sake, I'll assume the former. We have business to discuss at Highland Manor ASAP.
That night, you fall asleep, only to see one last message before blacking out. In the middle of the night, the door is kicked in and you're dragged into a vehicle trunk. When you finally wake up, you're not in your bed. You're in front of the manor, staring right in the face of a man dressed in all black. When you introduce yourself, he greets you coolly.
Hello there. My name is Thomas Benzies. I was the one who helped you out with your little predicament earlier.
He studies you for a moment.
Judging from the people that were after you, it would seem that we share a similar line of work.
Then he lays out his proposal.
So, perhaps we could make a deal that would benefit us both. Well, me mostly.
His terms are blunt.
You will provide us with 15 marijuana weekly. We will pay you, of course, but considering our generosity earlier, it seems only fair that we pay a reduced price.
He leans in, waiting for your answer.
Now have we got a deal?
But honestly, the terms of the negotiation aren't great. So you ask the question on everyone's mind. Now why would I agree to that? Big mistake.
I'm sorry, I may not have made myself clear. We will collect our payment, one way or another.
With the wind knocked out of your sails, all you can manage to come up with is, okay. He nods approvingly.
Excellent. You can make your deliveries here at the end of every week. You'd be wise to uphold this agreement. It would be a shame to have to resort to violence.
And this isn't an idle threat, because if you walk down towards the barn, you can find 2 freshly dug graves belonging to the loan sharks. Clearly, this is a deal you can't afford to mess up. Right after you leave the manor, you sprint to the nearest payphone and call Uncle Nelson. He sighs and responds. Oof, out of the frying pan, eh? He warns you bluntly. The RV's about as mobile as my nan, and they know that. Seems you've got no other options here. You'll have to meet their demands, or suffer the consequences. Then he offers a workaround. But you should probably be able to produce more product than they're demanding, so you can continue selling to your customers and making money. Nelson lays out the escape plan. The next step will be buying a new property. Somewhere in the Benzies family won't find you. Then you'll be in a position to break off this little agreement. He ends on a hopeful note, so at least there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Keep doing what you're doing, start saving for your first property. It's clear there's no way around it. You've got 7 days to deliver 15 OG Kush to Thomas. But if you miss the deadline, things get ugly. With 24 hours left, you receive a text.
You haven't yet made this week's delivery. There are 24 hours left. Don't make this difficult.
And if you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, then when you go to bed, you're left with this. You failed to make the weekly delivery. Benzie family goons break in during the night, taking your stock and leaving you nearly dead. Suddenly, everything you had been working towards, everything you had saved up, is gone. But you're a good business partner, so you don't have to worry about all that. Right on schedule, you waltz up to the manor with your 15 OG Kush, and Thomas greets you calmly.
Ready to make this week's delivery?
You nod, hand over the stash, and he slides you $100. That's it. A single Benjamin. And just like that, you're locked into this lovely little arrangement. Every single week, you bring the cartel 15 OG Kush and get paid jack shit, just to keep the cartel from Swiss cheesing your RV. Well, at least until you finally manage to get your first property. And there you have it, all 3 of the cartel quests that got cut before launch. It's wild to see what Tyler originally had planned, but let's be honest, the full cartel update is probably going to go way harder than just these quests. Whether it's full-on warfare or some twisted business partnership, I've got zero doubt this update's gonna absolutely slap. Now Tyler already showed us a bit of what the cartel goons are gonna look like, and it looks like green is gonna be the cartel's color because everyone is wearing it. Oh, and he also hinted that we'll finally be able to own the manor. And trust me, I'll be making a tutorial video for it as well, just like I did for every other property. Now, he didn't say exactly how we unlock this magnificent manor, but let's be real, that place is not going to show up in the real estate tab. Something tells me the only way to unlock it is to take down the cartel once and for all. Well, that's literally everything I know about the cartel. I'm sorry to say, I didn't get any exclusive leaks, but I definitely plan on making a few videos on this massive update, so make sure you stay tuned in. I also want to give a massive shout out to all of my channel members. We currently have over 500 little Willies, and I seriously couldn't continue making content without them. Turns out, ad revenue for videos about a drug dealing game is not that great. Who would have guessed it? Stay silly, y'all. You should be mixing smarter, not harder. because mixing is a crucial part of Schedule 1. But let's be honest, most people have no idea how it actually works. They just copy whatever recipe they see online. Monkey see, monkey mix, without understanding how mixing really works under the hood. And that's a shame, because mixing is one of the most complex, most interesting mechanics in the entire game. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, and the more you understand it, the more money your operation is going to make. In this video, I'm breaking down mixing into 3 parts: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. So whether you're just starting out, or you've been mixing for months, I promise you're gonna learn something new. But before we dive in, I want to share something about mixing that nobody else has found yet. A little Big Willy exclusive, just for my subscribers. Or at least the 13.7% of you that are actually subscribed. Remember our good pal Geraldine? Well, turns out he's been hiding a pretty wild secret. In fact, I kinda dropped a hint about it in my tier list video. And if you blinked, you might have missed it. Did you catch it? That little shack isn't just some random building. It's got something special going on. Here's the kicker. Originally, the game wasn't even supposed to have mixing stations. Instead, Geraldine was gonna mix everything for us right here in this shack. By moving some things around, I was able to enable this really weird chute on the side of his shack, and it wanted some drugs and 5 megabeans. But once I put them all into the mixing chute, Geraldine gave me this, a biohazard box, filled with my freshly mixed product. Honestly, I thank Tyler every day for not making us rely on Geraldine's crusty ass shack to get our mixes. There's just no way he could keep up with the insane mountain of coke bricks I'm cranking out. I literally have every single property producing products, so he doesn't have a chance. But now that we've exposed his past life as a failed chemist, let's talk about how you can do it better. And we're going to kick things off with the beginner section. So in order to start mixing, you've got to buy a mixing station from our main man Dan and slap it down at one of your properties. Without this vital piece of equipment, you're not going to be able to mix anything. Then grab some ingredients from the gas mart along with drugs from your farm, toss everything into the mixing station, hit begin, and just like that, you got a brand new product with upgraded stats. But what exactly does mixing actually improve? Well, for starters, it boosts the sale price of your product. But how much that sale price gets increased depends entirely on what effect your new drug has, because each effect has a different price multiplier that can seriously fatten up your profit margins. Next, and this is crucial, it increases addictiveness. Addictiveness determines how often customers come back, how high you can raise the base price in the products app, and how much you can overcharge your customers before they start a riot. Addiction is the single most important factor when making your drugs. I cannot stress this enough. You have to make sure the drugs you're selling have 100% addictiveness. Not 80, not 90, 100. Because if your drugs aren't fully addictive, you're basically just leaving stacks of cash on the table. And finally, it gives your drug a fancy new side effect that does some pretty cool stuff, like transform you into a one-eyed cyclops, turn you into a ticking time bomb, or make you violently shit your pants. There's also a secret effect that can only be obtained by editing your save file, but I mentioned that in a different video. But other than that secret effect, every single other one can be made using just those ingredients at the gas mart. And if you want to know what exactly to mix to get each of the effects, well, I gotta take you to the intermediate section. You see, that brand new side effect you got from mixing wasn't random. It's directly tied to which ingredient you throw into the mixing station. And lucky for you, I've got the full list right here. And just to spice things up, I'm gonna wrap it. I'm sorry in advance. The Addy was thought-provoking, it made my head big, and bananas made me ginger, so now I look like this. Batteries gave me bright eyes, I look like an angel choir, and the chili is real spicy, man, it caught me on fire. Now Cute keeps me energized, helps me run a lot faster, while the donuts were real calorie dense, and now I'm a lot fatter. Red Bulls are athletic, helped increase my movement speed. Bulletproof medicine is sedating and lowered my sensitivity. Gasoline is toxic, which made me throw up. Or semen gave me a long face, so I look like what the fuck? Iodine is generizing, which made me grow tits. Mega Bean kept my mind foggy, now I can't remember shit. Motor oil is slippery, made me move like a snail. And mouthwash is bald in, it made me ugly as hell. Paracetamol made me sneaky, I was dodging all the cops. I was picking pocket clean, no I never got caught. I never stopped, I never stopped. Shout out Highland Point. Oh, and Viagra makes you black. Don't ask me why. Anyways, you probably noticed that I only said like half of the effects in the game. I mean, I'm missing zombifying, shrinking, paranoia, electrifying, and a lot more. But that's because those effects don't come from just one ingredient. You need multiple. These higher tier effects only show up when you start combining different ingredients together, which makes things more complicated but also a lot more profitable because these higher end effects have a much larger price multiplier than the single ones do. And to explain how it all works, we have to move on to the advanced section, and get ready because it's really nerdy. You see, in the code, each ingredient has two important properties: its guaranteed side effect and its mixing direction. Now, the guaranteed side effect property is pretty easy to understand. If you throw in some Viagra, you're getting the Tropic Thunder effect every time. It's guaranteed, so no RNG. But the mixing direction, now that one's a bit trickier because it involves this, the universal mix map. The game uses this map to plot the position of all the different effects onto a 2D plane. Think of it like a big circular chart that shows how similar certain effects are. Stuff like relaxing and sedating are right next to each other, and energizing is just a few steps away from refreshing. It's honestly a lot like a horoscope, except it's for druggies instead of mentally unstable white girls. This map is how the game figures out which effects evolve when you start combining ingredients. For example, let's say you're mixing a chili with some weed that already has the sedating and disorienting effects. Chili has the guaranteed effect of spicy, but it also has a mixing direction of 1, 0, which means 1 in the X direction and 0 in the Y direction. So when you use it, the game then moves each of the existing effects in that direction to find a new point on the mixing map. And if it ends up in empty space, well, nothing happens. But if that new point ends up at a different effect, the game transforms the old effect into the new one. So let's look at our example again. Here's what ends up happening. Disorienting gets moved to the right, but it lands in an empty area, so it stays the same. And then sedating also gets moved to the right, but it lands inside of laxative, so it gets transformed. And of course, we still get the spicy effect from the chili. So the final mix turns out to be a Taco Bell special: laxative, disorienting, and spicy. Yeah, it's a little complicated when it comes to getting the higher tier effects, but the good news is that you don't need to know any of this, because the easiest way to find a good recipe is simply by using the Schedule 1 Mix Calculator website, right here. But for those of you who don't want to use a website, I'm also just going to give you the most profitable recipe for each of the drugs, right here in this video. But first, we gotta answer a question that comes up constantly in my comments. How many ingredients should you actually be mixing? And the answer is 4. Yeah, I know, that sounds wrong, but you gotta hear me out here. Most people assume they should go for an 8-step mega mix. It's mega brain, because clearly more equals better, right? Wrong. 8-step mixes are way less efficient than just doing a clean, tight 4-step mix. And here's the reason why. Every customer has a set weekly budget. Now, this budget does scale based on a few different factors, but the actual amount is set in stone. So it makes zero difference whether you sell them 10 Coke at $200 each or 5 Coke at $400 each, because they're still spending the same $2,000 each week. And with the current state of the game, we're pumping out way more drugs than we can realistically sell. Our supply completely outweighs our demand, so having to sell more units doesn't actually matter to us. But what does matter is the addictiveness. We're mixing in the first place to raise the addiction level. And a 4-mix gets you right at 100% addictiveness while only using one chemist. So it is by far the most efficient way to do mixing. Plus, 8-step mixes are a pain in the ass to restock. Now that we've cleared that up, here are the best 4-step mixes for every drug in the game. Meth and Coke are the exact same formula, and this is the exact one I use in my mixing station video. Banana, Cuke, horse semen, megabean. But each of the 4 weed strains are entirely different recipes, so listen up. OG Kush is going to be Cuke, Addy, horse semen, megabean. Sour Diesel is going to be Cuke, megabean, iodine, motor oil. Green Crack is going to be Addy, Viagra, horse semen, and megabean. And Granddaddy Perp is going to be Addy, horse semen, Viagra, iodine. The orders do matter, so make sure you do it correctly. But if you're the kind of player who doesn't care about efficiency and just wants that dopamine overload from selling a $1,000 baggie of rainbow flavored horse meth, don't worry, I'm going to show you the best 8-step mixes as well, because the best way to play a game is how you enjoy playing the game. But I'm only going to put them on the screen for a second because fuck you. I want to give a big thanks to Noct, Estonia, and Noxelius for helping me out with some research. They're all members of my Discord, which, by the way, you should join if you haven't already. it's not just for Schedule 1, we talk about a lot of other stuff as well. Alright, adios, and stay silly, y'all.
We interrupt this Big Willy video for an important announcement.
Are you sick and tired of walking around on your own 2 feet like some kind of medieval peasant? Don't you wish there was a better way to get from point A to point B? Well, now there is. Introducing the Schedule 1 console. Just fire it up, tweak a few settings, and you could be breaking the laws of physics in under 10 seconds, all without disabling any achievements. Why settle for walking when you could be jumping like you're on the moon, flying like an off-brand Iron Man, or tearing through the town in a stolen police car? The Schedule 1 console, because walking is for NPCs. Order now and we'll throw in a free lifetime supply of our patented alien balls, made with my grandmother's special recipe.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. Take it away, Willy.
And now that you've got your shiny new console, I might as well show you how to actually use it. Because if I'm being real, some of these commands, yeah, they're about as straightforward as IKEA instructions. You see, Schedule 1's console commands can get a little cryptic, so I did what any sane person would do. I reverse engineered every single one of them. And oh boy, I found some juicy stuff. Stuff that even I had never heard about before. So even if you think you've memorized the entire console, trust me, you're going to want to stick around for this. I found out how to teleport across the map, gave myself items that were completely removed from the game, and even got access to hidden background systems that were quietly running in the shadows this entire time. But before we can do any of that, you first have to open up the console. And to open it up, all you gotta do is go to your settings, click this button, and read the very official looking sentence. Press tilde to toggle. But is that how it actually works? You see, the game is a filthy liar. Tilde isn't actually the key that opens the console. It's technically the backtick. Now, you may think they're basically the same thing because they're both on the same key, but the truth is, they're only the same key on American English keyboards. Which means if you're using literally any other keyboard layout, the console just won't open. So to fix this, we go into Windows Settings, then to Time and Language, add the English United States keyboard layout, and just like that, you can now use the tilde backtick key combo. Now to switch to this keyboard layout, all you have to do is press Ctrl and Shift, and then select English. Then hit the key above your tab, that's the backtick on US layouts, and the console should pop right up. And when you're done, just Ctrl Shift back to your normal layout. Easy as pie. Alright, now that you've been turned into a red-blooded, beer-loving, freedom-ringing American, we can finally open up this bad boy and type in our very first command. The spawn vehicle command lets you spawn in any vehicle in the game, and it automatically marks that vehicle as owned, so you can just jump in and start driving it right away. Most of the list is exactly what you'd expect. The shitbox, hound dog, bruiser, dinkler, cheetah, and of course, the trusty Viper. But because it allows us to spawn in any vehicle, if we just add _police to the end of the shitbox and the bruiser, it also gives us the police cars. But there is a catch. These cop cars don't have sirens, so you're just gonna have to make the sounds yourself. Like this. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. And if you happen to get caught by the cops in your brand new, not so legally obtained car, you can use the lower wanted command to cool things down. But this command only knocks your wanted level down by 1 each time you use it, so if you're in deep shit, you should probably just use the clear wanted command instead, because it wipes out everything. And if for some reason you actually want the cops chasing you, you can use the raise wanted command to do the exact opposite and get the full force right on your tail. Want everything to move faster? Deliveries, growth, the day-night cycle? That's where set time scale comes in. And if you need to jump to a specific time of day, just use set time and skip the wait entirely. But if you're really trying to save time, well, the next few commands are where things get really interesting. The grow plants command automatically sets all of your plants to fully grown. Then we have the set move speed and set jump force commands, which let you zip and bounce around the map like a damn kangaroo. Shout out all the Aussies. But the real game changer, the real time saver, my personal favorite and the holy grail of console command, clear trash. It's so useful even the developer recommends running it regularly. You see, trash never despawns in Schedule 1, so if you just let it pile up, your game's performance is going to take a serious hit. Using the clear trash command keeps things running smooth, and it also means you can fire those useless cleaners and hire someone way more valuable, like a botanist. who actually grows weed for you. And you know what you can do with all that extra weed? Package it up into a jar, brick, or baggie using the package product command. And if you want to tweak the quality, just use set quality to switch between trash, poor, standard, premium, and even heavenly. But weed is boring. If you really want to unlock hidden goodies and cut content, the give command is where the fun really begins. You see, the give command dumps any item in the game straight into your inventory. Just type the item name without spaces, plus how many you actually want, and as long as you've got room in your inventory, it's going to magically appear in your pockets. But here's the kicker. There's some cut items that only show up with the give command, like test weed, biker crank, glass, and baby blue from Breaking Bad. There's also some oddball items in there, like the police flashlight, a totally deleted object called Big Sprinkler, and some weird stuff like energy drink effects and cuke effects. But once you've loaded up your inventory with these secret toys, you're gonna need a way to clean house. And that's where the clear inventory command saves the day. Just type it in and poof, your entire inventory disappears. No more waiting around for that painfully slow discard box. Wait, what's that in the box? Could it be? Oh my god, it is! It's the super secret console command that only works at gamersubs.gg. That's right, folks. Use this command at checkout and snag 10% off your Gamersubs order. It's a budget-friendly energy boost, and yes, I used it constantly while making this video. But if you're too broke to grab some Gamersubs, no worries. You can use the change cash or change balance commands to top up your funds instantly. The reason these commands are called change and not add is because you can also decrease your cash with it. So if you accidentally go overboard, you can just dial it back down a bit. Here's a cool tidbit though. Internally, every online transaction is tracked in a ledger. When you give yourself cash, it says added by developer console. Now, this ledger isn't visible or saved anywhere in the game, but maybe Tyler planned to build a full transaction history, kinda like the ATMs in GTA. And now that you got all this cash, you're probably thinking, awesome, I can finally afford that fancy red barn. But honestly, you don't even need money for that. Because with the set owned command, you can grab basically every property and business completely for free. The post office? All yours. Bungalow? Signed over. Taco Ticklers? Locked down. In fact, you can even own the Highland Manor with this command. Now, it doesn't open the gate, but if you manage to jump inside the fence, you can open the door and even turn on the lights. But with all these new properties at your disposal, you're gonna need a faster way to get around. Which brings us to the teleport command. This bad boy lets you instantly jump to every property, business, and even a few special spots around town. Here's the full list. If you're wondering about that cabin, well, it's non-functional and completely disabled. It was probably meant to teleport you to Geraldine's shack out in Westville. And if you want to know why that little shack used to be such a big deal, check out the mixing video I just dropped. I expose all of Geraldine's dirty little secrets. But speaking of secrets, this next command is how I capture almost all of the footage for my videos. Free Cam. Free Cam lets you enter no clip mode, meaning you can fly through the world without any restrictions. Use space to rise up, control to drop down, the scroll wheel to adjust your speed, and hold shift to zoom around faster. You can even fly inside buildings for those perfect unseen angles. Great for scoping out secrets or spying on your favorite NPCs. Oh, you don't have him unlocked yet? Well, you can skip the whole getting to know you phase entirely with the set unlocked and set relationship commands. With set unlocked, you can instantly make any character available. No more waiting around, no more samples. Just pop in their character ID and they're ready to buy some drugs. But unlocking the NPCs is just the start, because the set relationship command lets you crank up how much they actually like you, on a scale from 0 to 5. Want them to hate your guts? Set it to 0. Want to roleplay that Jessie is your unstable, drug-addicted girlfriend? Set it to 5. The choice is all yours. Now, the next few commands are pretty self-explanatory, so let me speed through them real quick and we'll get back to the interesting ones. Set Stamina Reserve changes how much stamina you have, and Set Health changes how much health you have. Set Discovered automatically unlocks meth and coke, and Add XP adds XP. Add Employee adds an employee to a property. You can choose any property. Show and Hide FPS does exactly what it says it does. Bind ties a command to a specific key. Unbind removes the bind on a specific key. And Clear Binds removes all commands that have been bound to a key. And Save, well, it saves the game. And I'm sure that long list made you sleepy, or annoyed, or deeply concerned for my well-being. Or maybe you were just messing around with the Set Emotion command. This command lets you instantly change your character's current emotion with 12 preset moods to choose from. You got neutral, cheery, happy, concerned, annoyed, angry, surprised, scared, sleeping, meth, cocaine, and zombie. And you're going to be feeling like a zombie once I get done explaining the next 2 commands, because now we're going to talk about quests, and more importantly, how to bend them to your will using the console. When it comes to the quest, there are 2 commands you need to know: set quest state and set quest entry state. Let's start with set quest state. This one controls the overall status of the quest. Let's say you want to start the warehouse quest. Just type set quest state warehouse 1. Boom, it's active. And if you want to deactivate it, you change the 1 to a 0. And if you want to mark it entirely complete, you use a 2. Most of the other states, like failed or canceled, are mostly used for short-term gigs like phone contracts. Here's a quick tip: if the quest name has spaces, use underscores instead. Now, if you want more control, like skipping to a specific step in a quest, we gotta use set quest entry state. Think of quest like a checklist. Each step is an entry. For example, in the intro quest, Welcome to Highland Point, entry 0 is checking your phone, entry 1 is calling Uncle Nelson, and entry 2 is grabbing the cash from the drop boxes. If you know the entry number, you can jump straight to it. Perfect for testing, speedrunning, or just skipping the boring parts. But there is a catch. The game doesn't tell you which entries actually exist. So unless you data mine the quests, or manage to guess correctly, this command is kind of useless. But hey, useless is still better than being dangerous, because the list of commands on the screen right now can straight up brick your entire game if you don't know what you're doing. Use them at your own risk, you've been warned. But you know what's never risky? Staying silly. The wait is finally over. Schedule 1 just dropped its biggest, most game-changing update ever, and I'm here to go over every last bit of it with you. You see, it all started back in June, when Tyler threw the entire community into a massive vote. 3 choices: shrooms, police, or the cartel. The results were clear. 64% of players demanded the cartel update, which isn't exactly shocking. We've all been begging for cartel content since the game's launch, and now we finally get to enjoy it. You see, the original plan was to launch this massive update by late July, but it got delayed a week. Now, I'm not entirely sure, but Tyler promised us a sneak peek video on a brand new mechanic back in mid-July. And that video never came, so I bet he was wrestling with whatever that was right up until the release date. But all that waiting was well worth it, because now the update is here, and it changes everything. And I hate to say I told you so, but all of those cut cartel quests that I found in the game files, they made a comeback. You see, a few weeks ago, I dropped a video where I dug through the game files and found a bunch of cut cartel quests, missions that were scrapped before Schedule 1 even launched. Everyone figured they were gone forever. But in this update, Tyler brought a few of them back from the dead. And man, there is something incredibly satisfying about calling your shot and watching it land. But as Kobe Bryant once said,
"Job's not finished. Job finished? I don't think so."
Because now that the update's live, I'm going to be breaking it down piece by piece, reverse engineering every change, digging up hidden details, and finding all the stuff that Tyler didn't tell us about in the patch notes. This week, expect wall-to-wall cartel coverage, tips, tricks, data mine secrets, and plenty more. So if you want to stay ahead of the curve in Schedule 1, smash that subscribe button and join the lucky 13% of viewers who are already in the loop. Alright, let's go over all the new features. Now, you don't technically have to start a new save for this update. It will work perfectly fine with all of your old playthroughs, but I'm gonna be real with you. I highly recommend starting a fresh save. I cannot stress this enough. You are going to miss out on some of the content if you just start playing again with your old saves. It's like ordering a Meat Lover's pizza and then throwing away half the toppings. It just doesn't make any sense. Alright, enough yapping. Let's go over all the new features that we can finally get our hands on. First up, and most importantly, we have the Benzies family. This is a brand new rival cartel in Highland Point, teased way back when the game first launched, but this is the first time we get to go toe-to-toe with them, and they don't play nice. We're talking a fully fleshed out, brand new questline, complete with them robbing your dealers, ambushing your deals, and even stealing seeds from your dead drops. Now, you won't actually encounter the cartel until you unlock a couple customers in Westville, so yes, unfortunately, they do still blow up the RV, but at least now we get the chance for revenge. But maybe you're a lover, not a fighter. Well, no problem, because you can also work with the cartel selling them bulk product. But there is a catch. Their prices are steep, and you're still in bed with people who would rob your grandma if she looked at them the wrong way. So I guess it all depends on your morals. Now here's a little secret I dug up while data mining. The cartel won't use guns against you until you're a high enough level to buy your own. If you pull up with a machete, they're gonna pull up with a machete, which I think is pretty considerate of them considering they run the entire town. But speaking of levels, progression has changed too. You no longer unlock new areas just by hitting certain levels. Instead, each region now has a cartel influence level. Reduce that influence enough and then you can move on to the next area. It adds a whole new layer of strategy to how you expand, and I'm really looking forward to testing it out. And after you beat the cartel quest, whether through bloodshed or the power of friendship, you can finally buy the manor for a jaw-dropping $250,000. It holds 10 employees and it only has 2 delivery bays, which, if I'm being completely honest with you guys, is incredibly disappointing. I was honestly hoping it would have 15 to 20 employees or at least 3 or 4 delivery bays. It's basically the exact same thing as the barn or the warehouse, except with the added caveat that with 2 floors, the employee pathing is going to be incredibly wonky and thus incredibly inefficient. I honestly think the warehouse and barn are just going to end up being a lot more efficient, but I'll do my best to cook up something exciting for this gorgeous new property, so be on the lookout for that video. But the cartel isn't the only thing that got added in this update, because he also gave us a few new toys. My favorite being the shotgun. It holds 5 shells at a time, and all it takes is 1 shot to put your enemies in the dirt. This thing is incredibly sweet, and I'm so glad to finally have a little bit more firepower on our side. He also added a brand new vehicle called the Hot Box, which is based on a G-Wagon. It costs $30K, has 5 slots in the trunk, and it looks like it's bulletproof. So it might be a good pickup when we go to war with the cartel. Now you don't have to go to war, but if we do, we should probably get some battlefield experience with the sponsor of today's video, War Thunder. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, and it's available now for free on PC, consoles, and even mobile devices like Android and iOS, allowing you to take the battlefield wherever you go. Whether you prefer tanks, ships, or my personal favorite, the planes, War Thunder has you covered with incredibly detailed visuals, realistic graphics, and authentic sound effects that place you right at the helm of the most powerful war machines of our time. New and returning players on PC and consoles that haven't played in the last 6 months can use my link below to receive a massive bonus pack that includes multiple premium vehicles, the Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and a premium account for 7 days. It's available for a limited time only, so be quick to make sure you don't miss out. Cosmetics also got some love. He added 3 new hairstyles: close buzz cut, long slicked back, and the Tony, which is based on Tony Soprano. And these new haircuts aren't just reskins either. Tyler added new hair texturing that fades out naturally. It's subtle, but it makes a big difference for immersion, and I'm hoping older styles get this treatment too. I really think it adds a lot of depth. I'm a big fan. He also reworked some of the NPC behaviors to make them smarter. Police and enemies in combat will now predict where you're going instead of just beelining straight towards you. So combat should be a little bit more difficult and challenging, but also more rewarding. But hey, after you knock them out, you can finally pickpocket the police and any other NPC that's laying on the ground, which I think is a nice touch. I always wondered why we couldn't pickpocket them if they were unconscious, so I'm really glad he lets us do it now. He also finally gave us a penalty for abusing our customers, because if you rough up your buyers, they'll stop ordering from you for 3 whole in-game days. So maybe you should stop punching Mr. Peterfile in the face. He also added a few other things. He removed the ghost dealers in the back corner, and as a special fuck you just for me, he added 3 new commands right after I just made a command video. Thanks, Tyler. We have the Set Gravity Multiplier command, which makes you float like the anti-gravity effect, the Set Region Unlocked command, which automatically unlocks new regions, and the Force Sleep command, which obviously makes you sleep. There's also a few new loading screen hints, but I'm gonna let you guys find those for yourself. That's everything in the new cartel update for now. And if you're wondering how to actually get this update or how to switch over to beta, stick around for the next section and I'll explain it all the way through. Here's how you do it. Open up Steam, right-click on Schedule 1 in your game library, then click Properties, head over to the Betas tab, and from the drop-down menu, select Beta. And then Steam will automatically switch your game over to the Beta branch, and you're good to go. But before you dive in, here's a quick word of caution. Make sure you back up your saves. Betas can be a bit unpredictable, and there's always a small chance your save files could get corrupted. Now, I haven't had that happen with Schedule 1 before, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. Backing up your files is pretty simple, and luckily for us, the save system in this game is not super complex. In the main menu, there's a button to both import and export your saves. That's all you have to do. Like I said, it's pretty simple. And since the cartel update wraps up the first community vote, Tyler has already confirmed there's another one coming this September to decide the next big update. Two of the options for this vote are already locked in, the police and the shrooms, but the third option is still up in the air. So I want to ask you all, my loyal viewers, what are you hoping the third option is? Should we get a fishing minigame so we can have some relaxation after a hard day of dealing drugs? Should we go big with a full map expansion to explore a brand new area, like a swamp or a forest? Or should Tyler finally give some love to that airstrip on the little island out west, so we can start bulk exporting product like proper smugglers? Let me know what you all are hoping the third option is. I'm kinda curious to see where the community is leaning. Also, I've been getting a ton of requests lately to make some long-form playthrough videos, and I finally decided to bite the bullet. So I'd like to officially announce the launch of my brand new second channel, BigWillyUncut. Expect 2 to 3 full-length videos each week, packed with gameplay and commentary. And of course, with this new update, I'm gonna be starting a brand new playthrough. So if you want more Schedule 1 content, or just want to watch some chill play sessions, make sure to check it out. And again, big thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Whether you prefer playing on PC, console, or mobile, make sure you don't miss out on the limited time bonus pack by signing up using my link in the description or pinned comment below. Stay silly, y'all. Fully automatic meth bungalow. You've been asking for it, and I'm finally doing it. Because that's the real beauty of this game. There's no right way to play Schedule 1. Every single person plays the game a little bit differently. They have their own styles, their own setups, and even their own goals. So while I personally prefer using the bungalow for weed, who am I to deny all the meth heads in my comments? After all, I am a chronic people pleaser, so you know I had to hook you up. Now the real beauty of this setup is that by using a little trick, we actually only need one delivery bay for all of our ingredients. Phosphorus, acid, and pseudo, all in one van. We don't have to juggle multiple deliveries anymore, which makes this farm perfect for the bungalow because it only has one delivery bay. And I'll show you how exactly we pull it off after we build the setup. Here's the full layout for the farm. And let me explain a few things I did to maximize efficiency. First, all the stations are packed near the front door, so employees spend less time doing cardio and more time cooking. That's why the back room is completely empty. You see, meth is super space efficient, so the entire operation fits neatly into the first two areas, which means that room in the back corner is free real estate. Extra storage, a manual mixing setup, or if you're feeling spicy, a little pimp pad. Gotta let the crew unwind after a long day in the lab. Secondly, the chemistry stations and lab ovens are set up in tight groups of 4, directly across from each other. That way, chemists don't waste time running laps around the house. All they have to do is spin around and the next batch is already rolling. Third, you'll notice there aren't any mixing stations in this layout, and that's on purpose. Just like my other builds, this one plugs straight into the Stash and Dash mixing setup I showed off a while back, which means no wasted employee slots on handlers or chemists. Everybody's focused on pumping out as much pure product as they possibly can. And lastly, I made 2 versions of this build. One is with the brick press, and the other is with the packaging station. So if you're brand new and don't have the press unlocked yet, no worries, I've got you covered. Here's everything you need to get the ball rolling. 6 lab ovens, 6 chemistry stations, 5 lockers, a brick press, 4 large storage racks, 2 small storage racks, and then 3 chemists and 2 handlers, for a grand total of $22,850, not including the ingredients, of course. Now to start building, we gotta place down our chemistry stations and lab ovens. Put 2 chemistry stations here, and 2 lab ovens facing them. Then go on the other side, place 2 more chemistry stations and 2 more lab ovens directly across, leaving a little bit of room for the back door. Then place another lab oven, and then a chemistry station beside it, and we're just gonna mirror that on the other side. Once you get your stations put down, we gotta set up the packaging area, and we're gonna start with the brick press configuration. I'll show you how to change it to a packaging station a little bit later if that's what you prefer. Go ahead and put down 2 large racks here, and 2 large racks on the other side. Put the brick press in the middle, and then 2 small racks here for a little bit of extra storage. Then we gotta get the lockers put down for our loyal employees, so just slap 5 of them in this corner right here. And you can also just put the lockers in the back room if that's what you prefer, but now that we're done, it should be looking a little bit like this. You're completely done setting up and building everything. Because that's the best part about meth builds. They're incredibly easy to set up, and they're also super space efficient. But now that we're done building everything, we gotta set up all of our equipment. So just go to every chemistry station, select the liquid meth recipe, and assign their destinations to the lab ovens directly across from them. This is important because it completely eliminates walking time from our chemists. All they have to do is turn around to start the next step of the cooking process, which saves valuable time. Then select these 3 lab ovens and send them to the right rack. Select the other 3 lab ovens and send them to the left rack, and then go to the brick press and set its destination to the rack right next to it. Now the next part is a little bit tedious, but it is incredibly crucial. We have to set the filters for each of the chemistry stations so that the handlers can automatically stock them with ingredients. So go to each station, set the first slot to acid, the second slot to phosphorus, and the last slot to whatever quality of pseudo you're going to be using. Unfortunately, there's no way to get heavenly quality meth yet, so we're just going to have to settle for premium until Tyler adds it into the game. And now that all the equipment's locked in, it's time to get our lovely little workers up and running. So first, assign each of the 5 employees to a locker, because no locker means no paycheck, and no paycheck means no meth. Then head over to your chemists and give each one of them 2 lab ovens and 2 chemistry stations. Remember, the layout is set up in quadrants, so just assign a chemist to each of the 3 quadrants and you'll be good to go. And once all your chemists are locked in, it's time to bring in the real MVPs. The handlers. These guys keep the lab moving, restocking the stations and packaging up the finished product. Let's start with handler 1. Give them 3 routes, all starting at the delivery bay, and set each route's destination to one of the first 3 chemistry stations. Do the exact same thing with handler 2, but instead send their routes to the other 3 chemistry stations. Once those routes are set up so the handlers can restock everything, we gotta set up routes for the packaging area. Take one handler and make 2 new routes from these shelves straight over to the brick press. Then grab the other handler and we're gonna set up a little shuffle game, moving product from this shelf to this shelf and this shelf to this shelf, just to free up some extra storage space. And the last step is to assign the brick press to that same handler, so they can crank out the final product without missing a beat. And once you do that, the entire farm is complete and we're ready to stock it. But if you'd rather use the packaging station instead of the brick press, here's how to set it up. Drop 1 rack in the back, 1 on the left, and 1 on the right. Then place your packaging station down and stock that back rack with jars or baggies. Next, reassign all of your lab oven destinations so that they feed into the left rack. Now for the packaging routes, and this part's a little different. Your handlers still keep their first 3 routes to restock all the chemistry stations, but their last 2 get tweaked a bit. For handler 1, set a route from the left rack to the packaging station, and then from the right rack over to the small storage rack. For handler 2, make a route from the back rack with the jars to the packaging station. And don't forget to assign that handler to the station itself. Oh, and make sure the packaging station's destination is set to the rack on the right. And now that all of our equipment and all of our employees are ready to go, it's time to stock the farm with ingredients. The golden rule of stocking meth farms is to do it manually the very first time. That's the only way to make sure that every single batch stays perfectly in sync. If you skip this step and just order a delivery right away, the handlers are going to get confused and, well, your whole operation's going to be cooked before the meth is. So here's what you do. Grab your acid and phosphorus from Oscar, pick up your pseudo from Shirley, and stock every station by hand. I know it's tedious, but we have to do it this way. I promise it's a lot easier. It's important we stock it manually the first time, and we only use the handlers to top things off. But once you finish your manual stocking, we gotta talk about deliveries, because this is where the real trick for this layout comes in. You see, each van can hold 160 products. So the perfect ratio is 50 acid, 50 phosphorus, and 50 pseudo. The problem is that you can't order all the ingredients in a single delivery. Oscar does phosphorus and acid, and Shirley does the pseudo. So you need 2 deliveries. But since the bungalow only has 1 delivery bay, you end up having to juggle both of those delivery vans. It's a massive pain in the ass. But I found a little workaround. Call up Oscar and order 50 phosphorus and 50 acid. Then go and meet up with Shirley and grab 50 pseudo, and toss that pseudo straight into the van that Oscar delivered. Your van should be perfectly balanced now, 50 of everything. Now the reason this works is because the handlers don't really care whether it came from a delivery or a meetup. If it's in the van, they'll move it, which means no more juggling, no more headaches. Just smooth, steady meth production. And once you have everything stocked, all that's left is to pay your employees and watch the magic happen. Easy as pie. The chemist will roll in and start cooking up the meth. Once that's ready, they'll slide it over to the lab ovens. And when that batch is done, it gets dropped onto the rack, right where our handler swoops in and presses it into a shiny brick for us to transport to the stash and dash to get mixed. It's a very simple, very easy setup. But if you're having problems or getting stuck on a few of the steps, feel free to join my Discord and I will do my best to help you out wherever I can. Discord.gg/BigWilly. I'll also put a link to my Discord in the description if that's easier for you. Thanks again for all the love and support. You guys are the absolute best. And as always, stay silly. Clanker, Copperhead, Wireback, whatever you want to call it, AI is coming for your job. But there might be one job it can't take from us. Being a drug dealer. Everyone has vices, and someone has to supply them. And I'll be honest, the thought of having to buy my weekly bag of crystal from a damn toaster is pretty dystopian. So I decided to put it to the test and determine once and for all, can AI be a drug dealer? Here's the report card. We're going to be grading the AI on the 5 most important skills an illegal street pharmacist can have. Mixing your drugs, packaging them up, scamming your customers, dodging the cops, and of course, gambling. But this little experiment raised a big question. Out of all the NPCs in Schedule 1, who truly deserves the honor of being immortalized as an AI? I narrowed it down to 3 contenders.
Get off
Grumpy
my
Old
lawn.
Man, the Humble
What's
Stoner,
up, dude?
and of course, the Neighborhood Meth Head. All of this was thanks to an app called Polybuzz, which let me create a bunch of different customized characters that I could actually talk to. The app already had a few Schedule 1 NPCs to choose from, but I decided to create my own instead. And after messing around a bit with my newfound robotic friends, the choice became painfully obvious. Our AI drug dealer had to be Jessie, so I loaded her up with everything I know about the world of illegal substances and asked her to help me sell drugs in everyone's favorite simulator, Schedule 1. God, this is probably the dumbest video I've ever made. Here are the results. Alright Jessie, it's time for your mixing test.
Okay.
What drug do you want to mix? Weed, coke, meth?
Meth, of course.
I figured you'd say that.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, what ingredient are we adding?
Add Fent.
Jessie, there is no Fent in Highland Point. We do not have fentanyl.
Then add a donut, fatty.
Okay, what next?
More donut, fathead.
Another donut, okay, I guess.
Enough talk. Do the drug.
Jessie, that didn't work. I blew up into a million pieces.
Yeah, I know.
Can you maybe give me a different mix to sell people?
No.
Jessie, time for your grade. You somehow managed to turn every client into a customer for life by blowing them up. Not exactly the optimal business strategy, you're leaving a lot of profit on the table. That said, you did actually mix something using real ingredients, and the mix worked. So I'm giving you a B in mixing. On to your next test. Time to package up the drugs.
No.
The fuck you mean no?
No package, only drug.
I don't think that'll work.
Netheads don't care.
No, I'm saying the game won't let me sell them unpackaged product.
They're going to smoke it. Why matter?
I don't know. I didn't make the damn game.
Fine. Baggy is okay.
Alright. Jessie. I don't know what to do with you, girl. You seriously thought giving your customers unpackaged product was a good idea. Don't you know they got patched like a month ago? You get a C in packaging. You gotta try to keep up with the meta. Drug dealing is constantly changing. But there's one thing that never changes in the world of drug dealing. Ripping off your customers. Which brings us to our next test. Alright Jessie, Kyle just hit me up asking to buy some of the meth we mixed. How much are we charging for it?
Kyle? Dumb kid? 2,000. No bowball.
He's not going to pay $2,000, Jessie.
Fine. 1,000.
Okay, $1,000 is fine. Should I give him a discount?
Discount? Are you a bitch? Charge full price.
Fine. I'm headed over now. What do I do if I get robbed by one of the cartel dealers?
Sit on them, fatty.
Man, fuck you. Alright, Jessie. I sold it. Kyle has the meth now.
Steal it.
Jessie, I don't think...
More meth for me.
I'm not doing that to Kyle. I'm not stealing the drugs back. Let him smoke it.
Fine.
Finally, we get some good news. That's an A+, Jessie. You successfully ripped off the poor minimum wage worker. Hell, you even went for extra credit by suggesting I steal the product back. You pass with flying colors. A+ on scamming. Next test. Alright, Jessie, the cops are trying to search me. What do I do?
Butt time.
Huh?
Put drugs in your butt.
I'm not putting drugs in my ass.
Why not? It's big enough.
Fuck off. Jesse, I wasn't quick enough. They're chasing me. They're chasing me.
Maybe if you weren't 600 pounds, you'd be faster.
Jesse, stop bullying me. I need help. They're shooting me. They're shooting me.
Round fat boy. Just roll away.
I died. Jesse, you literally got me killed and arrested at the same time. I didn't know you could screw up that badly. I can't give you anything other than an F. An F. Forget it. Forget it. Let's just move on. You failed. Let's see if you can redeem yourself with the next test. Alright, Jesse. Let's go gambling.
No money. Spent all on math.
Right. Fine. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. I will follow your commands exactly.
Hit. 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 Stay. 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 21. Beat her ass. More gambling. Hit. Stay. 21 again. Dumpster vacation for Melissa. More gambling.
She's still here.
Is okay. Pay for Melissa better. Just listen, fatso. Hit. Stay. 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 21. Blackjack, baby.
Holy guacamole, Jesse. I think we found your true calling. We made over 10 grand. You basically called every hand correctly. You get an A+, and I'm taking you to Vegas. But I'll be honest, your overall score isn't looking too great. You got an A+ in gambling and scamming, but your grades in packaging and mixing were mediocre, and your ability to dodge cops was laughable, to say the least. If you became a drug dealer, you'd be spending your life behind bars without any possibility of parole.
Fuck you.
So yeah, unless it's scamming or gambling, I don't think we'll have to worry about AI taking our jobs anytime soon. Especially not in the world of illegal substances, but while Jesse was a total disaster, I can't help but wonder if a different NPC would have done a better job. Maybe Uncle Nelson or Benji, Molly or Brad. If you want to try it out for yourself, you can download the Polybuzz app using the link in the description or pinned comment below. It's completely free, there's no hidden costs or sketchy fine print. But if you want some of the premium features like extended memory, make sure you use my promo code. And yeah, this video was sponsored, but listen, my editor just got evicted and is literally crashing on some random guy's couch right now, and without him, these videos don't happen, so consider it charity work. Anyways, thanks for watching, and as always, stay silly. The cartel update just dropped on the main branch. No more beta, no more bugs, and no more problems. It's finally here, and it's packed with new content. We're talking ambushes, graffiti, dealer robberies, and even a brand new system for unlocking areas. Things just got a lot more complicated in Highland Point. But don't you worry, because I've got you covered. I'm going to be breaking it all down, piece by piece in this video. So sit back, grab a cuke, and let's dive into everything you need to know about the cartel update. Starting with the big decision, because once you finish the Mixing Mania quest and unlock 5 customers in Westville, you'll get a text from Thomas Benzies asking to meet up. And when you do, he drops a bomb on you. Do you work with the cartel or against them? And each path has its own pros and cons. If you work with the cartel, life is a lot easier. There's no ambushes, no robbed dealers, and you can even sell the cartel bulk product. But there is a catch. You'll only be allowed to sell to people in Westville and Northtown. It's their city, and you did agree to be their bitch. However, if you wage war against the cartel, you'll eventually unlock every area in the game, but it comes at a cost. Ambushes around every corner, dealers constantly getting robbed, and the cartel trying to steal your customers left and right. Personally, I think the smartest move is to play nice at first. Work with them, build up your empire, and then when the time's right, stab them in the back. After all, this is drug dealing, and if the cartel wants to play dirty, so can we. But after betraying them, you can't actually take them down until you've unlocked every single area. And Tyler completely changed how that works. In the past, all you had to do to get a new area was level up a few times. Now, it's all about lowering the cartel's influence. On the bottom of the contact screen, there's a new bar showing how much control the cartel has over the region. It starts at 1,000, and you need to drop it down to 300 to unlock the next area. Hover over the little eye icon, and you'll see a list of actions that chip away at their power. Unlocking new customers, defeating ambushes, interrupting cartel deals, and drawing graffiti. The problem is, the game never explains how to trigger them, or even how much influence each action actually removes. But don't worry, I've got you covered. Let's break them down one by one. Every time you unlock a new customer, the cartel loses 50 influence. This is the main method of lowering control in a region. Most areas have 9 or 10 customers, so just handing out free samples can cut the cartel's influence in half, all the way down to 500, just 200 points shy of what we need to unlock the next area. Next up are ambushes. Occasionally, you'll get jumped by a bunch of damn greeners, and if you successfully defend yourself, they'll end up losing 75 influence. Now the ambushes are a bit confusing for a lot of players, but that's because there's actually 2 different ways they can happen. Right after you complete a deal, or when you enter certain areas of the map. And lucky for you, I went ahead and mapped out every single ambush point in the game, with help from my friend Sleipnir. Here's the full map. Go ahead and grab a screenshot so you don't get caught lacking. But that's not all that's on this map, because if you look closely at the crosshair, you can also see that we mapped out every cartel dealer spawn point, because taking down one of these guys knocks off another 50 influence. Cartel dealers wander the map trying to sell to customers you haven't unlocked yet, but they also spawn at their starting point for a few seconds every single night at midnight. They basically poke their heads out the door and then vanish, so if you're quick, it's a guaranteed takedown. Each region has its own dealer, so it's an easy way to chip away at influence across the map. Now this little trick only works because of a weird quirk in the NPC scheduling system. And trust me, I've got way more exploits and secrets like this coming soon. Next week, I'll be dropping a full video on data mining the cartel update, where I'll break down all the hidden mechanics I pulled straight from the code. So if you've got any questions about this update, stuff you're curious about but the game never really explains, drop them in the comments. I'll dig through the files and get you some answers. And I didn't forget about the final way to chip off some cartel influence. Graffiti. It's hands down the most fun method. Nothing quite captures the spirit of taking down organized crime like spray painting dicks everywhere, tanking property values, and giving private equity the green light to evict single mothers and replace them with luxury apartments. The system's simple. Every time you level up, you earn a spray can, which you can buy at the gas mart. And each fresh piece of graffiti you slap on a wall drops the cartel influence by 50 in that area. But there's a catch. Every area has a limited number of graffiti spots, and if you tag a spot in a region that you've already pushed the cartel out of, the influence in other regions isn't going to budge. All you'll end up doing is wasting spray cans. So to keep that from happening, I had my boy Sleipnir whip up another map, showing every graffiti location and which region it's associated with, because it can get a little confusing at times. You think you're spraying in downtown, but whoops, it's actually uptown. Now you aren't stuck with just drawing willies. You can paint whatever you want. For example, the people in my Discord have basically turned Highland Point into a full-on goose sanctuary. So if you want to get in on the fun or just show off your own art, join my Discord. The link is in the description below. Next up, pickpocketing. It used to just be a goofy side hustle. Dig through some pockets, grab a little loose change, and if you're really lucky, a jug of horse semen. But the cartel update made pickpocketing a lot more lucrative. Every single customer carries the exact cash they need for their next deal, which means you can steal their money and still sell them the drugs for double the profit every time. And if you mess up, who cares? Just run off, play some poker, come back later. They'll still be standing right there. But here's the best part about pickpocketing in the new update. You can also rob cops now. All you have to do is grab the bat from the basketball court, whack a cop, take his gun, and before you know it, you've wiped out the entire police force, and you're sitting on a mountain of 1911s. And you can do this on day one. That's enough firepower to last until you unlock the shotgun. Use your newfound firepower to fight ambushes, interrupt cartel deals, or just arm your dealers like you're running a black market Costco. And trust me, you want to arm your dealers because the cartel is going to try to rob them. And the only way to keep them protected against those damn greeners is to arm them. Each weapon adds a different amount of protection. The pump shotgun is the best, followed by the 1911, then the revolver, and all the melee weapons are the same. But there is a few things to note. The defensive stats don't stack, so giving a dealer more than one weapon isn't going to help, and ammo isn't consumed when they defend themselves, so you don't need to worry about supplying bullets or magazines.
These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy.
So as soon as that stolen police pistol clicks empty, just give it to Benji. It won't make a difference. It's also worth noting that your dealers aren't at risk to get robbed everywhere. They only face the threat of being robbed when operating in areas with high cartel presence. So planning their customer list around safer zones and keeping an eye on that cartel influence is key. In fact, if you manage to bring every area's influence below 300, you'll get a call from Uncle Nelson kicking off a special quest called Finishing the Job, which gives 1000 XP when completed. Spoilers up ahead, but you'll need to trade 20 coke to Billy for RDX chemicals, pay Sam 10 grand to dig a tunnel under Highland Manor, and take out a stranger at the docks for Stan so he can turn the chemicals into a bomb. Once that's done, all that's left is to plant the bomb under the manor, sit back, and watch the explosions. Goodbye, cartel. Over the next 5 days, the manor will slowly be rebuilt, and on the 5th day, Ray will text you letting you know that the manor is officially available for purchase. It has 10 employees and 3 loading bays, and of course, I'll be making a tutorial build for it as well. In fact, I actually plan to redo all of my tutorials now that we have a brand new property, so stay tuned to make sure you don't miss any of them. And hey, I figured I'd throw this little tip in for free because it saved me a lot of time, and it's not specifically about the cartel update, but I figured you guys would want to hear it anyways. In single player, when you die, the game makes you reload your last save, and since ambushes tend to happen at night, if you die, you end up losing 20 minutes of progress, which is pretty annoying. So to fix this, I've been using the console to bind the save command to my K key. So anytime I get shot at, I press K, and if I die, I didn't just waste 20 minutes of my life. Is it cheating? Absolutely. Do I care? Not at all. One day, maybe Tyler will let us respawn at the hospital like in multiplayer, but until then, this is my insurance policy. And speaking of things that save time, yeah, I'm ending the video right here. Stay silly, y'all. Schedule 1 just dropped a community vote for the next major update, and we have 3 really cool options to choose from: shrooms, fishing, or hireable drivers. Each one could completely change how we play the game, and it's up to us to decide what comes next. The vote is live right now in the main menu, but it only runs through the weekend, so there really isn't much time to decide what to vote for, which is why I went full detective mode. I started digging through every Q&A, every live stream, and every message Tyler has ever sent to make this video breaking down everything we know about each of our options. Because being an informed voter is pretty important, and to spice things up, I even managed to get a few leaks from the big man himself, exclusive for the Big Willy channel. Now last time we had a community vote, my audience called it almost perfectly. The cartel ended up winning with 65% of the vote, and our poll landed at 69%. So naturally, I ran a fresh poll this morning on the new options. And currently, shrooms are in the lead. But I'm hoping I can manipulate the vote with this video and steer the outcome in a completely different direction. But before we get to the topic of blatant voter fraud, let's break down all of the options, starting with the front runner. If you vote to become a magic mushroom man, then prepare to shake up your empire, because we'd finally be able to manufacture and distribute a brand new drug type: shrooms. These would come right after meth in the progression system, making them a crucial stepping stone before you hit coke. But here's the thing. Shrooms would play totally differently from anything we've seen before. We're talking brand new growing equipment, a completely fresh cultivation process, and even a unique side effect that could seriously mess with your customers. And because mushroom spores aren't exactly laying around in our usual supplier's stash, you'll get introduced to a brand new supplier somewhere in the city. With Albert running Northtown, Shirley handling Westville, and Salvador owning the docks, the shroom supplier is almost certainly going to make their first appearance in downtown. From what I've been told, this update won't be adding any additional properties, but it would bring in brand new farming equipment, gear that we can use to upgrade our already existing farms like weed and coke. And I can't share too many details about this, but trust me, voting for shrooms isn't just about getting a new drug, it's about shaking up the entire farming meta. Tyler also hinted that hallucinations might actually be one of the side effects, which I think would be hilarious. Imagine munching down a couple fungi, and suddenly Jessie comes sprinting up to you in the middle of the night, except for some reason, she's dressed like a cop, or a cartel member. Pure nightmare fuel, but I also think it's comedy gold. Obviously, it depends on how much time the devs have, but if this makes it in, it's going to be one of the funniest features in the game. And if you vote to become a fisherman instead, you'll get to kick back, cast a line, and haul in some fish that you can sell over at Randy's Bait and Tackle. And just like haggling at the pawn shop, you won't have to settle for the first offer. Negotiate a better price and squeeze out every last dollar of profit. But it's not just fish on the hook. Tyler teased that the waters hide some seriously wild treasures. We're talking everything from a bulletproof vest, a fresh gun, or even a swordfish that you can actually pick up and swing around like a melee weapon. Fishing isn't designed to be essential for progression. It's more of a quirky side hustle where you make some cash and stumble across weird surprises. On top of that, Tyler confirmed that the update will introduce a handful of new ingredients and side effects. Some of these will be tied specifically to fishing, but don't worry, they're more on the goofy fun side than anything game-breaking. You won't be forced to grind the minigame just to make your top-tier drugs. These bonuses are just there to spice things up and make your fishing adventures memorable. He also mentioned that Randy's shop would be getting a proper interior, and maybe even double as a money laundering front, which, let's be real, we could definitely use another one of those. But the best part is that we could potentially get a rowboat. That's right, we could actually get a tiny boat to drift around in. And obviously that means adding new ocean boundaries and a water-based travel system, but imagine sparking up a blunt, chilling in a little boat, and fishing while the sun sets over the water. Sounds like a damn good evening to me. And speaking of what sounds good to me, I'll personally be embracing the world of trucking and casting my vote for the hireable drivers. These guys would be the unsung heroes of our empires, moving product between properties, businesses, and dealers. Basically automating the supply chain while we sit back and count the profits. We'll even be able to fine-tune the routes, like only sending out a run once a van reaches full capacity. It's a straight-up game changer for anyone tired of being their own delivery boy. Now, the biggest worry I had with choosing this update was that these new logistical helpers would use up an employee slot at our properties, and I can confirm that will not be the case. Instead, we'll be getting a brand new property dedicated solely to all of our transportation needs, the North Town Warehouse. This warehouse would end up being the hub of our delivery operations. From here, we'll be able to organize routes and shipments across our empire without interfering with the rest of our business's flow, which I honestly really like the sound of this implementation. And these drivers would actually drive around the map instead of instantly teleporting from point to point, giving your delivery some much needed realism. On top of that, handlers will finally be given the ability to unpackage bricks when unloading, making the whole process feel seamless. Now, obviously, deliveries aren't risk-free. Your vehicles can be stopped and seized by the cops, but you'd be able to pick and choose which vehicle to assign your driver, and each would have its own stealth value that determines how easily it slips under the radar, which I think is a really cool addition. Like a pickup truck wouldn't really be great because you can just see in the bed, but a hotbox would be amazing because it has really tinted windows. This adds a real sense of tension and strategy to every delivery. You'll need to think carefully about which vehicles to use and how often to minimize the chance of losing product. And before you ask, yes, new vehicles are part of the plan too. Tyler has already mocked up a flatbed truck tailor-made for hauling larger load. He would have to redesign and retool it because it was made way back in the day, especially considering that AI is going to be the one driving it and not us, but I can't wait for a vehicle with a larger capacity. That sounds like a great addition. And to tie it all together, the update also delivers several quality of life upgrades. Reoccurring deliveries will save you from constantly reprogramming routes, and order history will let you track what's been moved where, and overall usability improvements will streamline the whole process. In short, the logistics system isn't just a small add-on, it's a major leap forward for how our entire empire functions day to day. I know, nobody wants to hear another YouTuber telling them how to vote, but you know what? Big Willy's about to get political. Vote for the drivers. Your empire, your sanity, and honestly, the whole damn city will thank you. And before you flood the comments asking why the police update wasn't on the ballot, I asked him myself, and his reasoning made perfect sense. He didn't want to stack two adversarial groups back to back. Getting ambushed by the cartel only to immediately have cops raid your stash house would kill the fun pretty quickly. These community vote options aren't meant to be mega updates. Tyler's in the middle of looking for 2 full-time devs, so a smaller update right now gives him some breathing room, sets them up for bigger and faster content drops later, and buys him time to squash bugs, polish quality of life changes, and keep progress rolling on the weather and Halloween updates. And honestly, I respect that he's trying to set realistic timelines to avoid burning out. If that means steadier updates with fewer delays in the future, then I fully support it. And while we're on the topic of support, I want to say thank you for yours. You all have given me 15 minutes of fame, and I want to use it for something good. So when we hit 50k subs, I'll be launching a charity merch drop and a charity subathon on both Twitch and YouTube to raise money to support an amazing organization that's focused on wildlife conservation and protecting nature. I know it might not be the kind of charity that makes headlines. You know, we're not curing cancer or bringing clean water to Africa, but it's a cause I genuinely care about. And since you've all given me a platform, I want to use it to make a real impact, even if it's just in a small way. So remember to be kind, and of course, stay silly, y'all. I finally defeated Thomas Benzies. After watching my dealers get cleaned out, losing some dead drops, and getting ambushed more times than I can count, I can finally say the cartel is finished. And honestly, it was one hell of a challenge, but along the way I picked up a ton of tips and tricks that completely changed the game for me. Some saved me time, some saved me money, and a few, honestly, blew me away. So today I'm sharing 10 tips and tricks you need to know if you plan on beating the cartel. And we're going to kick things off with a tip that is absolutely busted, and before I share it, do not try this in real life, unless you're looking to spend the rest of your days in a federal prison. But in Schedule 1, it's fair game. If you're quick, you can actually pickpocket a cop's gun. And once you've got that first weapon, it snowballs. Use it to take out the other cops in the area, loot all their gear, every gun, every magazine, and suddenly you're sitting on a mountain of firepower. Now haul all that gear over to the pawn shop, but don't just sell it whenever. Thursday is the best day to unload your items, meaning you'll walk away with the fattest payout possible. And we're not talking pocket change either. You can get up to $6,000 on your very first day. It's absurd, it's broken, and it basically turns day one into an instant payday. But here's the real hustle. You can also rob your own customers, and not just once, but twice. Here's how it works. Schedule a deal like normal, meet up with them, and before you hand over the product, pickpocket the cash from their pockets. Then go ahead and sell them the drug anyway. And after that, pickpocket your drugs back. It's a 2-for-1 special. And if you mess up, don't even sweat it. Just wait out your wanted level and circle back later. Your customer isn't going anywhere. They'll be standing right there, waiting to get scammed all over again. It's basically free money. The next tip has to do with cartel influence, because one of the absolute easiest ways to chip away at their influence is by camping their dealers. Every single region has one, and here's the trick. They only pop out at midnight, and only for a few seconds, but if you're quick on the trigger, you can take them out and instantly knock cartel influence down by 50 points. It's fast, efficient, and way less of a grind than the other methods. Now, here's where to find them. Westville's dealer spawns right next to the tattoo shop. Downtown's is tucked behind the slop shop. Over at the docks, you'll spot one lurking near the ATM. In Suburbia, the dealer hangs around next to Jane's trailer. And finally, Uptown's dealer pops up at the Crimson Cannery. Stake out these spots, wait for midnight, and you can farm cartel influence like a pro. But here's where things get absolutely ridiculous, because there's actually a way to trick the game into dropping the cartel influence twice with a single dealer. A little maneuver I've affectionately dubbed the double dump. Here's how it works. Wait for a dealer to spawn at midnight like usual, but instead of blasting them with your gun, go old school and knock them out with a bat. Then drag the unconscious, or now slightly less conscious, dealer over to the ocean and toss them in. For some reason, the game registers both events as taking out a dealer, which means you get double the influence drop. It's messy and absurd, but it works. And on the topic of scrapping with the cartel, here's a weird one. It's genuinely worth carrying around a few cukes with you, because drinking a cuke instantly heals you. And in the middle of a firefight, that quick burst of health can be the difference between dropping the cartel or getting dropped yourself. Duck around a corner, drink a sody pop, and get back to shooting. The next tip is mainly for those of you who decided to cozy up with the cartel instead of going against them. Here's the thing, you don't actually have to package the products you sell to them. They're ordering in bulk and they get it. Nobody's expecting you to sit there for half an hour, painstakingly stuffing every single gram of OG Kush into tiny little baggies like you're running a mom and pop dispensary. When you deliver to the cartel, they just want the product. So skip the packaging and save yourself some time. Keep the operation running smoothly. They'll take it however you hand it over. Next up, we got a tip for graffiti, which was hands down my favorite addition in the new update. And yeah, there's a lot of tips and tricks to make the most of it. So first off, timing is everything. The best time to graffiti is around 4 AM. By then, the cops aren't patrolling as heavily, and the random NPCs who love to stand directly in front of your mural are finally off the streets and safely in bed. Nothing kills the vibe faster than some guy blocking the masterpiece you've been spending 2 hours trying to make.
But if you do mess up your art, there's no big deal. Just whip out the graffiti cleaner and reset it all. But keep in mind, you only get one spray can per level. That means you've gotta graffiti wisely. Pick your spots and make every tag count. Now the next 3 tips are all about using the console, and we'll start with the one that a lot of people have been begging for: how to completely disable the cartel. If you're the kind of player who just wants a chill, stress-free game, no robberies, no ambushes, this one's for you. All you have to do is pop open the console and type set quest state finishing _the job 5. What this does is trick the game into thinking you've already completed the cartel questline, and once the game thinks you're done, the cartel never shows up again. They're just gone. No more hassles, no more shootouts. Just pure, relaxing gameplay at your own pace. And if you happen to be one of those unfortunate souls who never seems to get the text from Thomas asking to meet up, don't worry, you're not bugged forever. There's a quick console fix for that too. Just open it up and type set quest state unfavorable _agreements 1. Do that and Thomas will automatically spawn right outside of Taco Tickler's, ready for you to walk up and finally get that questline moving. No more waiting around or staring at your phone, waiting for a text that's never gonna come. The last tip I've got for you is honestly one of the biggest quality of life hacks in the entire game: binding the save command to a key. I actually showed this off in my last video, but I can't stress enough how much of a lifesaver it really is. All you have to do is type bind K save, and that's it. From now on, every time you hit the K key, your game instantly saves. It sounds small, but trust me, when an ambush wipes you out and you've only lost a minute of progress instead of 20 minutes, you'll be thanking yourself for setting this up. And that's all I've got for you guys today. I didn't want to drag this out too long, but I did want to get a few of these tips and tricks out into the open so you can start using them as soon as possible. Hopefully at least one of these saves you some time and money. As always, I appreciate you all more than you'll ever know, and remember, stay silly, y'all. The best games of all time have one thing in common: mods. From bug fixes, to quality of life upgrades, to full-blown new quest lines. Mods can keep games alive way longer than the devs ever planned, and Schedule 1 is no different. The modding scene has already exploded, with over 600 mods on Nexus, and I dug through every corner to find the absolute best ones. So today, I'm breaking down the top 10 mods that will completely change the way you play Schedule 1. But before we get into that list, let me quickly show you how to actually install mods for Schedule 1, because it's way easier than it sounds. First, you're going to need Melon Loader. Just head to their website, download it, and run the installer. From there, select Schedule 1 from the list and hit Install. In your Steam folder for Schedule 1, you'll see a brand new folder called Mods. That's where the magic happens. All you have to do is browse Nexus, download whatever mod you want, and drop the DLL file straight into that folder. That's it, easy as pie. One quick note though, if you're playing on the normal or beta branch, make sure you grab the IL2CPP version of the mods. And if you're on the alternate branch, you'll need the mono version instead. Just get that right and you'll be good to go. And let's kick things off with a mod that everybody needs: a good old-fashioned mod manager. The one I recommend is by Prowler, and the reason it stands out is because it shows up as a settings app right on your in-game phone. That means you can tweak mod settings on the fly, customize how they work, and even turn them off completely without having to dig through your folders. Now, some mods show up as incompatible inside of the app, but that just means there's no settings to tweak. But the way this mod manager is seamlessly integrated into the game makes it a no-brainer for our top 10 list. Next up is a mod that I personally really like. It adds a minimap. Now, there are already a handful of minimap mods floating around on Nexus, but in my opinion, the one by Harer takes the crown because of how insanely customizable it is. You can change the size, move it wherever you want on the screen, toggle whether it shows your health, and you can even customize the color, which is a lifesaver if you're like me and colorblind. And the best part, it still gives you all the important info, like your dealers, properties, and vehicles, right up there on the minimap. The bottom line is that this mod makes navigating the map a whole lot smoother, and once you try it, you'll wonder how you ever played without it. Now, this next mod is actually on the roadmap already for the full game, but honestly, I wasn't about to wait. I want a backpack now, and DK hooked me up. You unlock the pack once you hit Hoodlum 1, and it gives you 12 extra inventory slots. Just hit the B key and it pops right up. On top of that, it automatically stores overflow when you order from the shops, which is a really slick quality of life feature. But here's the real kicker: the cops can't actually search your backpack.
anything you put in there is completely invisible to them. You could be strolling around with 100 joints and 3 bricks of coke, and as far as the cops are concerned, you're just a dude carrying snacks. And the Auto Launder mod completely solves one of the biggest pain points in Schedule 1. Laundering money. Normally, it takes a solid 2 minutes every single day to run around and restart all of your businesses. But the reason I really like this mod is not because it fixes the problem, but because it fixes it without making it too easy. Instead of automatically restarting the money and taking it out of your bank, what you have to do instead is load up some safes with money next to each laundering station. And the mod automatically restarts laundering by pulling cash from them. Believe it or not, there are a lot of mods to help with the laundering problem, but personally, this one was my favorite due to the way it was implemented. It legitimately feels like something that would come in an update instead of some crazy far-fetched solution. The next mod was actually made by someone in Big Willy's flock, our good friend Dre, and it does basically exactly what it says it does. It completely removes the spray can limit and allows you to paint for as long and as much as you want. Now, the reason Tyler had to limit the graffiti feature in the first place was due to multiplayer desync, but for those of us without friends, we can finally continue making our masterpieces and drawing dicks across Highland Point. The next mod adds some serious quality of life changes to the delivery system. A lot of these features were supposed to arrive with the driver's update, but since Shrooms won instead, Thrust Goblin stepped up and made this mod to fill in the gaps. You can reorder deliveries with just a single click, and even set them to be recurring so you don't have to place the same order over and over again. It's simple, smooth, and saves you a ton of time. I absolutely love this mod. One of my biggest complaints about Schedule 1 is that once you hit the end game, you don't really feel like a drug kingpin. You feel like a shelf stalker working the night shift at a Kroger. Having a mod to completely fix that is really nice, and I'm glad we finally have a solution to this big problem. And speaking of problems, let's talk about the dealers. Half the time it feels like they're just standing around, staring at the wall, doing absolutely nothing. So Dre cooked up another mod to keep them in check. Every time your dealer completes a deal, you'll get a text. If they get stuck and can't make a sale, you'll get a text. Want a summary at the end of the day? Yeah, you'll get a text. I mean, it's literally called Dealers Send Text, so I don't know what you were expecting, but it's way more customizable than it sounds. You can set your dealers to text you when they're low on product, when they've stacked up a certain amount of cash, or you can even change how they text you. Silent for no notifications, enabled for a ping every time, and disabled if you just want peace and quiet. This mod really helps you figure out what's going on with your dealers, makes troubleshooting a lot easier, and it really helps keep an eye on them. The next mod is called Expand Recipe, and it was made by a guy named Rob. And honestly, I wish this was just in the base game. Right now, when you're looking at the products app, it only shows the last ingredient that you mixed in, which makes keeping track of recipes a total pain. With this mod though, you get the full, complete recipe for each of your products right in the app. Every single step. No more guessing, and no more scribbling notes on a napkin. It's all right there. Imagine a drug empire that actually remembers what it's selling. It's kinda nice. And if you're a fan of realism, check out this fuel mod by If Bars. It adds a gas tank to every vehicle, so now you actually have to stop and refuel every once in a while to keep your cars going. You can fill up at either of the gas stations, and the mod even adds a little fuel gauge on your screen so you'll know when you're running low. It's simple and immersive, and it adds that extra layer of detail to the game. I really like it. Wrapping things up, we've got the Cartel Enforcer mod, and this one is pretty massive. If you felt like the Cartel update didn't pack enough heat, this mod cranks the difficulty way up. It adds a ton of ambush locations, makes all of those pesky dealer robberies happen in real time, adds drive-bys where the cartel will try to shoot you up, introduces a bunch of new minigames and side quests, and even makes cartel dealers attempt to steal your customers. If you thought the Cartel update needed teeth, this mod gives it fangs. It's definitely a must-have for anyone who wants the game to fight back. And it wouldn't be a proper mod video if I didn't mention the elephant in the room. When Schedule 1 first launched, the community discovered that a few of the mods were actually malware. Now, it hasn't been a problem for the past 4 months or so after Nexus stepped in and banned them all, but still, it's always safer to take precautions. A wonderful member of my community named IfBars made a plugin called MLV Scan. It automatically scans every mod you install and stops them from running if they're actually malware. I highly recommend you get it because it never hurts to be careful. It's always better to be safe than sorry. All you have to do to install it is drag it into the plugins folder instead of the mod folder, and it'll get to work immediately protecting your PC from malicious mods. This isn't mandatory, you don't technically have to do it, but I feel like it would be irresponsible for me not to mention it. And that's the lineup. Whether you're sick of babysitting shelves, want your dealers to actually text you back, or just crave the thrill of a cartel drive-by, these mods take Schedule 1 to a whole new level. Stay silly, y'all. The cartel update completely changed how we progress through the game in Schedule 1, but let's be real, it also made things confusing as hell. So I found 10 of your most asked questions regarding the update, and dug into the code to get you guys some answers. We're going to talk about things like, why does the cartel never ambush me? Why do their dealers pop outside for 1 second at midnight? And can you use the bomb from the final quest for something different instead? I know, I'm a little bit late on this one. But with the recent patch shaking up how the cartel's code works, now's the perfect time to break it all down. And by the end of this video, you'll know exactly how the cartel really operates behind the scenes, and how to use it to your advantage. And we're going to start with the question that everyone has been asking. When is the cartel most active? And the answer is a bit complicated, so bear with me here. Everything the cartel does is controlled by something behind the scenes called cartel activities. They give it as the game's event manager. It decides when ambushes, dealer attacks, and dead drop robberies happen. Now, all of these activities are tied to cooldowns inside of the cartel.json file. And these cooldowns depend on your influence in different regions, but realistically, the game tries to trigger at least one cartel event per day. So why does it sometimes feel like nothing's happening? Well, that's because the cooldown is directly tied to your actions. The more active you are and the lower influence the cartel has in an area, the longer it will take for an event to trigger. On top of that, a cartel event won't trigger if you're currently wanted or if you've been arrested in the last 90 minutes. And the game can roll a dead drop robbery even if you don't have any dead drops available to steal, which just completely wastes that action. So here's the key takeaway. Whenever I talk about cartel activities later in this video, remember, they're not scripted or guaranteed. Every time the cooldown hits 0, the game rolls the dice, checks the conditions, and only then decides what event to throw at you. Our next question has to do with how goons are spawned during the cartel ambushes. So first off, the game makes sure that things are actually fair. Tyler added a check to make sure you'll never get jumped by armed goons before unlocking weapons yourself. So if you're still early in the game, don't worry, they won't have guns. But once weapons are unlocked, the ambush system kicks in, and here's how it works. An ambush will always spawn between 2 and 5 goons. Out of those, the game rolls for how many are armed with guns, and that number can be anywhere from 0 to 2. So sometimes you'll get lucky and there won't be a goon with a gun, even if you have those weapons unlocked. Afterwards, it rolls for how many are armed with melee weapons, which is usually between 1 and 3. And after that, the game assigns random weapons from a list. Right now that list is super short, it's just the M1911 and the knife. But since it's list based, I have a feeling Tyler is future proofing, and there's a good chance more weapons will be added later on down the line. So to sum it up, every ambush has 2 to 5 goons. In worst case scenario, 2 will have pistols, and 3 will have knives. And just for fun, here's every voice line they can say when they jump you. The next question has to do with how to prevent your dealers from being robbed. Everyone knows that if you give a dealer a weapon, it lowers the chances of them being robbed. I mean, you don't even need to give them bullets. Benji's out here pistol whipping fools. But the big question is, which weapons should you give the dealers? Every weapon gives your dealer a defensive stat boost, and according to the game files, here's the order. All the melee weapons give nothing. The revolver gives 0.7, the 1911 gives 0.8, the shotgun gives a full defensive stat boost, and so does the bomb you get from the final quest. I don't know, apparently the game thinks Molly's ready to go full kamikaze the second the cartel shows up. But to explain it a bit more, I have this wonderful chart. With no weapon, your dealer has a 50-50 chance. It's just a coin flip. Either they get fully robbed or they manage to partially reduce the loss. Give them a weapon and those odds shift in their favor. The stronger the weapon, the better their chances. So bottom line, if you really want your dealers protected, hand them a shotgun and just don't bother with melee weapons. I'm not sure if it's intentional, but at least for now, they don't really seem to help at all. The next question is about how the cartel dealers actually work behind the scenes. A lot of players get confused here because cartel dealers seem kind of lazy. You almost never see them leave their houses, but there's actually a good reason for that. You see, cartel dealers operate exactly like your own dealers. When a customer wants to buy something, the game runs through a checklist. First, it tries to connect them with their assigned dealer. If they don't have one, the customer will text you instead. But if you don't have that customer unlocked, or your relationship with them is less than 50%, then the game hands them off to a cartel dealer instead. That's why you'll sometimes see certain NPCs, especially the ones you've ignored or treated badly, buying from cartel dealers. But the cartel only tries to deal to people in your most recently unlocked area. So if you've never seen a roaming cartel dealer in your save, the reason is simple. You rushed out as soon as you could and unlocked all the customers in that area. And now the dealers have no one left to sell to, so they're just stuck inside. Up next, we've got another cartel dealer question. And this one comes up all the time. You might have noticed that dealers step outside at exactly midnight for about a minute, and then immediately go back inside. And a lot of people think this is a bug, but technically, it's not a bug at all. It's more of just a flaw in the way that the NPC scheduling system is implemented. Here's what's really happening. Every NPC in the game runs on a schedule that tells them what to do and when to do it, but cartel dealers only have 2 entries in their schedule. Stay in building, which is set for 24/7, and handle deal, which is set for midnight. So what happens is, right before midnight, the schedule manager checks their task list and goes, "Hey, you've got a deal to handle at midnight, better head outside." The dealer steps out, but the next task immediately after is stay in building, so they just turn right back around and walk inside again. This isn't new either. It's not a cartel update bug. It's actually been in the game the whole time. In fact, all of your dealers do the exact same thing. Benji, Molly, Brad, Jane, Wei, and Leo. They all pop out for a split second at midnight to reset their schedules. So no, it's not a bug, it's a feature. The next question is about dealers getting robbed, and whether certain dealers are more likely to get robbed than others. And to answer that, we first need to talk about how robberies actually happen. And here's the thing, they don't play out in real time. You're not going to see them. Robberies are handled entirely in the code, which means unfortunately you don't get the chance to jump in and help your dealer fight off the Benzies, which would honestly be awesome. Instead, the game just checks a list of conditions. The dealer has to be recruited, they need more than $100 of cash, they need more than 4 total items in their inventory, they have to have customers assigned, and they need to be conscious. If all of those are true, the game can roll for a robbery. But here's the catch. All dealers are treated the same. There's no hidden stat that makes Brad more unlucky than Benji or Molly. So that begs the question, why does it always feel like Brad's the only one getting his ass kicked in? And it's not because he's weaker, it's because of where he's working. By the time most players meet the cartel, they've already lowered the cartel's influence in places like Westville and Northtown. Meanwhile, downtown, the place where Brad is, usually still has pretty high influence. And that's important, because if there's no cartel influence in the area your dealer is selling, then they're not going to get robbed at all. So bottom line, no dealer is weaker than another, it just comes down to where they're slinging their dope. And if you're wondering what I'm slinging, it's hats. I just dropped my very first piece of merch, the Stay Silly hat. It's vintage style, adjustable, and every purchase helps support wildlife conservation around the world. So you can look good and do good at the same time. You can pick it up over at staysilly.shop or check the pinned comments down below. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support the past 6 months, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. Alright, this next question is a little on the nerdy side, so stick with me here. One viewer noticed something different about the skateboard controls. He plays left-handed and said he couldn't move forward and backward the same way he used to in earlier patches. And honestly, I never would have caught this on my own, so big shout out to him. It turns out Tyler did update the vehicle system. Originally, the game just ran a super simple true or false check to see if you were pressing forwards or backwards. But in the F3 patch, Tyler swapped that out for something new called Vehicle Drive Access. And this is a pretty big deal. Instead of just checking whether or not the key is pressed down, the game now measures how much pressure you're applying, which doesn't matter at all for keyboards. But if you're driving on a console controller, just tapping the trigger will let you coast, and slamming it all the way down will give you max speed. And to me, that is a huge sign of what's coming soon. You don't add analog input like this just for keyboards. This feels like clear groundwork for a console port down the line, which is super exciting, and I'm really looking forward to it. Next up, we've got a question about unlocking the Unfavorable Agreements quest. You know, the one where you meet Thomas Benzie outside Taco Tickler. And luckily, this answer's pretty straightforward, so here are all the conditions you need to meet to get that text message. Your status with the cartel has to be unknown. If you're already hostile or truced, the quest won't trigger. You need to have completed the quest We Need to Cook. You need at least 5 unlocked customers in Westville. And finally, you can't have any locked customers there either. Everyone has to know you. After you meet those requirements, just go to sleep, and you'll get the text asking to have that very awkward meeting with Thomas Benzie as soon as you wake up. Alrighty, next question. How often do dead drop robberies actually happen? So, in case you don't know, the cartel can rob your dead drops. And just like dealer robberies, these don't play out in real time. It's all handled in the background by the code, and there are only 2 conditions that matter. The dead drop has to have been sitting there for at least 6 in-game hours, and it has to contain at least 2 items that are worth more than $200 total. If both of those are true, the cartel will swoop in, clean out your stash, and just to rub it in, they leave you a nice little hate note. There are 3 different ones, and in one of them, they call you a very mean word. Which brings us to our final question. And it has to do with lowering the cartel influence and the most efficient ways to do that. There's a few methods you can use here. You can fend off an ambush for minus 75 influence. You can unlock a new customer for minus 50 influence. Or you can even spray graffiti for another minus 50 influence. But hands down, the best method has to do with what I mentioned earlier. Wait until midnight and knock out the cartel dealers to drop the influence by 50 points. And then toss them into the ocean for another 50-point drop. It's a clean minus 100 influence every single night. Here's a map with all of their spawn locations to make it even easier. And hey, if you want even more cartel tips and tricks, go check out my last video where I covered 10 big ones that make fighting the cartel an absolute breeze. And I want to say thank you all for being an amazing community. Last weekend, we raised over $4,000 for wildlife conservation across the globe, and I couldn't have done it without you guys. So thank you. Stay silly, y'all. In Schedule 1, there's an achievement that separates the casuals from the legends. An achievement so rare and so coveted that less than 5% of players have ever touched it. The Magnate achievement. To unlock it, you need to stack up a net worth of $10 million. And thanks to Tyler buffing the manor to 12 employees, we finally have the perfect base of operations to make it happen. Inside this glorious estate, I've built the ultimate money-making machine. A fully automatic, all-in-one coke farm. All you have to do is order deliveries, and this setup cranks out heavenly grade, fully mixed bricks like a factory. And the best part is that we don't even need to sell these bricks. Drugs that are sitting around on shelves count towards your net worth, and since this build is fully automatic, that means this build can autopilot you straight to that 10 million Magnate achievement. Just build the farm, open up YouTube on your second monitor, and watch your net worth skyrocket. Here's the layout, and as always, I'll have a link in the description so you can copy it exactly. Everything here is designed to maximize efficiency, minimize walking time, and still look clean. It all kicks off right here, with our handler dropping off fertilizer, seeds, and soil onto these supply shelves. From there, the botanists on each wing grab the supplies and start growing our coca. Once the plants are ready, they harvest them, move them over to the drying racks, and after they're fully dried, they get transferred to the cauldrons. Our chemist cooks everything up, slides it into the lab oven, and then moves it into this safe, where another handler picks it up and brings it over to the mixing station. That's where the magic happens. We mix in our banana, cuke, horse semen, and mega bean recipe, the one that I've been using in all of my builds, and the mixing stations get restocked by a second handler, using the extra loading bay. This safe right here is pivotal. It keeps the whole operation flowing. We use it as a buffer to hold mixing ingredients so we can get multiple deliveries. And before we jump into the full build, there are 3 quick things I want to mention. First, we don't use the upper floor of the mansion for anything other than putting our lockers there. Every extra trip up and down the stairs wastes precious time, and wasted steps equals wasted production. Second, stick to fertilizer only. Using PGR and speed grow might sound better on paper, but the added drying time completely throws off the rhythm of the operation. It's more trouble than it's worth. And lastly, we use a 6:2:1 ratio. That's important. 36 pots to 12 drying racks to 6 cauldrons. This ensures maximum efficiency for our Coke farm and completely eliminates any bottlenecks that may pop up. Now let's get into the build. Here's everything you're going to need to build this farm. 36 air pots, suspension racks, and grow lights. 12 drying racks, 6 cauldrons, 6 lab ovens, 4 mixing stations, a brick press, 12 lockers, 10 large racks, and 3 safes. Now on top of all of that, you're also going to need 6 botanists, 4 chemists, and 2 handlers, bringing the total investment to around $89,000. And I know, that sounds like a lot of upfront money, but this setup pumps out nearly $200,000 worth of product every single day. So it basically pays for itself in no time. Now let's get into the build. Alright, the first step to building this farm is getting all of our core farming equipment set up. This is the backbone of the entire operation, so take your time here and make sure you get it right. Start by grabbing your suspension racks and grow lights. We're going to be laying out a total of 36 of each, so follow along carefully. First, we're going to tackle the corners. Place 3 suspension racks along the long wall, and then make an L shape to wrap around the corner. We're going to do this in all 4 corners of the bottom floor of the manor. Same layout every time. This structure gives us plenty of growing space while keeping everything tight and efficient for our botanists. Once the corners are set up, move over to the middle wall. Skip 1 tile, place your racks in an L shape, then go to the other side, skip 1 tile, and make another L. After that, head over to the other room and mirror the exact same middle layout. Once we get all the suspension racks down, it's time to light them up. Go through and attach grow lights to every single rack. There are 36 racks in total, so double check that you didn't miss any corners or middle sections. Missing even 1 light can slow production, so just make sure they're all covered. Next, grab your pots and drying racks. For each corner section, start by placing down the pots underneath the racks. Then, on the ends, place down the drying racks. And then go ahead and repeat this in all 4 corners. Here's why this matters. Each drying rack will handle the harvest from 3 pots. That 3:1 ratio is the sweet spot to avoid bottlenecks and keep everything flowing smoothly. Plus, keeping the pots and racks close together cuts down on walking time for your botanists, which means more productivity and less wasted time. Finally, for the middle wall sections, the setup is even simpler. Just place your pots down and then stick the drying racks right in the middle. It literally couldn't be any easier. And once you do that, you're finished with this step. Your grow operation is fully laid out and ready to go. It should look neat, symmetrical, and clean. Next up, we're going to build out the cauldrons and lab ovens, one of the most important parts of the entire operation. This is where all that coca you've been growing finally starts turning into real product. Start by grabbing everything you'll need. Your 6 cauldrons, 6 lab ovens, and 10 large storage racks. Again, we're going to start with the corner section. First, place down 2 large storage racks. These racks are going to store the gasoline for our cauldrons. Right next to the racks, place your cauldron, and then set your lab oven directly beside it. Once you've got that corner finished, go to the opposite corner and repeat the exact same setup. 2 large storage racks for holding gasoline, then a cauldron, and then a lab oven. After both corners are set, head over to the fireplace area. Place 1 cauldron directly against the fireplace, then leave a single tile gap for movement, and then place your lab oven. Finally, put a storage rack directly behind it. This particular rack will serve as a supply shelf for the botanists, giving them quick access to everything directly in the middle of the room. Once that's done, head into the other room and do the exact same thing again. Just duplicate the entire layout to keep everything symmetrical. Now, one thing I want to mention, your handlers won't be restocking the gasoline for these cauldrons. And I know I'm going to get some flack for that. But the truth is that cauldrons burn through gas very slowly. You only have to refill them roughly once every 6 in-game days, so setting up a dedicated route for that would be a complete waste of 2 whole handlers. Just pop in once a week and top them off manually. I promise it's better this way. Now that we have our cooking equipment put down, we're going to build the mixing area, which is the final step in turning all that processed coca into finished brick. Start by grabbing your 4 mixing stations, your brick press, and 3 safes. Head down the main hallway and start placing your mixing stations down. Put 2 on one side and 2 directly across from them on the other side, lining them up. This symmetrical layout keeps the workflow simple and makes sure there's minimal walking distance for your chemist. Once the mixing stations are down, place the brick press right at the end of the line. Now grab your 3 safes and place them exactly like this. And the last safe will act as a buffer, which is a small but extremely powerful trick. By using this safe as a buffer for our ingredients, we can chain deliveries together and minimize downtime, which is incredibly helpful. Now that we have all of our equipment put down, we need to set up the destination. And we're going to start with the plants, so the botanists know exactly where to bring our coca once they've harvested it. Start by selecting every single pot. All 36 of them. Every single one. Then pull out your clipboard and choose coca seeds and fertilizer. Now we need to assign destinations so your botanists know where to drop off the harvest. Take these 3 pots and assign them to this drying rack. Then take the next 3 and assign them to the next rack. Now swing over to the other side of the room and repeat the exact same process. These 3 pots to this rack, and these 3 pots to this rack. For the middle section, we're going to keep each side separate, so assign 3 pots to that rack on the right, and 3 pots to this rack on the left. That way the botanists have clear, simple paths to follow. Once you've got this entire side done, head over to the other half of the manor and do the exact same thing again. Assign every set of 3 pots to its own drying rack. And yes, because I know someone's going to mention it in the comments, air pots are better than moisture preserving pots for coca when you're only using fertilizer. If you're using all 3 additives, then moisture pots are better, but since we're only using fertilizer, we're going to stick to the air pots. Trust me, it's a lot simpler this way. There's really no need to overcomplicate the build. Once we're finished with the pots, it's time to set up the destinations for the drying racks, cauldrons, and lab ovens. Start with these drying racks in the corner. Set their quality to heavenly, then assign their output to the cauldron. From there, send the cauldron to the lab oven, and finally, send the lab oven to the safe. Then repeat the exact same process for the other side of the room. Drying racks to heavenly, then to the cauldron, then to the lab oven, and into the safe. And finally, for this room, move to the middle wall. Set the drying racks to heavenly, send them to the cauldron, then to the lab oven, and finish by sending the output to the safe. Once everything on this side is fully set up, just head to the opposite room and do it all again. You guys get the gist by now. Racks to cauldron to lab oven to safe, racks to cauldron to lab oven to safe, racks to cauldron to lab oven to safe. I mean, you get the point. Once we're done with the whole cooking operation, we need to set up the destinations for the mixing stations. So go to each one and set the threshold to 10. This makes sure they won't start mixing if there's only a few products in it. The next thing is to set each station's destination to the next mixing station in the line. You're essentially making a horseshoe here. And once you get to the final station, you're going to set its destination to the brick press. And finally, set the press's destination to this safe right here to hold all of our finished bricks. This way, everything flows down the line smoothly. Ingredients go in one end and finished bricks come out the other. No micromanaging required. And now that we've got all the equipment built and the entire production line set up, it's time to bring in the real MVPs of this operation, the workers. Machines are great, but without people to actually run everything, this place is just an expensive greenhouse. The very first thing we're going to do is deal with the lockers. These lockers are how your employees get paid, and if they don't have one assigned, they'll basically just stand outside with their thumb in their ass. So grab your lockers and go upstairs into any of the rooms, it doesn't really matter. Go ahead and place them all down. Line them up nice and clean so it's easy to keep track of everyone. You can be as organized or as chaotic as you want, it doesn't actually matter, just put them all down. Once the lockers are in place, we're going to assign an employee to each one. There's 12 lockers, 12 workers, simple math. Just go into the clipboard and assign each locker to an employee. And there's honestly not much commentary I can give you while we're doing this part, so here's some elevator music. And now that our wonderful employees finally have a way to get paid, it's time to set up the botanists first, because they're the backbone of this operation. We have to have someone to grow the coca, and we're going to have 3 botanists on each side of the mansion. So go ahead and grab one, and the first thing we need to do is give them their supply shelf. That's this rack right here, and it's where they'll grab their fertilizer, seeds, and soil to keep the plants happy and healthy. Next up, we need to assign them to their drying racks and air pots, and here's where things get a little bit more technical, so I need you to pay attention. The order in which you assign these tasks matters a lot, because botanists always prioritize whatever is highest on their task list. If you mess this up, they'll end up watering plants while your drying racks sit idle, and that creates a domino effect of delays, so please follow this carefully. Start by holding down Shift and then click on this supply rack first. Then click on the other rack right next to it. After that, select these 3 air pots on this side, and then these 3 air pots on the opposite side. That specific order, rack, rack, 3 pots, 3 pots, is what ensures they restock the racks first before they start worrying about the plants. Once that's set up, grab your next botanist and repeat the process on the other side. Select their supply shelf, then select these 2 drying racks, then these 3 pots, and finally these 3 pots over here. And then do it again for the next botanist. Supply shelf, racks, pots, pots. And once you finish on this side of the room, go ahead and mirror the entire thing on the other side of the manor. Every botanist should have the same structure, so nobody overlaps or gets confused. You're basically building out an assembly line where each botanist has their own clean little zone to manage, and everything flows in the right order. So, if one of your botanists bugs out, like they are very prone to do, it won't completely stop the entire farm. The reason this is so important is because botanists will always do the top task first. By putting the drying racks at the top of their list, we're making sure that the harvested coca leaves get transferred immediately, instead of sitting around waiting to dry. That keeps your production line moving smoothly, avoids clogs, and ensures the cauldrons never run out of product to process. So take your time here, double check that you've got the order correct for each botanist, and once everything's assigned properly, you should be good to go. Now that we've finished setting up the botanists, it's time to move on to the chemists. And the chemists are what keeps the production line moving once the plants hit the drying racks. So where you assign them matters a lot. We're going to have 3 chemists on the lab ovens and cauldrons, and 1 to manage the mixing stations. So start by grabbing your first chemist. Assign them to the middle cauldron first, then the back cauldron, followed by the middle lab oven, and then the back lab oven. This specific order ensures they'll prioritize the cauldrons before anything else. Next, we're going to grab the second chemist and do the exact same thing on the other side of the mansion. Middle cauldron, then back cauldron, middle lab oven, then back lab oven. Then take your third chemist and assign them to the front cauldrons and front lab ovens, following the exact same order. Cauldron, cauldron, oven, oven. Finally, grab your fourth chemist and assign them to all of the mixing stations. Be sure to assign them in a horseshoe formation so they prioritize each mixing step correctly. This is important because, again, workers prioritize the order of things on their clipboard. And once we've got the chemist done, it's time to set up the final pieces of our workforce, the handlers. And honestly, these last 2 employees are the most important ones in the entire operation. If the botanists and the chemists are the engine, then these handlers are the fuel lines that keep everything moving. If they're not set up correctly, the entire system can stall, so pay close attention here. So let's start with the first handler. Their most critical route is going to be moving weed from this safe to the mixing station. This single route is what kicks off the entire mixing process. That's why it's up first. If this isn't done correctly, everything downstream gets delayed, so make sure this is the first thing you assign. Next, we're going to set up the supply shelves. You'll have 2 routes from loading bay 2 and 2 routes from loading bay 1. You want to split these evenly. Give 1 route from each loading bay to each of the supply shelves inside. Now we can move on to the second handler. Their job is to keep the mixing station stocked with ingredients. Set up 4 routes with the source being this safe right here, and then the destination is going to be each of the mixing stations. Again, make sure you do it in that horseshoe order. For their final route, assign the handler to bring ingredients from loading bay 3 into the buffer safe. That buffer safe is what keeps your production line from ever slowing down, even if your supply deliveries come in slightly uneven. And last, but certainly not least, assign the second handler to the brick press to turn the mixed product into glorious bricks. The handlers are the glue of this build. If they're off by even a little, you'll start seeing slowdowns and product pileups later on. But if everything's set up right, the system will run as smooth as a baby's bottom. When you're done with your handlers, your routing layout should look exactly like this for each of the handlers. Please go ahead and double check. At this point, every employee has their role, every route is covered, every equipment is placed down, and your operation is fully automated, fully optimized, and fully ready to run. Except for one thing, and it is my least favorite part: setting up the filters. There are 3 sets of filters we need to configure: the supply shelves, the mixing stations, and the buffer safe. These filters are what tell your handlers exactly what ingredients go where, and if they're not set up properly, the whole system falls apart fast, so take your time. Start with the supply shelf in the left room. We're going to whitelist 3 slots of coca seeds on the top, 3 slots of fertilizer on the bottom, and then use the right column for extra long life soil. Once you've got that done, head over to the other side of the manor and set up the exact same whitelist filters on that shelf. Coca seeds on top, fertilizer on the bottom, and extra long life soil on the end. After we get done with the supply shelves, we're going to move on to the mixing stations. And make sure you're applying the whitelist filter to the mixer slot and not the product slot. I've made that mistake in the past. For this build, we're using the patented Big Willy mix: banana, cuke, horse semen, and mega bean in that exact order. So the first mixing station is set to banana, the second to cuke, the third to horse semen, and the last to mega bean. After the mixing stations, we get to set up the buffer safe. And this is your safety net, the thing that keeps your production line steady even when the deliveries are uneven. The first 2 slots are going to be banana, the next 2 are going to be cuke, then 2 more for horse semen, and finally, the last 2 are mega bean. With that set, the mixing stations will always have what they need to keep producing, even if there's a delay in the deliveries. And once you get the buffer safe done, you are done with the filters. I won't lie, this part is always tedious. It is my least favorite part of doing builds, but it's absolutely essential to make sure the handlers don't fuck up the supply chain. It's one of those behind the scenes steps that makes the entire farm work. And after we get done with the filters, we need to preemptively stock up the farm. And I know that sounds a little bit goofy, but trust me here, if we don't stock everything ahead of time, the operation is going to stall the moment we flip the switch. Getting this out of the way now ensures that when the botanist and chemist start working, everything flows smoothly without the handlers scrambling to restock in the middle of production. Because when you first turn on the farm, the handlers won't be able to restock the shelves fast enough for the botanists, and it just messes everything up. So just trust me, it's easier this way. Start with the supply shelves. Head over to the first one and load it up with coca seeds, fertilizer, and extra long life soil. Make sure each slot lines up with the whitelist filters we set earlier. Once that's done, move over to the second supply shelf on the opposite side of the manor and do the exact same thing. Both sides need to be fully stocked before we get this thing moving. So put in your coca seeds, your fertilizer, and your extra long life soil. Next, we're going to take care of the cauldrons. There are 6 of them in total, and they all need gasoline to run, so go ahead and throw a stack of gas into each of the cauldrons. And any leftovers you've got after that can be stored right here on this shelf. It's always a good idea to keep some extra on hand, even if the cauldrons burn through it incredibly slowly. It's just one less thing you have to worry about later. And after the cauldrons, we're going to stock the buffer safe. This is where your mixing stations are going to pull ingredients from, so it needs to be well stocked to keep the production smooth. Load it up with 40 bananas, 40 cans of cuke, 40 jugs of horse semen, and 40 mega beans. And once everything is stocked up and ready to go, we can move on to the next step: ordering our deliveries. And this is where we lock in the supply chain that's going to keep the operation running without us having to babysit it. And seriously guys, I highly recommend using the Delivery Plus mod. I covered it in my 10 best mods video last month, but in case you missed it, it basically allows us to automatically reorder deliveries, so we don't have to constantly keep checking and reordering everything ourselves, which is a massive pain point, so I'm more than happy to have a mod fix it. Now, thankfully the manor got buffed and we have 3 loading bays in total now, and each one is going to handle a different set of resources. So let's start with loading bay 1. This one is going to be tied to Dan's hardware, and it'll handle all of your botanist supplies. So go ahead and place an order for 120 fertilizer and 40 extra long life soil. The soil can be used 3 times before you need to replace it, so that's why we use those particular amounts. Next, we'll move over to loading bay 2. This one's going to be tied to Salvador Moreno, and it's where we'll keep our coca seed deliveries. Place an order for 160 coca seeds. Now, this part can be a little expensive. It's a pretty big hit to your bank account. So if you want to cut costs, you can do a few meetups and buy seeds with cash to restock the van manually. It takes a little bit more effort, but it can save you a good chunk of money, so I figured I'd mention it. And finally, we've got Loading Bay 3, which is the most important loading bay. This bay is going to be linked to both of the gas stations, and keeping these deliveries flowing is what keeps your mixing stations from running dry. Start by going to the west gas station and ordering 80 banana, 80 cuke, 80 horse semen, and 80 mega bean. Then go to the central gas station and do the exact same order. 80 banana, 80 cuke, 80 horse semen, 80 mega bean. Doubling up like this ensures you've got a steady stream of ingredients coming in from two separate sources, so once one of the vans runs out, another is immediately ready to take its place. This prevents supply gaps and keeps the mixing running non-stop. And finally, after all of that setup, the racks, the handlers, the filters, the stocking, the deliveries, you are finally ready. From here, your farm will run like a machine. You've got everything in place to make that $10 million grind as easy as possible. The only thing left to do now is to pay your employees. So head upstairs, open up the lockers, and give your poor, overworked crew their well-earned wages. And once that's done, it's time to sit back, take a deep breath, and watch the magic happen. The botanists will start first. They'll pour into the manor, plant some seeds, fertilize the soil, and keep everything watered. Once the coca plants are fully grown, they'll harvest them and move the product straight to the drying racks. From there, the dried leaves automatically get passed to the cauldrons, where the chemists step in to start the cooking process. Once cooked, it moves on to the lab ovens, gets baked to perfection, and then sent straight into the storage safe. At this point, one of the handlers swings by, picks it up, and drops it off at the first mixing station. Then the second phase kicks in. The chemist at the mixing station will mix it, pass it down the line through each stage of the patented Big Willy recipe, where it eventually reaches the brick press. That's when our handler steps in one last time, presses it into bricks, and boom, final product. Fully automated, no running around, no scrambling, no wasted steps. Everything you've set up to this point comes together in a smooth, satisfying production line. This is the moment where all the tedious setup pays off. Your farm is fully operational, from seed to brick. Everything runs on its own. All you have to do now is watch the money pile up. Stay silly, y'all. Boom! The Halloween update for Schedule 1 is here, and it's so much more than just seasonal changes. This patch adds a whole new sewer network, introduces a brand new minor antagonist, gives us an additional property, and yes, it even adds the sewer goblin. And the best part is that these aren't just limited time treats either. They're permanent and they're here to stay, completely built into the game for the long haul. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through everything that's new in this update. First, we'll hit the patch notes and official changes, and then we're going to dive into some spoilers. But don't worry, I'll tell you exactly when to click off the video if you want to keep some surprises for yourself. Let's get into it. The biggest change that this update brings is the addition of an entire sewer network hidden beneath the map, and it's massive. I'm not exaggerating when I say it stretches from Uptown all the way over to Westville, connecting nearly every major district in Highland Point. This is easily my favorite part of the update. It completely changes how the world feels, and it adds a lot of depth to the city as a whole. The new sewer system has 7 total access points that are scattered around the map. There's one underneath the West Bridge, one in the Central Canal, and a side access door that's tucked next to Ray's Realty. Then you have the 4 manhole covers, the one in front of the motel, the one outside the casino, the one beside the slop shop, and the last one near the town hall. All 7 of these lead directly into the sewer system, and they're all connected in one way or another. But before you go sprinting into the tunnels, there's one big thing to know. The cops can follow you into the sewers. I learned that the hard way, so don't think you can just dip underground mid-chase and disappear. There's also a few graffiti spots down here so you can mark your territory. You'll also notice that at the beginning of the game, every entrance to the sewer is locked. The only way in is with a sewer key, and there are a few different ways to get it. The most straightforward way, and the intended way, is by buying it from Jen Hurd, the city clerk, once you max out your friendship with her. But the problem is that you don't even unlock Jen until you reach Uptown, which is near the end of the game, so it can be a little while before you access the sewers. But if you want to get into the sewers before you access Uptown, there are 2 other ways to get the sewer key, but I'm going to save those for later on in the video since it's not the intended way and it is a bit of a spoiler. Either way, once you get your hands on that key, the sewers open up an entirely new layer of exploration. One that's dark, creepy, and way more alive than you'd expect. This update also quietly added 5 brand new ladders across existing buildings, and honestly this tiny change makes a huge difference. You'll now find climbable ladders on Sauerkraut Pizza, Crimson Cannery, Highland Medical, Hank's Hardware, and of course the iconic Taco Ticklers. Finally, we can actually get up onto the rooftops and see Highland Point from a new perspective. When you combine these new ladders with the sewer network, it's clear that Tyler's been working on giving the world some much needed verticality. Schedule 1's always been a little flat, so being able to move above and below ground adds a whole new dimension to exploration. It makes the map feel more alive, more layered, and honestly, I love it. Alright, spoiler time. Now is your chance to click off if you don't want to ruin any surprises. Remember earlier when I mentioned that you can buy a sewer key from Jen Hurd later in the game? Well, there's actually 2 other ways to get your hands on a sewer key way earlier than when you unlock Uptown. The first method is about exploration. There's a sewer key hidden somewhere in one of 50 possible locations across the map. And the cool part is it's completely random for every save file. That means no 2 players will find it in the same spot. You could stumble across it behind a dumpster, inside a house, in a drop box, or tucked away somewhere you'd never even think to look. It is pure RNG, but stumbling across it feels rewarding, and it's going to add a lot of complexity to speedruns for the game in the future. Now the second method for acquiring a sewer key is a little bit sketchier, but it still fits with the game's vibe. You can pickpocket the sewer key from certain NPCs, specifically the crackhead characters like Cranky Frank and Jesse. It is rare, but if you check their pockets when the opportunity arises, there's a small chance you'll find a sewer key in there. So whether you're out exploring or robbing Highland's finest junkies, there's always a chance you'll get into the sewers early, without ever needing a city clerk. And once you finally unlock the sewers and make your way into them, things can get a little weird, because lurking down there is a new minor antagonist known as the Sewer King. And yes, he's exactly what he sounds like. The self-proclaimed ruler of everything beneath Highland Point. To find him, start by popping open the sewer grate near the town hall. That is the closest grate to where he lives. Just climb down the ladder and follow the hallway. Eventually, you'll hit a wall that is covered in graffiti, along with a number pad. Now, I'm not going to spoil the code you need to put into the number pad, how you find it, or anything like that. It's not the hardest puzzle in the world, so I feel like leaving it up for you guys to figure out is a lot more fun. But once you put it in, the door will slide open and you'll be hit face to face by the Sewer King himself. A black man rocking purple underwear, a killer mustache, and 0 patience for visitors. The moment you step in, he will attack you on sight. But once you defeat him and usurp his throne, the place becomes yours. You officially become the new ruler of Highland Point Sewers. The sewer office here actually doubles as a mini property. It's got a water spout, a table full of meth and ingredients, and even your own personal throne that you can move around. And while it's easy to laugh it off as a joke location, I think it's going to end up being really important later on in development. It seriously is the perfect stash house. It's hidden, out of sight, and accessible from almost anywhere on the map thanks to the sewer network. And if I had to guess, this might eventually become the only place cops can't raid once that mechanic gets expanded. It's just a silly, goofy little property now, but in a few updates this might be the most valuable hideout in the entire game. And finally, let's talk about the Sewer Goblin. This little menace is one of the funniest and creepiest parts of the update. As you're exploring the tunnels, he'll periodically pop out of the vents, let out this blood-curdling screech, and immediately start attacking you. It's completely random, and the first time it happens, it'll catch you way off guard. But there is a way to stop him. The next time you find the goblin, just hold some meth in your hand. He'll yoink it off you and sprint away to the nearest vent with a smile on his face. It's honestly kinda cute. After you pacify him with some of your meth, he now recognizes you as the new ruler of the sewers and will leave you alone completely. No more screeching and no more ambushes. It's such a ridiculous and perfectly Schedule 1 kind of mechanic. It's part horror, part comedy, and somehow it's still a functioning system. And that just about wraps up the Halloween update for Schedule 1. An update that somehow managed to be spooky and still add a lot to the game. And honestly, my Discord has been blowing up with everyone talking about it lately, so I know he did a good job. We got a full underground sewer network that completely reshapes the map. New verticality with rooftop access, a brand new antagonist in the Sewer King, and a literal sewer goblin that attacks you unless you bribe him with meth. It's equal parts hilarious and terrifying, which fits this game's theme perfectly. What I love most is that none of this is temporary. These aren't just seasonal gimmicks, they're permanent additions that make Highland Point feel bigger, deeper, and way more alive. So if you haven't hopped back into the game yet, now's the time. Go grab a sewer key, knock out the king, and claim your throne in the underworld. Thanks for watching, and as always, stay silly, y'all. The developer of Schedule 1 just did an Ask Me Anything on Reddit, and let me tell you, this thing was a goldmine of information. He talked about console ports, map expansions, police raids, modding tools, the weather update, and yes, we even found out what his favorite ice cream flavor is. There was over 250 comments on the thread, and let's be real, no one has the time to read all that. So in this video, I'm going to break down every major question from the AMA, give you my thoughts, and even sprinkle in some commentary along the way. Let's get into it. And we're going to kick things off with the question that gets spammed every single time I stream. When is the console version dropping? And now we finally have an answer. Tyler's community manager, King Toasterbath, stepped in and confirmed that Tyler is actively working on porting Schedule 1 to the consoles. Now, before anyone asks, no, there isn't an ETA yet, and honestly that makes sense. Porting a game like this to consoles isn't as simple as pressing a shiny red button. It's a whole circus behind the scenes. But the big thing here is, it is officially happening. So if you're sitting on the couch, controller in hand, dreaming about running your cartel empire from the comfort of your living room, your time is coming. Just be patient. And while we're on the topic of consoles, let's talk about the Steam Deck, because someone asked about optimizations for it, and Tyler basically said that it's already done. Steam Deck support officially shipped with the Halloween update last week, which means you can now run your empire from anywhere. On the couch, in bed, at your grandma's house, heck, even in a bathroom stall at work if you're bold enough. This is a game changer, especially for people who've been itching to grind without being chained to a desk. Now you can stock up, cook, and push product while laying on your bed like a lizard on a warm rock. Someone also asked about Tyler's comment in the patch notes, where he said he was hiring 2 new devs. He explained that he's literally signing an office lease and talking to his first potential hire this weekend. This game started as a dorm room passion project from a 22-year-old indie dev, and now he's building a full-on operation with a whole team of developers. I'm super eager to see what he can do with a couple extra hands on deck, and I'm incredibly excited for all the future updates coming down the pipeline. But if you're curious about what made him finally decide to hire some people to help out, well, he goes over it a bit more in this question, where someone asked if he'd be adding more lore and dialogue to some of the existing NPCs. And he actually said something that really stuck with me. He said he wants to grow the game both horizontally and vertically. Horizontally meaning new content, areas, and features, and vertically meaning deepening the systems that we already have. More polish and more narrative depth. And if we're being honest, balancing both is hard when it's just one guy, which is why he's bringing in reinforcements. He also mentioned that he has no problem with people making Schedule 1 merch, and I got to thinking that that would be something cool for me to do. Since all of the profit from my current merch goes to charity, why not add some Schedule 1 related things as well? So if you have any ideas for Schedule 1 related merch, leave them in the comments below. Up next, we got one of the biggest community questions out there, map expansions. Tyler confirmed that the map will expand and that the island north of Highland Point will become accessible. The only reason it's been delayed is because he's holding off until he's got an artist on board. Hell, he even straight up said, "I'm a programmer, not an artist," which is entirely fair. I also cannot draw a stick figure to save my life, so honestly, I'd rather wait for something that looks good. And speaking of upcoming updates, someone asked if we'd ever get something like DEA raids, and Tyler straight up said yes. Property raids are officially coming as part of the police expansion update. You're gonna have to start focusing on maintaining secrecy and security at your properties. He mentioned things like security cameras, guards, and even disguising your properties to make them look less suspicious. But he also acknowledged the elephant in the room. Nobody wants to get harassed by the cops every 10 minutes, so the focus for that update will be on balance. He wants raids to feel tense and challenging, but not rage quit levels of annoying. If he pulls this off right, raids could turn into one of the most intense and fun systems in the game. Since the driver update unfortunately didn't win the last community vote, someone asked if Tyler at least planned on adding a way to save orders or set up recurring deliveries. And if you've ever touched late game, you already know. Restocking isn't just annoying, it's soul crushing. You're juggling multiple properties, your inventory's a mess, and every 5 minutes you're back in that damn delivery app like a fast food worker taking your own order. But we finally got some good news. Even though the driver update lost the vote, Tyler is throwing us a bone. He straight up said he's redesigning the delivery app, and yes, it's finally getting a reorder feature. Which means no more manually punching in the same 15 items every single time. No more scrolling through that cursed list like you're speedrunning carpal tunnel. Tyler even admitted that it sucks right now. So it's clear this redesign is a top priority, and honestly, this one change alone could save late game players hours upon hours of tedious restocking, so thank you. And speaking of community votes, someone asked if he plans on continuing them all the way up to release, and Tyler didn't even hesitate. He said, of course. But there's a catch. Not every update will be decided by a vote. He explained that sometimes there will be seasonal updates, surprise drops, and even just straight up bug fix patches just to polish everything up and keep the game running smooth. And I honestly think that's kind of the perfect balance. We still get a say in what comes next for the major updates, but he's also got the freedom to drop updates out of nowhere to keep things fresh. So the era of community votes isn't going anywhere, which I'm super happy for. It's one of the things that makes this game so unique. And the next question was to me. Willy, what's the sponsor of today's video? And the answer is Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds have become a go-to gift for the holidays. They sound great and last all day with 32 hours of battery life, and they actually stay comfortable no matter how long you wear them. They sent me a pair of their earbuds and I actually use them every day at work. I have an IT job, so I've started using the Raycons while I fix computers. The battery life lasts through my entire shift, the sound quality and built-in microphone are excellent, and the ergonomic fit means they fit well for all 8 hours. They're so comfortable I honestly forget I'm wearing them sometimes. Over 4 million people already have a pair, so if you've been curious, now's the time to try them out. Raycon's going big for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Everything is up to 30% off. Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/BigWillyUncut to save on Raycon audio products site-wide. And a special thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. The next question hit on something I know that a lot of us have been hoping for. Are we getting more storyline quests like the cartel update had? And Tyler's answer was yes. He said that even though he's a crap writer, which are his words, not mine, he still plans to expand the game's storylines, both by building on existing characters and introducing brand new ones. And I honestly feel like that's huge. One of my favorite parts of the cartel update was that final quest. The way it shook up the town, made the world feel bigger and alive, and made it feel like we were actually part of something bigger. So if you love the cartel storyline, buckle up because more lore, more drama, and more chaos are on the way. The next question was about modding. Someone asked if there was going to be official tools in the future to help mod creators out, and King Toasterbath himself jumped in to answer. He said that Tyler does in fact plan to add a modding framework down the line, plus Steam Workshop support, which is massive. Right now, the modding community for Schedule 1 is already thriving. There is an entire Discord for it, but this would take it to an entirely new level. I'm talking easier installs, cleaner updates, and one-click downloads. Absolute cinema. And if you've been wanting to dip your toes into mods but don't know where to start, I've got you. I already have 2 full modding videos on my channel, and if you run into any issues, my Discord has an entire channel dedicated to mods where you can ask for help. So in short, official modding support and workshop integration are on the way. Alright, next, let's talk about one of the most annoying pain points in Schedule 1. Storage. Somebody asked if we're ever going to get bigger shelves because, let's be honest, those tiny ones start feeling a little inadequate in the late game. I'm sorry, but personality can't always make up for a lack of size. Tyler said it's definitely on the horizon, but he does want to be careful. He said he doesn't want to make everything too space efficient and end up devaluing the late game properties, the ones you're supposed to actually need once you start scaling big. That said, he also made it clear, larger capacity storage options are coming, especially for the late game. So no more cramming 400 bricks onto a dinky little shelf like a hoarder. The future's about to look a lot more organized. The next question was about the weather update, which was originally supposed to drop back in August, but it did get delayed when Tyler decided to focus on the cartel update more instead. Tyler said the weather update probably isn't happening this year, but it's going to be one of the first big things he tackles early on next year. So yeah. No rain just yet, but soon we'll be cooking under storm clouds, making shady deals in the fog. The vibes are going to be immaculate, and I welcome any update that makes the world feel more alive in Highland Point. The next question was about one of the things that gives Schedule 1 a ton of its personality, the mix effects. Someone asked where Tyler got his inspiration from, and his answer was that most of the effects were just goofy ideas that he thought would be funny, which based on almost everything else in the game, completely checks out. However, a few of the mix effects and ingredients were inspired by popular media. For example, the chilies are a nod to Jesse Pinkman's special mix from Breaking Bad. Tropic Thunder is a reference to the Robert Downey Jr. movie. And Cuke is straight out of the IT Crowd. He also went on to drop a pretty wild fact. A few months before release, there wasn't even a mixing system in the game. But then he realized how much more fun it'd be to let players design their own drugs, mix random stuff together, and see what kind of cursed concoctions they could make. So he quickly went to work, fully building the system from scratch. And honestly, I'm glad he did, because that one decision is a huge part of what makes this game so unique. The next question that got asked was actually pretty wholesome. Someone asked Tyler if he ever thought Schedule 1 would blow up the way that it has, and his answer was absolutely not. You gotta remember, Tyler's just a 22-year-old indie dev who built this game in his dorm room. His original plan wasn't to build some massive underground empire simulator that would take over Steam. He said he just wanted to make a little bit of money to get through college until he found a job. But then the Steam wishlist started piling up, and that's when he realized, oh shit, this thing's actually catching fire. Which brings us to now. A dorm room side project turned full-on cultural phenomenon. One of the most played games on Steam this year. Kinda crazy. And that brings us to the most important question of all. What is your favorite ice cream flavor? King Toaster Bath said cookies and brownies, and Tyler went with salted caramel, which in my opinion are pretty weak ass answers. I'm a Rocky Roads kind of guy. I don't know how you can get off on salted caramel or just cookies and brownies, but I digress. Because that's the whole AMA. We got console plans, Steam Deck support, map expansions, property rates, modding tools, delivery app redesign, story quests, bigger shelves, weather, and salted caramel ice cream. For a video game that started in a dorm room, Schedule 1 is shaping up to have a crazy future. And with a growing dev team, these updates are only going to roll out faster and hit harder. So let me know down in the comments which update you're most hyped for. If even half of these features make it into the game next year, Schedule 1 is going to level up in a massive way. If you enjoyed the breakdown, make sure to join the Discord in the description below to talk shop with the rest of the flock. Big stuff is coming, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. That's all I got, and as always, stay silly, y'all. You guys went absolutely crazy for the last mod video I dropped, so I figured, why not run it back? Now personally, I'm more of a quality of life mod enjoyer, the kind of stuff that makes the game smoother without really changing its soul. But I know a lot of you want the wild stuff, the mods that flip everything upside down and make Schedule 1 feel like a brand new game. So I went digging through the depths of Nexus to find the 10 craziest, most game-breaking mods I could get my hands on. These aren't just tweaks, they're full-on shakeups, and I got a top 10 list for you. But before we get into the actual list, let's cover the basics, because installing mods for Schedule 1 is a lot easier than you might think. First, you're going to need Melon Loader. Just head to their site, download the installer, and run it. Select Schedule 1 from the list, hit install, and ta-da, you're done. All you have to do now is browse Nexus mods, find one you like, download the DLL file, and drop it straight into the mods folder in your Schedule 1 Steam files. It's not really that complicated. Quick thing though, if you're playing on the normal branch, make sure you download the IL2 CPP version. And if you're on the alternate branch, grab the mono version instead. As long as you get that right, your mods will work like a charm. Now let's get into the list. Alright, the first mod on our list is for all the gun nuts out there. And honestly, it's one of the coolest weapon overhauls I've seen for Schedule 1. This mod adds two brand new weapons into the game, the AK-47 and the minigun. No more slow, single shot plinking away at enemies. When things get messy, you can just hold down that trigger and absolutely melt anyone in your way. These guns aren't just a little bit OP, they make you feel like an absolute god. The attention to detail in this mod is insane. This mod brings in new animations, unique firing sounds, and completely custom meshes for each of the weapons. Every shot has impact, every reload feels heavy, and the sound design just makes combat feel so much more alive. And the best part is that you can buy every single one of these weapons straight from Stan's weapon shop in the warehouse. It meshes into the game seamlessly, which is always a massive plus when it comes to mods. Now there are a couple of quirks to keep in mind. The AK-47 kicks like a mule, the recoil is pretty insane on that one, and you can only reload the minigun by going back to Stan's shop. But honestly, when you're unloading hundreds of rounds and looking like an absolute badass doing it, that's a pretty fair trade-off. If you've ever wanted to turn your Schedule 1 run into a full-blown action movie, this is the mod that'll make it happen. Alright, this next mod is for the absolute maniacs, the ones who don't want to just drive around town, they want to own the town. This mod lets you steal every vehicle in Schedule 1. Civilian sedans, delivery trucks, and even the cops' patrol vehicles. You see it, you grab it, and you're gone. So whether you want to stop Mick from driving home drunk every night, or you just want to wreak havoc on all those dirty greeners, this mod is a lot of fun. But just know it does come with consequences. If you jack a police vehicle, the alarms will sound instantly. Cops will go aggressive and the hunt will begin. The regular NPCs won't sit back and let you jack their ride either. Some will call the cops, and others will try to fight you right there on the sidewalk. But if you'd rather skip the fireworks and you're a peaceful person, there is another option. All the parked cars can be taken without any suspicion. As long as there aren't any witnesses, you are good to go. Bottom line, this mod doesn't just let you steal the cars, it lets you dominate the streets, one jacked ride at a time. Alright, the next mod on the list is for all my speed demons and wannabe skater boys out there. You know how the default skateboard in Schedule 1 can sometimes feel a little sluggish? Like you're pushing a shopping cart through wet cement? Well, this mod fixes that, and then some. With it, you can fully customize your skateboard to ride exactly how you want. Crank up the speed, boost your push force, or tweak how sharply you turn. Whether you want buttery smooth carving or full-on rocket fuel, it's all on the table. And because waiting is for chumps, it even has an optional instant mount feature. One tap and you're on the board flying down the street before anyone can blink an eye. All of these tweaks are done through mail-in preferences, so tweaking your ride is quick and easy. It's your skateboard, your rules. Whether you want a realistic skate session or a chaotic high-speed joyride, this mod hands you the tools to make that happen. Alright, if you've ever felt like the streets of Schedule 1 were missing that extra bit of horsepower, this next mod has you covered. It drops a full-blown luxury car dealership into the game. Not some janky, half-baked car lot either, but a legit high-end showroom that looks like it should have velvet ropes out front. This mod adds so many new cars. We're talking about everything from classy, over-the-top luxury whips to straight-up meme machines. There's a Rolls Royce with a trunk big enough to fit your entire operation in it, an El Camino to ride in style, a drift car to race all of your friends, and even a Cybertruck for you to take your anger out on. Oh, and there's also a can of soup with a trunk. Don't ask questions. But the best part is that every car you buy is treated just like one of the vanilla vehicles. Once it's yours, and you can even tweak the prices yourself through a simple vehicle prices JSON file. So whether you want realistic price tags for these cars, or you want them all for $1, the power is in your hands. So forget walking, forget stealing beaters. With this, you're rolling up in style. This video is powered by the Red Magic 11 Pro, the world's first mass-produced smartphone with liquid cooling. Yeah, you heard that right. It's a phone that literally has a liquid cooling system built into it. It's all thanks to the revolutionary Red Magic Aquacore cooling system. And it's the same non-conductive, cold-resistant stuff that they use in AI servers. It's got liquid metal for faster heat transfer, and a 13,116mm vapor chamber that spreads across the entire body of the phone. I mean, this phone was built by gamers for gamers. Under the hood, you're getting a 4.6 GHz processor and 24 gigs of RAM, so you know that gameplay is buttery smooth. But I am genuinely curious, how many of you guys have worse specs than that on your actual computer at home? And the display is absolutely gorgeous on this thing. It's a 2688 by 1216 resolution, 144 Hz refresh rate, and a 95% screen to body ratio. Pair all of that with a 7500 milliamp hour battery and 80 watt fast charging, and you're getting a high-end gaming experience without being tethered to a wall because your phone keeps dying. I'm actually going to be using this phone that they gave me to make a video on all of the Schedule 1 clones on Roblox, and while recording footage for this video, I haven't had any problems. This phone is an absolute dream. So if you want console tier performance that fits in your pocket, check out the Red Magic 11 Pro. Trust me, once you go liquid cooled, you'll never go back. Alrighty, this next mod isn't just a quality of life upgrade, it's a full-blown Criminal Empire optimizer. And I actually got this one from the comments in my last video. There was a lot of people that recommended it. Gone are the days of fumbling around trying to guess how much your customers are willing to fork over for a bag of weed. This beast of a mod does all the math for you. It pinpoints the absolute highest price each customer is willing to pay, recalculates on the fly when you tweak quantities, highlights the per unit price, and even handles counteroffers and deal scheduling like a personal sales assistant. Basically, it turns you from a corner dealer into a ruthless, data-driven businessman. And here's where it gets spicy. That same system also extends to product pricing in the Products app, showing exactly how appealing each item is to your customer base and how much they're likely to spend. But honestly, the real power of this mod, and the part that I liked the most when I tested it out, was in the automation features. The automatic handover means no more dragging bags into people's pockets like a broke street vendor. The system intelligently picks the best packaging combinations in your inventory and delivers it instantly. And the deal automation lets your phone handle desperate customers for you. It automatically counters and schedules all the meetups without having to lift a finger. And if all of that in this mod wasn't enough, it also provides contacts information that gives you a peek inside your customers' habits. What they want, how much they'll buy, their spending limits, and even when they'll place their next order. This mod doesn't just add convenience. It adds domination of the drug dealing game. You're not just selling anymore. You're optimizing, automating, and outsmarting every single customer to maximize your profits. Alright, this next mod is for all my gamblers, degenerates, and high rollers. Because this one turns Highland Point into Las Vegas. Say goodbye to the sad, tiny little betting limits that keep our dreams small. With this mod, the maximum bet in the casino skyrockets to $25,000. But that's not all. The mod gives the casino itself a serious upgrade. It adds a slick plus and minus button to the blackjack and ride the bus UIs as well, making it way smoother to fine-tune our bets. And it also makes the casino open 24/7, so no more waiting for business hours. If you want to punt all your money at 8 o'clock in the morning, you absolutely can. The mod also went ahead and added a free play mode for every game in the casino, so you can satisfy the gambling urge without actually losing money. In short, this mod doesn't just enhance the casino, it turns it into a non-stop, high-stakes playground. Alright, this next mod is for all of my Empire builders, the ones who love fine-tuning all of their properties into well-oiled machines. Ultimate Employees hands you full control over your workforce in Schedule 1, letting you tweak and tune every single detail to make your operation run exactly how you want it to. Gone are the days of all the slow-walking, overpaid, underperforming workers dragging you down. Because with this mod, you can customize employee parameters like walk speed, daily wages, and even role-specific behaviors for each type of worker. Want your packagers moving at light speed? Done. Want to cut wages to squeeze a little bit more profit? Easy. You can even increase the max number of stations each one can handle, turning your operation into a production line. And the best part is that it's all fully integrated with the Mod Manager and phone app from my last video, so you can make real-time adjustments mid-game without ever having to touch a configuration file. On top of that, the worker UI got a glow-up. Packager routes now have scrollable lists and dynamic entry generation. Input conflicts are blocked automatically for smooth navigation, and all your settings update live the second your employees spawn in. So basically, this mod doesn't just tweak your employees, it gives you total control over them, turning your crew into a lean, mean, money-printing machine. Alright, this next mod is for all the people who are tired of micromanaging all of their dealers. With this one, your dealers stop being sluggish middlemen and start working like an actual organized network. First off, it doubles the customer limit from 8 to 16 for every dealer. And you no longer have to run around town collecting their cash like some underpaid errand boy. This mod adds a collect cash button right in the dealer UI, and even gives you the option to toggle auto collect, so your money piles up without you having to lift a finger. Plus, you can completely configure how much of a cut the dealers take, whether you want it to be more difficult or easier. It also lets you adjust their speed, and even access their inventory instantly with a single button. And just for good measure, each dealer gets 5 extra inventory slots, giving them way more room to work with. Everything is fully configurable through the UI, so you can tailor everything to match your playstyle. Basically, this mod turns all of your dealers into hyper-efficient salesmen that never miss a beat. Alright, the next mod on our list is for everyone that's tired of running around having to stuff lockers full of money. With it, you can pay all of your employees' wages with a single click, straight from your phone. All you have to do is tap the Pay All Wages button, and all of your workers are instantly happy again. But if you want to be a bit more surgical with it, you can also pay wages per location, letting you control exactly where your cash is going. And for all those people who really don't want to think about it, there's an auto pay feature that handles everything automatically. Just toggle it on for a location, and the mod will quietly take care of it in the background. The mod even comes with some bonus features, like the ability to disable the locker and bed requirements, and an experimental option to make your employees work 24/7, letting your empire run non-stop without having to worry about any sleep schedules. I like this mod because it adds a great quality of life feature that frees you up to focus on making money instead of running around shoving it in lockers. Alright, our last mod is a bit of a blast from the past. Literally. Serena Flats The Long Return brings back the desert from the prologue and drops it straight into the main game. Now, I gotta tell you, this is an early test build, so don't expect full gameplay just yet, but the entire desert environment is fully explorable. All you have to do is hit the highway, drive up the overpass, and into the tunnel, and you'll be teleported straight into the sun-baked wasteland of Serena Flats. Right now, it's quiet out there, like a bit too quiet. There's no dealers, no traffic, no characters, no Uncle Nelson, and maybe he's the reason the town's so empty. Everyone left after he got arrested because they couldn't get any weed anymore. But that's just a theory. The author did state that current work on the mod has been paused and will continue in the near future. But Fansonetti, I'm begging you, brother, please make this mod. This is such a cool concept, and I know a lot of people in the community would really enjoy it. Now, I mentioned this in my last video, but it is worth repeating. A while back, some Schedule 1 mods were found to contain malware, which is pretty nasty stuff. Now, to be clear, this hasn't been an issue for a while now, ever since Nexus stepped in and banned every single one of the bad actors, but even though the coast has been clear for a while, it's still smart to protect yourself. And that's where a legend from the community, IfBars, comes into play. They created a plugin called MLV Scan, and honestly, it's a must-have if you want to mod this game. The plugin automatically scans every mod you install and blocks anything malicious before it ever runs. IfBars is a close friend of mine. He's done a lot of work with me in the past, and I fully trust him. All you have to do to install it is drag it into the plugins folder instead of the mod folder, and it'll get to work protecting your PC. I seriously cannot recommend it enough. It's quick, it's simple, and it keeps your rig safe. Anyways, that's gonna wrap it up for this mod video. Let me know in the comments if there's any other mods I haven't talked about that you really enjoy using. And as always, stay silly, y'all. The Halloween update dropped last week, and it added an entire sewer network to the map. Now, I've seen a lot of people brush it off like it's just another small addition. But what if I told you this little update might be hiding some of the biggest content Schedule 1 has ever seen? What we're seeing right now might just be the tip of the iceberg. I'm talking black markets, a new place to launder money, potential underground properties, and maybe full-on heists. All of it was hinted at during this update, and if you blinked, you probably missed it. I don't think Tyler's done cooking with the sewers just yet. So strap in, grab your tinfoil hat, and get ready, because we're about to dive headfirst into some good old-fashioned speculation. I'm going to get into all of the theories I have in the second half of this video, so make sure you stick around. But before we get into the theories, I wanted to show you guys a bit of the actual code behind the sewer goblin and the sewer keys, since a lot of you have been asking about it. As we all know, this update added a brand new NPC to the game, the Sewer Goblin. He lurks down in the tunnels and, well, let's just say he's got a bit of a meth addiction. But here's a fun fact for the 18% of you that are subscribed. When I first started data mining the game, I found something interesting in the game's code, a character class called Schizo Goblin. It didn't have any code or functions tied to it, and it never appeared in the game, but it was there. So naturally, I assumed the Schizo Goblin was supposed to be the Sewer Goblin, since that feature had been sitting on the Trello roadmap forever. But here's the weird part. Even after the Halloween update, Tyler didn't remove the Schizo Goblin class from the files, which makes me think he might still be planning on using it later. So let me know down in the comments what you think the Schizo Goblin could end up being used for. I'm kind of drawing a blank here. I mean, it could be something that happens when you smoke a product with the schizophrenic effect, but I really don't know. Anyways, now that we've covered that little fun fact, let's dig into the code controlling the Sewer Goblin's behavior. It's actually really simple. He only has 4 possible states: inactive, attacking, retrieving, and retreating. When the Sewer Goblin is set to inactive, he hides inside those little crawlspace vents scattered around the tunnels, and every time you're down in the sewers, there's a 0.16% chance that he pops out of the vent and attacks you. And I know what you're thinking, only 0.16% chance? Then why do I see this gremlin every time I go down in the sewers? And that's because it's actually 0.16% every in-game minute, and in Schedule 1, 1 game minute is 1 real-life second. So that tiny percentage suddenly becomes roughly once every 600 seconds, which explains why this little dude feels like he's always waiting around the corner, ready to pounce on you. And when he finally does pop out, he switches into the attacking state and immediately charges straight at you. Now, you might try to fight back, maybe land a few punches, maybe grab a bat and go all Babe Ruth on him, but honestly, it's kinda pointless. You see, the Sewer Goblin is completely invincible. And on top of that, he's immune to the charged attacks that usually knock people over. Instead, you should try to punch him as quick as you can, because every time he takes damage, there's about a 30% chance he'll retreat back to a vent and leave you alone. But for those of you who prefer a more peaceful approach, there's actually a non-violent way to make him back off too. You see, the Sewer Goblin actually has a weakness. If you're holding a certain item, which is internally called a pacify item in the code, he'll immediately stop attacking you and enter the retrieving state. And if you've been paying attention, you know that pacify item is meth. So if you're within 10 meters of the little guy, just pull out a meth crystal and hold it in your hand. The goblin will instantly chill out, slowly walk towards you, and snatch it from your hands. This is called the retrieving state. And after he grabs that little crystal of meth, he'll enter the retreat state, where the goblin gets 30% faster and immediately sprints for not the first, not the second, but the third closest door. I don't know why he ignores the first 2, but he sprints for the third closest door. The moment he gets into the door, his health will be restored to full and his state will be set to inactive again, starting the whole process all over. Now, there's a couple things I want to point out. Each time the Sewer Goblin returns to his crawl space, he won't pop back up for at least 12 in-game hours, so you're safe for a bit. And no matter what you do, he'll never remember you gave him that shiny bag of meth. He'll always start attacking you as soon as he sees you, so for those of you who are looking for a friend, it's not going to happen. The next bit of code I wanted to share with you guys was for getting into the sewers. Now, in my first video, I mentioned that there are 3 ways to get a sewer key. You can buy one from Jen Hurd, you can find one on the ground, or you can pickpocket one from a random crackhead. When it comes to finding one on the ground, here's where it gets interesting. There are 50 total potential spawn locations, but only 1 is selected per save file, and running around checking all 50 spots would be absolutely insane. Luckily for you, you don't have to. If you talk to Oscar, you can actually ask him for a hint about the key's location, and he'll tell you which region it's in. From there, it's pretty straightforward. Head to that area and start searching. But to make your life even easier, I put together a map showing every possible sewer key spawn point in each region, so you don't have to wander around like a junkie trying to find a loose cigarette butt. And for those of you that don't want to go digging around in the dirt, one of these 7 crackheads in Highland Point can be carrying a sewer key also, and just like before, you can ask Oscar for a hint about which one is carrying it. If he says the angry guy with the mohawk is carrying it, it's Genghis. If he says it's the guy with the big eyebrows and teardrop tattoo, that's Greg. The scary guy with the metal hat is Frank, the blonde guy with the jacket is Keith, the shirtless guy with the bucket hat is Jerry, the purple-haired lady is Jessie, and the guy with the funny hair and glasses is Geraldine. Which proves once and for all that Geraldine doesn't have a bandana, it's hair. And also, he's a boy, so let's stop misgendering him. But before you go and violate their personal space by digging in their butt, it's worth knowing that only one of them can have the key every save. It doesn't change. And if you go and talk to them, they'll have a dialogue option that says, "Do you have a sewer key?" So you can make sure you've got the right person before you go digging through their pants. Now that we're done with that, it's time to get into all the juicy leaks and secrets I found by digging through the game's code. But before we dive in, if you want to learn how to code yourself, you've got to check out today's sponsor, boot.dev. If your eyes glaze over and your soul leaves your body every time I show code on screen, this is the site for you. Boot.dev is an online platform that teaches you how to code in a way that's actually fun. Because let's be real, the worst part about learning is learning. It's boring, it's dry, and if you've got ADHD like me, it makes you want to jump out a window. But Boot.dev completely fixes that. They've gamified the whole process of learning so it feels like you're playing instead of studying. I tried their Python course myself, and honestly, it was way more entertaining than the ones I took in college. And the best part is you're actually learning by building real projects, just like in real life. There's no mind-numbing textbooks, no 400-page PDFs, just hands-on learning that actually sticks. So if you've ever wanted to learn how to code, check out Boot.dev. It's completely free to read and watch their lessons, and if you go for the interactive courses, they've got a 30-day, no questions asked refund policy, so you don't have to sweat a thing. Anyways, let's move on to the secrets I found by digging into the game's code. Alright, the first secret I'm going to show you guys is this room right here. And at first glance, it doesn't look like much. It's just an empty room in the middle of the sewer system. But in the game's code, this room is called the Market Room. And what's even crazier is that this room is directly beneath the Highland Point Bank. And honestly, that name alone got my tinfoil hat buzzing. Why call it that if it's completely empty? I'm starting to think Tyler's cooking up something major. Something like an underground black market. I mean, just look at this layout. This wide open space would be the perfect spot for a shady dealer to set up shop. Picture it, a flickering bulb overhead, a folding table stacked with contraband, and a guy selling the good stuff you definitely can't find at Dan's Hardware. I mean, just imagine what could show up here. Bulletproof vests, automatic weapons, rare ingredients, or even shroom spores. And speaking of shrooms, let's talk about those for a minute, because in real life, mushrooms thrive in dark, damp environments. So what better place could there be for a shrooms farm than the sewer system itself? Now, I don't think he'll make it so you can only grow them underground. I think that would kind of ruin a lot of the fun, but I could totally see there being like a bonus buff for it. Like shrooms growing faster in the sewers than above ground. It would perfectly fit with the game's theme. A secret crop for the players who aren't afraid to get their hands a little dirty. But aside from the market room, there's a couple other things that are even more interesting. You see, when I was exploring the sewers, I noticed something else that was kind of strange. A bunch of the sewer tunnels just stop. There's no door, no blockage. It's just a random dead end. For example, this one right here looks like it should lead straight towards suburbia, but it cuts off and ends for no reason. And this other one, right next to the market room, well, that's where things get really interesting. Because if you pop into FreeCam, you'll notice that Tyler actually carved out a huge empty space underground right next to that wall. Which got me thinking, what if this was supposed to be an area for a new property? I mean, just imagine an underground drug lab tucked directly beneath the office buildings, and when you need supplies you can just go to the market room next door for the black market goods. This property could even tie into the police expansion. I doubt the police would ever be able to raid the sewers, giving the property a trade-off where there's no way to do deliveries to it, but there's also no way to get raided by the feds. I think that would be pretty cool. But the most interesting dead end of all, the one that really made me stop and scratch my head, is this one right here. Alright, listen, I know what you're thinking. Willy, that's not a dead end, there's a ladder right there. And technically you're right. But if you free cam past this wall, you'll see the tunnel actually continues on for a bit. And if you follow that invisible tunnel, guess where it leads? Directly beneath the casino back room. On top of that, in the Halloween update, Tyler actually added a bit of interior to this casino back room. I mean, it's just a floor and a wall, but it wasn't there before, so it's gotta mean something. And listen, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but this is almost too perfect. We've all been craving a new way to launder our money. Tyler hinted that the casino may become available for purchase eventually, and this underground tunnel leads directly into the back rooms. But then that begs the question, why do we need a sewer entrance to it? And I think it's because we won't be able to buy it. I think, just like the manor, we're gonna have to complete a quest to get it. More specifically, I think we're gonna have to do a heist. Alright, here's the plan. We talk to Sam Thompson and get him to extend the maintenance tunnel underneath the casino. We wait patiently while he slowly digs out the tunnel. Then we slither our way into it and we pop our head out in the back room of the casino. Then we steal the computer password from Karen Kennedy's locker. She's the manager of the casino. She's gotta have it. And we hack into the computer on the top floor, allowing us to launder as much money as we want. But truthfully, this is just a conspiracy theory, and the actual quest could be anything. So I urge you, my wonderful viewers, how do you think we're gonna get the casino? How do you think we're finally going to unlock it and be able to launder more than just $20,000 a day? Leave your comments down below. I'm honestly brainstorming here. Nothing is too far-fetched. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this video and got a kick out of all of my crazy harebrained ideas. And as always, stay silly, y'all. For all the people who have been begging Tyler over and over to fix multiplayer, or optimize the game, or just make Schedule 1 run smoother, your prayers have finally been answered. We just got a brand new patch that massively boosts performance, fixes a whole bunch of the multiplayer issues that have been haunting people for weeks, and even tweaks how the cartel works. This is the update a lot of players have been waiting for. And you guys know I don't usually make videos for all of these smaller patches, but since this one tackles the exact things the community has been yelling about non-stop, I figured it's worth breaking everything down. You see, Tyler spent the last 2 weeks rewriting what he called, quote, yucky code. You're not gonna open the game and suddenly see a bunch of new features, but under the hood, it is a huge difference. I actually tested out the difference myself. I booted up both versions of the game and stood in the exact same spot in the middle of my massive cocaine warehouse farm. I immediately noticed a big difference. My FPS increased from 55 frames per second all the way up to 90 frames per second. That's a 65% increase in performance. The game genuinely runs a lot smoother now. Plus, cleaning up all of that old spaghetti code is going to make it way easier for him to scale the game going forward, which is absolutely amazing, and I'm really happy to hear it. But there is a trade-off. Due to him spending the last few weeks focused so hard on optimization and fixing the multiplayer bugs that were making the game borderline unplayable for some people, there's a good chance that the Shrooms update is getting pushed back into early to mid-December. Tyler said he wanted to give everyone a heads up now, instead of dropping a last-second delay, which honestly, much respect, communication goes a long way for fans. But with that out of the way, let's break down everything that changed in this patch. Like I mentioned earlier, the cartel influence system got tweaked in this patch, and it's a pretty noticeable change. First off, cartel dealers no longer pop outside at midnight. That exploit is gone. Instead, they now spawn at 6 AM, which means the only way to cheese them is by messing with your in-game time, which I'm not going to recommend people do. I feel like that's taking it way too far. But to balance out no longer being able to kill the midnight dealers, Tyler buffed 2 of the main ways that we can lower cartel influence. Unlocking customers now drops influence by 75 instead of 50, and defeating ambushes now drops it by 100 instead of 75. So overall, influence will drop a lot faster. And in most cases, you can now unlock every single region without doing any of the weird, cheesy stuff. Except for Westville. Westville is still a problem. And here's why. You can only reduce cartel influence after you meet with Thomas Benzies. And in this new patch, you don't meet him until you finish the We Need to Cook quest. And by that point, most players have already unlocked every customer in Westville naturally, all by themselves. So when you reach that part of the game, Westville has 1,000 influence, and your options to lower that influence are extremely limited. You can't reduce influence by unlocking customers because you already unlocked them all, and you can't kill the cartel dealers because they don't roam once every customer in a region is unlocked. So now your only 2 options become graffiti and ambushes, and here's the problem. Even if you use the map that me and Sleipnir made to graffiti every single spot in Westville, the influence only drops to 400. You're still stuck. The only way forward is to pray to the RNG gods that you get ambushed and hope you can kill them. I can kind of understand where Tyler is coming from with this. I think he just wants this to be a natural stall point. where you have to wait for an ambush in order to progress. Moving from Westville to downtown is basically what separates the early game from the mid game, so forcing players to spend a little bit more time in Westville may not actually be that bad of a thing. Now, Tyler did increase the ambush spawn rate for the cartel this patch, but it's still RNG, and when you're stuck waiting forever, waiting on a roll of the dice, it kind of sucks. So if you get soft locked here, I'd recommend using the console command set region unlock downtown. It's not perfect, but it is a nice workaround. Now let's move on to all of the performance and multiplayer tweaks that he managed to pump out, and this is where Tyler basically went on a full-blown cleaning rampage. First up, we got networking. This is the thing that caused a lot of the multiplayer bugs. He refactored a massive chunk of the multiplayer code, so the game uses less bandwidth and runs way cleaner during co-op. If you're the person in the friend group that never gets to be player one, you're never the host, then this is basically Christmas for you. Less lag, fewer desyncs, smoother everything. After that, he tore apart and rebuilt the entire system that handles what our drugs and products look like. The unpackaged versions, jars, baggies, equipped variants, all of it. The old setup was practically stitched together with duct tape, so before adding an entirely new drug type for the Shrooms update, he had to rebuild it so the game didn't spontaneously combust. He also cleaned up a bunch of the product meshes, smaller files, simpler objects, better optimization all around. It's the kind of change you won't notice directly, but your FPS counter definitely will. On top of that, vehicles also got a massive overhaul. Tyler moved the color system into its own script, which let him replace every decorative car in the world with optimized versions that aren't secretly running unnecessary logic in the background. Actual vehicles now apply colors more efficiently. Their audio got tuned up, the physics that decide whether a car should be simulated or not were completely rewritten, and the handbrake now works a lot better. Not perfectly, but better. And as the grand finale, post boxes in the game have physics now, and you can run them over. Tyler also squashed a ton of bugs this patch, so I'm just gonna rapid fire these off because there are a lot. Bagged coke and meth finally use the correct animation. Cartel dealers won't spam your phone saying they're out of product anymore. The merchant dialogue for Stan and Oscar and the other merchants is fixed for non-hosts. Cars you buy no longer spawn 20 feet in the air. The loading screen now properly mutes game audio. The lag spike when leaving the loading screen is gone. Vehicle wheels now spin correctly if you're not the host. Jesse can finally be chosen as a random sewer key holder. I may have had something to do with that. Rebinding WASD no longer breaks skateboards and vehicles. You don't get XP for deals done by cartel dealers anymore, and I didn't even know this was a thing. Customers no longer appear multiple times in the dealer menu. The missing collider in the stash and dash is fixed. Drying Rack UI now labels things correctly instead of saying it's a brick press. Non-host graffiti actually lowers cartel influence in multiplayer now. Font and color issues in the vehicle repaint menu are fixed. He patched a multiplayer bug where swapping items too fast made them disappear. Police now actually notice non-host breaking curfew. Dead or unconscious cartel members no longer wake up the next day in the same spot. And NPC schedules finally run correctly at 4 AM. That was a full minute of me speaking about bug fixes. But to be honest, we really needed it. You see, the other day, I was trying to do a 100% duo speedrun with my good friend Jumbalo Gaming. And unfortunately, about 45 minutes into the run, we hit a bug that made it impossible for us to finish our speedrun. We tried sleeping, saving and quitting, continuing playing and hoping it fixed itself, but nothing we did resolved the bug. Our entire run was ruined. So I'm really glad that Tyler spent a little bit of extra time and care into fixing the multiplayer bugs that have been plaguing us for months now. And I know that I'm not the only one that really appreciates it either. This has been one of the most common things that people have complained about in my comments and in my live streams, is that they're not able to play the game with their friends because of all of the bugs. But thankfully, that seems to be a thing of the past. Overall, this patch was basically a massive bug hunt. He cleaned up old code, doubled my FPS, fixed a lot of multiplayer issues, and made progressing in the game a little bit easier. And all he asked for in return was another week or two to cook up the Shrooms update. I'd say that's a pretty fair deal. Stay silly, y'all. Schedule 1 may seem like a simple game at first, but there's actually tons of interesting mechanics once you look underneath the hood. So today, I'm bringing you 30 tips and tricks that I've learned over my 1,500 hours of playing this game. I'm talking things like getting the most out of every deal, sneaking into the warehouse before 6 PM, dodging cartel robberies, and so much more. I have tips and tricks for both beginners and veterans, so regardless of how long you've been playing the game, I promise you're gonna learn something new. It's a pretty big list, and I don't want to waste any more of your time, so let's get into it. This first tip is guaranteed to give you a big head start when you first spawn in. Now, spoiler alert, the RV does get blown up, but with a little forethought, you can keep all the starting equipment and make your early game a breeze. So before picking up the cash in the dead drops, make sure to clean out all the equipment in the RV, taking the pots, racks, lights, and packaging station with you. This gives us a massive leg up when we start growing in the motel, and lets us avoid the grow tents entirely. And if you find yourself strapped for cash in the early game, the map is littered with hundreds of dollars and easily accessible deposit boxes for those with the wits to find them. That's right, the ATM and Cuke machines are stuffed with cash, just waiting for a dastardly individual like yourself to smash and grab. All you need is a weapon. And luckily for us, Tyler gave us the hookup. Just head over to the basketball court and grab the bat on the ground near the entrance. Then stroll up to any ATM or Cuke machine and give it a good whack. Money will spill out right for the taking. Then just shove it into your pockets and skedaddle on out of there before the cops catch on to what you're doing. And as cool as Jeff may be, those skateboard prices are definitely a little bit ridiculous. $1,500 for a glorified stick that he slapped a coat of paint on is crazy, but there's a way to take your hard-earned money back so you're not left penniless in the early game. After you buy your skateboard, simply jump the counter and use the bat to give Jeff a well-deserved nap. Then pickpocket him to get your money right back. It's basically an entirely free skateboard. And if you want to double your money early on, you can buy a bunch of them and then pawn them off at the pawn shop for some quick early game cash. The next tip I have is another way to get a lot of money really early on. You see, nearly every cop carries a 1911 and a magazine, and if you manage to beat the crap out of them, you gain access to these late game items far before you should be able to. Make sure to check their pockets before attempting to beat them up, then nab those guns and sell them to Mick in the pawn shop for some quick cash, or you can use them against the cops or the cartel in the future to get even more guns and money. Let's stay on topic with Mick and pawning items, because the pawn shop is one of the best ways to game the market in both the early and the late game. It may not be apparent from the start, but Thursday is the best day of the week to cash out on all the gold, paintings, and other valuables you have clogging up your storage shelves. Simply lug your haul to Mick and hit that sell button to make fat stacks quick. Gold sells at a 0.9 multiplier, and paintings sell at a 1.0 multiplier, so if you stick to those, you're guaranteed to make a profit. Now for all you new drug lords out there, getting stopped by the cops at checkpoints and random inspections isn't the end of the world. While you're being searched, you can click and hold on objects in your inventory to shove them up your ass, so the police cannot find them. We're using our prison pocket like the Lord intended. With a little bit of practice, you can even conceal multiple items in a row as long as you're quick enough to jump from item to item. I do it all the time. Or if you're quick enough to jump below and hit that subscribe button. Alright, this next tip is very important. It is my biggest Schedule 1 pet peeve, so I need you guys to pay attention here. Whether or not you know it, doing crazy mixes with 8, 10, or even 12 ingredients doesn't actually net you more money per day. You see, customers have a fixed amount of cash that they're able to spend each day, and regardless of how much the drugs cost, they won't be able to spend more than their budget. So, for example, if a customer has $1,000 to spend, it doesn't matter whether you sell them 2 drugs for $500 or 10 drugs for $100. They won't be able to spend more than that $1,000 limit. Doing all of these crazy mixes won't change the amount that customers are able to spend. You're just giving yourself an additional headache for no reason. The only way to increase a customer's budget is by raising your level or raising their addiction. That's it. There is no reason to be doing an 8-step mix. In fact, keeping dozens of employees on hand to create these wild concoctions actually loses more money than it gains, requiring extra handlers and chemists, which can cost you thousands in wages every day. Keeping things simple is the solution to minimizing waste and maximizing your profits. And if you're ever lost on which mix to use, remember the Big Willy combo to get rich quick. Alright, I'm done ranting. But while the mixes may not really matter for how much money you make off of a customer each day, the mixes to get these guys hooked in the first place certainly do. From horse stuff to chili peppers, each additional ingredient adds to a meter in the products app called, you guessed it, addictiveness. This property is super important because it increases the chance that a potential customer will accept your product in the first place. It also increases their budget and makes them come back again and again to get their hands on your commodities. So the only real reason to start mixing, and the only reason to mix at all, is to get the addictiveness up to 100%. A product with 100% addictiveness will have your customers foaming at the mouth to get another hit from you, so be sure to have some on hand when you're out and about looking for new clients. And on the topic of finding some new clientele, you may be having some trouble when unlocking customers in new areas. You see, hidden in the details for each customer in the Contacts app, you'll find a small section titled Standards. This tiny word controls the quality of goods each customer will accept, from leaves and stems in Westville all the way up to pure strain gas in Uptown. So make sure to tailor your samples for each customer so they're getting the quality they've come to expect. In addition to the quality, each client will also have preferences for effects they want, and with each effect met, your chance to hook them will only get bigger. It's pretty important for unlocking some of the more stubborn clientele later on in the game, so make sure you remember it. And we all know that old saying, don't get high on your own supply. But it doesn't really apply here. All the effects you can add to your mixes don't just affect your customers, they affect you as well. Taking a little toke before you head out to sell can give you tons of bonuses. You can jump around like Spider-Man with the anti-gravity effect, or you can skulk around in back alleys and sewers with the sneaky effect. Sneaky also increases your pickpocket chances too, so you'll have an easier time boosting drugs, guns, money, and the occasional jug of horse semen from unsuspecting victims. And hey, if you have a skateboard, you can use those sexy wheels to sneak into places you shouldn't be. The skateboard can glitch you through thin walls at both the casino and the warehouse, and here's how to do it. For the warehouse, line your board up on the walkway near the entrance and spam the E key as you hold down left click to mount. This glitches your camera inside of the warehouse and allows you to open the door, which means you can sneak your way into the warehouse before you even get the quest. And the casino works the same way, so you're always able to hit up Philip, Melissa, and Jennifer for a round of Ride the Bus or another spin of those sweet, sweet slot machines. And after you've managed to sneak your way into the casino during the day with the last tip, why not put your money to good use? It turns out you don't have to be a math major or a card counter to figure out that the slots have a positive EV, which means they absolutely print money. You can literally AFK and make millions. And if you're as impatient as I am, those crucial levels before you unlock the brick press and the M1911 can feel like a total drag. But thankfully there's tons of ways to earn XP quickly, letting you get to the good stuff without a lot of effort. Now, the easiest way to get lots of XP fast is by escaping the cops. Wanted Dead or Alive status awards you a whopping 60 XP for every escape. All it takes is pointing a gun at a cop and you can level up super fast. And graffiti can also help in your quest, awarding 50 XP per spray completed. Double duty for XP and reducing cartel influence? Sign me up. Deals also contribute to the XP earned, so whether it's collecting 10 XP from dealers or 20 XP for deals you set up yourself, you're always earning XP from your daily interactions. And if you're having problems with the Benzies as your empire grows, you may need to begin reducing their influence to get their hands off your product, but don't worry, there's plenty of ways to start putting the hurt on the Benzies to keep your dealers and yourself very safe. For instance, you can spray paint your favorite anatomy lesson on some walls around your territory to reduce the influence by 50 for each spray. And if you unlock a new customer, it'll drop the influence by 75, and defeating the cartel in person will drop the influence by 100. Now keep in mind you won't start lowering influence until you've officially met Thomas Benzies in the Taco Tickler's parking lot. Anything before that point won't count, and you'll have to do it all over again. You should also remember that you can't buy spray paint in bulk. Cans are unlocked slowly, at 1 can per level, so be careful with what you spray paint. You won't get that can back. And if you're still worried about your dealers, even though you're well on your way to undermining the cartel, the best way to keep them safe is by arming them. Yeah, seriously, Way, Molly, and even the mild-mannered Benji can all be armed to the teeth with machetes, revolvers, and pump-action shotguns to protect your investments. The best part is that you don't even need to provide ammunition. They'll straight up pistol whip the fools. Just drag the weapons into their inventory and those money-hungry Benzies will be sent packing. No more dealer robberies. And speaking of dealers, did you know each dealer has 10 additional inventory slots that you can't see? All of your dealers are more than capable of breaking down products for each deal they complete. And they have hidden inventory space to ensure they can turn all those bricks into jars and all those jars into baggies. That said, feel free to load up your dealer's inventories with as much product as it can hold, fully confident that they'll keep selling in the background to all the customers they can. And if your dealers aren't making enough and you're still in search of extra cash, it turns out your customers can provide you with more than their deal was originally supposed to pay. Tons of factors can influence how much extra cash you gain from deals, including exceeding the quality expectations, completing the deal during curfew, providing more product than they asked for, and reaching the deal site before the customer. These can net you plenty of extra money for each customer you complete them with, letting you get wads of cash you definitely don't deserve. And here's a fun one. Your car has unused potential that can save you time and effort when you're transporting items to your properties. If you look around Highland Point, there are tons of loading bays scattered around. There's some at the gas stations, the hardware stores, and even the warehouse. Simply back your vehicle into the loading bay and select the Load into Vehicle option at checkout. This will automatically send every item you buy into the trunk of your car so you can drive off without having to mess with your inventory and the pallets near the door. Trucking is a miserable business, but in Schedule 1, it doesn't have to be. If you're fed up ordering dead drops and running all over town trying to buy seeds and pseudo from your suppliers, well then you're in luck because there's a way you can bring the suppliers to you. Your first goal is to hit max happiness with all of those suppliers. And the easiest way to do this is just by spamming dead drops. Open your phone, order the max amount you can, wait for the text that says it's arrived, and then do it all over again. Once you hit maximum happiness with each supplier, they'll offer you the ability to order deliveries straight to your properties. You can get stacks of weed seeds, coca seeds, and pseudoephedrine hand-delivered to any property in the town with just a few clicks. Just make sure you have enough cash in your online balance to afford those delivery fees. And once your properties can receive all the supplies and materials you need to create your perfect product, you may find yourself devoting too much time as an unpaid shelf stalker. Well, luckily for us, the handlers can actually unload our vans for us. All you have to do is assign a route and back your van onto the loading bay, and they'll get right to it. I actually didn't figure this out until I was about 600 hours into this game, but the investment is well worth it and it leaves us free to manage our growing empire. Alright, you ever get the feeling one of your employees is a little too comfortable? Maybe they're riding the clock a little too much or attempting to pinch a few bricks for themselves. Occasionally, the employees can glitch out, giving you more headaches than head rush. But if this ever happens to you, double check their routes, product, and assign stations to make sure everything is unobstructed and pointed in the right directions. Then, save and quit. And if you're still having issues, well, sometimes in Schedule 1 the answer is the same as real life. You just gotta clench those fists and beat the shit out of them. I know it sounds crazy, but I promise it does really help. Now this next tip is probably my most requested one. I've had so many people ask me which customers to assign to their dealers, and the real truth is that it doesn't actually matter. You either assign all of the lowest paying customers and keep the high rollers for yourself, or you assign all the highest paying customers and turn off sales in the products app so you can finally have some peace. But since it gets asked so much, here's the list that I personally use. I'll go slow so you have time to screenshot, but essentially it tries to concentrate all of the customers that you deal to in one area, so you're not constantly bouncing all over the map to get deals done. It's what I prefer, and I figured it's finally time I share it with the world. Here you are. But the main reason I love that list is because I get to completely avoid the two fuck-ass cops standing in front of taco ticklers. They're a pain. I think everyone can agree that the barbershop is the worst deal spot. But there's actually a few tricks you can use to get by them. Whether a customer picks the barbershop for their deal spot or you need to move through town undetected, it's always helpful to have methods of sneaking around the cops. One quick trick to dodging them is to just turn around. I'm not kidding. Once you hear that telltale sound of a cop spotting you, you should immediately turn around and keep your back to them. This will either slow down their detection or stop it entirely, leaving you free to do your business. I don't know what exactly in the code causes this, but it definitely works. And if you have a little bit of cash to spare, a Viper van parked right in front of Taco Ticklers will block those cops' sight entirely. So you're able to complete deals, run errands, and defeat the Benzies right underneath their noses. If you haven't checked the achievement list yet, there's a certain one named Indian Dealer that may lead you to realize where this tip's going. After you've set up a deal and a place to meet, your customer will arrive ready to buy something. These customers are actually carrying the cash they were planning to buy drugs with, so you can pickpocket them, complete the deal, and then steal the drugs out of their pocket to sell to the next customer. Rinse and repeat for everyone on your deal list to become a robber baron in no time. But if you do get caught pickpocketing from your customers and you're being tailed by the town's entire police force, you may need a place to hide until you lose the heat. Luckily for us, Brad has us covered in the parking garage downtown. Something about the smooth ramp to the top floor makes the cops' smooth brains slide right out of their heads, because they get completely bamboozled if you run to the top floor of the parking garage. Then, all you have to do is wait out the warrant and you're free to go. Just make sure you don't run into any more cops if it's already after curfew. Now, these next 5 tips aren't anything crazy, but they are little things that I think a lot of people miss, so I wanted to go over them anyways. Tyler, the gracious developer that he is, saw fit to gift us with the primordial fire of making the game run better. Your massive growing and mixing warehouses cause untold lag with all the rendered trash, not to mention the naturally spawned garbage that clutters the map. But thankfully, we can fight back against this unrelenting force of trash with 2 simple steps. First, go to the pause menu and check the box titled Console. Next, press the tilde key in the top left of your keyboard and type clear trash. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. That trash won't be hurting our CPU anymore, and your overclocked GPU running Schedule 1 at max settings will thank you. I don't care that it's a quote-unquote cheat code, Tyler himself said to use it, so it's basically a part of the game at this point. It's why no builds have cleaners in them. Everyone uses clear trash. You should too. This one also took an embarrassing long time for me to figure it out, and if you weren't aware until now, all products can be unpackaged, whether it's in a bag, jar, or a brick. Simply head to a packaging station and click the little blue arrow titled Package to flip it around. The arrow will turn orange and it'll now say Unpackage. So you can just put in your product to the table and break it down into the individual pieces in their baggies or jars. If you're running bricks around town and want to mix them later, this is definitely the easiest way to do it. And if you're looking for a little more space to stash items, sleep the night away, or run some small farms or labs for personal use, all of the businesses from the humble laundromat all the way up to the spacious taco ticklers count as usable areas that you can customize and change to your heart's content. Want a stash house in the post office? No problem. Looking for a spot to take a nap? The laundromat is cramped, but you'll be snoozing in style, complete with a free white noise machine. The options really are endless. Now, many players have run into issues regarding storage in the early stages of the game, and while it's all well and good when you're standing in the bungalow next to rack upon rack of storage space, what about when you're trying to move product across town and you can't stop? Think about it. Do you really need to be carrying around 3 donuts, 4 bananas, and 2 paracetamol from your kleptomaniac spree? The discard has you covered any way you slice it. Simply open your inventory and drag items from the slots into the red box in the bottom right, where they'll disappear into the stratosphere like they never existed in the first place. Be warned, however, once the timer ticks down and the item disappears, it is lost forever, and there's no way to get it back. Just double check you're getting rid of a soda can and not a brick of Coke. And for the last tip, I have everyone's favorite, the infinite jump glitch. Simply get underneath a door or bus stop, spam the spacebar, and move out of the way. You'll be sent flying into the air, so you can escape cops, traverse the map quickly, or hit the gnarliest skate tricks of all time. Bonus points if you stick the landing. And as a little bonus tip, if you didn't know, we have a Discord server. So make sure to join all the other silly geese and me at discord.gg/BigWilly. You can share tips and tricks, get all the latest news and updates about Schedule 1, ask questions about optimization and automation, or get notifications every time I go live on Twitch and YouTube. I look forward to seeing you there. I appreciate you guys more than you'll ever realize. Let me know if I missed any cool tips or tricks in the comments below, and as always, stay silly, y'all. From sandwiches to submarines, ranges to ratios, you guys have had a ton of ideas for the future of Schedule 1. I scrolled through the Steam community page looking for the wildest and wackiest ones of the bunch, and you all managed to cook up some absolutely crazy ideas. To be clear, we're only looking at suggestions that aren't currently listed on Tyler's Trello board, which means no backpacks or map expansion, none of the stuff that's already confirmed. But from plain Jane to totally insane, we're ranking your Brain Blast based on just how much they could impact the game, and how cool they are. So let's jump into my top 10 picks, and be sure to let me know what you think down below. Up first, we have one of the strangest ideas I've seen so far. I swear whoever cooked this up belongs in a psych ward. The Narco Submarine plays off the ideas of the Mexican cartel and their outlandish methods of product transportation. The fact that Highland Point is right on the coast isn't lost on me, so some method of transporting product out of the town by water is an idea ripe for the taking. Sure, a simple boat would make a lot of sense, but it's not going to win any awards. A submarine, however, would give plenty of opportunity to dodge the cops and complete dodgy deals while being totally badass. Maybe you're looking to hire some narcos to aid you in your fight against the cartel, or maybe you're looking to sell the thousands of dollars worth of cocaine and meth bricks you have stashed away. The possibilities really are endless. The sub could also be useful as a way to introduce new items and events into the game as well, like Heavenly Quality Pseudo, new weapon shipments available with Stan, or armed guards for your properties and dealers that you can hire from Manny. When I tell you the submarine can open an ocean of possibility for the future of the game, I definitely mean it. Alright, I know a lot of you have been screaming at Tyler about your potato aim and the fact that there's no crosshair in Schedule 1. Well, Highland Range may finally be the answer to both of those problems. Once the range's doors reopen to the public, we could be looking at a boatload of new content. Bulk ammo purchases that can be broken down to reload your guns, new and exotic weapons and skins, and best of all, a practical reticle system so you can finally improve your chances at fending off the Benzies and the ever-present cops. I imagine it would be some sort of mini-game challenge, starting with a really big, terrible circle that takes up half the screen, but through hard work and practice at the range, you can shrink this circle until you're able to shoot with pinpoint accuracy. And the better you do at the minigame, the more rewards you'll get. Besides a fancy new crosshair, the range owner could reward you with cash, free ammo, or even a rare gun or sick weapon skin. A progression system that rewards dedication and gives you something to do while you wait for those after-hour deals would mean a ton in the long term. And hell, as an alternative route, maybe the range can help you become an underground arms dealer. A seedy joint like Highland Range with unscrupulous employees could be the perfect way to introduce alternative sources of income in Schedule 1. The best part though is that Tyler has already made some steps towards implementing some of these changes, so we may actually see something like this in the near future. The cartel update was definitely cool, but I feel it needs a few tweaks to really help the Benzies integrate into Highland Point. I also think it would be a lot more immersive if we had new ways to interact with the cartel. Just some small finishing touches to really make taking those greeners down that much more personal. Starting with dealers getting robbed. It would help a lot for dealers to have a dedicated slot in their inventory just for weapons. Not only would this clue the player in that weapons would reduce their likelihood of being robbed, but it would free up inventory slots for your dealers to keep more of your product on hand so they can keep on selling. Another possible change is fixing the cartel dealers. Tyler removed them spawning at midnight in the last patch, and those slippery bastards are hard to find and even harder to catch, so switching the routine up to make catching them lacking a little easier isn't a bad call. Another tweak I think would be great is some sort of informant system, some way to glean information about the cartel's movements and plan your next move as well. Maybe the crackheads like Jesse and Cranky Frank could tip you off to the Benzies moving product, or where the dealers live, or a corrupt police member could be paid off to reveal the location and movement of Benzies' cars and ambush spots. This could all work on friendliness with each individual, providing better information for maintaining good relationships with your customers. Finally, there could even be consequences for angering the cartel with all of your hard work. Larger and more frequent ambushes, dealers poaching your customers or lowering their loyalty to you, and even blatant acts of violence like drive-bys and vandalism. Don't get me wrong, I do love the cartel, but I think there's some ways we can improve it. The next suggestion has to do with our boys in blue. And I'm not talking about the little piggies holed up in the Highland Police Department. It's high time that handlers receive updates in the main game that modders have already tried to implement, such as breaking down bricks in the packaging station, increasing item transfer inventory, and an increased number of routes. Requiring only a few changes to be added in, these could be a game changer in the automated production industry, letting you kick back and relax as your workers grow, dry, cook, mix, and pack your product to perfection. Maybe with all that free time on your hands, you can finally get around to finishing the main storyline, you slacker. I just checked the Steam achievements on nuking the Benzies Manor, and only 2.5% of players have managed to unlock the finishing the job quest, so what are you waiting for? The next suggestion has to do with the cops. Ever notice how they always seem to turn a blind eye to the Benzies' nefarious dealings? There could be so much going on behind the scenes coming in future updates. Maybe the quest lines could result in you discovering the Benzies have actually paid off the police department to turn a blind eye to their criminal activities. And further down the line, you can bribe the police department yourself, either putting them at odds with the cartel or making them friendly with you. The possibilities really are endless when you think about it, leading to plenty of interesting situations in the mid to late game and providing more interesting scenarios with both the police and the Benzies. I'd love to see this included in the police update that Tyler is planning. I think there's a lot of stuff we can do when it comes to the interaction between the Benzies and the police. Let's be real for a minute. The last thing anyone wants to be doing on Schedule 1 is paperwork. I mean, we already have to do math to keep the game running efficiently. Why do we have to run all over town shoving money into counting machines just to refill our bank balance? The world of cell phones and automatic bank deposits should have solved this problem for us by now. We're living in 2025, so what I'm proposing is a banking app that would let us automatically restart laundering operations at each of our properties with the press of a button. Now, I think you should have to do a quest to unlock this. I feel like it would be a lot better as a mid-game thing than an early game one. Maybe Chris at the Highland Bank could set us up with automatic deposits. Or maybe to enable this, we have to install safes at each of the locations and stock them up with cash to automatically refill the counting stations. This would definitely add a bunch of functionality to items like safes, storage shelves, and filing cabinets, while providing some much needed user friendliness to late game kingpins looking to increase their online balance. Let's be real. Laundering is the biggest pain point in the game right now. It could definitely use a little touch up. Yes, I know we just got done talking about laundering, but I got another suggestion. For the average kingpin, laundering is the biggest bottleneck and the biggest hangup in the entire game. The 24-hour waiting period for a measly 20,000 smackaroonies just becomes such a pain in the ass later on in the game. Luckily, some changes to the laundering locations could both speed up this process and give the players some much needed variety in their day-to-day gameplay. I would love to have some mini-games centered around each of the businesses that boost how quickly you can launder money and let you reduce the waiting times. So for example, in Taco Ticklers, maybe you help out Kyle on the grill, building and wrapping tacos for those munchy afflicted customers. In the laundromat, sorting and folding laundry could boost that turnaround time on your operation front. Maybe the car wash can be a power washing minigame. There are so many options here, I couldn't possibly list them all, so sound off some of your own in the comments down below about what sort of minigames you'd want to see added to each location. Alright, third time's the charm. Here's another suggestion for money laundering. Like I said, it's the biggest pain point in the game, and it needs to be ironed out. If you're tired of the limits set in place with each business and need more cash in your online balance to afford some fancy things, then worry not. The casino, bank, or church could be added as a laundering location in a future update to bring a huge buff to late game money laundering, making it possible to purchase the manor, warehouse, and a fleet of cheetahs that much faster. Maybe we'll finally be able to see what's in those shady casino backrooms, figure out what Walter really does in his time off as a priest, or get cozy with Chris Sullivan at Highland Bank so he can cook the books for us. Whatever it is, it's definitely something to think about for the future of Schedule 1. Laundering is the biggest complaint that people have about the game. Okay, it's time to move on from money laundering and talk about something everyone loves, the casino. If you're tired of the same old single deck blackjack and ride the bus, you're not alone. The slot machines and tables inside Highland Point's casino need some serious reworks, seeing as they're missing some crucial details. Blackjack in particular needs the ability to double down, split, and ensure your hand. And the slot machines need a bit more variety as well, maybe different themes or a higher betting amount. And the casino is missing the most important table game of all, poker. Imagine, for a moment, a four-man drug enterprise ending in a poker game gone wrong. Guns blazing, cards, tables, and bodies flying as Highland Point's up-and-coming cartel disintegrates in a no-holds-barred, winner-takes-all casino brawl. Or instead, imagine high-rolling your way to victory as you crank the wheel of a one-armed bandit and hear that electrifying jingle when the wheels hit 777. All in all, a rework to the casino could go a long way towards providing some alternative methods of making money for those who like to hedge their bets and play the odds. And last but not least, we have a tweak to the mixing stations. If you use a clipboard to open up a station, you'll see a section titled Threshold. This small slider sets the minimum number of product that must be placed into the machine before a chemist starts the mixing cycle. Setting this number higher ensures that you don't have half a batch moving through your mixing stations, which keeps your product scooting along in nice, even numbers. The max threshold limit is currently 10, but increasing that limit to 20, at least for the Mark II mixing stations, can prevent a ton of headaches in the mixing and packaging process. Now, all of your product will neatly and efficiently pass through the mixing stations in stacks of 20, which is coincidentally the exact amount to create a brick. This will leave your handlers and chemists to process additional product in the quickest manner possible, instead of wasting time refilling a station because Jerry the Blue Shirt saw fit to run a batch of 4 OG Kush he had sitting around in his pocket. Thanks a lot, Jerry. So there you have it. 10 of the most trending ideas straight from your suggestions on the Steam forum. I've taken the liberty of submitting what I think are the best ones straight to Tyler, so we may see these sooner than you think. But what do you see for the future of Schedule 1? I'd love to hear from you guys what ideas I may have missed, or what you would want to see coming soon. Thank you guys, and as always, stay silly, y'all. It's finally December, or as I like to call it, Build-cember, because over the next month, I'm dropping 6 brand new builds for Schedule 1. From mixing in the manor, to shrooms in the barn, to the build in this video right here. Because thanks to the shrooms update, there's going to be a lot of new and upgraded setups coming your way. But that's not the only thing launching this month, because I just dropped an entire line of Schedule 1 merch. Hoodies, hats, stickers, even a pillow. There's over 25 different items, and before anyone asks, yes, Tyler gave me express written permission to use the game's assets, so there's not any copyright issues. If you want to check it out, head over to staysilly.shop or hit the link in the description below. And for the next 2 months, 100% of the profits are going to a drug rehabilitation charity, so you're also supporting a really good cause. I'm sorry to kick the video off with a plug, but I know a ton of you have been asking for some high quality Schedule 1 merch, and I figured I'd just do it myself. Alright, let's get into the build. This video's build is for everyone who's tired of packaging everything themselves. Sure, you can hire a handler, but with most builds you're locked into only one type of packaging, and that's a big problem. Sometimes you need bricks, other times you want jars, and sometimes you just want some quick baggies to start slinging immediately. And it all depends on where you're at in the game. And unfortunately, up until now, that flexibility just didn't exist. So I fixed it. I cooked up an all-in-one ultimate packaging setup inside the Stash and Dash. No matter how you want to package your product, this build has you covered. The secret is that each of the 3 handlers is assigned a single specific job. One handles baggies, one handles bricks, and one handles jars, and they all work completely independently. That means you can run jars and baggies at the same time, switch everything to bricks, or mix and match however you want. The setup is fully customizable. Just drop $200 into the locker that corresponds to the packaging type you want. And the best part? I also set the handlers up to automatically unload our vans. So all you have to do is pull into the delivery bay, put some money in a locker, and sit back while the whole system runs itself. Here's the layout, and as always, I'll have a link in the description so you can copy it exactly. Up front, these shelves hold our unmixed product, along with all the jars and baggies. Right behind those, we've got 2 packaging stations, one for baggies and one for jars. Having 2 separate stations is important because it lets us package jars and baggies at the same time if that's what we want to do. Now behind the stations we've got shelves for storing the finished packaged product. Over here is the brick press with a safe next to it to hold the bricks, and if you don't have the brick press unlocked yet, don't worry. Each handler works independently, so you can just not set up that handler and you'll be perfectly fine. And finally, along the back wall, we've got our lockers, which are what tie the whole system together. Here's everything you're going to need to build this farm. 2 packaging station Mark IIs, a brick press, a safe, 9 large storage racks, 12 wall shelves, 3 lockers, and you're also going to want to hire 3 handlers to do all the packaging, bringing the total investment to just short of $9,000. Let's start building. The first thing you're going to do is grab all of your supplies, then walk inside the Stash and Dash and place 5 large storage racks right here along this wall. Then skip 2 squares, place your packaging station, skip 2 more squares in the middle, and place your other packaging station. Then come around the back side and place 2 large storage racks here, and then 2 more large storage racks here. Then go to the back wall and line it with lockers. Next, we're going to come over here and place down the brick press, but make sure you rotate it so the front is facing the door. This is to make sure your handler doesn't get stuck when they're pressing bricks. Then place a safe next to it to hold the finished product, and line this wall right here with a bunch of wall shelves. These shelves are going to hold any excess product that you want to mix later on. It's just nice to have a little bit of extra storage, and the wall shelves are pretty cheap, so it never hurts to place a few on the walls. Now this next step isn't mandatory, so I didn't include it in the supply list, but if you're super forgetful like I am, it's worthwhile grabbing 3 signs and putting them above the lockers so you know which employee does which task. I honestly can't ever remember, so I just put signs above them to keep track of everything. Like I mentioned earlier, every employee handles a different type of packaging. If you want baggies, pay this guy. If you want jars, you pay this guy. And if you want bricks, you'll be paying this guy. The handler routes are super important. The order of them absolutely matters. We're going to set them up so each handler runs completely independently. That way, they don't have to rely on any other workers, and you can just pay one person and let them handle everything, all on their own. We're going to kick things off with the simplest employee, the one that handles the bricks. So head all the way to the back, assign them to the locker, and then assign them the brick press. The first route on their list is going to be moving cocaine from the shelf to the brick press, and the second route is going to be moving it from the delivery bay to that shelf. That way the employee will actually unload the van. And then lastly, set the destination of the brick press to this safe right here. Once you get done with that, you're ready to move on to the next employee, the one that's going to handle turning your product into jars. So once again, go all the way to the back and assign him to this locker, and then assign him the packaging station on the right. His first 3 routes are going to be moving jars and product from these 3 shelves over to the packaging station. His 4th route is going to be moving product from the loading dock over to the first storage rack. Once again, this route just makes sure that the handler actually unloads the vans. For his last route, tell him to move product from this shelf over to this shelf. This just gives us a little bit of extra space when it comes to storing our jars of product. And finally, set the destination of the packaging station to this shelf right here. Once that's out the way, you're ready to move on to the final handler, the one that packages the product into baggies. Once again, we're going to go all the way to the back and assign them to the locker, and then we're going to give them the packaging station on the left-hand side. Now, just like before, the first 3 routes are going to be for moving products and baggies into the packaging station. So select the first rack and then the last 2 racks, and send them on over to the packaging station. Now, just like before, for the 4th route, you're going to tell them to move product from the loading dock to the first shelf here, that way the vans get unloaded. And for the last route, you're going to move product from this shelf to this shelf, once again, just so we have a little bit of extra storage for our baggies. And lastly, set the destination of the packaging station to this shelf right here. And you're done with the employees. That's all we got to do. Now that we're finished with the employees, it's time to stock up this build. And really, the only thing we need to stock up is the first 5 shelves. The second and third ones are going to hold a bunch of jars, and the third and fourth are going to hold our baggies. Eventually, that first shelf is going to hold all the product that we want to get packaged, but the handlers are going to be the ones that move the product there, so we don't need to mess with it. After you've got everything stocked up, the entire build is officially done. All that's left is to put it into action. So back your van into the delivery bay, drop $200 into one of the lockers, and then just sit back and watch the magic happen. The handler will automatically unload your van, package the product, and place it neatly on the shelf, ready for you to start dealing. Thank you all for watching. I hope this build takes at least some of the headache out of packaging your products. Nobody deserves to spend half their life stuffing baggies like they're working a part-time job at Walmart. It's a pain. I've got a ton of new builds coming out this month, and I can't wait to share every single one of them with you guys. Thanks again, and as always, stay silly, y'all. Shrooms! That's right, the Shrooms update is finally here in all of its fungal, brain-melting glory. We're talking brand new items, entirely new grow processes, a new supplier, and a fat stack of bug fixes and quality of life improvements. I'm gonna be honest, y'all, this update changed a lot. And real quick, if you haven't already, go check out the Schedule 1 merch I got over at staysilly.shop. I got permission from Tyler to make some, and every dollar profit is going straight to charity, so you can look good and do good at the same time. Anyways, I've got a ton of awesome new stuff to talk about, and I know you guys are itching to hear about the update, so let's get right into it. Starting off with the elephant in the room, mushrooms have officially hit the streets of Highland Point. I'm going to walk you through all the basics so you know exactly what to expect. First up, we got a brand new supplier named Fungal Phil, and he's here to fulfill all your mushroom needs. Phil joins the supplier squad alongside Albert, Salvador, and Shirley, and you'll unlock him after establishing a friendly relationship with his bestie in the supermarket, Kevin, or with everyone's favorite girl, Elizabeth. Once you make contact, you can start setting up dead drops and eventually schedule meetups and deliveries just like with all the other suppliers. His stash location is right here behind the Southern Gas Mart, giving you easy access to pay off all that dead drop debt. Alongside the usual conversation options, Phil can also teach you how to grow the mushrooms, but I look at every comment that gets put on my videos and I know a lot of you guys can't read, so I'll explain it later on in this video as well. Phil lets you buy most of the new items you're going to need for growing mushrooms, but he also comes with a little additional bonus. You can purchase all of the additives from him, which means you're finally able to buy PGR, Speed Grow, and fertilizer with cash instead of using your bank balance. And I know that might not sound huge at first, but trust me, it makes a massive difference. And since we didn't get a new property for laundering money this update, any change that lets us use more of our cash and less of our bank is very welcome. Once you've built up a good relationship with Phil, he'll give you access to all the new shit you need to start growing shrooms. First up, we got the most basic item, the grain bag. The grain bag is a bag of grain. I know, it's kind of crazy. But this little bag of grain is actually the starting point for your entire mushroom colony. The next thing you're going to need is the mushroom substrate. This special soil mix is what the mushroom spores will grow in once they're established in the grain. It's similar to the standard soil that's available from the hardware stores, but this special mix is aerated and only used for mushrooms, so don't go trying to grow weed in it. The next item Phil has for sale is the spore syringe. This pointy little plunger contains the actual mushroom spores that make the whole operation possible. This is the magic ingredient. You can't really grow any mushrooms without the spores. And the final item, the best one of all, my favorite part of the update, is this absolutely epic mushroom hat. This pointy purple cone is perfect for your next macrodosing session under the suburbia gazebo, and it's sure to make you a hit with the ladies. This exclusive item can be yours for only $75. It's probably my favorite thing in the new update. And if you're wondering about one of my other favorite things, then I gotta introduce you to today's sponsor, Boot.dev. If you're anything like me, staying focused long enough to learn a new skill is about as fun as refilling all of your laundering stations in Schedule 1. It's absolute misery. That's why I like using Boot.dev. It takes what would normally be brain-numbing coursework and turns it into something that's actually fun and shockingly effective. When I was working towards my computer science degree, Boot.dev made learning new concepts and terminology way easier. And as you can see here, the entire platform is basically one big video game. You complete quests, level up, and sharpen your skills to take on progressively harder programming bosses. I'm not kidding when I say I used this when I was in college, and it made the coursework so much easier to understand. To be honest, there's never been a better time to pick up new skills and make yourself more employable. And right now, Boot.dev is hooking you guys up with a solid deal. If you use code BigWilly at checkout, you can get 25% off and start leveling up your coding today. Now let's get back into the video. Our mushroom friends are waiting. Now there's another piece of equipment that I didn't mention earlier, but that's because I wanted to give it its own section, because it's one of the coolest new additions to the game. The AC unit. Now the AC unit isn't exactly what I had in mind when I said Tyler should add property heat to the game, but I guess it'll do. You see, this brand new item is going to shake up the entire game when it comes to efficient grow operations. So don't be surprised when you see a bunch of new builds dropping in the next few weeks, because everything has changed. Here's how it works. The AC unit can heat or cool an area around itself, and that directly affects how fast the plants grow. Mushrooms prefer a much colder environment, so you'll want the AC set to cool. Marijuana and cocaine, on the other hand, like things a bit hotter and more humid, so set the AC to heat and both grow noticeably faster than before. I tested it myself and it's roughly a 50% increase in growth speed. It's basically free speed grow, which is kind of insane. As a side note, I know Tyler is from the land down under, so his grasp of correct measurements is surface level at best. But here in America, we use freedom units because everyone knows Fahrenheit is the far superior method of measuring temperature. I honestly don't think anyone in the entire world disagrees that Fahrenheit is better than Celsius. It's basically a universally agreed upon fact. Also, for some reason, the temperature outside is 104 degrees. I have no idea what's going on in Highland Point, but I'm surprised the whole place isn't on fire yet. Besides the AC unit, there are a few other items that got added in along with the Shrooms update, all of which are focused on growing mushrooms. First off is the Mushroom Spawn Station, which is where you'll combine your grain bags and your spore syringes to make a spawn bag. You can only buy this at Oscar's inside the warehouse. Next is the Mushroom Bed. This is where you'll actually grow the mushrooms. You can also pick these up over at Oscar's. Just put some substrate in, break down your spawn bag, and you're good to go. The last new piece of equipment is the spray bottle. This is another watering device, just like the watering can, but it's only used for growing mushrooms. You can only pick it up over at the hardware store, so you'll need to swing by Hank or Dan to grab one. And it's pretty important because it's the only way to keep your mushroom beds wet and moist. Along with the mushrooms, we also got a bunch of exciting new changes and quality of life improvements to make managing our drug empires faster and easier. Starting with one of the most requested changes, labeling. Tyler has added labels for pots, racks, and stations, so you'll never be confused when setting routes or assigning workers to their jobs. This is huge for larger operations, especially places like the docks warehouse and the manor, because you can instantly see whose equipment is whose, preventing all the crossed lines and mixed up product. Tyler also got rid of the weird confetti texture that gets displayed whenever you put any additives on your plants, instead replacing it with these red, blue, and green dots. He also reduced the cartel influence that you need to progress from Westville to downtown from 1,000 to 500, so that should completely get rid of the soft lock that was affecting a lot of players. He also buffed coca plants, increasing their yield from 9 to 12 without PGR, and 16 to 20 with PGR, which means, once again, I have to redo all of my builds. And the last quality of life upgrade that I want to talk about is one that I suggested to Tyler myself. Last patch, Tyler removed the Benzie dealers spawning at midnight, likely due to immersion reasons. So I suggested instead of them spawning outside, they just walk outside to take a smoke break. And it turns out he liked the idea enough to put it in the game. So occasionally, posted up outside their buildings, you might see a Benzie dealer smoking a ciggy. To wrap things up, I figured I'd show you what actually happens when you eat the shrooms. So if you don't want this spoiled, now's your chance to click off. Alright, here it is. Shifting textures, bright flares, heat wave distortions, insanely vibrant colors, and a prismatic vignette. It's honestly spot on for psilocybin. The game even warps the music and sound effects, which really sells the experience. Now listen, someone who definitely isn't me said that this is pretty accurate to real life. Easily one of the most fun effects I've seen in Schedule 1 so far. I hope you've had a great time exploring the magical mushroom wonderland with me. This update has been a long time coming, and it's easily one of the most in-depth and game-changing additions Schedule 1 has seen in a while. There's still lots of cool new updates on the way, so make sure you're subscribed if you want to stay up to date on everything Schedule 1. Let me know down in the comments what your updated farms are going to look like, or what your favorite part of the Shrooms update has been so far. And before you go, don't forget to check out boot.dev and use code BigWilly to level up your coding game today. As always, stay silly, y'all. The Shrooms update has officially dropped in Schedule 1, adding a brand new drug, a ton of new equipment, a new supplier, and a few new customers. But as always, every new update brings a lot of new questions, and the internet has been speculating like crazy. To be honest, I've seen a lot of information that is just flat out wrong, so I dug into the code to get you guys some actual answers. In this video, we're going to be breaking down all of the new customers, how the AC unit actually works, what's going on with the cartel dealer smoke breaks, how shroom visuals function, and a bunch of other stuff the game is doing behind the scenes. So strap in, buckle up, and get ready to peek underneath the hood because we're diving straight into the game's code to see how this update really works. The first thing we're going to tackle is all of the new customers that just got added, and you may have already seen a few of them around town. This update brought 4 brand new customers to different areas of Highland Point. We got 1 in downtown, 2 in the docks, and 1 in uptown, and I managed to data mine their schedules. Here's what they're all like. The first customer is Bruce Norden, who is almost certainly a nod to the two actors Bruce Willis and Chuck Norris. This red-capped menace hails from downtown and is friends with Jeff and Philip. He lives in Highland Tower, so you know he's got a decent bit of cash on hand, and he spends his days chatted up with the social elite all over town. From the mayor to the lawyers, he's got it covered. Bruce's starting budget is $1,000, meaning he'll be ordering from you on a fairly frequent basis. So cultivating a good relationship with him is sure to get you paid. Up next, we got Sherman Giles. He's from the Docks region, and I seriously think he's based on Shane Gillis. This blue beanied serial chiller leaves Randy's place late in the morning, hangs out in the pawn shop, and then bums free coffee from the community center before making the long trek across the bay back to Randy's for an early evening. He absolutely loves shrooms, and thankfully his $1,000 starting budget makes sure that he can afford them. Moving on to the next new NPC, we have Kelly Reynolds, who is 100% based on the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia characters Charlie Kelly and Dee Reynolds. She's also from the Docks, but she spends her days with an entirely different crowd than Sherman. She dresses in plain, no-nonsense green jeans and a black shirt, and hangs out primarily in the Suburbia Park or on the North Waterfront before heading back to her home in the Docks Brown apartment building. Whatever she gets up to in there must pay her well because she starts with a beginning weekly budget of $1,000, and just like Sherman, she also prefers shrooms. If we dig into her schedule, we can see that she's actually meant to stay at the Kennedy house with Dennis and Karen, but for some reason she never actually goes over there. Are all those late nights that Karen spends out at the casino making Dennis a little bit lonely, or is Karen just renting a room to her because she wants a little extra cash? Who knows? The last new customer we got is named Irene Meadows, whose twin buns, black jacket, and plain slacks make her come across as businesslike and very serious. And her schedule absolutely reflects this. She hangs out at Ray's Real Estate, the bank, and the hospital, where she also spends the entire night. I don't know if she works there or she's just old and needs a lot of help, but something is going on at the hospital. If we dig further into the code, we can see she's supposed to own this car right here, but for whatever reason, she never actually gets into the car. So instead, she tries to steal both Jeremy and Michael's cars in the post office parking lot. Being that she's old, she's probably got a few screws loose and can't even remember that her own car is parked at the hospital 20 feet away. Whatever it is, her starting budget is $2,000 and she prefers coke and hates meth. So keep that in mind when you deal to her. The next interesting addition to the game was the introduction of a new cartel behavior, the smoke break. This is actually something that I suggested to Tyler a while back, and I'm so glad it finally made it into the game. The smoke breaks were added to make finding those ever elusive cartel dealers a little bit easier, especially in the early game when you're trying to quickly reduce cartel influence and take over the town. I got my friend Estonia to make a map of all the possible smoke break locations, so you might want to take a screenshot. The dealers will initiate a smoke break anytime they complete a deal, meaning it will only happen in areas of town with heavy cartel influence. Once the dealer completes a deal with one of the customers in the area, they will pick a random smoke location nearby, travel to it, and sit there for 2 to 8 hours puffing away. It's important to note that the dealers only smoke in their own areas, so you won't find a downtown dealer in Uptown or the dealer from the Docks in Westville. Now, I think this is a great addition to the game, but there's still a slight problem with the dealers. You see, once you unlock a region, 90% of the time you just start speedrun unlocking every customer available, and the cartel dealers will only make deals with the people you haven't unlocked yet. So the reason you rarely see them is because they don't have any customers to sell to. But by keeping poor relations with one customer in the area, we force that NPC to keep contacting a cartel dealer to buy some drugs. This causes the dealer to be out in the open far more often, and even more so now that smoke breaks cause them to be out of the house for a few extra minutes. So find a customer you hate, never unlock them, and use them to farm the cartel dealers. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the shrooms themselves, and I got 3 things that I need to bring up. First, while digging through the code, I came across the lines that provided input on growing speed and quality for the shrooms. And based on these, despite what I've been seeing online, grow lights 100% do not increase the growth speed of the mushrooms. The only factors that contribute to mushroom growth speed is temperature and water, so slap down that cold AC unit and just leave it alone. Second, the visual effects caused by a mushroom trip are actually pretty simple. The game code simply adds a shader over what is currently being displayed. This shader takes all the visuals and adds in some noise. panning, and a little bit of bounce to produce the crazy effects you see every time you decide to go for a little trip across town. And lastly, we have to talk about mushroom spawns in the sewers, because this is going to be important for any shroom cell percent speedruns. You see, our little fungis aren't just limited to the mushroom beds. The sewer goblin has been cultivating a crop of Cybin sidekicks throughout the entire sewer system. The respawn frequency and amount is governed by this line in the code. This line dictates how often you can find naturally spawned mushrooms in the sewers. Let's dig into this a bit more so you get a better idea of when and where to find the mushrooms. Each day, the code spawns up to 15 mushrooms, but each individual mushroom only has a 20% chance to spawn. This gives us an effective rate of about 3 mushrooms per day. I say about because the game can technically refuse to spawn a mushroom if the location picking line has a conflict, but it doesn't happen that often. See, the sewers are divided into 9 areas, each of which has between 4 and 7 individual locations. At the start of the day, the game attempts to spawn a mushroom in one of these areas, and if successful, it attempts another spawn. But if it picks the same area again, the spawn fails and it starts the process all over. In short, there's a total of 53 spawn locations in the sewers, so barring any bad rolls, it should take about 18 full days to fill all of these up. If you'd like to see a map of possible spawn locations, so you can be sure you're checking all the available spots each day, I'll upload one to my Discord, which you can join by clicking the link in the description below, or going to discord.gg/BigWilly. We're a growing community of like-minded gamers who would be happy to chat, find new Schedule 1 games you can join, or answer any burning questions you may have about the game, so feel free to stop in. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the new piece of equipment we got. The AC unit, and here's what I found when I dug into the code. There's tons of numbers and math being thrown around regarding temperatures, distances, and growth rates, but I'll do my best to simplify it. The growth bonus from the AC units is actually pretty complicated, and instead of boring you with equations and numbers, I figured I'd just show you a picture and explain it with a visual representation. I laid out a bunch of air pots next to the AC unit, and I turned on the heat map with the H key so you all could see the temperatures. 38.5 degrees increases the growth speed by 46%, 37.5 degrees increases it by 43%, 35 degrees is a 37% boost, 33.5 degrees is a 33% boost, and 30 degrees is a 25% boost. So basically, if you want to get the most bang for your buck, all of your plants should be touching an AC unit. The further away you are, the less effective it's going to be. Now, we already talked about all of the new customers at the start of the video, but something also changed with all the old ones. You see, every NPC has a certain affinity to each of the drugs, which determines how much they like or dislike them. And since we got a new drug, now there's something new for them to love or hate. Unfortunately, listing all of the changes would take at least 20 minutes, so I'm just going to throw a list up on the screen and you can screenshot it if you want to use as a reference for your growing empire. So there you have it. Another update, another deep dive into the cogs and wheels that make the game turn. It was a blast digging through all the moving pieces to see what kind of changes Tyler made, and being able to share them with you all is just icing on the cake. This past year has brought us one of the best games in recent memory, and I'm super excited for what's to come in 2026. If you'd like to stay up to date with all things Schedule 1, make sure you subscribe. And as always, stay silly, y'all. The first update of the year just dropped, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this is one of the biggest updates in Schedule 1's history. I mean, just look at the patch notes, they're about a mile long. In case you missed it, Tyler recently brought on another developer named Rob to help out, and we're already seeing how big of a difference it is now that Tyler has an extra set of hands. What was supposed to be a small patch turned into a full-blown update. Alongside a ton of quality of life improvements and bug fixes, we've got brand new buildables, changes to drying racks, and a whole bunch of tweaks around Highland Point, all setting the stage for some absolutely wild updates coming in 2026. With all that out the way, let's break it all down and take a look at the brand new stuff we got with this update. Starting off with the biggest change in this update, we got closets. You see, this update included 4 brand new closets, and you can pick them up from the hardware stores. Tyler heard our pleas for a better way to store items, and he finally delivered. They come in small, medium, large, and huge, and if you thought their prices were steep, just wait until you open them up and see the amount of items you can store in these. The small one has 6 slots, the medium one has 8 slots, and the large one has 12. And then we have the huge one, which packs a whopping 20 slots of storage. That's more storage than the Viper. Assuming all your items have a stack size of 20, you'd be able to store 400 items in just one huge storage closet. This could have massive implications on farms, especially since you can use it as a supply shelf for botanists, and the larger size means a perfect buffer in a smaller space for all those late game automated builds. And yes, I'm still working on them. And speaking of massive implications for farms, the drying racks also got a big upgrade. You see, the drying racks are now affected by the AC units just like pots and plants are. If the temperature near the drying racks is around 40 degrees Celsius, it will cut the drying time from 12 hours per stage all the way down to just 8 hours. The actual calculation for this is the same as it is for the pots, so make sure to keep the temperature as close to 40 degrees Celsius as you can. The farther away from 40 degrees it is, the less effective it's going to be. On top of that, drying racks have been fitted with some genuinely slick tech to smooth out your production flow. You'll now see colorful sparkles that indicate the current quality of the drying product, and Tyler also added thresholds directly to the clipboard just like the mixing stations have. What that means in practice is your botanists won't be running around with any of those weird half, quarter, or 8 batches anymore. Instead, they'll wait until they have a full batch of 20 to start drying, meaning that now our product will progress cleanly through growing, drying, and packaging, lining up perfectly. Next, we gotta talk about graffiti because there's a lot of new changes in the graffiti department. Firstly, Tyler added a brand new graffiti spot in Westville to the bungalow, which you can reach by jumping up on the dumpster near the apartment building. And while we're here, we may as well talk about the new graffiti UI, because the entire system just received a major overhaul. The graffiti draw screen now includes 4 different stroke sizes: 10, 16, 24, and 32 pixels, along with an undo button, meaning you no longer have to start over just because your lines are about as straight as Elton John. There's also a finalize button, which I love because it's so much more intuitive than hitting escape and hoping your ethically questionable artwork actually saved. I hated having to redo my graffiti. And lastly, for those of you who've been asking for more vehicle customization, we're also getting a small preview of what might be coming next. Viper vans now come with their own dedicated graffiti spot, letting you advertise your brand around town or quickly identify which van is carrying what. Just grab a can or 2 of spray paint from the local gas mart and let the creativity flow. But we're not the only ones who will appreciate this brand new graffiti system. You see, in this new update, the Benzies hired a couple of failed art majors from the local college to help tag their territory. This is a cartel activity, meaning it has a random chance of triggering as long as you have at least 100 cartel influence in the region. And when it activates, the game looks for an unoccupied graffiti spot at least 20 meters away from the player, then spawns a cartel goon who starts spraying the wall in various colors. Once they begin, you've got a 2 to 3 minute window to catch them in the act and interrupt the tagging. If you do manage to interrupt them, the cartel influence will drop by 100 and you're rewarded with 50 XP. But if you don't make it in time, that graffiti spot will permanently become Benzie Graffiti, meaning you're gonna have to clean it off before you tag it. Now, the moment I read about this change, I immediately wanted to see every single possible Benzie Graffiti in the game. So naturally, I dove straight into the game files and found something very interesting. Inside the graffiti drawings folder, there's a subfolder called To Delete. These appear to be outdated drawings that Tyler forgot to remove before the update went live. However, there was a slight problem. The graffiti wasn't an image. It wasn't a PNG or a JPEG. Oh no. It was just a random file filled with text telling the graffiti artist how to actually paint the graffiti, and so I wasn't able to tell what each graffiti was supposed to be. And that's when I remembered I can program too. So I rolled up my sleeves, opened my trusty old Visual Studio, and duct taped together a little program that let me copy all of those graffiti strokes directly into my own save file. I'm going to show all of the new graffiti, but if you want to avoid spoilers, you can skip to this timestamp to see only the cut content from that folder. Here's every graffiti drawing currently obtainable in-game. You have Alien, Bags, Benzies, the Benzies logo, Dead, Dodgy, FU, Get a Grip, Got It All, Green Bee, Honor, I Love You, King Bee, Kush, Popo, Sharp Bee, Skull, TB, and Tic-Tac-Toe. It's honestly a lot. But now I'm going to show you all of the deleted drawings from that special hidden folder. We have Benzies, Dodgy, FU, Grip, Hatch, Honor, Hood, I Love You, Penis, Picasso, Popo, Shh, Skull, Skull Wings, Target, Twat, and Wings. That's all of the new graffiti that was added in this update. And I wouldn't have been able to find that deleted graffiti if I didn't know how to program. So if you want to write your own graffiti changer like I did, but you don't know how to write code, you should try boot.dev. Now listen, if you immediately want to skip this ad because studying sounds impossible or learning a new skill is hard, there is something you should know about the human brain. The biggest problem with studying is actually the lack of immediate dopamine, not how good or frequent your routine is. When you try to learn something through a book or a video, nothing immediately happens, and that makes your brain get demotivated pretty fast, and this is especially true for people with ADHD like me. Boot.dev, however, is designed to avoid this from happening. Each section comes with an XP and reward system that reminds your brain that you're actually making progress and learning something new. They're quite literally hacking your brain into studying harder. All of a sudden, an hour-long studying session feels like 15 minutes. The courses break high-level concepts down into simple tasks that show you how to think in code by actually letting you write code yourself. This means you no longer have to sit with a headache trying to wrap your head around a poorly explained concept. You can actually test it and see how it works in practice, which is a total game changer. So if you've ever wanted to learn how to write code, but don't have the money or time to go through a college course, you should give boot.dev a try. And if you use the promo code BigWilly, you'll get a 25% discount. And if you're still not convinced, boot.dev offers a 30-day, no questions asked refund policy. And thank you again to boot.dev for sponsoring another video. Jumping back into the update, there were also some pretty major shakeups to the phone UI, and these changes are going to make managing and fine-tuning your growing empire a whole lot easier. Starting with suppliers, you can now see exactly how much you owe Albert, Shirley, Phil, and Salvador, making it much easier to stay on top of your drops and deliveries. This information shows up in both the Messages and Contacts app, so there's really no excuse anymore. You better start filling up those dead drops. The next big change was to the Contacts app, and it got a very welcome upgrade. Instead of running all over the internet looking up customer preferences, weekly budgets, and their most ordered products, Tyler's moved all of that information front and center. You can now make smarter decisions about production and distribution directly in the game without ever having to go to a wiki. Your dealers and your customers will definitely appreciate having custom mixed, ready-made products available exactly when they want them. The dealer management app also received a nice quality of life improvement, and this one was my favorite. Instead of scrolling back and forth through dealers with arrows, there's now a clean drop-down menu that lets you instantly select the exact dealer you're looking for, making customer changes quick and painless. On top of that, Tyler added even more useful info to each dealer entry. You can see a customer's expected quality and region right next to their name, letting you tell at a glance whether dealers are assigned correctly, and where everyone is operating from. With all of these changes in place, picking customers for dealers, dialing in production numbers, and choosing the right products to supply your network should be easier than ever. And while we're on the topic of dealers, they also got a massive overhaul in this update. First off, dealers can now be assigned up to 10 customers instead of the original 8. And they've been given a lot more flexibility in how they schedule deals and move around town, all to make sure you're squeezing the most money out of every single transaction. Dealers will now start by offering each customer the lowest quality product that customer is willing to accept, only moving up to higher quality items if needed. On top of that, they schedule deals at more spaced out times, giving themselves plenty of buffer to actually reach meetups before the deadlines. They begin with 2 deals per time slot, morning, afternoon, evening, and night, and then gradually add more deals to each slot if the demand calls for it. This prevents situations where a dealer misses multiple deals just because all their customers want to buy at the same time of day. Fewer missed deals means less money left on the table. And speaking of missed deals, dealers now move faster when traveling to meetups, spending less time wandering the streets and reducing the chances of getting jumped by the Benzies. If they're really cutting it close, dealers will even sprint to make a deal on time, and it's actually pretty funny to see happen. This mechanic only kicks in if there's less than 90 minutes left before a deal expires, so it's rare, but the mental image of a dealer full-on sprinting across Highland Point because Keith wanted a late-night smoke sesh is honestly incredible. Now, here's how you know Tyler's watching the channel. In my 10 Things Missing video, I talked about informants and tip-offs for when the Benzies were moving product. and sure enough, that idea is in the game now. Your dealers now have a 30% chance to text you when a Benzie dealer is spotted operating in their area. That gives you roughly 4 hours of warning to drop what you're doing, grab that stolen police 1911, and pounce on a green-shirted grub like a lion on an unsuspecting zebra. Plenty of time to set up an ambush, block roads with cars, or perch somewhere dramatic and deliver some good old-fashioned vigilante justice. And finally, there was a huge quality of life fix that addressed dealers constantly texting you when they're out of product. Previously, dealers would send a message every single time a scheduled deal expired while they were empty, meaning your phone would absolutely explode if they had multiple unfinished deals queued up. But thankfully that logic has now been fixed. Dealers will only send a message once, on the final deal they were able to complete before running out of inventory. There's also a new check to make sure the dealer texting you is actually your dealer, so no more awkward texts from the Benzies telling you that they ran out of product. With this change in place, you'll only get a single notification when a dealer actually needs a refill, meaning Brad and Jane won't be blowing up your phone at 3 in the morning while you're trying to recharge for another long day of hustling. And that's not even close to being everything they added in this new update. Tyler and Rob also tweaked a bunch of things, but in order to not make this video 2 hours long, I'm only going to be going over the interesting ones, and we're going to do it rapid fire style. Customers will now walk faster when heading to a deal. The police sentry by Taco Ticklers now overlooks both roads. They tweaked mixed pawn dialogue, NPCs no longer refer to midnight as 12 PM, NPCs no longer walk through the diner, punching one reduces their relationship instead of increases, killing one of my favorite bugs, NPC sample cooldowns properly reset after sleeping instead of at midnight. They fixed the customer deal dialogue sometimes not being active while walking to the deal location. They fixed the deal completed pop-up displaying incorrect information when 2 deals are completed in quick succession. Expected product quality is now displayed in the handover screen. Mixing Station Mark II now has a threshold of 20 instead of 10. Massive change there. Supplier meeting storage racks now disappear when you sleep instead of immediately when the meeting ends. The Mixing Station Mark II is now a tiny bit bigger. You can no longer harvest multiple plants at once. He finally fixed the barn employee idle locations being obstructed by the delivery vehicles. They reduced lighting brightness in the warehouse marketplace. The RV, motel, and businesses no longer are listed as locations for deliveries. He updated the logos in the intro cutscene. Object icons are now displayed for object lists and routes in the management clipboard. Item slots now bop when an item is inserted, which I thought was a pretty nice quality of life update. You'll no longer stop sprinting when running over a manhole cover. The RV explosion now affects players' health. The ladder no longer bobs the camera. He corrected the player hitbox while being crouched. And the best one of all, skin color now affects nipple color. That's right, fellas. No more white nipples if you're a black person. And finally, we've got a change that's pretty niche, but I have a feeling it's going to make the game feel a lot smoother overall. Have you ever looked at a clock or countdown in game that updates every second and noticed it sometimes just skips a number? Like it jumps an entire second or minute out of nowhere? That happens because the game's tick rate was set to 1 second. If a frame ever took too long to process, the game would basically just say, good enough. Skip that update entirely and move on to the next one. But in this update, Tyler changed the tick rate to 0.5 seconds, which gives the game a much larger update window. The result should be far fewer skip ticks and much more consistent timing across things like timers and countdowns. Now, I can't tell you exactly how noticeable this will be in every situation, but my developer instincts tell me this is one of those behind the scenes changes that will quietly make the entire game feel better to play. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This update has been incredible, and I'm really excited to see what Tyler and Rob put out for the rest of this year. I'm sorry there haven't been a lot of videos lately. I started a new job and I'm trying to get all that under wraps, but I'm hopping back on the train and I should have a lot more for you in February. Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, stay silly, y'all. A few weeks ago, I got a message that I honestly wasn't expecting. The developer of Schedule 1 reached out and asked if I'd be interested in doing an interview with him for the channel, and obviously, I said hell yes. So after a full year making content on the game, I finally got to sit down with the developer of Schedule 1. The man, the myth, the legend, Tyler himself. The guy who somehow juggled university, running a business, and building one of the most addictive indie games of the last few years. And we talked about everything, from future updates to the console port, undiscovered lore, and the long-term vision for the game. And yes, we even talked about the return of Uncle Nelson. Now, since this is an interview and it's mostly just audio, I've got footage of me playing Schedule 1 in the background to keep you guys entertained. And I also added chapters to this video, so you can easily jump to whatever topics you're most interested in. This is easily the deepest look behind the curtain that we've ever gotten, and I'm genuinely grateful that Tyler took time out of his insanely busy schedule to sit down with me and share all of this. Alright, let's get into it. Oh, I mean, we can just start off with the big change. You got The Office, you got Rob now. How's that going?
Yes, we got The Office. It's been going well. It's been going really well, actually. I think, yeah, since we've had The Office, I haven't done a single day of work at home, which has been really nice. I've been working from home for years now, so it's really nice actually just having that separation between work and home. As much as remote work is convenient, I just like heading in, you know, it's only about a 20-minute drive in, so it's not too bad. And it's a nice space as well. We've got our ping pong table there, got a dartboard there, we've got a, you know, TV and stuff, so it's a nice space to be. And yeah, it's just cool working with somebody. You know, I've been a solo dev for so long now. It just feels more like a real job. No complaints.
As opposed to like a hobby.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
This was a hobby for a long time, and I've been very lucky to now make a career out of it. So yeah, no, it's been going really well.
How is juggling? You know, I know you're in uni right now for engineering. How is juggling that and game dev, and then also like the business side of things, which I'm sure is a massive change?
Yeah, I'd say most of that stuff the business stuff is like settled down a bit more. It was a bit more intense last year, getting everything set up and all of that, all the paperwork and stuff. But I think everything's running pretty smoothly now. I don't have to spend too much time on that. I can just focus on the work really, which has been great. Yeah, with uni, I'm on a break right now. I'll be back about I think February 15th. I'll be underloading slightly, but it'll still be enough to keep me busy. I'll probably do 4 10-hour days at the office and then take that 5th day just for uni.
I mean, you're in your last year now, right?
I mean, I'm in my 4th year, maybe even 5th year now, I think. God. I'm still probably like 2 years off finishing though, just because I've been
taking less credits, to focus on Schedule 1. I mean, that makes sense.
Make time for the game. I mean, I guess I'm in no rush, you know. I want to take my time and make sure I'm actually understanding stuff, so I'll get there when I'll get there, but it will be nice to have that done eventually.
I mean, it's a marathon, you know. It's not a sprint. There's no need to there's no need to speed through it. I know that my YouTube channel, right, when I first started it, I just made goofy videos, and then eventually, you know, thanks to you, it's blown up. I had to kind of transition from being, oh, you know, this is like a side thing I do on the weekends where I like get together with a friend and we make videos, to like now it's a whole operation. You know, I have a script writer, I have 2 editors, I have someone that helps me with research, and it's very different than when I first started. So how has that changed? Because you've gone through a very similar change. How has that been, like transitioning from, oh, you know, I'm just coding in my bedroom when I have some free time, to now you're running like a full-on game studio? What's that transition kind of been like? And is it, you know, something that's you find difficult, or do you like it?
I think last year and this year have felt very different. Last year was super frantic. I mean, it was a good year, but it was stressful. Just like the game did pretty well out of nowhere, and I wasn't really expecting it.
You got to scramble, you got to get lawyers, everything.
Everything just goes very fast, and you know, I want to keep the updates coming out, and I tried my best to do that, but I think sometimes that came at the expense of having the time to refine stuff and test stuff. Like some of the updates I did last year, I was really doing my best. I was just trying to get them out too fast. Considering I was only one person at the time. And I think a couple of updates, they weren't as fleshed out as I wanted them to be. And I think I've just slowly realized, and I'm really trying to take action on it this year, is that there's really no rush. What really matters is being proud of the stuff we're putting out, making sure that the game will eventually get to a good state. And I mean, I think it's a good state already, but I just want to make sure when we finish work on this game, it's something that we're really proud of. You know, we can step back and say, we did pretty well there. We made our best effort. That's really what I'm shooting for.
So now that all the hectic stuff, and you got an extra set of hands there, do you feel like you're kind of hitting your groove? You know, you're really
that's right.
In the flow state.
Groove. Yeah, we're definitely getting more into like a nice rhythm this year. Just finishing work at a more reasonable hour. You know, taking weekends mostly. Yeah, and it's been good. I can definitely feel that. Like, I think last year I was getting pretty close to burnt out, just because I was like 24/7. I was like, I got to be working on this game. I got to be getting updates out, fixing stuff. yeah, that just gets exhausting after a while. So I think
From people that were like closely following the game, it was kind of apparent that like you were rapidly, like you're trying to play catch up, you're juggling 30 different things, and that's too hard. It's too difficult for one person. You know what I mean?
yeah, it was it wasn't ideal. I don't think I was doing my best work in that state. No, this year's been great though. It's just like, you know, working in the office, being a bit more reasonable about the hours and stuff, and especially timelines as well. Man, my like ability to set and then hit timelines is just like abysmal. It's
abysmal.
I'm very optimistic how long something will take. I'll think about it for 10 seconds and oh yeah, about a month, about 2 months, something like that. And then, you know, I get to a month and a half or something, I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna take 3 or 4 months.
I mean, as a programmer, I get it. You know, you're right there at the finish line, and then a bug pops up, and then you fix it, and then that causes 6 more bugs to pop up, and you got to crush those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's definitely hard to provide timelines, so I don't blame you for missing them.
So I'm gonna try to be a lot more careful this year with when I announce dates for stuff. I'm really gonna try to only provide an approximate date when I think we'll actually hit it. Yeah, I think that's just best to, you know, first of all, avoid disappointment when we miss deadlines, and also just make sure we have the time to test stuff and make sure
you're putting out a polished product.
Yeah, a polished update, really.
Now that you have, you know, the official game studio, you know, you're like really legitimizing it with the studio, and you're, you know, you got another guy. Where do you see, you know, TVGS headed, say 5 years from now? What's the end goal for Schedule 1? What's the end goal for TVGS?
Starting with Schedule 1, obviously everything on the roadmap, that's going to be done. Sometime towards the end of next year, we'll be pretty close to doing like a 1.0 release. Again, I'm optimistic with my timelines. Maybe it'll be longer than that. Who knows? We'll see. I'm not really like setting that as like a strict, you know, what we've got to get it done then. If it takes a bit longer, that's, you know, that's fine. That's cool. So yeah, everything on the roadmap's going to be done. Modding support as well. That's I'm not going to stop working on the game until we've got some decent a decent modding framework in there.
Cool deal.
Just because that really just makes the lifespan of a game infinite. Really,
people still play
can mod it
Skyrim
easily. Yeah,
and
exactly.
Skyrim's like 15 years old.
Yeah. So yeah, modding's a big thing we've got to get done before we 1.0 it. Obviously, try and get it on some other platforms as well. Yeah, we're gonna probably start with Steam Deck certification and Steam Machine as well. Hoping to have that done in the first half of the year at some point, and then to the ideally to PlayStation and Xbox
later
at some
on.
point. Yeah, probably not both at the same time, just because I think if we did like a launch on both at the same time, we'd probably be spreading ourselves a little too thin. Each platform will have its own set of unique bugs, so I think for stability and just putting something out that's well done, we'll have to do one console and then another one.
Are you porting that yourself, or because I know there's like entire industries around helping people port their games to different consoles? I don't know if you've looked into that or if you're contracting it. Or...
I've had a little look into that. I think we probably will be able to do it in-house. Maybe we'll just realize that publishing for consoles is a nightmare and there's a ton of shit that needs to be fixed, and you know, it's just going to be a massive effort. And if that's the case, we'll probably bring on some contractors to help get it done. But I'm feeling pretty good about doing it in-house. And it would be good to have that knowledge as well for all future projects, you know? So next game, if we want to get it on the consoles, we've already gone through the process. We know what it's like. We know what to expect.
With Rob coming in, I mean, we've already seen the massive difference it's made. I mean, the latest patch you said was a small update, but it's it's the biggest patch notes of any patch you've ever released.
Yeah,
it's like 5 pages.
Yeah, no, it's a big one. We started the year, we got in on a Monday, and I'm just like, let's just play through the game for a couple of days and just write down notes and bugs and little things we want to improve. So we just did that, and we just had a massive list by the end of it. So we've just spent the past few weeks going through that list and fixing a bunch of issues, making little small improvements, adding a few things here and there. Yeah, just a bit of a general cleanup, little things that like I think I've been wanting to do for a while, but I'm just now finally making some time for it.
I mean, if you ever need a compilation of bugs or anything like that, I can always ask the community and make a list myself. I'm more than happy to help if you ever need like an extra set of hands.
Thank you, appreciate it.
It's kind of crazy because the community, it's like a double-edged sword. You know, they have really high expectations, but that's only because they absolutely love the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
if they didn't care about the game, they wouldn't care about anything. They wouldn't
Yeah.
care if an update was late. They wouldn't care if, what's the next new feature. I mean, one of the most common questions I get asked on videos is like, what's the next update going to be? When's the next update? And I think it just goes to show like the passion of the community. So I know you have a lot of people out there that are more than willing to help you out if you need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Schedule 1 isn't the only game with an insanely dedicated community. And that brings me to today's sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is the massive, free-to-play military combat game where you can jump into insanely detailed tanks, aircraft, and naval vehicles from World War II all the way up to modern combat. The scale is wild. Combined arms battles, realistic physics, huge maps, and hundreds of vehicles to grind and master. And now, War Thunder is officially available on mobile, so you can take the battlefield with you anywhere. But if you're playing on PC or consoles, there's a limited time bonus waiting for you, because new and returning players on PC and consoles that haven't played in the last 6 months can use my links below to receive a massive bonus pack. It includes multiple premium vehicles, the Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and a premium account for 7 days. It's only available for a limited time, so you gotta be quick. And again, big thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Whether you prefer playing on PC, console, or mobile, make sure you don't miss out on the limited time bonus pack by signing up using my links in the description or pinned comment below. Now let's get back to the interview.
Now we've got a great community, and everyone's just been so supportive. I know people said a lot of very nice things after I posted about getting the office and the studio expanding, and yeah, it's just very, very nice to see strangers like that, people I've never met, being so kind.
You got a lot of people rooting for you, man.
Yeah, no, it's very nice. It is. It's like, I'll go to like game industry events and stuff, and I'll meet people who like have heard of the game, and it's just like, damn, that's yeah, it's sometimes hard to believe.
It was kind of funny because I recently got a new job.
Yep.
And during the interview, they were like, what do you do in your free time? And I was like, oh, I make videos about this video game. And the guy was like, oh, I've seen your videos. And I'm like, what the hell?
That's crazy.
Like the game Schedule 1 is known like all across the world. Like the game absolutely blew up. When you look back at the very beginning of like Schedule 1 and what you had in your head, what was the original vision for it? And how much of the game today still resembles that? Because I'm kind of curious about like how much has the game changed from what you originally envisioned?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. It changed quite a lot. I think that's why it took about 3 years to make rather than like a year and a half, is that, I mean, I was kind of dumb and I didn't really do very much prototyping. I would sort of just think of something and then spend a bunch of time implementing it and then realize that I didn't really like it and throw months of work away. So the game evolved quite a bit, actually. In fact, I've got some like old screenshots and videos of the game in its early stages. I'll share my screen with you.
Hell yeah. Because I know you take
right.
your privacy pretty seriously.
I don't know. I'm not a super extroverted person. I don't really I don't really like the attention that much, to be honest. I've been enjoying the anonymity while I've got it.
Yeah, you did have the face reveal to take that award.
I did, yeah. I was so stressed that night. I was almost didn't go to it just because I'm like, again, the attention. I just like, yeah. But we were nominated. We were nominated for another category, and we didn't win that. And I was so relieved because I was just sweating bullets, like having to think about like, getting up and giving a speech. So Repo won. I'm like, oh shit, thank God. And I started relaxing, and then was taking it easy, having a good night, and then all of a sudden I just hear the game's music playing, and I'm like, oh
shit.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, do I have to go up? And yeah, I did. So yeah, I was also jet lagged as hell. I was jet lagged, sleep deprived, sick. I was not in the bed.
We're not expecting to go up there. State. Yeah, we're not expecting to go up there. That's pretty funny. I know you started as a Roblox dev, right?
Yeah, I got started on Roblox when I was like 11 or 12 or something. A little bit of just like messing around on Roblox. That's probably where I got started, to be honest.
But you're an engineering student. Do you think having an education in programming would benefit you? Or did you enjoy being a self-starter and like learning it on your own?
I think I've enjoyed learning it on my own, to be honest. I think that I probably could have learned it a little faster if I'd done some actual training in it. No, I quite like just like learning stuff from, watching YouTube videos and reading stuff online and just sort of figuring it out. And I think I've gotten to the point now where eventually, like, I'm a pretty good programmer at this point. I wasn't for many, many years, but I think by this point I've made enough mistakes and learned from them where I think I'm probably comparable in skill to somebody who's actually, done proper training for it.
I mean, I've looked at the code. It looks great to me. I went to school for it, so.
I'm about to do a major refactor, so I'd say that the code's like 25% good, 50% whatever, and then 25% just like terrible, dude. Not good at all. February is I'm gonna be doing a big refactor. Gonna go clean up the worst parts of it, strip out any like old legacy code that just shouldn't be in there, and just tidy stuff up. Like when I was onboarding Rob and I had to explain some things to him, I was just like, oh wow, this is not good. I need to fix this. I guess just, when you're working on it by yourself, it all makes sense in your mind, so you're like, yeah, it's fine.
Exactly. Yep. But then showing it to someone else.
Yeah, and then you get just a slap in the face of like, this is
If someone else has to decipher what you had in your brain, it becomes a whole mess. No, I 100% understand that. So you're redoing a big refactor of the code base in February. You also said that, or teased that there's going to be a pretty big update in February, or end of February.
I think, look, to be honest, probably March. So the way we're doing it, I'm going through and I'm going to go do the refactor and Rob's on the new update. We'll be splitting it 50-50 like that.
Do you want to leak what that new update is?
It's something that's on like it's on the roadmap. I've probably talked about it before. I don't think it'll be a massive surprise, but I will leave it as a surprise for now.
Can you leak it to me?
I think people will like it.
Can you leak it to me?
It to you?
Yeah, I'll cut it.
If you promise not to.
I won't tell Soul. Pinky promise. I won't tell Soul.
It's gonna be.
I know you said your favorite character is Kevin.
Kevin. Oh yeah.
Kevin Oakley. You said it was the first
character. Yeah.
First guy you made.
He's the first character I ever did. He was NPC number 1. Yeah, I guess that's why. He's just a, goofy, innocent guy.
Who's your least favorite?
Least favorite? Well, I mean, I guess there's least favorites and like ones that like really don't stand out in my mind at all. And then there's also like a least favorite. They do stand out, and they're just annoying. They're not customers, but the 2 police in the prologue, they are probably my least favorites because there's been so many bugs where they don't show up and body search you when they should. Just like these two police, they'll stay in there. There's been so many times where I thought I fixed it and it keeps happening, so I change something else, but then it breaks something else again, and they'll stay inside the police station, or like one of them will walk out, or they'll stay over on the corner, or they'll start walking back to the police station before they've searched you, and then they'll like run back. And this is like a 6-month saga now, where these 2 guys are it's really not that pretty simple. They're just gonna stand there and body search you, but for whatever reason, it's just been one of those things.
They're just buggy.
Keeps breaking. Yeah, so probably those 2, just because it's been so much of a pain in the ass.
Speaking of Serena Flats, do you think we'll ever be able to go back there? Is that a potential map expansion you've thought of? I know in Unity they're separate levels, so I don't know like the programming difficulties behind that.
There's no technical reason that the player couldn't go back. I think it's a pretty small map. It's really just the ranch and 1 street of buildings. Like there isn't a whole lot going on. I think there's like 12 NPCs in the whole thing. I mean, maybe we could go back, but it'd probably be more of like linear experience or like mission rather than just like free roam, just hang out there all the time. I think that'd
be cool.
I don't know. For sure, I'm gonna try and work Uncle Nelson back into the game somehow.
I mean, you got time, right? You said end of 2027. You got time. It's not a problem you got to solve now.
Exactly. We'll get to it when we get to it.
Man, I'll talk a little bit more about the lore while you're searching. There's a couple cool things. They're meaningless, but they've sparked a lot of discussion. Like there's a body outline by the tattoo shop. People have written, I've read like 2 different fanfics people have written about like who that body is, what happened. Why is there just a body outline outside the tattoo shop? I mean, you have the mystery of who the hell is Lenny. He's on all the products. Lenny's fertilizer, Lenny's soil, but I ain't in the damn game.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, I just like to sprinkle in little things like that. I don't want to give too much background around it. I think a little bit of mystery is good. Yeah.
Are there any, like, secret things that you've added that people haven't found yet?
I think by now, people have probably found most things. There are, like, a bunch of references to media and stuff. Video games and TV shows, movies, and YouTube.
I did a whole video on them.
Yeah?
Like no, Kelly Reynolds? That's a reference to It's Always Sunny, isn't it? That's the new NPC.
Oh, yeah.
You just added them.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, actually, I started watching It's Always Sunny for the first time a few months ago. So I think that wasn't actually like a conscious thing, but I think just like subconsciously, I was searching for a last name, and I think just Reynolds came to mind.
There's Charlie Kelly, and there's D. Reynolds.
Yeah.
So it's Kelly Reynolds.
That was definitely not intentional, but yeah, that was definitely.
Bro, I saw you type in the one Discord that you've been watching It's Always Sunny, and then that NPC came out like 3 days later. I'm like, it's a reference.
I swear that was not actually intentional. That was
That's
genuinely
so
like
funny.
I could have come up with a name. That was just a happy little accident.
Yeah, dude, like people analyze the NPC schedules to see like, having relations with who and like people love the lore stuff, like the little tiny stuff. Like George and Molly. The house that George lives in the code is called George and Molly's house. But Molly lives in the apartment. Yeah.
I definitely changed my mind a lot on stuff during development, so there's definitely times
You
where
switch everything up.
what NPCs do and how they relate to other NPCs, I've changed, but then I haven't changed the name of the house. But we'll just say those things are intentional. It was just world building,
It's world building. It's little Easter eggs.
They weren't accidents or oversights. They're world building.
Yeah, it was all intentional. I had a question about Westville while you're still pulling up the files. I noticed that, and a lot of other people have noticed, that all the interiors of the Westville houses are done. When you first laid out Schedule 1, did you only intend Northtown and Westville and then kind of branched out? Or is there a reason those interiors are done?
Those interiors are done because those are the few buildings in the map where I've used a third-party asset rather than making it myself. And that's something that's probably going to change, actually, especially when, I'm not sure if I've announced it, but we've probably got an artist starting soon, probably in March.
That's cool.
And one of the things he's going to do is go through the game in any instances where we've used an off-the-shelf third-party asset, probably just going to replace with something we do ourselves, just so that everything's cohesive and fits together. I think the art style of those houses in Suburbia and Westville they're a little different in appearance to everything else, the stuff that we made. Yeah, so we are going to replace those, but yeah, they've just got interiors because they were third-party assets.
That makes sense. That explains the motel in the prologue. It says hard rock on it or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of cool that you're getting someone in to help with 3D assets. I know in an old interview you said you hate doing them.
I don't mind doing them. I'm just no good at it, man. I know the bare minimum of Blender. I haven't learned more. I've just stuck with that for years. So I can get it done, but just not very well, and I'm just slow, not very good at it. It'll be good to have an artist on who actually knows what they're doing.
You said that's probably one of your biggest limits is 3D artwork. Which, I mean, it's always good to outsource if you're not good at stuff. I'm ass at editing. I can't edit a video to save my life. That's why I pay someone to do it. Do you feel like you have any other, stuff that you prefer outsourcing? You think someone else could do it better? Any other limitations?
There are a lot of things I do that other people could definitely do better. I think the biggest things are 3D art and technical art as well. I'm not that great at shaders and that sort of stuff. I'm a lot better than I was a couple of years ago, but still not great. Doing stuff on the GPU as well, Rob, who's joined recently, he's a very, very good developer. He's got a lot of experience, and he knows how to do compute shaders and other stuff like that on the GPU. And he was just running through some of my code, and he's just did you do this on the CPU for a reason rather than the GPU? And I'm just that's the only way I know how to do it, man. I have no idea how to do that sort of stuff.
GPU I'm sure that would help a lot with optimization as well.
Yeah, it would. I'm learning though. We're getting a lot better, and I think with the sort of the skill set of the team expanding, we're going to be able to make a lot more optimizations and get the game running a lot better. But yeah, other skill gaps, I think audio as well. Obviously, I didn't do the music for the game. My buddy did that. But sound effects and stuff, it would be great to have, a dedicated sound person. That might be something for the next project. I'm not sure if it's sort of justified here.
A lot of the sounds are stock, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Pretty much all of them. Because I have no idea how to go record audio and edit stuff. I'm just hopeless with that.
Well, I know the NPC sounds. Those aren't stock.
No, we record those. We did record those. Now we all just came over to my house. Would have been January of 25, and we just set up a sound booth in my closet. It was about I don't know a meter by half a meter, tiny closet, pitch black in there. The audio quality is still not great. It's kind of echoey and stuff. But no, we just had a bunch of drinks and just screamed and mumbled into a microphone for a couple of hours. Just me and my friends.
I mean, y'all made gold.
That's what the voice. Yeah,
You made gold. Those NPC sounds are so funny. Like when someone gets knocked down and like, it cracks me up every time.
I did the crackhead voice preset, so the one that's used for like, you know, Jesse and Keith and all of them. I did that one, and I think I did another one. I forgot what it was though.
That's so funny that you just made it and did it in your closet.
Yeah, it was good fun. We'll probably do another round of voices at some point. Be good to have some more variety to it, and maybe we'll actually do it in with a proper sound setup this time.
Hey, I'm available. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I'm available.
If you're ever in Sydney, you gotta come over to the,
okay, well, I don't know
the
about
office
that.
and do some voices.
I might fly out. I've always wanted to visit Australia, but it's the long plane ride, dude.
Yeah, traveling for Australians is just kind of crap. You go to like 10-hour flight just to leave the country.
Yeah,
it's like Europeans and Americans are so lucky. You can fly or just like drive and you're in a different state. When I went to America last year, that was the first time I ever went, and just like the variety and the natural environment there is just crazy. We're driving from San Francisco out to Yosemite. We drive through like massive plains and stuff, and then an hour later you're just outside of Yosemite and it's massive mountains, and yeah, it's
the geography is insane. There's just so many different places you can travel within like the US.
Yeah. In Australia, you can drive 8 hours in one direction, and it's like
it's all the same.
Whole way.
Oh, Lord.
We have nice beaches and we do have natural beauty, but it's not as varied as America and Europe.
I mean, that makes sense.
All right, I've got some old images here. So this was like the first like testing map. Is that coming through for you?
Yeah, I can see it.
So this was like the first map I made for testing. These were all just like that warehouse is a pre-made asset, and these are just like cubes. Yeah, this is just something I used for testing stuff. I think that was the dealership over there. That was, I think, where you'd buy properties. This was like a hardware store. You'll notice a forklift there. For a long time, there was like a forklift mechanic in the game.
I noticed that.
Items used to work really differently, where there weren't really item slots. You'd like physically place items down on storage racks and stuff, and it was cool. It gave the game a sense of physicality kind of way, but it got a little tedious when you were dealing with, you had to place like 10 items down on a storage rack and have to manually place them, and I ended up scrapping it to go with like the item slot setup. Yeah, it was cool. We'll see more of that in some other videos actually.
Was Sunflower the code name for the project?
That was just the code name before I knew what to call it. Those are also, I went through so many revisions when I was making the map. Originally the game was set in a desert. I think I just probably got that from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
I was thinking a desert for a while, and then I thought like a desert's it's a lot of emptiness and a lot of nothingness. It might be cool to have a bit more stuff going on. So then I decided to go for sort of that Pacific Northwest kind of look with the the trees and all of that and the greenery.
And you finally got to visit the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, it was really pretty. So green there. This was the second revision of the map. This was like, it was like a peninsula sort of thing. I spent quite a bit of time on this and just scrapped the whole thing eventually. Yeah, that was going to be like Amazon,
a warehouse.
Distribution warehouse.
Yeah, that's funny.
I spent quite a lot of time on this, but then I realized that it was kind of just like all of the buildings and everything concentrated in this corner down here. So it's like if you had one of the properties would be like up here in this corner, and then to get into town you just have to drive all that way, and I just thought it'd be I think at this point I realized I wanted the map to be a little bit more like urban and just dense. So, but I got pretty far on this one. Town Hall.
That actually looks like the town hall in my town.
Does it really?
Yes.
It's based off of one in it's based off a real building. I think it was in New York State somewhere. This is still in the actually no, this model's in the game.
Yeah, it's in the chemical plant.
Yeah, yep. There's a truck as well. I think that's also in the game's files. I'm sure people have seen that.
I have, yeah. I thought that was going to be in the driver's update. I thought you were going to use it there.
Yeah, maybe. The only thing is it's quite long. When it comes to like fitting it in loading docks, it's going to overhang quite a bit, which might be okay, but I'll have to look into it. And there's also the matter of items are like set out on the back here. It's just going to be like a giant flat plane of just items sitting there, which might
be a little
weird.
ugly.
I feel like, shelves might be a little better, or maybe something enclosed like a box truck. That'd probably be better for performance as well, because then I can hide all of the models when the door's closed.
It's cool that you've kept documentation of all this.
Yeah, so you can see some of this is like changed a little bit. Other bits are still pretty similar. Oh, this is what the workers.
Oh, good lord! Oh, good lord! What a jump scare!
These were my placeholder NPCs before I did a custom one. But this was just like a pre-made a pre-made 3D model, and I just slapped that face
on him? He's in his boxers.
This was, yeah, how dealers used to work. Yeah, so very different. They used to have like cars.
Is that the old weed icon as well?
Yeah, they used to have energy. I don't even know what that's about. I'm just remembering the stuff as I'm looking at it.
Lord.
It's changed so much.
Well, my first video, the one that like absolutely blew up, I showed that dealer menu, and I was like, maybe this is a future update. Maybe they'll have, you know, I didn't know it was cut content.
The ATM's pretty much the exact same.
Yeah, ATM hasn't changed. Speaking of, do you plan on adding more laundering places?
Yeah. I actually remember the other day, I originally like set up the casino to be like a purchasable business. Yeah, there's like an office, like an empty space in there, which I intended to be where you go when you purchase it. Yeah, that'll probably be the next laundering business. I'll make the casino. I might try and also like add like a high roller table in that same update. You access it only when you buy the casino, or maybe some sort of buy into
Have a net worth or something. That's pretty cool. I know the sewer kind of lines up with the casino office.
Doesn't?
Yeah. I'll have to show you, but I'll send you a video of it. I sent it in the Discord. I thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah, no, definitely intentional.
Yep, as always intentional.
That's right.
Nothing is done by mistake.
This is how you used to place items like this, like directly on like the tiles.
Oh, I had like a grid.
Yeah, which was kind of cool. Again, it'd just get tedious if you had to put a bunch of stuff in a storage rack.
I'm sure it did not help with optimization.
No.
How has the NPC driving been, like from a programming perspective? Because I feel like that would be absolute hell.
Yeah, nightmare. It is just, it was probably one of the trickier things, and it still doesn't work that well. They still just drive like they're drunk, but I mean, it really was my best effort. I mean, just driving NPC, like driving AI is tough.
I can imagine.
So the way I do it at the moment is like, there's a big 3D nav mesh, and I just run like a standard A-star pathfinding calculation on that. And that gives me a path, but it's like a sharp path that, first of all, it doesn't follow roads at all. It's just like, how do I get from point A to point B on this graph?
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have any concept of roads. So then there's a separate like network of these like road nodes that like define where the roads go. So NPCs, if they're off-road, they will like try to path towards the nearest point on a road.
And then
they will follow
road.
the road nodes, and then they can deviate from the roads at the end to get to their destination if they have to. So there's like two different pathfinding things going on that kind of combines like that. And then once you've done that, path is still really sharp and like takes sharp turns that like cars just can't do. So I run like the pathfinding output through a smoothing function. I think it's like a Bezier line or something to smooth it out a little, and I do some post-processing as well. Exiting a road, they will like drive up to the end of the road and like turn around to the other side to come the other way and then drive off the road when they should have just like cut across the lane and just exited. So there's a bunch of post-processing and weird little quirks going on. And then like reversing as well, there's like,
good lord,
you gotta like trace out where the car's going with like a curved raycast, and then if it's obstructed, you slow down, and if it's still obstructed, you gotta reverse. No, it was just terrible, tricky, and it still doesn't work that well.
Like even if it's buggy, stuff like that helps add to the lore of the game as well. Like there's like headcanons that Mick Lubin is an alcoholic and he's just drunk driving. Like that is like a commonly believed scenario because his red truck always gets stuck somewhere.
Yeah, I know exactly where. It's yeah, that's right actually. It's not bad NPC vehicle AI. It's everyone's just drunk all the time.
It's world building. They're high on drugs. Exactly. We're selling them drugs, you know? Was there ever like a point during developing this, because like you're showing the some of the older stuff, that you felt like I should just scrap this, I should just give up, throw in the towel?
Like the whole project?
Yeah, just scrap it all, start over, or move on to something different.
I think once I started, I'm like, I'm gonna get this done no matter what. I've just gotta like see this through, get it done. I threw out so much work, it was probably like equivalent to like a full-size game. But no, I don't think I ever had the point where like, this isn't gonna work, I've got to do a totally different thing.
You gotta completely scrap it. Well, that's good. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you went through with it, obviously. It turned into something amazing.
Yeah, me too.
Your wallpaper is a hardwood floor?
Yep, I've had this for 12 years now, I think. I haven't changed it. It's like a comfort thing for me. I've grown so used to it, as soon as I change it, I'm just like, something's off.
Something's off. It's not my computer.
Yeah. These were my first sketches for like what character faces would look like. This was just like...
It's starting to look more like Schedule 1 than the other guy is.
Yeah, you can see the body's a little different. I like remodeled it. It's kind of chunky and robust here. You can see a little bit, like the eyes are the same.
Yeah, the
eyebrows are
eyes.
similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this was how far I got into that second map.
Before you just
map.
scrapped it. Oh, there's the
before I
docks.
So I got decently far, and I'm just like, no, this isn't working. I gotta change it. So the layout for this map, I spent so long drawing up different things, and I couldn't figure something out. And I think it was like one night, it was like midnight. I just looked at like a top view of Portland, Oregon, and I kind of used that rough shape of it, kind of like a peninsula sort of thing. In the space of a few hours, I just sketched out the shape of the land, and then I sketched out where the roads might be, and then I sketched out where all the buildings would be, and that's pretty much exactly what's in the game. It all came to be in a few hours. But this was following like months of like drawing stuff and not liking it. When it did come together, it came together pretty quick.
80% of the effort is in planning, and the 20% is the execution of it. 100%. That's so cool. I know you've teased 3.5, like 3 or 4 different potential map expansions. Which one are you most excited for, or which one do you think you're going to tackle first?
First one's going to be the southwest of Highlands Point, like south of the docks. That's going to be the first map update. It's going to be kind of like swampy, slummy kind of area. I think it'll be quite cool. It's I'm holding off until our new guy joins in March, just because he's a way better artist than I am, and he's going to probably be responsible for most of it. But no, I think that'll be really good. And next after that's going to be like northeast. So there's going to be a new fancy area of town, like
I do remember you saying that.
Yeah, up in like the mountains, and then maybe we'll do a third one at Highland Point. I'm not sure, but we are going to do the island, and I think the island is what I'm most excited for, because that's not going to be just like a map expansion. That's going to be like the mechanics of the game are going to change quite a bit when you get up there, rather than just like selling to individual customers. We're going to figure out a way to work in like bulk orders.
International exports.
By the time you reach that, you've been playing the game for a while, so I'm very much keen on switching things up a little bit. I don't want to do just more of the exact same up there. I think it's going to be nice and much needed to switch the gameplay up a little. Obviously not a massive deviation, but just make it feel like you're doing stuff on more of a commercial, industrial scale, rather than just like
small time
grams.
Yeah, local drug dealer type thing. I guess that pulls me into another question, is how do you balance trying to keep the 3 different types of players happy? As the community has grown and the player base is split into very different play styles, how do you personally approach deciding what an update should focus on? Because I've said for a while now that there's 3 types of people that play Schedule 1. There's the people that want a GTA style game. There's the people that want a Factorio, I'm gonna min-max everything. And there's people that just want like a chill, cozy Stardew Valley style game.
This probably sounds selfish, but I think what I try to do is just keep me happy, I'm just like, what
That's
is
fair.
Like, obviously, we do the community votes. In those votes, I only put in options that I think would work. Like, I'm not going to put an option in there that's like, I don't agree with that at all. That's not going to be the right thing for the game at this point. Yeah, in a strange way, I'm just like, in my mind, I've just got things about the game that I want to change this or add that or refine this, and those are the things I try and work towards. Obviously, I want to keep people happy, but if you try and please everybody, it's going to
please
be
no
very
one.
just safe. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
I remember you cut police from the second community vote. I figured that was because you didn't want 2 adversaries.
Yeah. I think that was that following the cartel update?
Yeah, that was right after the cartel.
Yeah, that's right. That would have been why I did it. Is that like two adversary updates right one after another would just be too much of the same.
And I'm sad drivers lost. Okay, I'll be honest.
The voting system was the way we handle the votes. We used like a database system. There's a way like you can like estimate the tallies without counting all of them individually. So I was relying on that during the voting process to see what was coming ahead. And for a while there, drivers was winning like by quite a bit, and I was surprised because like no way, I thought Shrooms were gonna win for sure.
Push so hard, dude. I was campaigning like I was running for president.
Yeah, so it got towards the end of the vote, and as far as I was aware, drivers had won. But it turns out the database estimator thing was like way off and like skewing the ratios massively, and it turns out that Shrooms won by quite a bit.
You're saying the election was rigged? The election was rigged. You can say it, Tyler.
Yeah. I was like, oh yes, nice. Drivers won. It's like that's gonna be easier to do than Shrooms. That's great. And then I actually like did a proper tally of it, and oh no, Shrooms won.
Damn it.
It was alright though. I think Shrooms turned out pretty good.
Oh, amazing update. I loved that you added in equipment that also changed every other farm. And
yeah,
then
yeah, I
in the
try and,
middle
like,
of me
work stuff into
to like, yeah, it like spices up other areas of the game that, you know, had been pretty stagnant for a while. Adding in AC units meant that I had to redo all of the farms. You added storage closets, and I had to redo all the farms all over again. Because you also, you know, the AC units affect drying racks now, which is pretty cool. You know, it's
yeah, I try to do that when I add new stuff. If I can, I want to try to like also integrate it with the existing stuff. Like we did that with the sewers as well. There's, you know, mushroom spawns in the sewers. Try to make everything a bit more like cohesive and kind of everything interacts with everything else.
Do you ever plan on like expanding the sewer?
Maybe when the map's expanded, the sewer might also expand with it. Before I make the sewer bigger, I want to add more stuff to it. At the moment, I think the sewer update was probably the biggest victim last year of me just like trying to get stuff out as quickly as I could, and also because that was a Halloween update, like the release date was fixed.
Yeah, you can't delay it.
Yeah, and that one didn't turn out as fleshed out as I wanted it to be. I think it was fine, but I had a lot more plans that we just couldn't get around to it. We will eventually.
What did you have to cut?
Yeah. I think there were like more unique rooms in the sewers. There was
market room.
For a while
I
there.
saw that one.
Yeah, I wanted to have like a sewer merchant who you could buy like special mixing ingredients from.
Oh, that would have been cool.
And then so I had to cut that, and we'll still probably get it in at some point.
Well, you said you have February. Oh yeah, let's see this.
22. Oh yeah, this is early in development.
You're just driving around.
Oh, so yeah, things used to be really different where you would like place entire buildings down rather than just like, yeah, working out of pre-made buildings. You would like place down your own sheds and stuff.
Oh, that's cool. And you had to like hook up the power poles. I saw the power stations in the game files. And I thought it had something to do with the police update, with like heat, property heat. You know, if you're pulling too much power.
Again, this is one of those things I spent so much time on it, and I was just like, nah, I'm gonna scrap it. The reason I scrapped this is it made the game feel a little less grounded. You're like placing down these massive like entire buildings, and I don't know, you just felt like more like a god, like just placing down all these big building constructions and stuff, rather than just like
a small-time drug dealer.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why I cut it. Yeah, the suspension racks used to work a little different. They would like adjust dynamically. They've sort of merged together there.
Oh, that could help with like the botanist pathing, because they get stuck a lot.
Yeah, actually, those legs, they don't affect navigation pathing at all. They did for a while, but again, yeah, it did mess with the pathfinding.
So that's pretty.
I think the reason I scrapped this was actually can't remember. I don't know why I scrapped that.
Well,
I think maybe
it was
if you
intentional.
had like a massive grid of them, it'd be like 20 by 20 meter suspension rack set up, and it's supported by like 4 flimsy legs.
It's like not reasonable. Oh, this is the old warehouse. He's T-posing.
Yeah.
He had a pimp coat. You used to be able to empty directly in the bin.
Yep.
And
this is how the employees used to work. Went through like 3 or 4 different revisions of the employee system. I think this is the first one, but it was just too. It's tough to find a balance between making them easy to like set up and just get to work, but also offering enough control. I think this first one was just too tedious to get them to just, get to work.
I do sympathize with that. Finding a balance between ease of use and people that want a more advanced setup, as opposed to just setting it and letting it go. We currently have that a little bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the current management system and the clipboard stuff. There's definitely room for improvement, especially with more complicated setups, I think.
We run into those a lot with some of the more complex farms.
Yeah, I think like renaming, that was a big effort
that was
we
cool.
made to
that was very cool.
Make it easier to figure out what's what, but there's still more work to be done there. But I think those are more quality of life things rather than, total rehauls of the system.
I like how with the handlers, which route is first matters. It makes a difference because they do the first route until they can't, and then they do the second, third, fourth, fifth.
Yes, I was talking about that with Rob the other day. It'd be nice to give some control over like how they balance those routes, because often if you've got handlers to move something to a cauldron, they'll like stack up the first one, that one, like they'll start the cauldron, but then the be a bunch of stuff just sitting in the input when they could have moved it to the other cauldrons and started it there. So there's still a bit more work to be done. But again, all of those things I think can be accommodated by the current management system.
Oh yeah, I know like botanists with drying racks, they have such a hard time. They'll move the bud over and then they'll just go do something else instead of starting the drying.
Yeah, that is because of, at the moment there's like a fixed priority for each task that they do. Like certain tasks are just higher priority. So even if it logically makes sense for them to do something because there's another task and it's higher priority, they'll just go and do that instead. Again, that's another thing I'd like to expose to the player, where they can, if they want to, they can set the priority of each task type for botanists and just have a little more control over what they do and when, and what takes priority over what.
It would make a big difference for the more complex farms that a lot of people are making. The Factorio players, if you will. I mean, I'll admit it, I'm like that.
I love Factorio. I got really into it a few years ago.
It's such a good
I think
game.
I wanted a little bit of that in Schedule 1.
I think you've hit a very good balance between the ability to min-max while also making the game enjoyable. I really like the art style. That's what initially drew me to the game.
Thank you.
It's like goofy. They don't have chins. No one in Schedule 1 has chins. I thought it was so funny.
It's great to hear, because so much of the art style, it was driven by necessity, because it was the only thing I could do, rather than by like deliberate design. I try to make something and it would turn out looking a certain way, and I'm just like, oh well, that's that. I guess that's how it's gonna look. Yeah, I think it turned out alright.
I think it turned out amazing.
Again, I think we'll refine it a little bit more and make it a little more cohesive. Again, replace all of those existing assets with like custom stuff, so everything looks like it fits. And change the particles up a little bit. Little changes. We want to try and do some more work on the lighting. Get these shadows. At the moment, shadows for any light source except for the sun and moon are only enabled on ultra settings, and that makes a big visual difference having those extra shadows on. So it would be nice to have them enabled on lower quality tiers. We just need to do some optimization there.
Well, I'll tell you, I can finally play on Ultra. I finally am able to.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, after the big optimization one a few months ago, big optimization patch you put out, can finally play on Ultra. I was not able to before then.
That's good.
It looks amazing. It looks so good. I think
Ultra's nice. Just with those shadows, it does a lot.
I think the last category I really wanted to go over, I told my community, hey, I'm going to be doing an interview with Tyler. What do you guys want me to ask about? 90% of people wanted me to ask about updates, essentially. So I know you said you have the one coming out in February. In March, potentially late March, April, June, whenever, after that, map expansion. What do you, is that after that? Is that when you plan to do another community vote?
Yeah, we'll do another community vote after this next update, the surprise update. That's when we'll run the next vote. I think the options on that are going to be, drivers. I'm putting drivers back in because I just personally want to do the drivers. We're going to run that again. I think maybe I might put the police expansion in that one as well, since it's been a while since the cartel update. And maybe a map expansion. It depends on how the new guy's going. There's more, his attention might be split on some other stuff. But if he has some free time, we might also run a map expansion as the third option.
Well, if that's in there, it's winning.
Yeah, that's why I'm hesitant. This isn't a guarantee. We might not, because I'm tempted to almost preemptively start work on the map expansion before running the vote, because as you said, it'll probably win.
It's gonna win.
And if it does win, it would be great to get it out as quickly as possible and not have to wait to do it well, probably a 3-month effort. So even if we can get a month-long head start on that, we'll see how it's going. It all depends on how the new guy's going. And
what other things do you see in the future of this year, even if they're just one-off updates, things you can knock out real quick? I don't know if there's anything in particular you had been thinking about, oh, I'd like to get this done this year.
Yeah, quite a bit. So around the same time as the third community vote, we're gonna try and get controller support done. It's all of the internal stuff is the systems are set up for it. It just has to be integrated with all of the screens and tested and refined and all of that. Controller support, and then with that, ideally also Steam Deck certification, Steam Machine as well. At some point this year, we'll get another drug type in. I think next one will probably be MDMA.
Ooh.
No, I'm not sure what time of year, but I'm sure there'll be a new drug type in by end of year.
Do you think that's just going to be an update, or do you think that'll be another community vote?
Probably run that as a vote, I think. I've got a lot of things on my list here. I'm just trying to figure out what's going to be. I would imagine that by end of year, we'll probably have at least one map expansion done. Probably the police expansion, drivers, definitely.
I like that, definitely.
Definitely doing that. If it doesn't get voted on, then fuck it, I'm just doing it myself.
Hell yeah. That's what I want to hear.
maybe like an employee expansion as well, add a bit more depth to the, first of all, like improvements to the management system, so it's a bit more less mental load setting up big operations, but also stuff like employee skills and relationships and training. Maybe you can pay them extra to have them work a little bit faster, or maybe you've got to keep them happy, and if they get, like, you know, if your relationship sours, they might start sabotaging you or like stealing product or something.
Ooh, I love that
and maybe
idea.
to combat that, you know, hire, you know, security guys or something. Just add a bit more depth to the employees. At the moment, they're pretty much just robots that just do what they have to do, which is fine. It's useful, but it'd be cool to have them a bit more depth.
More
there.
fleshed out. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's such a cool thing. That would be like way later in the year, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, probably later this year. I'm not sure, I've probably teased this before, but we'll probably be out on at least one of the consoles this year. Maybe both, I'm not sure, I don't want to make any promises, but that's looking likely, at least one.
I know a lot of
Can't
people
tell
have
you
been wanting
one.
a console one. Have you thought about, speaking of employees, have you thought about, you know, switching up the cleaners?
So I heard a while ago that they were kind of useless and not often used, so
No,
I tried to combat that a
I
little bit by upping their trash can from 3 to 6. Yeah, I think they could probably change up a little bit, whether it's like just like one cleaner will like clean the whole property, or I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Like, what do you hear? Like,
I ran a poll on YouTube, and it was 92% of people do not use cleaners. And I think the biggest downside is that they take up an employee slot, which, I mean,
So
you know,
do they
my
just
community is
do they just
geared.
let the trash pile up, or do they clean it themselves? Or?
You either clear trash in the console, or you get a mod that auto clears the trash, which that's what I do.
So it's just the matter of they're taking up an extra precious
A slot, yeah. When the trash doesn't have any negative effect other than aesthetics. Well, I'm a drug dealer. I don't care about aesthetics. You know what I mean? This place can look dirty.
That is actually something interesting I have thought about, is having a bit more of a gameplay impact with the trash system, where if you let stuff build up, maybe you'll attract pests and flies and stuff, and then if you've got plants or other organic stuff, maybe stuff on storage racks, eventually the pests could get to that. I think that could be interesting. I want to make sure it's not like a tedious and it's not like just a massive pain in the ass, but I think there is probably a good case for there being some sort of impact of letting trash pile up, other than just it being, you know, messy and look gross.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest reason people don't use it, is because there's no downside to trash building up, and it takes up an employee slot, or multiple, depending on, you know, like the warehouse would be like 2 to 3 cleaners that you could be using to increase your output, right? And if you're someone who likes to min-max, then it's like, well, why do we need this? You know, we don't need cleaners. Nothing bad happens. Towards the future, right? Like when it comes out on console, they're not going to have a dev console. They can't type clear trash, and they can't.
No, I mean,
they can't get a mod.
They'll probably still have a console like accessible to them. They'll just have to type it out with like the, you know, the controller and the keyboard thing, which is always a bit crap. But
yeah,
I'm sure they'll
but at
still
least
have
it's
access
there.
to it.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jinkum on the Trello, for real? Are you doing that?
Maybe it's I think that'd be fun. I like goofy stuff like that.
I think it's fun. Like an April Fool's update.
I'd say
I think
I'm not
funny.
I'm not gonna announce it. It's just, I think eventually it's just gonna pop up. It's just gonna be there out of nowhere.
That was legit. That's so
you know,
funny.
keep your eyes peeled for that.
Oh,
and now I've got the
Lord.
sewer system as well, so it's perfect. It's just,
Yeah, it
all
does
set up,
kind of.
ready to
Yeah, it
go.
does kind of fit in with that. Have you like taken any inspiration from the community, mods or comments you've seen for like future updates?
Yeah, certainly. I guess like you know, it's hard to sort of gauge the opinion of a pretty large community. You know, I think it's like 500,000 people in the Discord, and so the way that I sort of gauge like what's going on is King Toaster Bath will he'll give me like a weekly like report of, you know, what are people talking about, like what do they want to see, what's annoying them, any significant bugs, that sort of stuff. So that's very helpful. He can just like gather a lot of input and sort of just help boil it down to a wider opinion like that.
He's definitely got a good pulse on the community for sure.
He does, yeah. He's been great. I'm terrible at that sort of stuff. Again, I'm pretty like introverted, and I just don't talk to that many people online, and yeah, so it's really good having him doing that sort of stuff. It's been a lifesaver.
My final question. Also, I can always help if you ever have, you know, you want to get a community's opinion on something. I can always boot up a stream and ask.
I mean, if you've heard like of any bugs that driving people nuts or any things that like people want to see change, just like write them in a message to me afterwards, and I'll keep those in mind.
I got you. We made a while back. We made a mega bug list.
Oh yeah, I worked through that. Thank you for doing that. You got like right down into the code and stuff. That was
Yep.
good.
Yep. And I made another one not super long ago, but I'll send it to you. But it just a few bugs that were found around. It's not up to date, so I don't know if any were fixed with the last patch. They wouldn't.
I think we got a lot in this most recent one. Actually, I'm just curious, how does like the stability of the game feel now as opposed to 6 months ago?
Oh, so much better. So much better. Oh my god, it's night and
good to
day.
hear.
I had so many performance issues before, but it's runs like silk now.
That's a relief. I mean, there's a lot more work to do. Now I've just lost so much sleep over like, oh shit, stuff's broken, games are crashing, people are getting mad. That's why I think we took this patch we've done. I really just wanted to spend a lot of time playing the game and just sort of assure myself that nothing too terrible is broken. It's good to hear it's in a better state now.
Oh yes, like night and day. I've had a lot less like there's still like one of the bugs in the list is when you hover over the text in the hotbar over a cute can, it's orange and everything else is white. That's not that big of a bug. You know what I mean?
That is intentional. Like there's code set up so that change the display color of text like that. I haven't really used it for anything else, so it doesn't seem deliberate, but I do remember I set
okay.
I don't know why I did that, to be honest. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, I'll color code the name labels, and then I never did.
Never got around to it.
Except for Cuke.
That's not that important. Oh, math. Before you leave, we got any plans for Heavenly Math?
Yeah, there's got to be a way to get all different qualities for all different drug types, which I'm as far as I'm aware, you can for all the others. I've got to figure out the way that the quality of meth is decided right now is based on the pseudo quality.
Yeah,
we'll figure something out to get Heavenly Meth. I want to add something more than just like extra high quality pseudo. I want to maybe there's like some sort of extra step to the lab oven to improve the quality. I'm not sure.
I think if you were to separate premium and heavenly by having to do this extra step and do standard and poor as the previous method, I think that would be really cool. Yeah. Anything to add more complexity.
Yeah.
What do you do to relax? Because I know you're busting your ass.
I've been a lot better this year with I've been watching a bunch of movies and playing games, which has been great. I didn't do that very much last year. Now I just finished 2018 God of War, which is great. Excellent game, by the way.
Great
you can check that out if you haven't played it. Playing through Tears of the Kingdom at the moment. I want to start a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 with
Have you never played it?
I've never played through it. I've missed so many big, really well received recent games. I just haven't gotten around to playing them. But yeah, I'm really
Baldur's
excited
Gate
for that.
3 was one of my favorites.
Yeah. No, I mean I'm trying to play a big game every month this year. I think it's good for my job as well.
It is. Oh,
100%.
It's
why do I
research.
actually like video games? Why do I like making them? I finished my Witcher 3 playthrough in December. It took me I think it was about 3 years from start to finish. Because I would play it a lot and then I'd leave it for a couple of months and then come back to it. No, that was great.
What's your game you're most looking forward to playing this year then?
If you're counting unreleased, Grand Theft Auto 6. If you're talking about games that have already come out, I'm hyped for Baldur's Gate 3. I also want to do Expedition 33. I've heard very good things about that.
Yep.
Yes, I remember I was there that night at the Golden Joysticks. They were nominated for
They won everything. They won everything.
It's crazy. Good on them though. That's just with a small team like that, it's nice to see. It's crazy what they were able to do. Very much looks like a game that's made by hundreds of people, but it's 30 people from what I've heard.
Yeah, I think they had a
awesome.
small 30 person studio, which is crazy to put out a game like that.
That's sick. Yeah. So keen for that.
I know you at the start of the year you were doing dev streams. Can I ask why you stopped?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm happy to answer that. I think that in the second half of the year, I was pretty stressed and exhausted, really just in a kind of sour mood. So I think it just would have been no fun. They would have been joyless streams, to be honest.
Grinding.
It would have just been me sitting there, dead silence for 30 minutes, me maybe grumbling something. I don't know. But yeah, I think I was just not in the headspace for it. But I might start doing them again, actually.
I know a lot of people have been wanting them.
Yeah, could even maybe want to do one at the office with Rob.
That'd be
That'd
cool.
be good actually. I could talk to somebody rather than just talking to myself the whole time.
That's the hardest part about streaming is talking for hours till no one. You're just talking to yourself.
Yeah.
Which sucks. My only question I wrote down was, who is Lenny? That was my biggest question.
Lenny is the he's like on all the agricultural products,
Yeah.
right? That's
Is
him.
he a person or is it?
Is there like is there a graffiti of Lenny?
Yes,
as
there's
well?
a Lenny graffiti. Yes.
You know, I'm just gonna leave that a mystery. I'm gonna leave that a mystery.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
dude with
I'm not gonna elaborate.
freckles and buck
He's-
teeth.
He's
That's
just the
Lenny.
dude where you he's the guy. Where you get he's the guy.
Yeah, the digging into the lore is a lot of fun, and like figuring out stuff like that. Looking ahead, what do you want players to ultimately remember Schedule 1 for when it's done?
I really love games where you're making something. You're building something or you're designing something. You know, obviously Factorio, I love that game. I remember when I played Fallout 4, I spent so much time. I know everyone didn't love it, but I just loved doing like the settlements. I just like building shit like that and just making something. I think I've tried to work a bit of that into Schedule 1 where you're like, it's not really about making the drugs, it's about making the factory that makes the drugs, you know? I don't really have any sort of, you know, life-changing vision for it, but I just hope people just have a fun time with their friends and ideally like in some way doing something productive. I don't know, I love games where you make something because you finish it and you feel like you've achieved something, you know? You feel like I didn't just burn 5 hours doing nothing. I actually like made an effort and used my brain and like tried to like figure out a problem. I hope I can eventually like deliver some sort of experience like that. But also just goofy fun. World can be a serious, intense place, and it's always good to just sort of switch off, take it easy, and
That's why I always say stay silly. That's like my sign off.
silly, that's right.
That's my
Sorry, I
sign
got
off.
2 of those hats now.
Yes, you do. Hey, thank you, by the way.
Yes.
The Schedule 1 merch is doing gangbusters. I think I've already donated like $4,000 to charity. So
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah, they're doing crazy.
Great to hear.
Don't have to thank me. You're the one who gave me the right, like, you know, the permission to
Yeah,
make
it's all
it.
good. I mean, I'm not making any merch. I'll probably get around to it at some point, maybe. But
All right. I mean, that's all the questions I had.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to ask me?
if you could have any update right now, like what would it be?
Map expansion. That's an easy one.
Expansion?
Yeah. I think I'd take
Yeah,
map
do you think that
expansion
would
over
be the case
drivers.
for a lot of people?
Yes. Oh, if map expansion is a vote, it's going to be 98% map expansion.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
I have a feeling I would have liked to have done one already, but again, I'm just holding off until we have an actual artist who
I
can
think
do it
that's
well.
smart. Yeah.
Rather than me just sort of doing what I do. As soon as we've got the manpower to do that, we will do that.
I think you're gonna. I mean, you got something special on your hands here. I mean, you've done an amazing job. I know it's been really rough between like having to get updates out with all the community pressure and then all the
I can't
backlash.
complain. I can't complain too much. It's these are good problems to have. I've been extremely lucky. The response to the game is so far beyond anything I have expected. Yeah, I'm just very thankful every day that like things have gone the way they have, and I just get to work on this thing, and I get to work with a team now, which is crazy. Now, as much as last year had some drama here and there, but for the most part, it was a fantastic year. Yeah, couldn't be more thankful.
Well, here's to another great year.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you. I think
welcome.
the updates this year, I think like they're just gonna feel a lot more solid, well-rounded, refined. I'm gonna make sure that we're not like introducing any new bugs with updates. Well, maybe a few here and there, but like nothing. It's not like a few updates last year that came out and there's like a whole host of new bugs. and stuff.
Couldn't harvest weed.
yeah, we're gonna try our best to make sure that does not happen this year. And yeah, the rate of updates may be slower. I'm not sure. It's like it may be slower because we're gonna take extra time to get it right, but also that might be compensated by the fact that we've got a team now. So
They're a lot bigger too.
I'm not sure, but
I mean,
however the timing is, they'll be solid. They'll be good. Actually, have you done much like modding of the game, like messed around with mods?
not making one.
Just like installing them.
Oh,
Yeah, just
installing
like
them. Yes.
Using them.
Yeah, I made a whole
Good,
video
actually,
on how
'cause-
to.
So with this upcoming refactor, I'm trying to start designing the code base in a way that enables modding, like proper mod support, and starts, I'm gonna, introduce a proper modding API with like a no-break promise so that, mods won't break. Assuming they're using the API, they won't break between updates and that sort of stuff. So in your opinion, like what are the, what are some of your favorite mods? What are some of like the most popular mods?
Okay.
It'd be good to know so that as I'm setting up the modding framework, I can set it up to accommodate those. It'd also be good to know if there's a mod that like everyone loves and it's like universally agreed to be this should be part of the game. I mean, maybe it could also just become part of the game as well.
I have a mod list. These are all my mods, and I send this to everyone, and I'm like, if you're gonna mod, these are all the mods you should install. So like one of them is you can change the level of the flashlight. So like you make it brighter or darker.
Yeah, that's good actually.
One saves keybinds between, like persistent keybinds in between saves. So like if I press F1, I always teleport to the bungalow, and I don't have to rebind every time. An experience bar, expanded healthcare, which essentially is just if you die in single player, it treats it like multiplayer, so you just respawn at the hospital.
Okay.
Automatically relaunder, because it gets really tedious late game, having to spend 5 minutes every day running around everything. Those are, I think these are probably the best quality of life mods, and this is what I send people when they're first starting to get into modding.
Yeah, that's really great to see actually. Awesome, thank you, man.
Yeah, no worries. All right, well, I'll see you, Tyler, and let me know if you need anything else from me.
Alrighty, you too.
Hey.
See ya.
And that's the interview. Huge thank you again to Tyler for taking the time to sit down and answer all of my crazy questions. I know how busy he is juggling everything behind the scenes, so the fact that he was willing to do this means a lot. If you enjoyed this kind of deeper behind the scenes content, let me know down in the comments below. I'd love to do more stuff like this in the future, and also I'm curious, what surprised you the most, or what are you most excited about? I want to hear your thoughts. And if you made it this far, I genuinely appreciate you. I started this channel a year ago just messing around and making videos about a game that I really liked, and now we're sitting down with the developer himself, that's pretty insane. Don't forget to check out today's sponsor, War Thunder, available on PC, console, or mobile. Whether you're brand new or a returning player, make sure you don't miss out on the limited time bonus pack on PC or console by using my links in the description or pinned comment below. And as always, stay silly, y'all. With the new year officially underway, it's time to look ahead and see what's coming next for our favorite dope-slinging kingpin game, Schedule 1. I went ahead and combed through Tyler's public Trello board so you don't have to. And I'll say this, the man has been busy, and he's gonna be busy for quite some time, because there's a lot sitting in the pipeline right now. From meaningful system upgrades to full-blown update potential. So today, we're breaking it all down and seeing what might be hitting the streets of Highland Point in 2026. I split this video into 3 parts. First, we're gonna cover what's already in active development. Then, we'll talk about content for the major updates. And finally, we'll go through all the smaller tweaks and quality of life changes that he could quietly slide into the game. Alright, let's get into it. Starting with what's already in motion, Tyler has confirmed 2 major items that are actively in progress. These aren't maybe someday ideas, these are getting worked on right now. The first one on the Trello board is simply titled 2026 Update Number 1. It's listed both on Steam and on the Trello board, but if you go digging for details, there's basically nothing concrete to grab onto. He's definitely kept this one under wraps. Now, normally, this is the part of the video where I'd go on a wild goose chase and speculate a bit, but unfortunately for you all, I did an interview with Tyler a few weeks ago, and he actually leaked the update to me. So because I already know what it is, I don't want to speculate and plant any seeds, but I promise it's something you're going to enjoy. The second update that's actively being worked on right now is called Major Refactor, and this one is actually a big deal. If you're a programmer, you already know it. A refactor usually means diving deep into the codebase, reorganizing systems, rewriting problem areas, optimizing performance, cleaning up all the legacy spaghetti code, and future-proofing everything for upcoming content. With Tyler and the new team member Rob tackling this together, it likely means better runtimes, smoother updates, and potentially stronger modding support long-term, which is something that I'm personally excited for. It's not a flashy update by any means, but it's the kind of groundwork that makes everything else possible. Massive props to them because it's not a small task refactoring an entire codebase, trust me. Now let's move on to the major update ideas, the stuff that could land in upcoming monthly drops. Some of these might go through community votes, but others could just show up when they're ready, and there are a lot of them. I've broken all of them down into 5 main categories and sections to make it easier to digest, so let's take a look. First off on the potential major upgrade list, we got the police, and let's be honest, the boys in blue are well overdue for a glow up. After the cartel update and the sewer expansion, the current system feels a little too easy to outplay, but that may not last much longer. Tyler has several police related ideas sitting on the board, and if these go through, law enforcement in Highland Point is about to become a real threat. The first note on the board says more interaction/bribery, which likely means we won't just be running from cops anymore, we might be negotiating with them. Pay them off to ignore your operations, slip them cash to bypass the curfew, or maybe even keep heat off of a specific property. But obviously, that protection won't be cheap, so if bribery becomes a mechanic, cash flow is going to matter more than ever. The next note related to the cops is property heat / raids, and this is the one that changes everything. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to this. Instead of police just chasing you around town, they can start targeting your properties directly, raiding buildings, setting up stings, seizing product, confiscating cash, possibly even arresting your employees. And here's why this feels very plausible. There is already unused code in the game that tracks electricity and water usage. I showed this off in a previous data mining video. So imagine a system where the game monitors how many workers are assigned to a building, how often you visit that building, and how much power and water you're burning. If one warehouse is pulling suspicious levels of utilities, congratulations, you're getting a knock on the door. That would completely shift the meta. Instead of stacking everything into one mega facility, you'd need to spread your operations around to avoid detection. There's also a note about improving safes, potentially making them actually useful for hiding drugs and cash during raids, which would be very nice considering they've basically been completely phased out in favor of the closets. And the toilet could become an emergency mechanic, letting you flush product before officers grab it. Plus, those starter properties like the sweatshop, motel, and sewer could turn into low heat stealth hubs, harder to detect even if they're a bit less convenient. And then we have the final note related to the police. It says evidence room. Recover confiscated items, which sounds like either a risky police station raid mission or an expensive bribe system to reclaim your seized goods. Either way, that's a whole new gameplay loop. If these police changes go through, the game shifts from run fast and you're fine to actual risk management and long-term strategy, which is exactly the kind of evolution that Schedule 1 needs. And while we're taking a quick breather, I'd like to tell you about something that's helping me breathe better. As many of you know, I promised during a charity stream back in October that I'd try to quit vaping. And to show all of you that I'm committed, I'm destroying my vapes and switching to today's sponsor, Fume. Fume has helped immensely with all the cravings I've been having since I started trying to quit. Seriously, nicotine is more addictive than the Big Willy combo, but with the variety of flavors available from Fume, I have hardly noticed. There's no smoke, no additives, no tar, and best of all, no nicotine to get you addicted. I've had an oral fixation for years, and it's made quitting really difficult. But Fume is giving me a safe alternative, and more importantly, something to do with my hands. Science shows that quitting cold turkey is the hardest way to quit nicotine, but the psychological effect of having something to fool around with can reduce your chances of returning to those bad habits. I'm making things better for myself and my health, and you can too. Just head to tryfume.com/BigWilly, scan the QR code on the screen, or order the Journey Pack and enter the code BigWilly at checkout for a free gift. Take back control of your life and trade chemicals and smoke for harmless water vapor with Fume. Now back to the video. Next up for the major overhauls is automation and production. Now yes, the recent beta update already hinted at some of this, but if you look at the Trello board, there are a few ideas that could completely change how we build and run our empire. The three big ones listed are property customization, hireable drivers, and custom packaging. Let's break these down, starting with the property customization. From what's listed in the Trello board, Tyler's looking at things like painting walls, adding wallpaper, moving or deleting walls and structures, and swapping out furniture. And if this lands, it's huge, because for the first time we wouldn't just be optimizing around a preset layout, we'd be designing our properties from the ground up and making them look exactly how we wanted them to. Maybe you want to move the stairs in the docks warehouse, or what about finally ditching that stupid sink in the sweatshop? This opens the door for true efficient builds, cleaner routing, better spacing, and more intentional layouts. Build videos are going to go crazy if this becomes real. And yes, I am still working on them, I promise. Next is the drivers and logistics workers, and this one is exactly what it sounds like. It was part of the community vote a while back. It's hireable NPCs that transport product and materials between properties, meaning instead of you personally shuttling bricks across Highland Point like a delivery intern, you can assign routes and let the system handle it. Imagine, you grow in one building, you dry in another, you mix in a third, and you package it somewhere else, and it all moves automatically thanks to the delivery drivers. For the automation addicts out there, this is the dream. A fully self-sustaining empire running in the background while you focus on expansion, strategy, or just scaling scaling your operations. The last thing we got in this category is custom packaging and labels, which sounds cosmetic at first, but it could have some serious implications. Being able to slap your own brand name or logo on baggies and jars, that adds identity and personality. We may even get a reputation system down the line. Instead of just selling generic product, you're building a brand, and knowing Tyler, if he's adding branding tools, there's probably a bigger system behind it. If even 2 of these 3 features make it in next year, production's gonna go from a manual grind to an actual Empire simulation. I'm very excited for this. The next major update is gonna be pretty short here, because it's just listed as shooting range interior and shooting range minigames. Now, if you remember my Steam discussion topics video I did a while back, I actually talked about something very similar, even suggesting minigames with real in-game consequences tied to them, because right now, Highland Range is mostly just there. It's closed, you can't even get into it, but giving it a proper interior and dedicated minigames instantly makes it more than a backdrop. And if this update leans into combat systems, it could naturally pair with brand new weapons, which makes me really excited, because if I'm being honest, I want to quick scope the Benzies with an Op Dragonlord, okay? I'm a big CSGO fan, I used to play it professionally, and it's always going to be something I enjoy. I'm really interested to see what comes from this idea. We may finally even get a crosshair. Coming in next, and this one's a big one, we got new drugs and expanded product forms. According to the board, this breaks down into 3 categories: heroin, MDMA, and different ways to use our products. The first 2 are pretty self-explanatory. Adding heroin or MDMA would expand the product tree using a lot of the systems we already have in place. Suppliers, production stations, packaging workflows, just with new materials, handling requirements, and maybe some unique mechanics layered on top. New drug lines means new margins, and new margins means new strategies. But the real sleeper here is different product forms, because this doesn't just add new substances, it expands what you can do with the ones we already have. Imagine processing your weed into brownies, gummies, or other edibles, or converting cocaine between powder and rock form depending on demand. That introduces vertical integration, refinement stages, and product diversification. Instead of just producing a raw item and selling it as is, you'd be deciding how to position it in the market. You're the kingpin, and it's time to start treating your product like it matters. And the last major update on the Trello board is the one that everyone's been waiting for: map expansions and map updates. Because as much as I love the current layout of Highland Point, after enough playthroughs the map starts to feel predictable. You know the routes, you know the choke points, and you know exactly where cops spawn and where the Benzies patrol. One of the things he has listed on the Trello board is parkour, which I think would be sick. Scaling traffic lights to leap onto the roof of a nearby house and then scrambling up an AC unit to the top of an apartment building sounds like a dream come true, giving vertical utility to nearly every surface in the game. Plus, leaping from the top of Ray's real estate to gank a Benzie is absolute cinema. But the biggest changes to the map are going to come in the form of actual map expansions. There are 2 listed on the Trello board. The first one is planned near the southwest side, near the docks, which has definitely felt in need of some love. The docks feel really disconnected from the rest of the town at the moment, so adding in additional roads, buildings, and a footpath over to Westville, and also maybe some additional driving areas, that would be a dream come true. Now, if you watched the video I put out a few days ago where I interviewed Tyler, this area is going to have a swampy theme, and the northeast map expansion is supposed to be filled with super wealthy people that only accept heavenly quality. The northeast expansion would put more space around Michael Boog's mansion and the mayor's house for tons of potential upscale customers, as well as connecting the barn, Leo Rivers, and Hanks to Highland Point as a whole. I don't want to go into too much detail or spoil anything too badly, so if you want more information on this, I highly suggest you go check out the interview I did. It was super cool of Tyler to take time out of his day to let me interview him, and I learned a lot about the game. And now that we're wrapping up with the major updates, I'm going to move on to the smaller additions and improvements, and also the quality of life features that he has planned, but there's quite a lot of them and we're kind of running out of time, so I'm going to do a speed round. For out-of-game improvements, he mentioned the Steam Deck, controller support, and GeForce Now. More ways to play, more players in Highland Point, it is as simple as that. For single-player editions, we got breaking into car trunks, rideable wheelchairs, a stronger pistol, a plastic surgeon, and Jinkum, which, yes, I confirmed that is a real thing that he's planning on adding. For multiplayer, we have emotes and future proximity voice chat, which means less Discord with your friends and more funny shenanigans inside the game. For quality of life, we have the vacuum cleaner replacing the trash grabber, fewer trash drops for better performance, backpacks for a bigger inventory, finally, and a product manager revamp for easier mixing control. Nothing flashy here, but these are the kind of tweaks that make the game smoother, cleaner, and way less annoying long term. And honestly, those updates hit harder than people think. And that basically covers everything that Tyler put in the public Trello board. I'm going to leave a link to it down in the description below if you want to check it out for yourself, because there's a lot of stuff that I kind of skipped over because I didn't think it was as cool. So I decided to put it in the description so you guys can check it out for yourself. I appreciate you guys for watching, and let me know down in the comments what update you're most excited for, or what you think Tyler's missing out on. And as always, stay silly, y'all. The latest Shrooms and Closet update have turned the farming meta upside down. So I'm going back to my roots and redoing all of my builds, starting with the one that's absolutely broken in the early game, the Weed Bungalow. In the past, everyone used this build to carry them through the early game, but thanks to the AC unit and the new storage closets, this farm is now more efficient and more profitable than ever before. But unfortunately, I've had to make some changes because it's not as simple as slapping down an AC unit and calling it a day. The new AC units increase both grow speed and drying time, so due to this increase in production, I've had to make a lot of changes to ensure all the numbers and ratios add up. You see, when I put out a build, I want to make sure that it's the most profitable and most efficient build out there, and after over a month of testing, I finally figured it all out. So here's what I've changed. First, we're using air pots instead of moisture pots. With the AC unit increasing grow speed, it's finally more efficient to use air pots for weed. We're also not using fertilizer anymore. I know, it sounds a little crazy, but hear me out here. I tested both configurations and even consulted a few other Schedule 1 gurus, and we all came to the conclusion that having no additives for weed was the most efficient way to do it. Don't worry, we are still producing heavenly quality, but since we don't have to order fertilizer anymore, we can use our delivery base spot at the bungalow to constantly reorder seeds from Albert. This frees up Dan's hardware for our later builds. As for the soil, we're going to be loading up a huge storage closet inside the bungalow and using the handler to restock our botanist supply shelf whenever they need more soil. The extra long life soil lasts for 3 grow cycles, so we should only have to top up the closet once every 2 weeks, which isn't a big deal. But the biggest change I made to the Weed Bungalow is something that I've never shown in any of my other build videos. We're going to be backfeeding the weed into the supply racks. Let me explain what that means. You see, traditionally, the botanist would harvest a plant and then move it on over to the drying rack. And for weed, that meant each botanist would be assigned 4 pots and 4 drying racks, which was the optimal ratio for fertilizer weed. 1 pot needed 1 drying rack. But now that we have the AC unit to speed up the growing and drying, the optimal ratio has changed so that each pot needs roughly 2 drying racks. And there's the problem. We can't set the destination of the pot to multiple drying racks. So instead, we have to invent an entirely new way for our botanists to move the weed from the plants over to the drying racks. And that's where backfeeding comes into play. Instead of setting the destination of each pot to a drying rack, we just set the destination to the botanist's supply shelf. And since these botanists have drying racks assigned to them, they'll pull the weed from their supply shelf and move it over to the drying racks. It's honestly genius. And you know what else is genius? Buying some Schedule 1 merch. The developer of the game gave me the go-ahead to make some merch, and all of the proceeds are going to support a drug rehabilitation charity, so you can look good and do good at the same time. We got pillows, we got hoodies, and we got really cool hats. Every order comes with a personalized thank you video from me, so what are you waiting for? Go to staysilly.shop and pick up some cool merch today. Anyways, let's get back to the build. Here's the layout. You'll see we have 22 drying racks and only 10 pots, but don't let that small number fool you. This build produces nearly 25 bricks of weed a day, which is a lot more than my previous build did, and it's all thanks to the AC unit. Over here we have our 2 supply shelves for the botanists, and up here we have the soil rack for all of our extra long life soil. Like always, we're going to be doing our mixing at another location so we can really maximize our output.
You can either use the storage unit mixing build, or you can wait until I release the updated mixing builds in a few weeks. They all work flawlessly, and mixing off-site ensures that we're able to pump out as much product as we possibly can. It's the most efficient way to do your empire. We keep all of our plants up front to minimize the walking time, and we use the kitchen as a centralized packaging area. Setting it up this way ensures that everything flows properly and efficiently. Moving on to the next section, here is a list of everything you're going to need to make this build. I know it looks like a lot, but some of these things are optional and you can change them up if you need to. For instance, you don't necessarily need the brick press. You can just route everything into a closet and pick up the weeds yourself. And while the AC units technically make it more efficient, they're not a necessity for this build to operate. And if you don't have the closets unlocked yet, you can just use large storage racks in the meantime. I designed this build to be as efficient as humanly possible, but you can always change things around to fit your own playstyle. Now let's get into the build. The first thing we're going to do is grab all the supplies that we need to make sure our plants grow properly. So that's going to be 10 air pots, 10 suspension racks, 10 full spectrum grow lights, 2 AC units, 2 large storage closets, and a huge storage closet. Next, you're going to head inside and place 8 of your suspension racks along the back wall just like this. And then you're going to skip a square and put down the AC unit, and then go to the other side, skip another square, and place down the AC unit again. And make sure these are set to hot, not cold. And then just go ahead and place 2 more suspension racks at the end of those AC units. The next step is to grab your air pots and place 1 under each of the suspension racks. Again, because of the AC units, we can finally use air pots without it being a detriment. In the past, we used those moisture preserving pots, but now it is finally more efficient to actually use the air pots. And once you get the air pots down, you're going to go ahead and grab your full spectrum grow lights and put one of those at the top of each of the suspension racks. There really honestly is never a time that you should be using LED grow lights over the full spectrum ones unless you just don't have the full spectrum grow lights unlocked yet. Next, we're going to throw down the 2 large storage closets, which are going to serve as supply shelves for the botanists. And then we're also going to put a huge storage closet here, which we're going to fill up with soil. Now you can head back outside and grab everything we're going to need for the kitchen area. To build out the packaging area, you're going to need to grab both the huge and large storage closets, 5 lockers, the large rack, the medium rack, and the brick press. Next, head inside and place 5 lockers right here along this counter, and then put a large closet here to hold our product after it's been dried. Then go over to the wall and place your medium storage rack and your large storage rack just like that. And then we're going to go ahead back here in this corner and place the huge closet to hold all of our finished bricks. Then just slap down the brick press and you're good to move on to the next section. So the last thing we got to do is build out all of our drying racks as well as the AC units. So go ahead and grab all of those and head inside. We're going to start by placing 1 AC unit in the kitchen and surrounding it with 3 drying racks. Then head into the back room and place down the remaining drying racks in this pattern here. You may have to watch it a few times because it is a little bit complicated, and I know it looks incredibly cramped, but I promise you the workers are going to have no issues getting to all of the drying racks in here. Luckily, the workers don't actually need any tiles in between the drying racks to walk in between them, so this won't be a problem at all. Then go ahead and place down the AC units just like this and make sure all of them are set to hot. Then place your remaining 3 drying racks down the middle just like this. And after you get that done, we are finished placing things down and we can move on to the rest of the build. The next major section of this build is going to be setting destinations, adding filters, and renaming all of our closets with the fancy new feature that Tyler just added. Renaming things now will help keep the handler routes more understandable later on in the video, since we can actually see where they're moving things to. So jump inside and rename this large storage closet to supply number 1, and then rename the other large storage closet to supply number 2. These are going to be the supply shelves for our botanists. Then move over to this huge storage closet and rename it soil. This is going to hold all the soil that our handlers are going to move over to the supply shelves whenever the botanists need it. Then move over to the kitchen and rename this large storage rack to dried products, since that's what it's going to be holding, and rename the huge storage closet
to finished product, since this is going to hold all of the bricks after they've been pressed. Now that we're done renaming, we can go set up all of our filters, so head back into the main area and open up the supply shelf. The top 5 rows are going to hold the seeds that we're going to be using to grow. Now since this farm can grow any type of weed, we're going to give it all the types of seeds. OG Kush, Sour Diesel, Green Crack, and Granddaddy Purple. Just fill all the top 5 rows with it. Then go on to supply shelf number 2 and you're going to copy this on over. As a reminder, you can use the copy and paste feature with the filters by clicking the little 3 dots in the top right hand corner. It should make it go a lot faster. Once you get the top row done, go back to the first supply shelf and make the first 2 slots of the bottom row extra long life soil. Then go back to the second supply shelf and put extra long life soil in the first 2 slots there as well. Now go back to the first supply shelf again and then fill in the remaining 4 rows with all of our different types of bud. OG Kush, Sour Diesel, Green Crack, and Granddaddy Purple. The reason we're adding these as a filter is because we're going to be backfeeding the weed into the supply shelves so the botanist can take it over to the drying racks. And then all that's left is to copy those final 4 slots into the second supply shelf, and then we can move on to the next section of this build, setting up all of the destinations. So go ahead and grab your clipboard and manage these 5 air pots on the left. You'll notice that we're leaving the seed at any, that way we can grow whatever type of weed we want. And we're going to set the destination to the supply shelf on the right. Then grab your clipboard again and manage the 5 air pots on the right. We're going to leave the seed at any again, and we're going to set this destination to the supply shelf on the left. Then go into the kitchen and select these 3 drying racks, and then head into the back room and select those 19 drying racks. At the end, it should say that you're trying to manage 22 drying racks. Open up your clipboard and set the target quality to heavenly. Then set the threshold to 20, and you're going to set the destination to the large storage closet out in the kitchen. And the last step here is to set the destination of the brick press to the huge storage closet behind it. Once that's done, we're ready to move on to our next section. Now that we have all the destinations locked in, it's time to set up our valuable employees. We're going to start by assigning a locker to each of our employees. Now, this part is pretty straightforward and simple. All you do is give each employee a locker. So I'm going to fast forward through this as quick as I can, and I hope you enjoy the elevator music. Alright, I want to pause here for just a moment and explain how these botanists are going to get set up. We have 22 drying racks and 10 total plants. And since we're backfeeding, that means each botanist is going to be assigned both plants and drying racks, but the numbers are a little different. So 2 botanists are going to be assigned 2 plants and 6 drying racks, and 2 other botanists are going to be assigned 3 plants and 5 drying racks. And don't worry, it doesn't mess up the efficiency or the ratios for the farm. So go ahead and grab your first botanist, and then assign him to the supply shelf on the right. Then just turn around and assign him to the 3 air pots in the back corner. After that's done, you can go ahead and head into the back room, hop up on this drying rack, and assign him to these 5 drying racks against the wall. Once that's done, you're good to head back outside and grab your second botanist. We're going to assign him to the supply shelf on the left. Then turn around and assign him to the 3 air pots in the other corner. All that's left now is to turn around and head on to the back room, and you guessed it, assign him to the 5 drying racks on the other side of the wall. Now that we have 2 botanists done, we can move on to our third, so head on back outside and grab the third one. We're going to assign him to the supply shelf on the right, and then turn around and assign him to these 2 air pots next to the AC unit. After that, head into the kitchen and assign him those 3 drying racks that we placed in there, and then head into the back room and assign him the 3 drying racks in the middle. After that's done, you can move on to your final botanist, so go ahead and head back outside. We're going to assign him to the leftmost supply shelf, and then turn around and assign him to the 2 air pots on the other side next to the AC unit. Then just head into the back room and assign him the remaining 6 drying racks, the ones that are kind of in the center. You may have to hop up on the drying rack in the middle in order to be able to see them all. And once you get him done, we're good to move on to our handler. Now this is the part that most people get stuck on or have issues with, so make sure you pay attention. You're going to select your handler and make the first 2 routes going from the loading dock over to each of the supply shelves inside the main room. Then you're going to have 2 more routes going from the storage closet we're going to fill up with soil to each of the supply shelves. And then the final route is going to be moving product from the dried product closet over to the brick press. All you got to do now is assign the brick press to your handler and they're completely done. Go ahead and double check that your clipboard looks exactly like this. And yes, the orders of the routes do matter. And that's it. You've just built the most efficient weed bungalow Schedule 1 has ever seen. All you gotta do now is fill up this closet with some soil, order some seeds from Albert, and shove some money in your employees' lockers. The farm should start kicking up immediately. Your botanist will run inside to start planting all the plants, then they'll harvest it and move it to the drying racks, where it'll get dried and turned into heavenly product. Then, once it's done drying, they'll move it over to this storage closet right here, and then the handler will move it over to the brick press and turn it into bricks. Now this farm does need at least 2 days to really get up and running. You have to wait for all the drying racks to get filled up before you really start seeing it pump out product. But once it gets going, it doesn't stop, and it produces enough weed to carry you all the way through the rest of the game. I appreciate you guys more than you realize. Don't forget to join the Discord at discord.gg/BigWilly, and as always, stay silly, y'all. Alright, today I'm finally going to be doing the Shrooms in the Barn build tutorial. It's super easy. All you need is 3 chemists, 5 botanists, not today either then, because the weather update is here. And honestly, I did not expect it to go this hard. Highland Point is in the middle of one of the greatest glow-ups of all time, and Tyler and Rob absolutely ate with this one, period. Like, seriously, they're in their baddie era, ready to gaslight, gatekeep, and girlboss their way to a much more beautiful game. I mean, have you ever noticed that there was never a sun or moon in the game? Just 2 blank orbs floating in the sky. It was boring and the world felt kinda bland, so they changed it. But that's not the only new thing bundled in this update, because we got new weather patterns and plenty of other features that come with their own surprises. Now before we jump into this, I want to say that no, the rain and all the other weather features don't cause lag. I understand you may be worried about your potato PC rendering 1 frame per second as soon as a light drizzle hits the town. But let me be the first to assure you that the rain is only a shader effect, and the game is not rendering individual drops or anything crazy, so you shouldn't see a performance decrease at all. But with that out the way, let's take a look at this month's update. And we'll start off with the biggest news, the biggest part of this update. Weather is finally a part of Schedule 1. The constant sunny days are over, so you'll now have to battle clouds, fog, rain, and lightning to continue your expansion in Highland Point. 4 new weather types have been added, which provide a huge amount of variety to the daily grind and make Highland Point seem new and interesting all over again. First, we have foggy weather, where the clouds descend and cover the whole town, making it a bit more difficult to see things. The second type of weather is overcast. This one fills the sky with dark clouds, washing out color and making the town a bit darker. Then we have light rain, where the clouds open up and a drizzle begins, which can turn into heavy rain, where lightning strikes and thunder provide constant danger, and buckets of rain pour down from the sky. And if it feels like lightning is striking your brain every time you try to learn programming, I may have the perfect solution for you. We all know studying sucks, but we never really talk about why. We're taught that if you can't sit down and study for 6 hours straight, it's your fault and a skill issue. But what if our method of studying is just outdated? Let me tell you why boot.dev could genuinely be your chance to learn programming the right way. Whenever you sit down to learn something, nothing immediately happens. There's no fireworks that go off or rewards to be collected, so you get bored, end up doom scrolling, and any information you may have retained gets forgotten. Boot.dev attacks this problem head on by gamifying studying. Lessons are turned into small tasks where you get to figure out the answer yourself by writing code and evaluating the result. If you ever get stuck, there's resources right there for you to learn how to get it done. After each task is completed, you get XP and rewards that literally hack your brain into wanting to study more. Traditional study methods can't hold a candle to the way this site works, so go sign up for boot.dev. If you click the link in the description or use the code BigWilly, you can get 10% off today. And if you're worried it might not be a good fit for you, boot.dev offers a 30-day full refund policy, so you can always get your money back in case it doesn't work out. And now, back to Willy with the weather. Today's forecast calls for 4 new weather systems. First up, we have foggy weather, where the clouds descend from the sky and roll through the streets, covering the entire town of Highland Point in a thick haze. Buildings fade into silhouettes. Streetlights glow faintly through the haze, and the whole town suddenly feels a lot smaller and a lot more dangerous. Because visibility drops fast in the fog, so you'll want to keep your wits about you, and maybe keep a weapon within arm's reach. Because if there's one thing the Benzies love, it's testing their luck when nobody can see more than 20 feet in front of them. So if you're heading out after dark while the fog is rolling in, maybe think twice before wandering too far from the safety of your base. The second new weather type is overcast, which at first glance looks a bit like the foggy weather, but somehow feels even darker. Instead of thick fog rolling through the streets, the sky is just completely blanketed with heavy, dark clouds. The sun disappears, the lights get washed out, and all the color drains from the town like someone turned down the saturation slider. Highland Point suddenly feels colder, quieter, and honestly, a little bit unsettling. It reminds me of those scenes in horror movies where nothing bad has happened yet, but you can tell something definitely will. The streets feel emptier, the air feels heavier, and there's this weird tension hanging over the whole town like the calm before a storm. It's eerie, it's uncomfortable, and it really makes Highland Point feel like a completely different place. This one is my personal favorite. The next weather type is called light rain. During the rain, you'll notice NPCs walking outside will pull out umbrellas. A few of them, however, have real crackhead energy, and instead of spending $5 on an umbrella, they just start sprinting. The rain will also trigger some unique dialogue when speaking with NPCs, so you'll finally have some reason to check in with your loyal customers aside from the daily sales. The rain will also affect you as well, which you'll notice almost immediately. Rain, whether light or heavy, will leave puddles on the ground. Not only do these look amazing thanks to the ray tracing, but they can also affect your driving and skateboarding. Spinning out and fishtailing will be far more common, and when I tried driving on stream, it did not end well, so I better buy some car insurance. On the plus side though, for all you thrill seekers out there, it's now easier than ever to go drifting. Watch. Alright, finally, the last weather system. It's time to talk about the most dangerous and unpredictable part of the weather update, the heavy rain and lightning. Every time thunder occurs, which is fairly frequently, there's about a 4% chance it will also strike the ground with lightning. This lightning can hit buildings, NPCs, and even your workers. Strikes near NPCs will cause them to enter a panic state and seek shelter, and for good reason. If lightning actually hits the NPC, they die. Lightning can also destroy Cuke machines and ATMs as well, so maybe don't go around smashing them all for petty cash. Lightning can also strike you too. Thankfully, however, Tyler once again hooked us players up with some superhuman abilities. Getting struck by lightning, instead of killing you, will give you a minute-long speed boost, letting you sprint through the town with superhuman speed. I just know this is going to end up being some insane tech with all the speedrunners out there, but that's basically all we have for today's weather report. Thanks for tuning in. But hey, weather's not the only thing that got added in this update, because in addition to the weather, we've also received some new commands for the new update, mostly dealing with the weather. Set weather allows you to change the current weather, set weather speed lets you change how quickly storms come and go, trigger lightning calls down lightning in a random or targeted location, and trigger distant thunder causes quiet thunder in cloudy skies. So now that we've covered the major part of this update, let's go over some of the more behind the scenes portions of the update. Some of you with sharp eyes may have already noticed, but the moon has received an update as well, both getting slightly larger and getting a brand new texture. Those nighttime smoke sessions gazing across the bay are going to be more beautiful than ever. And a lot of you who have been begging for more interaction with the police will be happy to learn there are now new sentries standing guard all around the town. A total of 9 spots have been added around the town, including the Central Canal, near the Stash and Dash, close to Ray's Realty, and outside Mick's Pawn Shop. These will provide new and interesting strategies from the police. Make sure to keep an eye out for the law trying to jump you and protect your product. The next change we got was that the Docks warehouse has received a slight buff to the employee count, moving from 10 total employees to 12. And while this won't have an immediate impact on the greater community, there will certainly be some changes coming to the super optimized build, so keep an eye out if you're all about those late game optimization tweaks and you love min-maxing. And while I always appreciate any change when it comes to farms, I really wish Tyler would stop updating things so I can actually get a few of these builds done. Another minor tweak we got was that there seems to be some sort of change done to the way that trash spawns, as traversing the town feels a lot smoother and there seems to be a lot less litter on the streets and roads. Fewer trash spawns means smoother frames and less lag, so hopefully this is an unnoticed tweak to help the game feel more fun to play. To wrap things up, there's a few smaller changes made to the skies that nonetheless make Highland Point feel a little bit more alive. Dusk and dawn now have a bloom effect and they're prettier than ever. And high wispy clouds make the background mountains and sea that much more beautiful to look at. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope you guys enjoy the update. Thank you all for watching, and as always, stay silly y'all. Whether you prefer rain, sleet, snow, or hail, this update isn't just about weather. It's hiding a ton of secrets you won't notice at first glance. And now that the weather update has fully dropped, and Tyler's had time to iron out the bugs, I went digging through the code to uncover all the juicy details. And trust me, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. In this video, I'm breaking down everything, from the new police sentries, to changes in the day-night cycle, and even new weather that's in the code, but hasn't made it into the game yet. So sit back, relax, and get ready to be shown a lot of code. Let's jump into it. We'll start off with the namesake of the update, weather. Now you've probably already noticed the new command for setting weather, and you might be familiar with the basics. You got clear, light rain, heavy rain, overcast, and foggy. There's also a debug and tutorial sequence in there as well. But what most people don't realize is that there's actually 15 total weather sequences that you can set using this command. So what about the other ones? Well, the majority are transitional weather sequences. Because the game doesn't just snap from one weather type to another. It actually blends between them slowly and intentionally to make everything feel natural. That means there are sequences like clear to light rain, or light rain to heavy rain, that you can trigger from the console, each with their own unique blend. And these blends aren't just visual, they affect NPC behavior, how your wheels grip the road, and even the shaders that control how the game looks, which is a really nice touch. Now, if Tyler asks, you didn't hear this next part from me, but there are actually some weather conditions sitting in the code that aren't being used yet. We have snowy, hail, and sleet, and they're all hidden inside the code, hinting at the future. So yeah, I'm starting to think we might be getting a very white Christmas in Schedule 1 this year. A while back, I did a stream where I raised money for charity, and one of my goals was to quit vaping. And I really thought I could get it done in less than a month, but after 2 weeks, I was right back to vaping again. And that's because I didn't have today's sponsor, Fume. Let me explain. The biggest problem with vaping is that there's really nothing stopping you from taking a drag every couple of minutes whenever you're at home. And naturally, after a while of doing this, you get a craving for just having something in your mouth. This is called an oral fixation, and it makes quitting cold turkey basically impossible, which is why I decided to replace my bad habit with Fume. Fume doesn't use any smoke, nicotine, or harmful chemicals. It uses filtered air instead of batteries and juice. So if you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a Journey Pack, you'll get a free Fume topper just for using my code BigWilly. So head to tryfume.com That's TRYFUM.com, and use code BigWilly to get your free fume topper with your journey pack. Now back to the video. Alright, let's keep digging and get into the NPCs and how they behave in the rain. Tyler actually coded each NPC to have their own unique rain tolerance. Basically, every NPC has a limit for how much rain they're willing to deal with before they finally give in and pull out an umbrella. And those umbrellas, there's more going on there than you'd expect, because they come in a variety of colors, including a secret purple one, a police version, and one hidden in the code called Umbrella Elizabeth. That's right, Elizabeth Homley has her own custom umbrella. And it's not just a reskin either. Hers actually has a skull detail on top, which sent me digging even deeper. And it turns out umbrellas don't just have colors, they can also have decals and custom details. So we might end up seeing a lot more custom umbrellas in the future, or we might even be able to customize our own. But putting Elizabeth aside for a second, most NPCs around town have about a 20% rain tolerance, and roughly a 75% chance to open their umbrella when they're exposed to rain. Now, the crackheads, that's a different story, because Jesse, Keith, Geraldine, and the rest of the crew can have anywhere from 20% all the way up to 100% rain tolerance, meaning some of them just straight up do not care about the weather. Rain, drizzle, full-on downpour, they'll just keep moving like nothing's happening. And if an NPC doesn't have an umbrella, they don't walk, they run. These guys can move up to 5 times their normal speed when trying to get out of the rain, so hey, maybe now they'll actually show up to deals on time. On top of that, NPCs also have a 40% chance to trigger brand new dialogue when you talk to them in the rain. These rainy greetings are chosen based on what type of personality the character has. Aloof, bro, kind, or unhinged. But there may be some hidden dialogue yet to be discovered. I'll make sure to post any new findings in the Discord, which you can join by going to discord.gg/BigWilly or clicking the link in the description below. And we haven't even talked about the best part of rain, because there's actually a huge upside. Tyler added a bonus system that rewards you for grinding through the storm and still making your deals. If an NPC is standing in the rain during a scheduled meetup, you'll get a 20% bonus on that deal, and this stacks with all of your other bonuses, so scheduling deals during bad weather might actually be the move if you're trying to maximize profit. And here's a trick, since the customer actually needs to be in the rain in order for you to receive the bonus. If they happen to find some cover, you can nudge them back out into the rain, triggering both their umbrella and the bonus at the same time. Work smarter, not harder. With customers out of the way, let's move on to the next piece, the bolts from Zeus himself. Because lightning might seem completely random, but there's actually a system behind it. The game rolls a timer between 3 to 20 minutes. And once that timer runs out, a lightning strike is triggered. Right after that, it rolls another 3 to 20 minute timer, creating a constant cycle of strikes over time. When lightning does trigger, it runs through a series of chances to decide what gets hit. There's a 4% chance it strikes a building or the ground, a 0.075% chance it hits an NPC, as long as they're not an employee, are at least 40 units away from you, and aren't inside a vehicle or building. And finally, there's a 0.03% chance it strikes you directly. So it's rare, but definitely possible. But there's a twist, because you don't actually die if you get hit. Instead, you get a 50% speed boost for a full minute. And it gets even better. This boost is multiplicative, meaning if you already have a speed boost active, it stacks on top and scales even higher. This is absolutely insane, so go chug a cuke, get struck by lightning, and you'll finally know how it feels to chew 5 gum. Next up, we've got some subtle changes to the day and night cycle. The game now has clearly defined times of day, each with its own distinct sky coloration. You can actually tell when it's dawn, dusk, sunrise, or sunset just by looking at the sky. With these new timings in place, maybe we'll get some sort of seasonal expansion later on in the year. It's something I think I would like a lot. As for the actual timings, dawn runs from 5 AM to 7 AM, with sunrise hitting at 6, and dusk runs from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. with sunset right at 7. Finally, let's wrap things up with the last major change in this update, the new police sentry locations. Tyler felt like the police just weren't showing up enough around Highland Point, so he added a bunch of new spots where officers can stand throughout the day. And it makes moving around the map way more dangerous. You can now find sentries under both the north and south overpasses, at the pawn shop, along the waterfront near the casino, around Blue Balls and Rays, outside Town Hall, and even up near Uptown. And these aren't just for show. They make deliveries and any questionable daytime activities a lot harder to pull off, since you never really know when you're being watched. This is a shakeup that I definitely appreciate. I've been playing this game for so long, I have over 1,500 hours, and I already have all of the cops' routes memorized. So this change is something I've definitely been looking forward to. And that just about wraps it up. Weather, police, new bonuses, and a bunch of smaller changes that make the town feel way more alive. This update feels like a solid foundation for what's coming next, especially with the refactors and bigger content on the way later this year. And honestly, I'm excited, because Tyler might have already teased what's next. There are already tags for snowy weather sitting in the code, so it's really not a stretch to think seasons could be coming soon, or a map expansion with mountains that might need some snow. But what do you think of the update? Drop a comment down below and let me know what you're most excited for. Thank you again to Fume for sponsoring this video. It is a product that I use and it has helped me quit vaping, and I hope it can help you quit as well. That's gonna do it for me. And as always, stay silly, y'all. It's been exactly 1 year since Schedule 1 dropped, and in that time, this game has been played for 17,846,608,208 minutes. That's over 33,000 years of combined playtime, which is honestly insane. Now, I've got a separate video coming soon breaking down everything we've gotten over the past year, but I'm not the only one doing something special to commemorate this occasion, because Tyler just dropped a brand new update to celebrate the anniversary. So in this video, I'm breaking down everything new in the update, from weapon overhauls to employee changes to some low-key quality of life upgrades that are actually kind of huge. Let's get into it. Probably the biggest change in this update was to the weapon system, and there's actually a lot going on here. First and foremost, Tyler finally blessed us with a reticle, so all of you guys that have been asking for one, well, your prayers have been answered. Every weapon now has a crosshair when you aim down the sights, and this actually shows your weapon's spread, meaning your bullets are going to land somewhere inside of this crosshair. He also added a headshot damage multiplier for all of the ranged weapons that increases damage by 1.75 times if you hit them in the head. So basically, every headshot is a one tap now. On top of that, he tweaked the impact force, so when you shoot NPCs, they go flying. And I gotta be honest, this is very satisfying. And we even got a brand new weapon, the Golden M1911. It's an absolute beast, and I'll cover it in depth later on. But that's not all, because he also reworked the spread and aim behavior for every ranged weapon. And I know that sounds a little bit confusing at first, so let me break it down real quick. You see, each weapon in Schedule 1 has a minimum and maximum spread, and that basically just determines how accurate the gun is. The minimum spread is how accurate your very first shot is, without any recoil, and the maximum spread is how inaccurate it gets when you start spamming shots. These numbers have been the same since the game launched, but with this update, Tyler completely changed it up. You see, the revolver used to have a minimum spread of 2 and a maximum of 6, and that got nerfed to a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 15. He also tweaked the shotgun, and it basically got turned into a melee weapon. It got nerfed to have a minimum spread of 15 and a maximum spread of 20, so you basically have to be point blank range to get a shot off. The M1911 went from a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 6, being the most accurate weapon, to a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 12, so that's a pretty big nerf as well. So to summarize these changes, even though we finally have a proper crosshair to aim with, all of the weapons were made a bit less accurate to balance things out, and honestly, I think that's a fair trade. But if you disagree and you're a little bit upset with that, well, let me introduce you to the golden M1911 that he added, because it's the most accurate and most powerful weapon in the game. It's far more precise than any other weapon, with a spread of 3 to 10, and it packs a whopping 300 impact force, so people go flying. It's hands down the ultimate weapon. You unlock it at Shot Caller 1, and I've basically started carrying one on me at all times. This thing is a dream. The next big change we got has to do with our wonderful employees, because now they'll actually consume any bagged product left in their inventory. So just toss some meth in a baggie, hand it to your employees, and watch them smoke their lives away. Or if you really hate them, you can give them that double donut explosive mix. Boom, kaboom, kaboom sound. But this change means that we can finally drug our own employees to make them work faster, and it actually has a real impact on how they perform. So of course, I dug into the code and figured out the most effective and most efficient way to do it. Alright, so after using Git, here's what the code actually shows. Athletic gives a 5% boost, Energizing gives a 15% boost, Focused gives a 30% boost, Sedating is actually a negative 20% debuff, so it's best to avoid that, and Cocaine gives an additional 20% boost. And the best part is that these bonuses stack, so in total you can get up to a 70% boost, but honestly, I don't think that's the best way to do it. I think aiming for a 50% boost is actually way more efficient, and here's why. Each drug lasts for a set amount of time, and they're all different. Shrooms last for 12 hours, weed and meth last for 9 hours, and cocaine only lasts 6 hours. So, for example, 2 baggies of weed will last your employees basically an entire day, but if you're using coke, you'd need 3 baggies just to keep them going for a full shift. This means you end up using a lot more product on your employees if you decide to use coke for the extra 20% boost. Plus, the recipe to get the maximum boost with cocaine is atrocious. It's a 7-step mix. Just look at this thing. It's absolutely awful. Instead, I'd recommend using this 4-step mix with OG Kush. It's a solid 50% boost to productivity, it's a lot easier to make, and it even lasts longer than the cocaine one does. Plus, as an added bonus, it gives all of your employees the laxative effect, so they're non-stop shitting and farting. You might want to start adding toilets to all of your farms. Now, my personal favorite change in this update has to do with the delivery app. For a long time, I've been basically begging Tyler to let us reorder deliveries, and he finally added it to the game. When you open the delivery app, you'll now see an active orders and a past orders tab. And all you have to do is go to the past orders and click the little button next to one of your orders. The game will automatically put in a new delivery for the exact same thing you had originally. This is such a godsend. Late game feels like a restocking simulator right now, so this is a much needed addition. And he even added in a little notification to let us know when we get deliveries, which is a nice touch. Now, this next change is something everyone has been asking me to explain in my live streams. In the patch notes, Tyler says he added a seeded mixing setting, but he doesn't really explain what the hell that means. But that's okay, it's why I'm here. You see, every one of your saves has a specific seed that's stored in the game.json file. And if you enable this setting, it uses your seed to randomize the mix map. In layman's terms, what that means is that if you enable this setting, all of the recipes for mixing are gonna be randomized. I think it's a nice addition, and it helps add a lot of replayability to the game, because, you know, you can't just use the website to figure out the best mix for everything. And finally, we move on to the miscellaneous changes, the things that didn't really fit into any other category, but I thought you'd want to know about them anyways. I'll make it quick. Supplier relationships are now increased when you purchase items at a meetup. This is a big bug fix. It's been going on since the game launched. You used to have to spam a bunch of dead drops to get your relationship up, but now we can finally use meetups. It's also easier to break ATMs and Cuke machines now, so you can run around getting some petty cash. He fixed the weird collision at supplier meetups so you don't fall into the sewers anymore. He made the plants slightly smaller and easier to walk through, so you shouldn't be getting stuck as much in your farms. NPCs are a little bit harder to knock over, and the big sprinkler was added. It can water up to 2 blocks away from itself. Now, this isn't going to change any farms, the employees can't use it, but for those of you that love to do everything manually, this was a very nice addition. And that about sums it up. The game's been out for a full year, which means I've been making content on it for a year. So I just want to say a big thank you for all the love and support you guys have given me. I don't know what I'd do without you. I appreciate you all for watching. Don't forget to check out boot.dev in the description or pinned comment below. And as always, stay silly, y'all.